Amber light cascaded through the skylight, enveloping everything within the attic. Uncertain whether it was the dawn or dusk that graced her visage, she roused from her slumber. A sense of familiarity washed over her like the tide, suggesting that she ought to remember this place. Yet, questions of her identity and the nature of her surroundings seemed shrouded in a veil, obscuring clarity. She found herself indifferent to the desire for understanding. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dust clinging to her. Sunlight streamed from a petite balcony, where motes danced in the illuminated beams. She longed to indulge in a few more of those exquisite, tangible breaths, but a silent insistence from her hands dissuaded her. Lowering her gaze, she beheld the staircase leading to the exit. It was utterly desolate. An emptiness pervaded the atmosphere. The living room, much like the other areas, bore no semblance of habitation. Not even the faintest trace of past occupants. The dust in the air enveloped her in a mysterious sense of comfort. With no hesitation, she advanced toward the door, twisting the lock and pushing it open, another cloud of dust swirling in her wake. It seemed to be morning, she mused. The sounds of the awakening city filled her ears, rendering everything so profoundly real. Bang! A door slammed shut. She paused, gazing at the woman descending the steps below. The woman closed her door, a small basket of vegetables in hand as she turned to navigate the staircase. Her gaze fell upon the figure above. Oh dear, this child, standing here so early. Hey, you are. It appeared she recognized me. She thought. The woman scrutinized her with a gaze filled with skepticism. Hello, Auntie, she said softly as she descended the stairs to stand beside the woman, her head slightly bowed. Is my surname Liao? She pondered. The woman's expression softened, and her body relaxed. My name is Liao Xiaolan, she reflected. Father and mother. I'm also searching for my parents, she murmured, casting her eyes down at her soiled shoes, shaking her hand gently. Auntie, have you seen them? Doubt and mistrust crept back into the woman's eyes. Before her stood a girl, dirt-smudged and speaking nonsensical words. The woman's brow furrowed, and she waved her hand dismissively, quickly vanishing at the top of the stairs. She longed to follow and inquire further, but ultimately relinquished the thought. At least I have discovered who I am, she mused, finding everything here strangely familiar yet distinctly different. With measured steps, she descended the stairs and pushed open the heavy door, stepping into the sunlight. The dappled light filtering through the morning trees, the lingering scent of dew from the night, and the sounds of a world awakening from slumber enveloped her, creating an almost tangible sense of reality that resonated within her soul. Have I also just awakened from a dream? She contemplated, meandering slowly along the path before her. The glances of passers-by bore an air of peculiarity, a sentiment she could somewhat comprehend. She understood she was on a quest, albeit unaware of her destination nevertheless. She was certain she was moving forward. She stepped out through the unguarded entrance of the old community, following a seemingly familiar road, traversing a few narrow streets, and finally halted as if she had reached her destination. Before her lay a desolate sight, with crumbling brick walls and two unsecured iron gates precariously swaying, as if they might tumble from the overgrown courtyard at any moment. The dilapidated multi-story building, long faded and forlorn, bore the bold crimson characters of demolished scrawled across its walls. This must be her school. She was quite certain of it. Yet the desolate scene before her failed to evoke any sense of recognition. She could not pinpoint the reason, only thinking that there were already enough unknowns in her life without adding this one. She glanced around. No passers-by were visible, leaving her to wonder if this old structure had been forsaken by the city, emanating an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. After a moment's contemplation, she squeezed through the gap in the dilapidated iron gates, resolved to uncover something for herself. In the small square in front of the building, weeds thrived through the cracked pavement, robust and healthy in their wild growth. The surrounding willows appeared to flourish in a similarly untamed manner, swaying together with the grasses as the wind stirred. She took in the vibrant vegetation against the backdrop of the crumbling edifice, glancing up at the sky, which, unlike the clear weather she had encountered earlier, now loomed ominously, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Stepping cautiously on the shattered bricks, she entered through the main door of the building, determined to uncover the secrets of either herself or this neglected structure. To the right lies a diminutive room, featuring a small window that opens to the outside. She mused that this was familiar to her. Directly ahead stands a staircase leading upward, adorned with a wooden railing painted in a vivid red, while the ironwork bears the marks of time, dust settling upon it. She ascended the staircase and peered through a small window at the landing, observing a scene outside that mirrored that of the front entrance. Turning, she made her way up the remaining stairs to the second floor. From the staircase, doors extended on either side, and she approached the nearest one. Inside, the room was stark and vacant, yet an old blackboard hanging in front confirmed that this was indeed school. The classroom door lacked a lock, slightly ajar, as she cautiously stepped inside, scanning her surroundings for any useful clues. However, apart from the blackboard, the room was devoid of any items. Without hesitation, she exited this classroom and proceeded to the next door. The second and third doors appeared similarly stripped of contents, though they bore a grimy exterior. The next door, however, was distinct. The small green door, with its peeling paint, lacked a window, and no light seeped through the crack. When she pushed it open, she was not met with the anticipated odor of decay and confinement, but was indeed taken aback. This opaque little room turned out to be a restroom. The window was tightly shut, and the translucent glass obstructed the light, while 4 small stalls were all firmly closed. Strangely enough, compared to the previous classrooms, this one bore the most chaotic and numerous footprints. Faint traces were evident in nearly every corner, some of which appeared quite fresh. She glanced at her own shoe prints, pondering that the most recent marks might have been left not long ago. A flicker of excitement ignited within her, as she felt she was on the verge of uncovering something significant. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved to begin her search in the tightly shut stalls. She tiptoed delicately towards the first stall, grasping the rusted handle and pulling open the small door closest to her. Inside lay a mundane and dilapidated squat toilet, clearly unused for a considerable time, with its surface now parched and coated in dust. The walls of the stall were adorned with a myriad of nonsensical scribbles, left by ballpoint pens or correction fluid. Phrases like "old witch" and "curse to see," mingled with "I don't want to go to school anymore." Cursory glances revealed that most of these were childish utterances, with a layer of hastily applied, white paint obscuring more messages beneath. However, the content had become indecipherable over time. She contemplated for a moment, bending down to scrutinize the writings for any potentially valuable insights, but after several seconds of effort, she surrendered to frustration. Surveying her surroundings, she found the stall utterly devoid of anything noteworthy. The second stall was similarly bare, as was the third. A sense of disappointment washed over her. The clues she had anticipated had not materialized. Yet, a flicker of hope remained. Perhaps the emptiness of the first 3 stalls indicated that all the significant findings lay within the fourth and final stall. Standing before the fourth stall, she was enveloped in a swirl of complex emotions. She extended her hand and rested it upon the handle, noting that the degree of rust was no different from the previous 3. With the same determination, she attempted to open the door, only to discover that this one was distinctly more stubbornly shut. A mix of hope and trepidation coursed through her as she exerted greater force in her quest for revelation. Yet the door remained unyielding. Puzzled, she braced her right foot against the third door, preparing to unleash her full strength. Clang! Clang! The 2 resounding crashes echoed almost simultaneously. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the fourth door, having been entirely dislodged, came crashing down upon her. She hastily raised her arm in defense. The wood, having decayed over the years, was long past its prime, and the joints had rusted. Even a slight exertion caused it to crumble. She shook her head, brushing off the debris that had settled upon her, reflecting that the impact of the door was not particularly painful. Upon glancing down, she noticed that she had completely dislodged the third door as well, which lay shattered in its respective stall. Raising her gaze toward the interior of the fourth stall, she was met with an unexpected and peculiar sight. Inside, there stood a tripod, upon which rested an object resembling a camera, aimed directly at the window. Following the trajectory of the camera, she observed that the wall adjacent to the window had been punctured with a perfect circular hole, allowing the camera to capture the events outside the stall. She was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the implications of what she had just witnessed. Lowering her gaze, she indeed found the fourth stall littered with numerous footprints, the traces of movement having displaced the dust, rendering the floor akin to a mirror smeared in haste, far from pristine. As she approached the camera, she noted its surface was impeccably clean, indicating that its owner had not abandoned it. The camera stood still, inactive, merely positioned in its place. Through the small aperture, everything appeared tranquil, yet monotonous. A tiny square of opaque glass, a grimy corner of the windowsill, with no sight of the landscape or the weather beyond. Perplexed, she resolved to await the arrival of the camera's owner. Though a fleeting impulse urged her to peruse the videos recorded in the past, she ultimately refrained, as the prospect of damaging the device would render their meeting rather awkward. The weather outside gradually shifted. The dark clouds that had lingered on the opposite side began to blanket the sky. She approached the window, gazing through the upper section of clear glass into the world beyond. The tall wild grasses on the playground swayed chaotically as the wind stirred, gradually engulfing the azure sky in thickening clouds. The splendid morning seemed to vanish abruptly from her dreams. Her thoughts meandered as the daylight outside slowly faded, with cumulonimbus clouds looming ominously, casting shadows even over the small restroom. The street beyond the little playground lay desolate, and she realized the entire thoroughfare was steeped in desolation. The wind surged, battering the window with a resounding force, the cacophony echoing like the earth's lament. She understood that a tempest was on the verge of commencing. Indeed, a storm was about to unfold. Chapter 4. A corpse discovered in the backyard outside. Gui released the corner of his garment and glared at him, inquiring, "What are you doing here?" Cheng Fong blinked innocently, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance as he replied, "I came to elope." Before he could elaborate, Gui cast a glance behind him. Resting against the wall, "The person has left. Cease your pretense." She raised her chin slightly, having performed quite convincingly moments earlier. Cheng Fong was no fool. With only the two of them present, he shed his earlier facade of innocence. Scratching his nose with his thumb, brimming with confidence, he declared, "Indeed, I have brought you what you requested. Everything is contained within this USB drive." As he spoke, he produced a black USB drive from his pocket and couldn't help but interject, "Not to alarm you, but your urgency in acquiring these items. Surely it isn't for some grand scheme?" Gui accepted the USB drive and tucked it into the compartment of her attire, her voice cold and devoid of warmth. "You may leave now." Cheng Fong let out a chuckle, but before he could utter another word, Gui's glare compelled him to amend his statement. All right. I shall dispose of it once you are finished." At 11:40 p.m., the guests gradually dispersed, and staff had been summoned to tidy the first floor. On the third floor of Tangzhuang, only Sheng Yuchen and Gui remained. Gui took the initiative to shower first, and upon emerging, she discovered Sheng Yuchen seated on her bed, engrossed in his mobile phone. Clad in a deep blue bathrobe, its collar loosely draped, the contours of his collarbone were distinctly visible. "Is there something amiss?" She cast a cursory glance in his direction before walking to the vanity to dry her hair. The hairdryer remained silent, and the tranquility of the room allowed the rhythmic ticking of the clock to be distinctly heard. Sheng Yuchen gazed at her intently for a considerable time, his peach blossom eyes shrouded in ambiguity, as his gaze roamed freely over her figure. with a slender waist and long legs. Her curvaceous form was perfectly proportioned, and her delicate features were exquisitely petite. Perfect, utterly perfect. She remained unperturbed, calmly drying her hair. Just as Sheng Yuchen was about to speak, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the door, heralding the arrival of a middle-aged woman. Her face drained of color. She gasped, "Young master, young mistress. Something dreadful has happened. In the backyard, in the backyard." Sheng Yuchen, interrupted and slightly irked, inquired, "What has happened in the backyard?" "There's a body in the backyard." The middle-aged woman finally managed to catch her breath and uttered the words in one hurried breath. Gui abruptly halted her hair-drying motion and turned to look. The backyard. After the afternoon rain, an arm was protruding from the muddy soil. Without hesitation, Gui slipped on her slippers and prepared to step forward, only to be yanked back by Sheng Yuchen. She collided against his chest, casting a sideways glance at him, questioning, "Why are you pulling me?" With a stern expression, Sheng Yuchen replied, "That area is muddy and contains a corpse. It's best you don't go there. I've already sent Xiao Tang to call the police." Gu Yi, vexed, shrugged off his hand, firmly asserting, "I am a forensic doctor, not just any ordinary girl." With that declaration, she stepped into the dark mud and crouched down to examine the exposed portion of the body. The left hand of the corpse protruded from the earth, the majority of the body buried beneath the soil. The fingers were pallid and wrinkled, and the arms bore distinct livor mortis. Parts of the flesh had already begun to decay, with numerous fine incisions evident along the arm, indicative of the assailant's skilled hand. Suddenly, at the left shoulder of the corpse, she noticed a reflective object glimmering intermittently. It was a tattoo of a blue rose. Under the illumination, the blue rose shimmered alluringly, exuding an enchanting charm. Gu Yi's mind buzzed as the distant yet approaching wail of sirens echoed in her ears. She gradually rose to her feet, her voice devoid of warmth. "Everyone, step aside. The forensic team will be collecting fingerprints shortly, and no one is to leave. We will also need to take statements." Previously, the three corpses she had examined bore identical blue rose tattoos on their skin. From the rigor mortis and livor mortis, Gu Yi initially assessed that this was the first case in a series of homicides, though a complete view of the body and an autopsy were necessary for confirmation. Xing Kai arrived at the scene with a group of individuals and was taken aback to see Gu Yi in a bathrobe. "Gu Yi, what are you doing here?" Gu Yi maintained her composure, slightly raising her chin to indicate, "This is my home." Have Xiao Yin and the others excavate the other half of the body buried in the ground and retrieve the coin beside the left shoulder of the corpse. Xing Kai glanced at Sheng Yuchen several times before nodding at Yin Yin, signaling him to proceed. A few individuals donned protective gear, armed with tools, and began to unearth the body from the soil. Sheng Yuchen leaned against the white wall, blocking her path at her doorway. "It is quite late. What are you changing your clothes for?" Gui meticulously fastened the top button of his collar. Sheng Yuchen showed no intention of letting it go. "You took a leave today, did you not? Besides," he paused, his murmurs diminishing, "we still have important matters to attend to." Gui chuckled knowingly. Feigning ignorance. What matters? Of course, it is of great significance. Gui scoffed, pushing him lightly and retorting, "With you, there is never anything good." Sheng Yuchen stumbled a few steps before regaining his balance. "What do you mean by that?" "Gui, what are you implying?" "Literally." Gu Yi tucked her damp hair into her hat, striding forth with an air of confidence. "Do not follow me. I have serious business to attend to." Upon reaching the ground floor, Gu Yi intended to drive, but before she could reach for the car door, Sheng Yuchen pulled her back with enthusiasm. "I'll drive you. I'll drive you." As he spoke, his hand grasped Gu Yi's wrist. She felt as though she had been jolted, her heart racing, momentarily caught off guard. Sheng Yuchen unceremoniously ushered her into the car, fiddling with his phone, before lazily settling into the seat. Could he not be a bit more composed in his actions? Even shutting the car door, he lacked gentleness. At the municipal bureau, he called her name, but the woman continued her hurried pace, showing no signs of stopping. His long fingers casually rested on the steering wheel, his narrow eyes squinting until the woman's figure turned the corner and ascended the stairs. He chuckled to himself as the phone rang within the car. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered in a slightly gravelly voice. "Hello, Director Ning." Uncertain of what was said on the other end of the line, Sheng Yuchen smiled softly. "All right, Director Ning. We shall meet at the Municipal Bureau shortly." Meanwhile, upon encountering the casually dressed Gu Yi, Xing Kai paused momentarily. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be at home with your newlywed today?" Gu Yi cast a glance at the closed door of the autopsy room. "It's of no consequence." Chapter 5. The newcomer and forensic expert Gu Yi, noticing her reluctance to delve further into the matter, Xing Kai tactfully shifted the topic. "We are currently unable to ascertain the identity of the deceased female. I've instructed Xiao Yan and the others to begin with missing persons. Additionally, did you notice anything unusual at the scene?" Gu Yi furrowed her brow slightly. "There is a blue rose tattoo on the left shoulder of the victim, the same mark that appeared on the previous 3 bodies. Based on the condition of the corpse, this should be the first case in this series of murders." Xing Kai replied, "Let's await the results from Xiao Gu's autopsy for more specifics." Although her experience was limited, Gu Yi had faith in her capabilities. Otherwise, she would not have been appointed as her assistant. Gu Yi nodded quietly, leaning against the wall opposite him, her fingers delicately resting on her chin as she sank into contemplation. Moreover, today's corpse was devoid of facial features. Her features were a gruesome blur, infested with insects and maggots. As she immersed herself in thought, the sound of 2 approaching footsteps echoed down the empty corridor, leisurely making their way towards them. "Xing Kai, Gu Yi, could you come here for a moment?" Ning Zheng beckoned them, and as they looked up, they noticed another person accompanying him. Gu Yi squinted, recognizing the individual. "Director Ning." "Director," smiled as he introduced them. "This is a criminal profiling expert dispatched from above. When it comes to solving cases, he is truly a master of his craft." "Oh, is this the profession of her partner in marriage? How intriguing that such a carefree young gentleman pursued this field of study." With a friendly demeanor, introduced himself. "Hello, my name is," until the moment revealed his name. Felt he could maintain his composure. However, upon hearing the name, he leaned against the wall, nearly losing his balance, his tone filled with excitement. "You are? You are so young." Both and were momentarily taken aback. Inquired, "Do you know each other?" Steadied himself, smoothing out his clothing, and extended his hand to. "I know him. Director, you must remember the major drug trafficking and murder case from a year ago, right? It was who profiled the criminal, enabling the police to narrow down the suspect." "Indeed, seeing is believing. I never imagined that the renowned profiling expert would visit our bureau." Recalled that it was indeed this case that brought him fame in a year ago, dominating the headlines for several days. The reports contained no personal information about him, only detailing how he identified the target through a series of insights. This particular aspect had not piqued attention, so she remained unaware of the specifics. However, judging by his words, it seemed that possessed considerable skill. She merely raised an eyebrow, refraining from offering any further commentary. Sheng Yu's attention was wholly fixated upon her, yet he found no trace of emotional fluctuation in the woman. A sense of disappointment crept over him. Was he not impressive enough? After hearing all this, did she truly have nothing to express? The door to the autopsy room swung open, and Gu Yi was the first to rush forward. "What are the results?" she inquired. Cui Xiaoguo was taken aback to see Gu Yi there, her nerves instantly fraying. The deceased is female, aged between 23 and 29 years. There are no signs of trauma to the lower body. However, there is a compressive wound on the chest, likely caused by strangulation and suffocation. Based on the pubic symphysis, the deceased's height is approximately 162 centimeters, with a weight around 50 kilograms. The corpse exhibits multiple liver mortis, and the face is devoid of skin. Numerous areas of the body have begun to decompose. The cause of death is asphyxiation. Gu Yi listened intently before pressing further. "What about the time of death? Have you forgotten the sequence I taught you?" Her tone bore a hint of irritation, her gaze sharp as a blade. Cui Xiaoguo shrank back, murmuring an apology. She then stated the time of death. The estimated time of death was between 9 and 11 o'clock 15 days ago. Xing Kai was taken aback. 15 days? Gu Yi maintained her composure as she elucidated, Typically, rigor mortis sets in within 30 minutes to 2 hours post-mortem, becoming fully rigid within 9 to 12 hours, and persisting for 30 hours before beginning to soften. After 70 hours, the body returns to a more pliable state. Hence, since the deceased has been dead for over 360 hours, decomposition has commenced. She lifted her gaze to Cui Xiaoguo, inquiring with an indifferent tone, "Is there anything else?" Cui Xiaoguo shook her head. "No, master. That is all I have for now." Standing aside, Sheng Yuchen observed the process in which she reprimanded Cui Xiaoguo, a contemplative glimmer flickering in his eyes. Xing Kai suggested, "Very well. Let us convene for a meeting to organize the information we currently possess." He summoned everyone together to deliberate on the scant materials at hand. Ordering takeout coffee, he instructed them to retrieve their beverages. "Thank you all for your hard work this evening. I shall treat everyone to coffee." Gui casually sipped a couple of mouthfuls before rising to excuse himself to the restroom. Not long after he entered, 3 male officers arrived outside, washing their hands with an air of nonchalance, their voices resounding. "Hey, have you heard? A profiler has joined our department, and he seems quite proficient," one remarked. "I accompanied Captain Xing on a call today, and the body was excavated from the backyard of forensic Dr. Gu. The newcomer was present as well, both of them in bathrobes." In bathrobes? Could it be that the newcomer is involved with forensic Dr. Gu? Another questioned, incredulity evident in his tone. "Is that true? I heard that forensic Dr. Gu took leave today to get married. Could they be a couple? Wow, both are police officers. That's quite scandalous. It's like having our very own Ning bureau chief who occasionally throws out relationship tidbits. Now we'll be feasting on their dog food daily. Well, who told you to be single, right?" Gui, unfazed, donned his trousers and stepped out in black Martin boots, startling the 3 male officers at the sink. They quickly altered their demeanor, greeting him with a stammer. "Gu, forensic Dr. Gu." Gui responded coolly with a curt acknowledgement, meticulously and patiently washing his hands. 3 male officers swallowed hard, exchanging glances, and seized the opportunity to escape while she was washing her hands. Gui squeezed a bit of hand soap from the dispenser and meticulously washed her hands. Meanwhile, in the men's restroom, a tall figure emerged, standing beside her to wash his hands, mimicking her action of dispensing soap. Gui lifted her gaze, catching a glimpse of Sheng Yuchen in the mirror, before continuing to rinse off the suds. Suddenly, he remarked, "Forensic investigator Gu, you wash your hands quite earnestly." Chapter 6. The fingerprintless individual, a single human hand, can harbor hundreds of thousands of bacteria, with a gram of nail dust concealing up to 3.8 billion bacteria. If hands are not cleaned thoroughly, bacteria can invade the body, posing health risks. Many infectious diseases are transmitted through. Gui's words were abruptly halted by his interruption. She turned off the faucet, pivoting to face Sheng Yuchen with a serene expression. He spoke first. "Forensic investigator Gu, your obsession with cleanliness suggests you might have a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder." To her surprise, he had hit the nail on the head. Born in September, Gui was indeed a cleanliness-loving Virgo. She lifted her eyelids slightly, casting him a cool glance before walking past him, leaving him with her silhouette. A penchant for cleanliness is a virtue in itself. "Meeting," Sheng Yuchen said with a knowing smile, lazily elongating the last syllable in response. In the conference room, the stark fluorescent lights illuminated the space, the window ajar allowing the curtains to flutter gently as a light drizzle began to fall. Xing Kai's voice resonated like thunder, his expression grim. News from higher-ups had just arrived, granting us additional time, but demanding that we solve this case within 15 days. The air was thick with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, and the expressions on everyone's faces were far from pleasant. The expansive table was strewn with a myriad of documents. Jiku removed his glasses, rubbing his aching temples, and lamented, 2 weeks, for lives lost. How is this possible? Do they expect us to be superhumans? Xing Kai sighed in resignation, replying, "In less than a month, the Blue Rose case has already claimed 4 victims, all women, causing widespread panic among the populace. Old G, as law enforcement officers, it is our duty to uphold social order." He casually tossed aside the marker in his hand. emphasizing that the immediate priority was to ascertain the identity of the faceless corpse. Gu Yi stood by the window, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, the vapor swirling in the air. A gust of wind brushed past her fingertips, tugging at her thoughts. Cui Xiaowei nearly lost her balance on her chair, wondering if her master had just praised her. Had he acknowledged her progress? Indeed, she had improved. Unable to contain her excitement, her eyes widened, sparkling with delight. She nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, obedient and attentive, exclaiming, "All right, master." Xing Kai glanced up at her, asking, "So late, and you're alone?" Gu Yi replied with a soft nasal sound, "Is there a problem?" Xing Kai was aware of her audacity. In previous cases, she had outpaced even the investigative officers. Each time she took on a case, especially those with a tight deadline imposed by superiors, it felt as though the crime scene was her own domain. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuchen stood up leisurely, suggesting, "How about I accompany Gu Yi?" Gu Yi's motion of putting on her coat paused slightly. Her gaze directed at him is shrouded in ambiguity. This was not the primary crime scene, and your presence there would be of no consequence. In the backyard of Tangzhuang, the sky was so dark that not a single cloud could be discerned. Only a sporadic drizzle fell, and the air was enveloped in layers of mist. The temperature uncommonly damp and chilly. Despite Gu Yi's refusal, Sheng Yuchen, undeterred, insisted that it was too late and that it was unsafe for a girl to be out alone, thus he accompanied her. The rain had rendered the already soft black earth even more viscous, and a mere exertion could cause one to sink into its depths. Gu Yi crouched beside the dark mud, reaching down to seize a handful of soil, scrutinizing it under the streetlight. The earth appeared oddly dark. Bringing the soil to her nose, she detected an intensely acrid and unpleasant metallic scent of blood. Was there something amiss with this soil? Noticing her peculiar expression, Sheng Yuchen donned gloves in imitation of her and grasped a handful of the dirt. Moments later, his complexion shifted, and he lifted his gaze to Gu Yi, only to hear her remark, "This may very well be the primary crime scene." An inexplicable resonance lingered in the air. Gu Yi instinctively raised her eyelids as Sheng Yuchen stepped closer, holding an umbrella that shielded her from the downpour. "The rain has intensified. Shall we seek refuge indoors for a while?" he suggested. Slightly taller than her, he stood beside her, effectively blocking a portion of the wind and rain. The light behind him glinted off the earring in his left ear. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, showing no signs of abating, as the curtain of precipitation blurred the visibility of the falling droplets. The evening breeze gently caressed, stirring the edges of her garments, scattering the wisps of hair from her forehead and disarraying her thoughts. Gu Yi caught a whiff of a delicate orchid musk, her lips parted to speak. Yet the words lingered unuttered as a rustling sound emerged nearby. Who could it be? She abruptly turned her head, her gaze alert towards the source of the sound. There, a cluster of roses flourished, their lush foliage embracing the vibrant red blooms, blooming with fervor, adorned with droplets of rain that rendered them exceedingly resplendent. As the wind whispered softly, petals fell like confetti, filling the air with the sweet fragrance of roses. Gu Yi narrowed her eyes, catching sight of a shadow concealed amidst the rose bushes. When the figure glanced her way, their eyes hidden beneath a thick fringe and mask, they appeared momentarily taken aback. "Stop right there." Her pupils widened in intensity. In the next instant, she pushed Sheng Yuchen aside and dashed into the curtain of rain, pursuing the suspicious individual. The figure fled swiftly, opening the wrought iron gate of the backyard, securing it with a chain, and darting into the depths of the forest. Sheng Yuchen, having been shoved, stumbled back a few steps. He too spotted the dubious figure and, retracting his umbrella, strode purposefully after the shadow that had slipped through the iron gate. The gate, aged and worn, bore the marks of rust. Though the chain bound it, it could not withstand Sheng Yuchen's strength, which he forcefully kicked open. Without pausing, he followed Gu Yi, who had vanished into the darkness, as they were gradually drawn deeper into the woods. Now, the rain poured heavily, its intensity growing. Capturing a person was the least of their worries, for they might easily lose themselves within the shadows. Sheng Yuchen opened his umbrella, fumbling for his phone to activate the flashlight, attempting to call out Gu Yi's name, when suddenly, someone forcefully patted his shoulder. A gust of cold wind swept by, causing Sheng Yuchen's heart to tighten momentarily, and he instinctively inhaled sharply. The surroundings were pitch black, and given the remoteness of the location, the only presence he could sense was Gu Yi or that suspicious figure. A daring thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it possibly be? The chilling wind whispered ominously in his ears, occasionally accompanied by the rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze. It was utterly dark. He could not see his own hand in front of him. This profound darkness enveloped him from all sides, creating a suffocating and appalling sensation. His heart raced to an alarming 120 beats per minute. Although he possessed a fair amount of courage, his aversion to darkness stemmed from childhood experiences. Just then, he heard Gu Yi's voice. That person ran too fast. We lost them. The terrain in this area was excessively intricate, with numerous trees intertwining and coupled with poor visibility. Pursuing someone became significantly more challenging. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sheng Yuchen felt a wave of calm wash over him. Sheng Yuchen? Gu Yi called out when she noticed his lack of response. Ah! Sheng Yuchen slowly opened his eyes, and before him stood Gu Yi, drenched by the rain. The raindrops cascaded down her body, soaking her completely, her hair clinging to her cheeks, and her delicate face appeared pale and cold. He then glanced elsewhere, utilizing the light from the person beside him to reassess their surroundings. Are there others living nearby? Gu Yi inquired. Sheng Yuchen gazed at her, his lips pressed together in contemplation. A distance of 6 or 7 kilometers lay ahead, where a household awaited. Who was the previous owner of Tang Village? Judging by the adeptness of the individual from earlier, it was evident he possessed an intimate familiarity with the terrain. Otherwise, he would not have vanished so swiftly. After a brief pause, he continued, based on the figure I observed, I deduce it was a man, approximately 173 centimeters tall, slender in build, adorned with a hat and mask, obscuring his features. However, from his attire and manner of fleeing, he appeared to be a man in his 30s, somewhat limping and slightly hunched. Upon hearing his analysis, Gu Yi displayed a hint of surprise. You observed so meticulously? Sheng Yuchen curved his thin lips, his tone tinged with pride. I am indeed an expert in profiling. What I just shared was merely my deduction, not the specifics. The two stood side by side, exchanging silent glances, accompanied only by the howling cold wind and the sound of rain mingling with it. Gu Yi approached the dark, muddy ground and sensed something amiss. She raised her hand, signaling Sheng Yuchen to halt, her expression turning grave. This soil seems to have been disturbed. Gu Yi possessed an excellent memory, noting an area that was conspicuously lacking, reminiscent of earlier events. Someone had been here. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, sending a chill down Sheng Yuchen's spine, prompting him to instinctively touch his arm. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. So, that person intentionally led us astray, aiming to lure us away and retrieve the evidence left behind. I was not mistaken, was I? Gu Yi's gaze fell upon an inconspicuous hoe in the corner. Upon the head of the hoe, there was a distinct coating of soil. Sheng Yuchen approached, crouching beside the hoe, and inquired of Gu Yi. That individual must have used this hoe, correct? Gu Yi nodded and directly grasped the hoe with her bare hands. Sheng Yuchen instinctively attempted to dissuade her. Gu Yi, handling it without gloves will obliterate any fingerprints left upon it. However, Gu Yi remained unfazed, scrutinizing the soil on the hoe with deliberate care, and calmly replied, if you surmise that fingerprints would be left behind, surely that individual would consider the same. Besides, it is unlikely they would be foolish enough to abandon the hoe at the scene. Sheng Yuchen found her reasoning compelling. Suddenly, the tranquility was disrupted by the ringing of a phone. Gu Yi retrieved her mobile device and answered, Hello, Xiaohua. The voice on the other end was somewhat loud, echoing between the two of them, as Cui Xiaohua's urgent tone resonated. Master, we have results from Lao Ji's side. On the faceless corpse, apart from her own fingerprints, we found no usable prints whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi discarded the hoe, her expression resembling frost, her brows furrowed in consternation. No fingerprints? No wonder she questioned why that individual so brazenly discarded the hoe at the scene. Cui Xiaohua, catching the gravity of the situation, immediately became alert. Master, do you have any developments on your end? Gu Yi cast a complex glance at Sheng Yuchen, her hand resting on her hip. A suspicious individual appeared here moments ago, but I lost track of them. Cui Xiaohua responded, they're out. Master, DNA from the faceless corpse has been detected in the soil. Moreover, she abruptly halted mid-sentence. Sensing something amiss, Gu Yi furrowed her brow deeper, her voice heavy with concern. What? A portion of skin tissue has been identified, and Lao Ji speculates. It could possibly be the facial skin of the faceless corpse. With a sudden realization, Gu Yi understood the intent of the earlier visitor. Damn it. They were a moment too late. The skin had been excavated by that individual. Gu Yi pressed her lips together. Fine, I understand. Cui Xiaohua was just about to end the call when her phone was snatched by Ji Ku, who was nearby. Captain Gu, it's late. You need not come to the bureau. Xiaohua and I are here. You can rest assured. Gu Yi gazed at the call termination screen, her lips tightly pursed. After finishing her shower, Gu Yi donned a deep blue bathrobe and, clutching the pre-prepared contract, proceeded to knock on the door of the neighboring room belonging to Sheng Yuchen. Sheng Yuchen had just emerged from the shower, his bare torso revealing prominently defined abs, a towel draped around his neck, and droplets still trickling from his hair. He wore gray pajama bottoms. Gu Yi's gaze lifted steadily to his face, inadvertently glancing at his abs. Swallowing hard, she said, please take a look at this contract. If it's satisfactory, kindly sign it. Also, tomorrow, inquire with Uncle Li about the previous owner of this house. It is of utmost importance. The air was filled with the fragrant scent of body wash, and a cool breeze caused Sheng Yuchen's nose to twitch, prompting him to sneeze. He acknowledged with a nod, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. As he took the contract and skimmed through it hastily, he was taken aback. A prenuptial agreement? Chapter 8 Agreement. Gu Yi. Is there a problem? Sheng Yuchen suppressed a smile at the corners of his mouth as he briefly scanned the 3 stipulations she had laid out. First, they must unconditionally cooperate in front of each other as families, displaying affection akin to a loving couple and treating each other with respect. Second, they would not interfere with each other as social interactions, nor inquire about each other as affairs. Third, their engagement would last for 2 years, after which they would part ways amicably, without disturbance. He turned to fetch a pen, signing decisively and elegantly. He slid the document across the table to Gu Yi, declaring, all right, I've signed. Gu Yi took the pen from his hand, still warm from his touch. Was she agreeing so readily? She gazed at his scrawled name, a hasty script that nonetheless conveyed the inherent pride of its owner. She paused, gripping the pen momentarily before inscribing her own name. Indeed, their relationship was merely bound by this engagement. They had never truly registered their marriage, nor did they share genuine feelings. It was merely a matter of status, devoid of substance. Both understood this reality all too well. Moreover, a wealthy heir with little more than an empty facade and a tarnished reputation was hardly a suitable match for her. Gu Yi. She tucked away her copy of the agreement and stepped out of the room, pausing at the doorway. Get some rest. We have a case to investigate tomorrow. With that, her figure vanished around the corner. Sheng Yuchen gazed toward the door, his attention lingering momentarily before a faint smile graced his lips. She approached the desk, casually retrieving a silver laptop from the adjacent drawer. She plugged in the USB drive she had obtained from Chengfang earlier that day and proceeded to open a web page. The desk is positioned by the window, where the rain outside patters relentlessly against the glass, while a solitary dim lamp casts a soft glow within the room. Gu Yi's hands rest upon the keyboard, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the computer screen, which is increasingly filled with lines of code, densely woven together. After approximately half an hour, she finally pauses, continuing to stare at the screen for an extended period. The white light emanating from the monitor illuminates her pale cheeks, accentuating the graceful lines of her jaw, which exude a natural beauty. Subsequently, she dials Chengfang's number. Hello, Chengfang. Hello, Yi. What brings you to contact me at this late hour? The following morning, as she descends from the 3rd floor, she spots Sheng Bai seated on the sofa. Upon noticing her, his eyes crinkle into crescent shapes, a broad smile lighting up his face as he waves at Gui. You're up so early. It's only 5:30. Why not sleep a little longer? At 5:30, the sky outside is just beginning to brighten. Gui remains oblivious to the underlying implication in his words. She tucks a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Good morning, Grandpa. Sheng Bai rises and strolls towards her. Is Xiaochen still not awake? At that moment, Uncle Li steps in from outside. Madam. The old master has been up since early morning. He mentioned wanting to join you for breakfast. Gui glances at Uncle Li and then turns her gaze back to Sheng Bai, her expression softening slightly. He is changing clothes, Grandpa. I'll go urge him. Just as she prepares to ascend the stairs, the sound of footsteps descends from above, and Sheng Yuchen ambles down leisurely. He donned a light blue shirt today, with the cuffs unfastened and the collar slightly open, complemented by a pair of black casual trousers. At a glance, Gui immediately noticed the striking earring adorning his left ear. Good morning, Grandpa, he said, shifting his gaze towards Gui, his smile deepening. Good morning, my dear wife. The term wife momentarily caught Gui off guard, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes, her ears turning slightly warm. Observing their interaction, Sheng Bai felt an immense joy in his heart, chuckling as he urged them to join him for breakfast. He continuously offered Gui more bread and heated milk. When Sheng Yuchen saw her struggling to swallow, he reached over to take the bread from her hand, turning to Sheng Bai. Grandpa, that's enough for her. Why don't you get some for me? Sheng Bai shot him a disapproving glance. Aren't you grown up? Can't you help yourself? Gui raised her eyes, conveying a silent thank you. She truly couldn't eat anymore. Her appetite had never been robust, and after having something cold the night before, she awoke with a churning stomach, leaving her disinterested in food. Sheng Bai feigned a nod, patting his chest. All right. I just wonder how long my body can hold out. Dut, Sheng Yuchen said with a serious expression, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. Grandpa, how can you curse yourself? Just take your medicine, and you'll be fine. Gui lifted her glass of milk to her lips, taking a sip, a complex emotion swirling in her gaze. Sheng Bai sighed softly, yet his smile remained intact. Sheng Yuchen glanced at Uncle Li beside him and inquired, by the way, Uncle Li, do you know who the previous owner of this house was? I believe their surname was Jean. If the young master requires it, I can look it up and send it to you shortly. Is there something troubling you, young master? Nothing much, thank you, Uncle Li. Sheng Yuchen then turned his gaze towards Gui, their eyes briefly meeting in silent communication. Gui cast him a sidelong glance and casually asked, Where's your car? Gui did not decline, which could be interpreted as tacit approval. At the city bureau, Gui entered the changing room and fetched a blanket for Cui Xiaohua, tenderly covering her with it. Just as she finished, Xing Kai entered, carrying a large assortment of breakfast. Upon noticing Gui, he exchanged a knowing look. The three then proceeded to the conference room. Gui asked, What were the results of your investigation last night? Xing Kai placed the breakfast on the table, bit into a youtiao, and replied indistinctly, We've made considerable progress. We've begun to investigate the recent missing persons, and the identity of the faceless corpse has been confirmed. The deceased is Fong Lulu, aged 25, married, and unemployed. Married? As soon as Gui spoke, a sharp pain gripped her stomach, causing her brow to furrow slightly as she instinctively placed a hand over her abdomen. Noticing her discomfort, Xing Kai could surmise that her gastric ailment had flared up again. Gui, have you eaten something cold again? He asked, while deftly opening a medicine bottle and pouring out 2 white tablets, handing her a cup of hot soy milk. Chapter 9. Strained back, continuing in a reproachful tone, Xing Kai remarked, I've told you countless times, you must take care of your stomach. Avoid eating cold foods. Gui settled into the adjacent chair, accepting the medication and swallowing it down with soy milk. Beside her, Sheng Yuchen remarked, Do they treat him as if he were invisible? Xing Kai then raised his hand to pat Gui's back, inquiring with genuine concern, How do you feel now? Is the pain still excruciating? It wouldn't be acute gastroenteritis again, would it? Again? Sheng Yuchen, seated behind Gui with a chair's distance between them, stretched his long legs and leaned back, crossing his arms as he observed them with a frown etched upon his features. He absent-mindedly grabbed a steamed bun from the side, gnawing at it with fervor, seemingly as a means of venting his frustrations. Gu Yi's complexion softened slightly as she gradually straightened her posture and took a deep breath. Please continue. Who is Fang Lul's husband? Sheng Kai retrieved a dossier and plopped down onto the table. This contains all of Fang Lul's information. Take a look. She was raised in a single-parent household, her parents having divorced when she was young, and she lived with her mother. Her husband has quite an impressive background, Jin Wanli, a graduate of a prestigious university, currently the CEO of Rongjin Group. He is a well-known philanthropist in Lin City, having sponsored numerous underprivileged students. However, a polished exterior does not guarantee a benevolent heart. I intend to pay him a visit this afternoon. Just as Gu Yi was about to speak, a sudden wheezing noise erupted from behind her, accompanied by a series of vigorous knocks on the table. She turned to see Sheng Yuchen, who had choked on the bun. Clutching his throat in distress, his neck flushed red, extending all the way to his cheeks. Gu Yi was about to rise to fetch him some water when Sheng Yuchen, without hesitation, stood up and seized the soy milk in front of her, drinking it down. Sheng Kai observed him as he carried away the dish, then tilted his head back to finish his drink, his eyes reflecting a hint of scrutiny mingled with a touch of displeasure. That was the cup Gu Yi had used. Gu Yi noticed this as well, yet her expression remained as serene as still water, not uttering a single word. After Sheng Yuchen set down his cup, he wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and offered them an awkward smile, saying, "My apologies. It's just that I was overly excited about trying the flour rolls for the first time. I hope I didn't disturb you." Gu Yi quickly scanned through the files, questioning if Fang Lulo had any connections with the other three individuals. There were none, yet there were ties between these two. Sheng Kai stepped toward the whiteboard, pointing at two of the photographs with a black marker. Lu Wan and Qi Yu were good friends. Investigations revealed that they were high school classmates who, after failing to gain university admission, sought work together. Gu Yi inquired, "What is the nature of their relationship?" Sheng Kai paused momentarily before responding. "It is said they are close confidants, sharing a deep bond." Just as they were engaged in conversation, the door to the meeting room swung open, and Cui Xiaohua along with others entered. Cui Xiaohua had draped the blanket that Gu Yi had just given her over her arm. "Boss, master, good morning," she greeted. Yin Yin rubbed his sleepy eyes. His hair tousled into a disarray, exclaiming, "Wow, Xing team, you all rise remarkably early." Ji Ku was the last to enter, his eyes puffy and dark circles evident, clearly a sign of having consumed too much coffee the previous night. Gu Yi glanced over and noticed a suspicious figure. She had anticipated that Fang Lulo's audacity would have been unearthed by that individual. Cui Xiaohua immediately perked up, her eyes wide as she asked, "Master, the only one who could possibly know the face buried in the soil, apart from the murderer, is no one else, right?" "Indeed," came the reply. Gu Yi paused, glancing at the silently observing Sheng Yuchen. With a tone laced with uncertainty, she inquired, "Could you sketch a rough outline of the individual we encountered last night?" Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuchen chuckled lightly, the curve of his lips widening, betraying an undeniable amusement as two charming dimples appeared, adding a touch of endearing mischief to his otherwise carefree demeanor. He swiftly concluded the final strokes of his drawing, pushing the blank sheet towards Gu Yi. "Here you go. It's a mere trifle." Upon seeing the sketch he had produced, Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed the very person she had seen the previous night. Remarkably, this young master had captured a striking resemblance. She presented the drawing to Sheng Kai, asserting, "This is the individual, although he was wearing a mask at the time." And his thick bangs, combined with the lighting, obscured his features. Sheng Kai took the sketch, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, "This is astonishingly accurate. I had no idea Shang, the expert, was so skilled at sketching." Suddenly receiving such praise left Sheng Yuchen somewhat flustered. Just moments ago, he had shown such concern for Gu Yi, drawing close to her. It was evident to any observer that their bond was profound, maintaining a facade of indifference. He replied with a hint of playful arrogance, "As long as one has hands, that suffices." Setting down his pencil, he stood, purposefully letting out a dramatic groan while placing his right hand on his waist, his brow furrowing in exaggerated discomfort. This outburst immediately drew the attention of the others. Yin looked over and inquired, "What's the matter, Expert Sheng?" He forced a smile, leaning slightly against the table, feigning a pained expression. "Oh, it's nothing. Just overexerted myself and strained my back." The implication lingered in his words. The individuals present are aware of the relationship between him and Gui. Gui was wed yesterday, with the groom being Sheng Yuchen. Last night, Cui Xiaogua couldn't help but recall that Fong Lulu's body had been discovered in their backyard. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Upon hearing this, Gui immediately sensed the underlying tone of his words. They had no shared quarters, and others were oblivious to their knowledge. Had he gone out seeking companionship last night? TSK. Throughout the previous evening, Gui's focus had been on the computer, while his attention had also wandered. Yin instinctively glanced at Xing Kai, who, when meeting Sheng Yuchen's gaze, felt an electric current pass between them. Previously, Xing Kai had been unaware that the one marrying Gui was none other than Sheng Yuchen, his idol. However, now, Gui raised an eyebrow, displaying no intention of revealing her thoughts, and calmly stood up. "Xing Kai, how about this? You and your team can visit Fong Lulu's husband, while Sheng Yuchen and I will pay a visit to Fong Lulu's family." Her division of labor was clear, driven solely by the imperative to expedite the investigation. Xing Kai lifted his gaze, casting a complex look at Sheng Yuchen. "Gui, why don't you accompany me? It would be fortuitous to see if the individual you encountered last night was indeed Jin Wanli." Gui paused, contemplating for a moment. "That works. Let Xiaogua and Xiao Yin visit Fong Lulu's mother." Sheng Yuchen interjected, "Include me in this endeavor." Just as Xing Kai was about to refuse, Sheng Yuchen produced his phone. Chapter 10. Gloves. He passed the phone, bypassing Xing Kai, and presented it to Gui. Uncle Li had just sent a message stating that the new master of Tang Zhuang was, in fact, Jin Wanli. Xing Kai raised an eyebrow, suggesting they proceed together. The trio exited the conference room, with Yin resting his chin in contemplation. "Xiaogua, do you think the boss and Sheng Yuchen will clash?" he inquired. Cui Xiaogua turned to him, a flicker of concern surfacing in her eyes. "Surely not. The boss is quite adept at distinguishing between personal and professional matters." Among all the members of the first criminal investigation team, it was common knowledge that Xing Kai harbored feelings for Gui. However, Xing Kai had yet to express himself, resulting in a lack of progress between the two. This situation persisted until the workaholic Gui unexpectedly requested a day off, citing a wedding as her reason. Jiku removed his glasses and gently massaged his aching temples. "In my opinion, you all ought to refrain from unnecessary worry." "Why?" Yin inquired. Jiku rose and began to tidy the materials on his desk. "I perceive that Sheng Yuchen holds little interest in Gui." Cui Xiaogua scoffed. "That may not be the case. I noticed a different glint in Sheng Yuchen's gaze when he looks at his mender." Jiku chuckled. "Are you aware of Sheng Yuchen's background?" Yan's curiosity ignited, and he leaned forward eagerly. "What is it?" At Rongjing Group, Xing Kai led the way, presenting his police badge to the receptionist. The trio proceeded directly to the president's office, where Assistant Xiao Zhang warmly offered them refreshments. "Where's General Jin?" Xing Kai inquired. Xiao Zhang, a young and attractive woman clad in a formal white suit, with her hair neatly styled, exuded an air of intellectual elegance. A polite smile graced her lips as she responded, "General Jin is currently in a meeting. Kindly wait a moment." Xing Kai nodded politely at her. After Xiao Zhang finished speaking, he turned and exited the office. Gui and Xing Kai sat quietly on the sofa, while Sheng Yuchen restlessly paced around the office, touching everything in sight. Gui occasionally glanced up, suddenly realizing that this young man was not only frivolous, but seemed to possess a hint of hyperactivity. Out of the corner of his eye, Xing Kai glanced at him and shifted closer to Gui, lowering his voice. "Gui, I assure you, this is not mere gossip." He raised his thumb, gesturing towards Sheng Yuchen, and added, "Is your husband the third young master of the Sheng family?" "Yes." Gui's response was succinct, almost a mere exhalation from her nose, light and airy. Suddenly, she felt a strange sensation and leaned back slightly, throwing a pointed remark at Sheng Kai. Sheng Kai, you truly are nosy. Sheng Kai discerned the sharpness in her words and refrained from further questioning. When he looked at Sheng Yuchen, he felt a pang of irritation. Sheng Yuchen stopped in front of the bookshelf, casually pulled out a book, and began to flip through its pages. After perusing a few, he couldn't help but jest. Oh, look at this. Jean Wanli enjoys reading romance novels. Gu Yi's brows furrowed slightly, her gaze towards him rather unfriendly. Unable to contain herself, she patiently advised, Sheng Yuchen, this is not your home. Please refrain from touching other people's belongings, if you would. He was clad in a deep blue suit, the jacket unbuttoned, revealing a slightly protruding belly. His round face was clean and tidy, giving him an appearance of simplicity and honesty. Sheng Kai promptly rose to his feet, greeting, hello. We are police officers from JC City Bureau. We have a matter to discuss with you. Is this a convenient time? Jean Wanli's face beamed with a smile as he readily replied, of course, it's quite convenient. Please, have a seat. He settled down opposite them and added, would you like some coffee? I can have Xiaozhang bring some shortly. No, thank you. Out of courtesy, Gu Yi also stood up upon his entrance. She immediately noticed the white gloves Jean Wanli was wearing. Typically, such gloves are worn by either doctors or forensic experts. Why would Jean Wanli be wearing gloves? Gu Yi remained vigilant. Sheng Kai spoke, Mr. Jean, I must prepare you for what I am about to say. Jean Wanli continued to smile. Please, go ahead, officer. Last night, we uncovered the body of your wife in the backyard of your previous residence. Sheng Kai instinctively glanced at Gu Yi. According to the findings from our forensic examination, your wife's time of death exceeds 15 days. The smile on Jean Wanli's lips faltered, and he slowly turned to Sheng Kai. His voice airy, officer, you must be joking. My wife? A corpse? His demeanor was clearly shaken, the corners of his eyes reddening gradually. My wife sent me a WeChat message saying good night just last night, and today you tell me she is dead? This is impossible. Sheng Kai initially intended to show him a photograph, but reconsidered and set it aside. Mr. Jean, we kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation. We will need you to come to the station shortly to identify the body. He produced a small notebook and a pen. Adopting an official demeanor, your wife passed away 15 nights ago. Have you not sought her out during this time? I have been occupied with work and could not accompany her, yet she did communicate with me via WeChat during this period. Sheng Kai meticulously noted down his words and inquired further. We would like to know, what were you doing around 9 o'clock on the evening of 15 days ago? Jean Wanli's expression grew somewhat grave, and his tone lost the earlier warmth and courtesy. That day, a collaboration we had arranged fell through unexpectedly, which resulted in a delay in completing a shipment, so I was working overtime at the office. Is there anyone who can corroborate your whereabouts? My assistant, Xiaozhang, was with me that night, working late. She can vouch for me. Jean Wanli instinctively pressed his lips together and retrieved his phone, opening WeChat to show Sheng Kai, officer. My wife sent me a goodnight message just last night. Could it be that you have mistaken her identity? Observing his demeanor, Sheng Kai remained unconvinced. Gu Yi placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, opting to consider Jean Wanli's feelings rather than maintaining the official stance of Sheng Kai. However, Gu Yi's inquiry was direct and incisive. You married 6 months ago, and it is rumored that your relationship was harmonious and unwavering. Yet, I observed several lash marks on the body, with the most recent wounds appearing to be around 2 weeks old. Mr. Jean, has there been any discord in your relationship with your wife? Gu Yi's words struck like a dagger, piercing Jean Wanli's heart. At this juncture, a fleeting look of panic crossed Jean Wanli's face, though he managed to mask it adeptly. Sheng Yuchen remained utterly silent throughout, quietly seated with his long legs crossed, resembling a statue. Chapter 11. Warming the Stomach. Sheng Yuchen appeared lost in thought, his gaze fixed on a certain point, his eyes imbued with depth. Jean Wanli scratched his knee, saying, I have always shared a harmonious relationship with Xiaolu, with no discord whatsoever. The whip mark referred to by this comrade was likely from our recent mountain climbing trip, where she bound herself with a rope. I have been so preoccupied with work that I seldom pay attention to her. Thus I have endeavored to fulfill her every wish. Gu Yi nodded thoughtfully. a cryptic smile playing at the corners of her lips. It was evident that Jean Wanley was being deceitful. Her gaze shifted downwards, landing on his white gloves. And she inquired, "Mr. Jean, your gloves appear quite exquisite. Might you share the brand?" Upon hearing this, Jean Wanley instinctively averted his gaze for a moment before concealing his hands. "Ah, these are merely from a generic brand. I have a penchant for cleanliness. Hence I often wear gloves." Jean Wanley then redirected the conversation. "Officer, my wife has a mole behind her right ear. Does the individual you unearthed have one?" This question momentarily stumped Xing Kai, who turned to Gu Yi, asking, "Does he?" During the examination of the body, Gu Yi had meticulously inspected every detail. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door, and Jean Wanley looked up, responding, "Come in." Xiao Zhang entered, cradling a pile of documents. "Mr. Jean, these are contracts that require your signature at once." Jean Wanley pointed at the office desk, instructing, "Just place it there." He appeared rather unwell. His spirit noticeably diminished compared to earlier. Yet, one could empathize with him, having recently lost his spouse. Xing Kai rose to his feet, stating, "We shall not disturb you further, General Jean. The case is pressing. We must take our leave." Jean Wanley stood as well, grasping Xing Kai's hand with surprising strength. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his voice quivered slightly as he implored, "Comrade officer, you must, by all means, apprehend the murderer and bring justice for my wife." Witnessing his distress, Xing Kai felt a tug at his heartstrings and gently patted his shoulder, assuring him, "Rest assured, we will certainly do so." Gu Yi sat in the back seat, one hand resting against the car window, relishing the breeze that flowed in. Having rained the previous night, the temperature today was considerably cooler than the day before. The wind carried a hint of chill. Sheng Yuchen glanced at Gu Yi through the rearview mirror before addressing the driver. "Xing Kai, Xing, please pull over. I need to step out and buy a bottle of water." As Sheng Yuchen opened the car door and stepped out, he heard Xing Kai call out, "Gu Yi, what would you like to drink? I'll get it for you." Sheng Yuchen said nothing further, exiting the vehicle and firmly shutting the door behind him, inadvertently banishing Gu Yi's drowsiness. She cast an irritated glance his way. In response, he offered an innocent wink before turning towards the supermarket. Gu Yi, now wide awake, pulled out her phone, preparing to scroll through it when a call from Yi Zimei interrupted her. She answered, "Hello, Mei Mei." On the other end, Yi Zimei's enthusiasm was palpable. "Ah, the spring of my love has arrived." Gu Yi distanced her phone slightly, questioning, "Yi Zimei, have you taken the wrong medicine?" Yet, Yi Zimei remained undeterred by her cold remarks, her excitement unabated. "Honestly, while filming just now, I accidentally twisted my ankle, and guess what?" Gu Yi frowned. "You sprained your ankle? Did you go to the hospital? Is it serious?" "Ah, come on, Gu Yi, that is not the point," Yi Zimei exclaimed. "The real focus is that love has come knocking at my door. Love, let me tell you, darling, the doctor who put my leg in a cast is absolutely stunning. After 24 years of being single, I've never encountered a man so handsome. My heart skipped a beat. I'm head over heels." Gu Yi rubbed her throbbing temples. "Are you at the hospital?" "Yes, indeed. What is the matter? Take it easy. After all, you are a public figure. Don't give the paparazzi any ammunition." At that moment, Yi Zimei sat obediently to the side, her gaze fixated on the male doctor, her phone cradled in her hands. Her cheeks flushed as if she were having an allergic reaction. Every time she met the doctor's eyes, her heart raced uncontrollably. "Yi Zimei," Gu Yi pressed, "I'm asking you a question. How is your ankle? Will it delay filming?" Yi Zimei huffed softly. "It's nothing serious. Really, it won't affect anything. But that doctor is truly gorgeous. His looks are simply extraordinary. Every feature resonates with my aesthetic. I'm definitely going to ask for his WeChat later." Gu Yi understood her well. In the past, when Yi Zimei admired handsome men, she would merely gasp and then shift her attention to another charming face. This time, Sister Qiao serves as Yi Zimei's agent. Previously, Yi Zimei, determined to fulfill her filming obligations, braved a fever of 39 degrees and went to shoot. Ultimately, after completing the shoot, she collapsed, unconscious. A nurse's voice emerged from Yi Zimei's end, reassuring her, Don't worry, I will apply the medication first. Gu Yi observed the call-ending screen, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Just as she intended to open WeChat to check her messages, something was suddenly thrust into her hands. Startled, she discovered it was a milk tea packaged in a paper box, the warmth radiating distinctly in her palms. Assuming it was Sheng Kai, she was about to express her gratitude when she looked up to see Sheng Yuchen standing by her car window. He held a bottle of mineral water, tilting his head back to drink thirstily. From this angle, the backdrop was a vast expanse of bright sky, slightly backlit. His Adam's apple bobbing, a handsome nose, slightly tousled hair, and a strong jawline. Noticing Gui remained motionless, Sheng Yuchen twisted the cap off the bottle and said, "Have a drink. The milk tea is warm and will soothe your stomach." Gui, momentarily entranced, tore open the packaging and took a sip, whispering her thanks. Sheng Kai walked by behind them, glancing over with a bottle of room-temperature nutritional drink in hand. Just as he started the car, his phone rang. Upon answering, Yan Yan's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "Boss, we've received a report. A female corpse has been discovered on Shijiao Road. Xiaoguo and I are already at the scene. And upon inspection, we found a blue rose tattoo on her body. We need to head over immediately." Sheng Kai's expression turned grave as he pressed down on the accelerator, activating the vehicle's siren, and sped towards Shijiao Road. Chapter 12. The Headless Mystery. At a residential complex on Shijiao Road, a throng of curious citizens had gathered, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. By the time Gu Yi and her companions arrived at the scene, it had already been cordoned off with police tape. 3 police cars were parked nearby, and numerous officers were diligently collecting evidence. Navigating through the dense crowd, the trio entered the secured area. Yan Yan approached them upon noticing their presence. Team leader Sheng Kai's gaze fell upon the center of the scene, where a corpse was concealed beneath a white sheet, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "What exactly is the situation?" Yan Yan replied. "The informant is a security guard from the complex. According to his statement, while patrolling the area, he frequently detected a strong, foul odor emanating from this vicinity. Upon investigation, he discovered a protruding finger and subsequently reported it to the authorities." Gui glanced around, her mind racing. How is the body? Is it intact or? At this inquiry, Yan Yan's complexion drained of color, his lips pressed into a thin line as he looked at Gui. "Sister Gu, the body is headless." Gu Yi furrowed her brow at the revelation. "Where is Xiaoguo?" Xiaoguo went to the restroom. The sight of the body was indeed distressing. It was the first time Cui Xiaoguo had encountered such a gruesome scene, her stomach churning and compelling her to rush to a nearby public bathroom. Gui could surmise the horrific nature of the corpse and turned her attention to the onlookers behind her. The absence of a head would undoubtedly incite panic during the investigation. Aside from the security guard, are there any suspicious individuals present at the scene? As the morning light graced the city, Sheng Yuchen inquired, and Yan Yan shook his head, declaring there was nothing left. Gui approached the nearest manhole cover and crouched down, instructing, "Xiaoyan, summon someone to open this cover." Yan Yan responded with a murmur of acknowledgement and turned to fetch assistance. Together, they lifted the cover, and Gu Yi leaned closer to confirm the absence of water below before deftly descending into the depths. Sheng Yuchen reacted swiftly, following closely behind. With Sheng Kai trailing as the third, Yan Yan stood bewildered above, calling down, "Gui, what are you all doing down there?" Gui glanced up briefly, searching for the head. Based on the previous case of Fong Lu, if the body was buried here, the head should not be too far away. After all, disposing of a head is no simple task. She often dealt with cases of bodies discarded in sewers. This time, uncertainty lingered, but she was determined to investigate. The dim light of the sewer contrasted starkly with the brightness above, enveloping the space in silence, occasionally broken by the sound of dripping water and the scurry of rats. There were pathways on either side, with a foul-smelling channel of sewage running through the middle, its stench overwhelming and pungent, assaulting the senses of the trio. Sheng Yuchen instinctively covered his mouth and nose, exclaiming in exquisite Chinese, "This is unbearable. It's making me nauseous." Gui cast him a sidelong glance, her voice clear and unyielding. If it's too foul for you, feel free to ascend. That's not an option. I shall search for the head alongside you, he retorted. Gu Yi, uninterested in further conversation, retrieved her phone, activated the flashlight, and stepped forward into the shadows. The surrounding walls are adorned with a deep green moss, interspersed with discarded fast food wrappers and even some abandoned bicycles. The local drainage system has not been regularly maintained, resulting in a foul and damp atmosphere below. Upon returning to the police station, the ambience is even more oppressive than the day before. Each member of the team wears a grim expression. Yan Yin is absorbed in research, clutching his laptop, while Cui Xiaohua is summoned by Gu Yi to the autopsy room, where Sheng Yuchen states the purpose is to examine the corpse. Jiku and other colleagues are engrossed in laboratory tests, while Xing Kai remains alone in the conference room, contemplating the connections among the 5 victims. On the surface, aside from the friendship between Lu Wan and Shi Yu, the 5 women appear to have no apparent ties, each engaged in different professions. The sole thread that binds them together is the blue rose tattoo they all bear. What does this tattoo signify? Additionally, there is the 1 yuan coin unearthed beside Fong Lul's body. What secrets lie hidden behind each of these tragic fates? Xing Kai is perplexed. Meanwhile, in the cold, silent autopsy room, the air conditioning blows intermittently, sending chills down one's spine. Cui Xiaohua, already scantily clad, has merely donned a white lab coat over her attire. Shivering uncontrollably, her voice trembles as she implores, "Master, shall we raise the temperature of the air conditioning? I feel as though I might perish from the cold." Gui, masked, glances at her with a cold gaze and replies, "Endure it." Standing nearby, Sheng Yuchen instinctively rubs his arm, feeling the chill as well. Gu Yi held a thoracotomy instrument in her left hand while inspecting the internal organs with her right. The deceased had suffered grievous blows during her lifetime, resulting in shattered ribs. Standing beside her, Cui Xiaohua pressed a hand against her chest, feigning composure despite feeling nauseous. The sight of the female corpse before them was utterly harrowing. Clad in tattered rags, the body was in a deplorable state, most notably lacking a head, with coagulated blood at the neck. It was inconceivable to fathom the horrors she must have endured in life. Gu Yi raised the corpse's arm to examine it. The livor mortis was not pronounced, suggesting she had been dismembered shortly after death. The muscles of the body were severely rigid, and the fingers bore a pallid hue, indicative of exposure to electric currents. The incision on her neck was blunt, likely made with a kitchen knife or a similar implement. Was she electrocuted? Cui Xiaohua voiced her thoughts. Gu Yi lifted her gaze to meet hers, then lowered it back to the corpse, pausing before responding gravely, "No. She was drowned. Someone held her underwater until she suffocated. There is a significant amount of white froth in her respiratory tract." While examining the internal organs, Gu Yi discovered a considerable amount of residual water in the lungs. After 4 to 5 hours of dissection, she removed her gloves and mask, discarding the disposable blue isolation gown. Her mouth felt parched, and as she intended to step out for a drink, she collided with Xing Kai, who was waiting at the door. "What were the results?" he inquired. Gui let out a deep sigh and reported, "The deceased is a female, aged between 23 and 25. Upon hearing this, Xing Kai's expression grew increasingly grave. "Suffocation? Yet again suffocation?" Yin Yin trotted over, gazing at Gui. "Sister Gui, I have just retrieved all the information you asked me to investigate. Shall we review it now?" Gui looked at him, her expression calm. "Let us take a look now." She moved to Yan Yan's workstation, pulled over a nearby chair, and began to examine the data displayed on the computer. Chapter 13. The secrets beneath the gloves. The individual in the photographs was Jean Wanli, and the subsequent information pertained entirely to him, as per Gu Yi's request for investigation. Details regarding Jean Wanli's date of birth, parental background, and his educational history were meticulously documented. His mother, a compulsive gambler, ultimately abandoned them, leaving him and his father to rely solely on each other. Gu Yi rested her hand on the mouse, swiftly scrolling through the lines of information until she stumbled upon the word fire, causing her to pause. When Jean Wanli was 12 years old, his family endured a devastating blaze. During the inferno, his father was nearly consumed by flames. Jean Wanli, defying the perilous situation, bravely rescued his father from the raging fire. Although his father survived, his hands were irrevocably scarred by the flames, necessitating costly skin grafts that yielded little improvement, leaving his hands grotesquely disfigured. This incident garnered significant media attention, making headlines in newspapers, and many praised Jean Wanli's heroic act. Gu Yi propped her chin on her hand, suddenly contemplating whether she should allocate some time to peruse those newspaper articles. She scrolled further down, where the information detailed Jean Wanli's charitable endeavors in recent years. Yin Yin had just reviewed the information. Sister Gu Yi, Jean Wanli seems to treat those around him exceptionally well. He appears to be a kind-hearted and honest individual. Is there any concern regarding him? Gu Yi's gaze darkened slightly, her thoughts in disarray as she pondered, shaking her head in contemplation. From the data she had just examined, Gu Yi had likely discerned the secret concealed beneath his gloves. The reason Jean Wanli donned gloves must be due to his hands being scarred by fire. Sheng Yuchen and Xing Kai stood behind them, casually glancing at the information. Sheng Yuchen crossed one arm over his chest, resting his chin on the other hand, mused. So that's why he wears gloves. I was puzzled by the inexplicable choice to wear such gloves. Gu Yi rose and cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing not to elaborate. Returning to her position, she picked up a water cup and leaned against the water dispenser, inquiring of Sheng Yuchen. Based on these corpses and the data you've observed, can we deduce the identity of the murderer? To Gu Yi's astonishment, she had initially assumed Fong Lulu would be the first victim in this case. However, the decapitated female corpse discovered today had a time of death approximately a month prior. Now, she could not ascertain whether there were earlier victims, making it exceedingly difficult to speculate. Each corpse here, aside from the blue rose tattoos on their bodies, bore no connection, leaving no indication of the murderer's intentions. Sheng Yuchen stood beside the autopsy table of the headless female corpse, resting his hands on the edge. Taking a deep breath before responding with a counter-question, "Have you ever seen Batman?" Gu Yi paused in her drinking, taken aback. "I've heard of it occasionally, but I haven't watched it." "Why do you ask?" Sheng Yuchen raised his head and scanned the 5 female corpses before him, finally remarking, "Batman possesses a distinctive trait. He invariably leaves behind a mark that is uniquely his own. I wonder if the murderer follows a similar pattern, perhaps using a blue rose as his emblem, an emblem that is singularly his. The blue rose may hold some profound significance for the killer." Upon closer inspection, it became evident that all 5 victims were women of similar age, each in their 20s. "The person we encountered last night," he stated with certainty, "was indeed Jean Wanli himself." Gu Yi, upon hearing this, promptly refuted his assertion. However, he did not exhibit a limp, nor was he hunchbacked. And he certainly did not have bangs. They had observed Jean Wanli sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, with greasy hair that glimmered, clearly the result of excessive hairspray. Sheng Yuchen paused for a moment, turning to meet her gaze. "Indeed, this is a point that has eluded my understanding. Does Jean Wanli have a twin brother or an elder sibling?" Gu Yi shook her head. "Did we not just review the information? He is an only child." "I noticed that the heights of these 5 women are quite similar," Sheng Yuchen continued, a glint of sharp insight illuminating his eyes as he progressed with his deduction. "This suggests that the perpetrator is likely around 1.7 meters tall, weighing over 120 pounds. A lighter individual would struggle to move these bodies. A man in his 30s fits this description perfectly. Moreover, Jean Wanli embodies all these characteristics. Having been abandoned by his mother in childhood, it is only natural that he harbors resentment towards women." Sheng Yuchen took a step forward, standing before the lifeless body of Lu Wan, lifting her arm to reveal the scars and stating, "Jean Wanli claims she sustained these while climbing, yet if that were true, the rope should be secured around the waist, not around the arm and neck. I suspect Jean Wanli harbors tendencies toward domestic violence. If it were not the case, as the wife of a CEO, Fong Lul could be expected to live a life of happiness, devoid of such injuries." Gu Yi finished her drink and casually set the cup aside, affirming, "Indeed, I know he is lying." Sheng Yuchen bit his lower lip and inquired, "So why didn't you ask him what he was doing last night?" Gu Yi gazed at him for a moment before breaking into a smile, retorting, Why don't you ask? If we were to inquire, it would be akin to stirring the grass and startling the snake. If he indeed committed the murder, what connection do the other four have with him? Sheng Yuchen fell silent. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Gui, we might consider searching for Jean Wanli's biological mother. Perhaps it will yield a breakthrough. Additionally, the tattoo artist for these 5 individuals seems to have a consistent style. The designs likely originate from a single hand. Gui nodded, a faint smile curving her delicate lips as she praised him. It appears you truly live up to your reputation, expert Sheng. Earlier, having heard about a particular case from Xing Kai, Gui took the initiative to delve deeper into it last night. She discovered that the diligent Sheng Yuchen at work was a stark contrast to the frivolous playboy persona he typically exhibited. Gui, always observant and meticulous, delighted in scrutinizing the subtle nuances of people's actions and words. Just moments ago, she had absorbed the entirety of Sheng Yuchen's analytical reasoning process, suddenly receiving praise, especially from Gui, who was typically known for her reprimands, felt like a form of validation for Sheng Yuchen. An inexplicable joy blossomed within him. He licked his canine tooth with the tip of his tongue, broke into a grin, and his eyes sparkled with clarity, shimmering under the reflection of the light. Gui was momentarily taken aback. Observing Sheng Yuchen's demeanor, she could anticipate his next words. Compliments were exceedingly gratifying for him. His lips curled upward, and he unconsciously struck a pose, his hand brushing through his hair, while the dimples at the corners of his mouth deepened. Oh, it's nothing much. It pales in comparison to the cases I solved during my time at the FBI. As long as one possesses intellect, that suffices, he declared. Gui was left speechless. Having received a single compliment, Sheng Yuchen was already brimming with pride. She mused that if he were to receive more praise, he might very well float away in elation. Chapter 14. The mist, however, he had just mentioned the FBI. Sheng Yuchen had assisted the FBI in solving cases. Gui raised her eyebrows and stepped outside to find Xing Kai, relaying what Sheng Yuchen had just said. After a moment's contemplation, Xing Kai turned to his computer to investigate the background of Jean Wanli's mother. Approximately an hour later, with a furrowed brow, Xing Kai leaned back in his chair and glanced at Gui, who was seated opposite him. Jean Wanli's mother was named Wang Lan and had passed away 2 years ago due to cancer. Gui was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated this outcome. On the other side, Yin Yin, having taken Sheng Yuchen's advice, led a group to scour all the tattoo parlors in JC City. However, the search area was vast, and sifting through over 20 tattoo shops was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As for the identity of the headless female corpse, it remained undetermined, as there was nothing on her person to establish her identity. Sheng Yuchen sat quietly on a chair, his long legs elegantly crossed, his demeanor composed as he cradled his phone, oblivious to what he was perusing. The police force was stretched thin, with some officers having gone a full day and night without a moment's rest. The Blue Rose case was shrouded in an impenetrable fog, concealing untold secrets beneath its veil. The trio hastily made their way to the scene, enlisting Ji Ku to gather evidence. Upon entering the location, they were immediately met with a pungent metallic scent of blood. Instinctively, Sheng Yuchen raised a hand to cover his mouth, while Gui cast a sidelong glance and offered a mask. Xing Kai produced a mask from his pocket, his expression grim. After donning shoe covers and gloves, the three ventured further into the scene. Wang Ku, who had arrived first, emerged from the kitchen. Ji Ku promptly retrieved his tools and began collecting evidence. His face paled slightly upon observing the surroundings, a complex expression crossing his features. The scene was marked by irregular splatters of dried blood, leading toward the refrigerator at the kitchen's entrance. Gui stepped forward and opened the refrigerator door. It was modest in size, with a freezing compartment atop and a fresh food section below. The lower compartment contained remnants of meals and assorted beverages. When Gui opened the freezing compartment, a nauseating stench wafted forth, a putrid odor of decay. It was not a severed head, but rather a kitchen knife, its blood congealed by the cold. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Gui retrieved the knife and handed it to Ji Ku, who placed it into the evidence bag. Wang Ke handed the phone, sealed in an evidence bag, to Xing Kai, reporting, "Boss, The deceased is Yeon, a streamer. I just checked her phone. The last call was made to a delivery person. Sheng Kai took the phone and glanced at it, instructing, "You should find this delivery person shortly and bring him in for questioning." Understood. Gu Yi then diverted towards the kitchen, while Sheng Yuchen, driven by curiosity, followed closely behind. Suddenly, Gu Yi halted, causing Sheng Yuchen to collide directly into him. Gu Yi, momentarily speechless, pursed his lips and cast a sidelong glance at him, but refrained from saying anything. The kitchen revealed no peculiarities. However, a prominently stained dishcloth on the cutting board caught their attention, smeared with traces of blood. After a thorough search for evidence, they discovered footprints at the scene that did not belong to Yeon, along with a shoe print of a male size. The garbage bin was spotless, devoid of any contents. Furthermore, no takeout was found on the coffee table. Why, then, was the last call made to a delivery person? In the interrogation room, the lighting hung low in the center, casting a dim glow that flickered intermittently. The delivery person, named Linmu, was a 21-year-old young man, still clad in his delivery uniform. He sat across from Sheng Kai and Wang Ku, his hands resting nervously on the armrests of the chair, his gaze evasive and filled with trepidation. Sheng Kai stood before him, his face stern and expressionless, with his hands pressed against the table. "Do not be anxious. We brought you here to inquire about certain matters. We would like to know why you called Yi in at 9 o'clock on the evening of August 29th. Sheng Kai displayed a sinister smile, reflecting his current mood. "You are lying." He placed Yi's phone on the table and pushed it forward. "We have examined her software records, and on August 29th, she did not order any takeout." Sheng Kai noticed his subtle gesture and let out a silent, sardonic laugh. "Linmu, you must think this through. If you do not confess honestly, we have grounds to suspect that you are the one who murdered Yeon. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Linmu visibly panicked, his shoulders trembling slightly. Sheng Yuchen and Gu Yi stood nearby, observing the conversation through the one-way glass. Sheng Yuchen stood quietly, resting his chin on one hand, his expression somewhat grave. Suddenly, he inquired, "Gu Yi, do you believe he is the murderer?" Gu Yi, with her hands tucked into her pockets, felt her fingertips tremble slightly. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows. "We will know once the test results come out." Sheng Yuchen raised an eyebrow and continued to regard her. I asked, "Do you think he is the murderer?" Gu Yi turned slightly, her tone steady. "Investigations rely on evidence. Mere speculation is frivolous. It's nearly 3 o'clock. Shall we go get something to eat?" Since arriving at the station in the morning, they had not taken a break, even neglecting lunch. Gu Yi, upon his suggestion, realized her stomach was empty. Remembering her phone was left in the office, she walked over to open the door. There's a nearby Shaw County snack shop. "We can just order takeout." Sheng Yuchen paused for a moment, then took her hand and led her outside. "Why order takeout when we can simply dine at the restaurant?" As they passed by Cui Xiaoguo's workstation, he hesitated and glanced over. Cui Xiaoguo was seated at her computer, holding a sandwich, and smiled at Sheng Yuchen in response to his words. "You can take some with you. I won't need it. Give it to the boss and the others." Sheng Yuchen stopped beside her computer and cast a fleeting glance at the screen. "What are you looking into?" he inquired. Cui Xiaoguo glanced in Gu Yi's direction and replied, "My master asked me to investigate Jean Wanli's mother, Wang Lan. How's the research going?" Sheng Yuchen asked. Cui Xiaoguo licked her lips. "As my master suspected, Wang Lan indeed gave birth to twins. Jean Wanli has a brother, but I am still looking into his full name." Sheng Yuchen was taken aback and looked at Gu Yi. "Did you not say he was an only child?" Gu Yi turned her head away, her expression visibly awkward, and explained, "His parents are divorced, and Wang Lan has been gone for so many years. If she fell ill, it's impossible that no one would care for her." Thus, Gu Yi instructed Cui Xiaoguo to begin the investigation at the hospital where Wang Lan was treated. Gu Yi took a step outside. "Keep digging. I appreciate your hard work." Chapter 15. My dear wife, what would you like to eat? Gu Yi and Sheng Yuchen turned a corner, crossed a street, and arrived at the Shaw County snack shop that Gu Yi had mentioned. As soon as they sat down, Gu Yi pulled out a tissue and meticulously wiped the table and chair. Her disdain for the establishment's cleanliness was unmistakably etched across her face. She frequently orders takeout from this establishment, rarely dining in due to her aversion to the cleanliness of the surroundings. The proprietress inexplicably cast a glance her way, dampening her hands to wipe them on her apron, and with a forced smile, bypassed Gu Yi to directly inquire of Sheng Yuchen, "Young man, what would you like to eat?" Noticing Sheng Yuchen's handsome features, her tone unconsciously softened. Gu Yi busied herself wiping down the table and chairs until she felt satisfied enough to take a seat. It was not mealtime, and only the two of them occupied the restaurant. Sheng Yuchen perused the menu before glancing at Gu Yi, a mischievous thought brewing within him. Then Gu Yi heard him ask, "Wife, what do you wish to eat?" Gu Yi paused momentarily, lifting her delicate eyelids with a smile. "A portion of fried noodles, please." Sheng Yuchen raised an eyebrow, then turned to the proprietress, saying, "Boss, no fried noodles. 2 bowls of wontons for immediate consumption and 3 servings of soup noodles to go." "Thank you." "All right." The proprietress's eyes crinkled into crescents as she cheerfully retreated to the kitchen. She shot a glare at the person opposite her, intending to speak with the proprietress, but was halted by Sheng Yuchen's grip on her wrist. "Your stomach isn't well today. You shouldn't indulge in such high-calorie, greasy food. A bit of wonton would be much better for you." Gu Yi paid little heed to this. Stomach pain was a frequent occurrence for her. Due to her busy work schedule, she often subsisted on 1 meal a day, or even went 2 days without eating, resulting in persistent gastric discomfort. Today's agony stemmed from the fact that after last suffering from stomach pains and taking medication, she had yet to procure more. Gu Yi lowered her gaze to his hand, which was grasping hers, and raised her other hand to lightly tap him, frowning as she said, I understand. How bothersome." Gu Yi had always adored the fried noodles from this establishment. She would indulge even when her stomach ached. However, this time felt peculiar. Each time she caught sight of Sheng Yuchen's beaming face, she found herself inexplicably obedient. Sheng Yuchen's eyes swept over her, landing on her gradually reddening ears, his thin lips curving into a subtle smile, revealing the dimples at the corners of his mouth once more. A fleeting thought crossed Gu Yi's mind, igniting a mischievous curiosity about what it would feel like to pinch that face. She quickly dismissed the notion, questioning her own sanity. After a moment's wait, the proprietress brought forth their order, meticulously packaging 3 additional servings of soup noodles. Eat up, while it's hot. These wontons are the best on this street. And my family has a secret recipe, so fragrant," she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Thank you. With a beauty as enchanting as yours, it's no wonder the food is delectable." Sheng Yuchen's words sent shivers down Gu Yi's spine. This young gentleman's tongue must be coated in honey, for he was quite the flatterer. "Oh dear, your flattery is far too sweet. Is it truly that beautiful?" The proprietress, flustered by the praise, felt her cheeks warm with a rosy hue, playfully swatting his arm, nearly toppling him. "Delicious, do come again." As new customers entered, she excused herself and stepped away. Gu Yi swallowed her wonton and muttered dismissively, "All show and no substance." Upon exiting the establishment after her meal, Gu Yi was met by a sudden gust of wind as she awaited the red light, tousling the strands of hair that framed her face. Instinctively, she recoiled, her slender figure shivering in the chill. An itch in her nose prompted a reflexive motion to shield it with her arm, leading to a sudden sneeze. When she lifted her gaze once more, the wind at her ear had lessened considerably. Turning her head, she noticed that Sheng Yuchen, who had originally stood to her right, had shifted to her left, providing a barrier against the breeze. Upon meeting her inquisitive glance, Sheng Yuchen offered her a tissue with a gentle suggestion, "Wipe your nose." Gratefully accepting the tissue, Gu Yi murmured her thanks before taking a moment to clear her nose, feeling considerably relieved. Upon returning to the office, Xing Kai instructed the others to head to the Shaxian snack shop for a meal, promising to cover the bill shortly. The group reconvened in the conference room to review the Blue Rose case once more. Based on the information provided by Lin Mu, it was revealed that Yi Yun, as a live-stream host, frequently stayed up late, often resorting to takeout. Lin Mu, a devoted fan of Yi Yun, had taken it upon himself to deliver her meals. leading to a natural camaraderie developing between them over time. Eventually, Ian began to contact him directly through WeChat for her orders, and Lin Mu would routinely offer to dispose of her trash after each delivery. On the evening of August 29th, Lin Mu received her usual WeChat message and procured her requested items, arriving around 7 o'clock and departing promptly at 8. The WeChat conversation records he provided corroborated this timeline perfectly. However, there were no chat records from that day on Ian's phone, which clearly indicated that someone had intentionally deleted them. After listening intently, Gui directly inquired of Ji-ku, "Old Ji, do the shoe prints you collected match Lin Mu's size?" Ji-ku swallowed a mouthful of powder and shook his head. The shoe print collected at the scene is a size 45, whereas Lin Mu has smaller feet, wearing a size 42. The discrepancy is too significant. This suggests that the perpetrator appeared after Lin Mu's departure. However, to enter Ian's home without leaving a trace, the individual must be someone familiar to her. Her social interactions are quite limited. Apart from her landlord and parents, she hardly engages with anyone else. We have investigated, and the landlord is female. Her parents reside in Jiangxing, which is quite far from here. According to neighbors, Ian rarely leaves her home and does not socialize with them at all. The case has once again been shrouded in a veil of mystery, making it even more perplexing. Yan swiftly finished his powder and took out his notebook. I led a team to search all the tattoo parlors in Jincheng. After a thorough investigation, I managed to identify 3 establishments. All 3 have tattooed blue roses, and I obtained photographs of their blue rose tattoo designs. As he spoke, he laid the 3 photographs of the blue rose tattoos on the table one by one. Gui's gaze fell upon them, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Just as she was about to speak, someone preempted her. The tattoo designs in these 3 photographs are different. Chapter 16 Reunion with Gui. As Sheng Yuchen rose from his seat across from her, he picked up the 3 photographs laid out on the table, scrutinizing them meticulously. Each image of the blue rose exhibited distinct characteristics. He singled out one, placing it on the table and pointing to the petal area. Here, it sparkles with glitter, unlike the other 2. Moreover, the number of petals varies among the 3. After comparing the remaining 2 once more, he returned them to Yan and, with unwavering certainty, indicated the one on the table, asserting, "I can be absolutely certain. This is the one." Xing Kai was taken aback, questioning him. "Why?" Meeting his gaze, Sheng Yuchen explained, "The blue rose on the corpse had 18 petals, and it sparkled. This one perfectly matches that description." Gui smiled faintly, surprised by his quick reaction, which surpassed her own. "Did you inquire about the owner of this tattoo parlor?" she asked Yan. Yan flipped through his notebook once more, stating, "The tattoo artist is He Wei, 29 years old, with a middle school education, and he appears quite refined." Xing Kai inquired, "Does he know the 5 victims?" Yan nodded slowly. When I asked, he recognized all of them upon seeing their photographs. Just as Sheng Yuchen was about to respond, the conference room door swung open abruptly, and Wang Ko entered. He noted his presence with an apology before stating, "A woman has come in, claiming someone is trying to kill her." Xing Kai stood up and followed him outside, where they encountered the woman Wang Ko mentioned, Secretary Xiao Zhang of Jin Wanli. At that moment, Xiao Zhang was far removed from the grace and poise she had exhibited earlier in the day. Her eyes were filled with panic, and her complexion appeared haggard and pale. When Gui emerged to see her in such a state, he was momentarily taken aback. Xing Kai approached to negotiate, but his efforts ended in failure. Xiao Zhang stammered, unable to articulate much beyond her incessant cries, repeatedly muttering, "Someone wants to kill me." Xing Kai, who had a deep aversion to women weeping and possessed little patience for comforting them, stood with his hands on his hips, nearly losing his temper. Wang Ke, standing nearby, found himself in a quandary as he, too, lacked the ability to console a woman. If he had possessed such skills, he certainly wouldn't have remained single until now. The women in the office, aside from Cui Xiaohua and Gui, were all rather rough around the edges, either married or single. Sheng Yuchen stepped forward, placed a reassuring hand on Xing Kai's shoulder, and said, "Allow me." He was well versed in the art of comforting women. Gui observed as he approached Xiao Zhang, and to her astonishment, He seemed to say something that brought her to cease her tears, her emotions gradually calming. Gui thought to herself, what on earth did he say to her? Yin Yin, standing nearby, could not resist fanning the flames of curiosity. Hey, Gui. Who would have thought your husband was so good at soothing others? Gui shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes holding an inscrutable meaning. Yet, Yin Yin felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something ominous. Gui found the scene before her rather glaring, stirring discomfort within her. Sheng Yuchen truly lived up to his reputation. He treated everyone the same, particularly women, with a smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze, embodying the essence of a gallant gentleman. Rolling her eyes, she turned to Yin Yin and said, Xiao Yan, come with me to the tattoo parlor. Xiao Zhang's emotions gradually stabilized as Wang Ke poured her a glass of warm water. Sheng Yuchen then brought her a tissue to wipe her tears. Xiao Zhang softly murmured her gratitude. Noticing her calmness, Sheng Yuchen began to inquire. You mentioned that someone wants to kill you. Could you tell me who that is? Xiao Zhang hung her head, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her dress, and large tears began to well up in her eyes once more. Her voice trembled as she spoke. It's my boss. He said that if I don't comply with him, he will kill me. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuchen's expression darkened. He exchanged a glance with Xing Kai, each harboring their own thoughts. It appeared that Jin Wanli was not as he seemed. There was an undisclosed side to him. Yin Yin drove diligently, following the directions on his phone. Arriving at the tattoo parlor he and Gui had visited earlier that afternoon. The hour was nearing 7 in the evening. The sun having dipped to leave only a sliver of light, and the street lights had begun to illuminate the surroundings, with numerous street vendors bustling with activity. In stark contrast to the vibrant scene nearby, the tattoo parlor stood desolate and quiet. Yin Yin rolled down the car window, resting his elbow on the ledge. Sister Gui, the tattoo shop is closed. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. It was open when I left. How can it be closed already? Gui opened the car door and stepped out, glancing at the sign of the tattoo parlor, which remained unlit. The owner of the nearby barber shop, an older man in his 40s, looked on. She approached him and asked, Excuse me, I had an appointment with the owner of the tattoo shop, but I see that his door is shut. Do you know where he might be? Gui smiled politely and added, Do you have his phone number? The boss shook his head. This individual is rather peculiar. He often engages in casual conversations with us, yet never shares his WeChat or phone number. When asked, he merely claims to be uninterested in mobile phones, preferring a landline. Yin Yin, unable to contain himself, chuckled and raised a hand to his nose. A landline? What era are we in that someone still uses a landline? Gui found it equally strange and nodded, expressing her gratitude to the boss. As Gui settled into the passenger seat, she discovered a letter on the chair. Just a moment ago, there had been no such letter. Yin Yin turned around and inquired, Sister Gui, what is this? Gui shook her head, slowly opening the envelope. Inside, she found a sheet of paper with a single line written in English. I meet you again, Gui. Yin Yin, upon seeing the message, silently comprehended its meaning and felt a sudden chill creep over him, sending a shiver down his spine. Gui, we meet again. He gasped sharply, Sister Gui, this. The English was printed in black ink, illuminated by the white streetlight, rendering it particularly eerie. The surroundings were relatively quiet, with dusk approaching. Practically all the shops were closed except for a nearby barber shop. The tattoo parlor next to them was also tightly shut, leaving only a window uncovered, the curtains drawn back, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. The sudden stillness in the air was unsettling, and at that moment, meow, a black cat suddenly darted out from the alley, its shrill cry startling them. Oh my, that cat gave me quite a fright. Gui remained remarkably composed, casting a fleeting glance at the black cat before tucking the letter away. As the vehicle started and gradually merged into the flow of traffic, unbeknownst to them, someone on the second floor of the tattoo parlor had stealthily opened a small gap in the curtains, a pair of dark, piercing eyes fixated on their departing car until it vanished from sight. Chapter 17. What do you take me for? By the time they returned to the precinct, the sky had completely darkened. Night had descended, and the moon was absent from the heavens, leaving only a few scattered stars twinkling at the horizon. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. Gui, we meet again. This phrase lingered incessantly, echoing within her consciousness. It was evident that this was directed at her. Could it be the handiwork of the murderer? But why? Who could it be? She found herself at a loss, her head throbbing painfully and her nose congested, rendering her somewhat dazed. Grabbing a fresh pack of tissues from the side, she inhaled sharply. Just as she was about to discard the used tissue, she caught sight of the blood on it. Gui paused momentarily, then reached for a clean tissue to wipe her nose, which indeed was bleeding. Though the amount was not substantial, she paid little heed to it, attributing it to her recent indulgence in overly spicy food. As she contemplated closing her eyes for a brief respite, Sheng Kai approached. Sheng Kai glanced at the envelope on the table, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. I heard from Xiaoyan that you received a letter earlier. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Gui, are you all right? Sighing deeply, Gui met his gaze, revealing a hint of fatigue. What did Sheng Yuchen ask about? And what about Xiaozhang? It must be said that Sheng Yuchen is indeed remarkable. He has gleaned quite a bit of incriminating information about Jean Wanli from Xiaozhang. Sheng Kai, with thoughtful consideration, approached and poured a glass of warm water for her, presenting it with care. As for Jean Wanli, he is a character of duplicity, a wolf in sheep's clothing, always keeping an eye on other options while feasting on what is at hand. Xiaozhang is already the 9th secretary he has had. The previous ones were unable to endure his relentless demands and ultimately resigned. Xiaozhang herself was only recently appointed, and during the time when his wife was still present, Jean Wanli had shown a modicum of restraint. Sheng Kai meticulously recounted everything Xiaozhang had shared. Observing her demeanor, he felt a mix of sympathy and helplessness. Letting out a deep sigh, Gui, however, shook her head and said, "There is no need. After all, this is a serial case, and with limited personnel, I will assist as much as I can." Sheng Kai, feeling a touch of discomfort at her words, replied more sternly, "But you must also take care of your health. Do not overexert yourself. By the way, does your stomach still ache?" She found herself lacking the strength to speak, her head heavy. With a tone of fatigue, she murmured, "Let me rest for a while. Call me if anything arises." Gui was unaware of how long she had slept, but in a daze. She felt someone draping a blanket over her, tucking it in tightly, to the point where she began to perspire. As she blinked awake, her vision was slightly blurred, and the first thing she noticed was a handsome, composed face, though she could not discern his features clearly. Just as she attempted to rub her eyes, a warm hand covered her forehead, causing her hand to freeze in midair as she blinked again. Sheng Yuchen, slightly bent forward, stood right before her, his hand gently resting on her forehead. As she absent-mindedly murmured to herself, "It seems like the fever has subsided." Gui's mind suddenly jolted, and she waved her hand dismissively, brushing aside Sheng Yuchen's touch while frowning at him. Upon noticing her awakening and the irritable expression she wore after her slumber, Sheng Yuchen found her glaring eyes, dark and glistening, somehow endearing. He chuckled softly. "What is this? Are you still grumpy after just waking up?" Gui straightened herself, folding the blanket that had covered her. "Don't touch me," she chided him lightly. Realizing her intent, Sheng Yuchen couldn't help but laugh. "Gui, you truly have a heart of stone. I covered you with the blanket because you were burning with fever. What do you take me for?" He poured some medicine into a cup, shaking it gently before presenting it to her. "Here, take your medicine." Gui froze momentarily, feeling somewhat flustered as she realized she had indeed been unwell. She placed the blanket on her lap and reached for the cup, her voice slightly hoarse. "I'm sorry. And thank you." Sheng Yuchen found her demeanor amusing. All right. Hurry and eat the meal and soup that Uncle Lee specially brought. It's still warm." He nodded towards the adjoining reception room, indicating she should go eat. Gui looked at him, and as if anticipating her next words, Sheng Yuchen preempted her. "No need to thank me. It was the old man who asked Uncle Lee to bring it. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards him." Sheng Yuchen was genuinely exasperated. Her incessant thanks kept her at a distance from everyone. I truly cannot comprehend her. She exhibits severe obsessive cleanliness and possesses a rather irritable temperament. How, I wonder, did she manage to cultivate friendships? Upon the coffee table in the reception room rests a large green thermos container. As I lift the lid, the enticing aroma of the meal wafts forth, revealing Gu Yi's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. At the very bottom lies a steaming bowl of chicken soup. Gu Yi instinctively swallows, picking up the prepared spoon beside her to begin her meal. Sheng Yuchen, with arms crossed and leaning against the doorframe, felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He retrieved the device to glance at the caller ID, then stepped outside. Only when he reached a secluded spot did he answer the call. Hello? Hello? Young Master San. There has been some movement from Second Master. Sheng Yuchen's gaze darkened, and his voice lowered, taking on a husky timbre. What is he up to now? On the other end was a confidential informant he had placed within the Sheng group, tasked with monitoring his second uncle, Sheng De. I checked with the finance department. He has misappropriated company funds to purchase a house for the mistress. Sheng Yuchen let out a cold laugh, his tone devoid of warmth. For now, keep it under wraps. Let him proceed with the purchase. But young Master San, that money. Sheng Yuchen paused, seemingly recalling something, and inquired, how has my uncle been lately? A long sigh emanated from the other end, sounding wearied. The old master's leg remains the same. It has been persistently rainy these past few days, and his leg is causing him significant pain. Understood, Sheng Yuchen replied, gazing into the distance with an air of indifference in his eyes. Ensure the auntie takes good care of him. His salary should also see an increase. Understood, young Master San. I will take care of it. With no further ado, Sheng Yuchen terminated the call. On the other end, the person had intended to express more concern, yet the abrupt disconnection elicited yet another silent sigh. Sheng Yuchen retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, deftly igniting it with a lighter, as tendrils of smoke coiled around him. Chapter 18. A grand gift the following day. The dawn's light broke through the night as shroud, with rays of sunshine filtering through the sparse clouds, cascading over the city that was still awakening. The city, having enjoyed a night of tranquility, gradually resumed its diurnal clamor as time progressed. At the Lin City Bureau, in the interrogation room, Jean Wanli sat composedly in a chair, a cup of tea placed before him, casually reclining with one leg crossed over the other. He adjusted his glasses while observing Xing Kai opposite him. Reiterating his earlier statement, "Officer, I believe I have been quite clear. The disappearance of Xiao Zhang is in no way related to me." With a resounding thud, Xing Kai slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He glared at Jean Wanli, his voice escalating several decibels. "Jean Wanli, Xiao Zhang was escorted home safely by our personnel last night. However, today, when we called her, her phone was turned off. Upon visiting her residence, we found the door ajar, but she was nowhere to be found." Xing Kai had also reviewed the surveillance footage, only to discover that the cameras had been tampered with prior to the incident. From the community to her home, not a single suspicious individual was captured on camera. It is evident that the perpetrator was highly familiar with the surveillance routes and adeptly evaded all monitored areas. Angered, Xing Kai abandoned his breakfast halfway and summoned Jean Wanli for questioning. After nearly half an hour of inquiry, Jean Wanli resolutely asserted that he harbored no inappropriate intentions towards Xiao Zhang. Instead, he questioned the police's competence, accusing them of failing to apprehend the murderer of his wife and seeking to pin the blame on him. He further claimed that his lawyer would arrive shortly. Xing Kai, known for his explosive temper, was on the verge of losing control when Sheng Yuchen entered the room. Locking eyes with Xing Kai, he suggested, "Allow me to handle this." Suppressing his fury, Xing Kai turned and exited. Sheng Yuchen approached Jean Wanli from behind, observing his hair as he spoke. "You were Jean Wanli, raised in a troubled household. You grew up with your father, who had a penchant for alcohol and violence. Your mother, terrified by his brutality and burdened by her own gambling debts, ultimately fled with your twin brothers." As Sheng Yuchen circled around him, his voice resonated softly yet compellingly, designed to disrupt Jean Wanli's thoughts. "Your father instilled in you a sense of male dominance, teaching that disobedient women deserve punishment. Your marriage to Fong Lulu was merely a union of convenience, fulfilling your superficial societal expectations. The affection you portray is a mere facade. In reality, your relationship is fraught with conflict. where disagreements lead to either physical or verbal abuse, followed by monetary appeasement. He halted before Jean Wanli, a piercing gaze flashing in his eyes. The act of striking while offering a sweet date is not an isolated incident for you. You have engaged in this behavior more than once, and each time, Fong Luliulu has forgiven you, thus granting you the audacious opportunity to escalate your actions. Jean Wanli, your unique approach to love is indeed peculiar. He raised the teacup before Jean Wanli and doused his face with its contents. After the splash, Sheng Yuchen tilted his head, his eyes glistening with frost, infused with a hint of a predatory glint. Jean Wanli, upon hearing this account, exhibited a flicker of panic and fury on his otherwise composed visage. Wiping the tea stains from his face, anger surged within his gaze. Before he could utter a word, Sheng Yuchen interjected. The type of person I despise most is one who vents their frustrations on their spouse. He harbors a profound disdain for three categories of individuals: those who disrespect their elders, those who neglect their wives, and those who are ungrateful. At this, Jean Wanli scoffed, then erupted into a fit of laughter. My dear fellow, what you just stated is entirely fabricated. I do not possess a twin brother. Nor does my mother. Sheng Yuchen abruptly cut him off. Indeed, what I just said was merely a conjecture, a blend of truth and falsehood. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Gu Yi and Xing Kai stood side by side, observing through the one-way glass. Xing Kai, hands on his hips, wore an expression of discontent. Gu Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Calm down. It's unnecessary to get worked up over a domestic abuser like him. Xing Kai raised an eyebrow. Looking at Gu Yi, what do you mean, unnecessary? That guy is an abuser. I had Xiao Yin bring a search warrant, and we uncovered a plethora of tools in his home. He is a complete deviant. Gu Yi gave a faint acknowledgement. Indeed, he is a scoundrel. However, the most pressing matter now is to locate Xiao Zhang swiftly. The atmosphere darkened around Xing Kai as he replied, Yes, I have already instructed Wang Ke to investigate. Just then, Cui Xiaohua entered, holding a letter in her hand. She presented the letter to Gu Yi, saying, Master, the guard just delivered this letter for you. Gu Yi's gaze fell upon the envelope, and she was momentarily stunned. The design and the color of the envelope were identical to the one from last night. She reached out to take the envelope, tore open the seal, and extracted the letter within. As she unfolded it, her eyes were met with yet another phrase, this time printed in Chinese. The message read, Gu Yi, I have a grand gift for you, located in the trash bin at the city bureau's entrance. A grand gift? What could it possibly be? Noticing the change in her expression after reading the letter, Xing Kai inquired, What's wrong? Gu Yi handed him the envelope and the letter, then strode purposefully towards the exit. As she walked, she broke into a run, with Xing Kai trailing behind. He watched as she reached the trash bin, lifted the lid, and began to rummage through the refuse. Cui Xiaohua, slightly delayed in her reaction, saw Gu Yi sifting through the trash and collided with Xing Kai, pulling him along. He steadied her with a hand as she glanced between him and Gu Yi, incredulous as she rubbed her eyes. Boss, I can't be mistaken. Is that really my master? Xing Kai nodded in affirmation. It was only when Gu Yi unearthed a black plastic bag from the trash bin, which bore a piece of paper affixed to it, inscribed with black marker. As she held the black plastic bag, Gu Yi weighed it in her hands, her brows furrowing slightly as she sensed something amiss. The weight was considerable, suggesting that the contents were not to be taken lightly. Her expression turned solemn, indicating that whatever lay within the bag was likely sinister. She paused, raising her gaze to him, her demeanor complicated. What is going on? After a moment, Sheng Yuchen replied, pressing his lips together, his lawyer has arrived and is demanding our release. Xing Kai glanced over his shoulder, inhaling deeply. I will speak with his lawyer. Before entering, he patted Sheng Yuchen on the shoulder, offering a word of encouragement. You've done well. With that, he pushed open the door to the interrogation room. Sheng Yuchen was taken aback, but managed a slight smile in response. Gu Yi turned and made her way to the autopsy room. As Cui Xiaohua received an envelope from Xing Kai, her curiosity got the better of her, compelling her to glance at the contents of the letter. Her curiosity intensified. Who had sent this to her master, And what could possibly be inside that black plastic bag? The three of them arrived at the autopsy room. Watching as Gui placed the black plastic bag on the empty autopsy table, slowly beginning to unwrap it. Her slender, bony fingers, long and delicate, appeared almost luminescent under the harsh overhead light, with faint veins visible on the back of her hands. Being closest to the object, she utilized the overhead light to her advantage. Even before fully unveiling it, she discerned the nature of its contents. Gui stared at the object, her eyes momentarily vacant. When she lifted her gaze, it collided with Sheng Yuchen's, who instantly recognized her disquiet. Gui reclosed the black plastic bag, restored her usual expression, and looked at Cui Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, you may leave." Cui Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to grasp Gui's intent. "Master, is something wrong?" Gui patiently reiterated her previous statement, adding, "Sheng Yuchen, you too shall depart." This left Cui Xiaohua bewildered, yet Sheng Yuchen immediately comprehended her meaning. He gently pushed Cui Xiaohua outside the dissection room and exchanged a few words with her before shutting the door once more. Upon noticing Sheng Yuchen still inside, Gui paused, instructing, "You may leave as well." However, Sheng Yuchen took a step closer to her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What is this? I am quite curious about what lies within that black bag." He reached out to seize it, but Gui firmly grasped the opening of the bag, clearly refusing. "Do not look," she urged. The more she insisted, the stronger Sheng Yuchen's curiosity grew. He captured Gui's hand, his large palm enveloping hers. Gui's hand felt cool, in stark contrast to the warmth radiating from Sheng Yuchen's grasp. No longer dissuading him, she remarked, "Curiosity killed the cat. If you wish to see, then gaze. However, should you be frightened, I shall not take responsibility." She had said all that needed to be said. It was Sheng Yuchen's own volition that compelled him to look. 3 seconds later, a wave of dread washed over Sheng Yuchen, and he forced himself to close the black bag, retreating a few steps. His complexion was evidently paler than before, and his emotions were beyond articulation. Only he could fathom the turmoil within. When he finally spoke again, his voice trembled slightly. "Is this Yin?" "Indeed. Within the black bag lies a female skull, belonging to none other than Yin. This is what the gift giver referred to as a grand present." Gui closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and donned her gloves. She stepped forward once more, retrieving the skull from the bag, cradling it in her hands. She approached Yin's body, pressing it against her, meticulously examining the incision once again. Sheng Yuchen stood silently beside her, an unusual quiet enveloping him for an extended moment. Once Gui completed her examination, she draped a cloth over the remains and, while removing her gloves, made her way to the sink. Gui washed her hands with an air of composure, dispensing liquid soap and scrubbing diligently. "If I were to be fearful, then what am I doing as a forensic expert?" Her gaze remained fixed upon her hands as she replied, "I had already advised you not to look. It was your own insistence that led you to do so." Sheng Yuchen cast a glance at Yin, instinctively inching closer to Gui. As Gui rinsed off the foam, she heard Sheng Yuchen remark, "Isn't this merely a case of heightened curiosity?" His tone bore a hint of playful petulance. Her scrubbing momentarily paused, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips before she resumed, "Not at all." She withdrew 2 paper towels, meticulously drying each finger before bringing them to her nose for a sniff. Satisfied that there was no unpleasant odor, she finally set them down. Observing her actions, Sheng Yuchen felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. "Is there any hope for your obsessive cleanliness?" he queried. Gui cast him a sideways glance, retorting, "And what of your central air conditioning? Is there any hope for that?" Sheng Yuchen was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. Gui glanced at her phone to check the time, and then stated, 7 o'clock in the evening. Accompany me to Yunnan Road. Sheng Yuchen was perplexed. "What are we going there for?" "Just come with me," Gui replied, offering little explanation. At 7 in the evening on Yunnan Road, Gui drove with remarkable steadiness and proficiency, navigating through a labyrinth of winding paths to avoid the congested traffic. She parked the car in an inconspicuous corner, unfastened her seatbelt, and stepped out. Leading him down a narrow alley, Gui stopped at the street, tilted her chin, and gestured for him to observe the tattoo shop across the road. Do you see that tattoo parlor over there? Sheng Yuchen squinted slightly, his small head filled with confusion. I see it. What about it? Following her lead, he glanced back at the nearby establishment, a spicy hot pot restaurant. He rubbed his stomach, swallowing hard at the thought. Why don't we settle dinner first? Previously, when Gu Yi and Yin Yin had visited, the hot pot restaurant had not yet opened, so Gu Yi had overlooked its presence. Just as Sheng Yuchen intended to pull her inside, he reached out, but found only air. Gu Yi, having spotted something, dashed away. Without a moment's hesitation, Sheng Yuchen took off after her. However, the area was a maze of alleys, both large and small, some of which had broken streetlights, rendering the surroundings dark and devoid of visible traces of Gu Yi. His feelings of confusion gradually morphed into anxiety and concern. Who could Gu Yi have seen? It was late evening, and she was, after all, a woman. The surrounding gloom was quiet and desolate, significantly heightening the risk of something untoward occurring. Sheng Yuchen's heart raced as he heard commotion ahead, prompting him to quicken his pace. As he cautiously approached, he beheld. Chapter 20. Today is your day. Gu Yi stood in confrontation with a man clad entirely in black, his face obscured by a dark cap and muffled in shadows, rendering his features indistinguishable. Just as Sheng Yuchen intended to call out to Gu Yi, the man engaged her in combat. Eager to assist, Sheng Yuchen was halted by Gu Yi's sharp command. Stay where you are. Gu Yi, having undergone training, possessed considerable skill, sufficient to contend with the man before her. The two exchanged blows for some time, neither gaining the upper hand. The man's reflexes and striking speed were remarkably swift. Seizing an opportunity when he faltered momentarily, Gu Yi aimed for a decisive strike, hoping to subdue him. Yet, unexpectedly, the man revealed a hidden dagger, gleaming with menace, which he thrust towards her. Instinctively, Gu Yi stepped back, her reflexes quickening as she sidestepped, causing the man's initial strike to miss her entirely. With deftness, she seized his wrist, leveraging her shoulder against him to execute a throw. The man crashed to the ground, but was quick to rise. His second thrust was executed with alarming speed. And once again, Gu Yi sidestepped against the wall, only to realize that his target was not her abdomen, but her neck. The blade, honed to a lethal edge, grazed the back of Gu Yi's neck, narrowly avoiding the major artery. Sheng Yuchen's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, Gu Yi. The man grasped Gu Yi's shoulders and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Gu Yi, you are so formidable. Surely you can guess who I am? Gu Yi widened her eyes, filled with fierce determination, locking her gaze directly with his. His eyes sparkled with a provocative glint as he chuckled and tossed down a dagger, forcefully shoving Gu Yi to the ground. With laughter echoing around the alley, he fled, his mirth resonating in a way that was both jarring and terrifying. Gu Yi attempted to rise and pursue him, but was halted by a sharp pain radiating from her neck, compelling her to stop. Sheng Yuchen rushed over, immediately noticing the injury on her neck. The man had not been gentle. He had inflicted a long, deep cut, with crimson blood seeping from the wound. Glaring under the dim light, Gu Yi raised her hand to press against her injury and instructed him, go after him. Sheng Yuchen's expression darkened as he scolded softly. What are you thinking? Are you trying to throw your life away? The man had sprinted away swiftly. His laughter and footsteps were no longer audible, indicating his intimate familiarity with the area, making it futile to chase after him now. Gu Yi rolled her eyes in reproach, asking, then why didn't you chase him just now? Sheng Yuchen was at a loss for words. Upon seeing Gu Yi injured, he had momentarily lost his composure. He quickly changed the subject, stating, this is not the time for such discussions. I need to take you to the hospital. Gu Yi responded with a nonchalant then pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket, tilting her head to apply pressure to her wound to prevent excessive blood loss. Sheng Yuchen was contemplating suggesting that he carry Gu Yi, but she moved with surprising swiftness, outpacing him. At the second hospital of lynching, Sheng Yuchen remained by her side, eager to assist her in any way, yet his intentions were met with her polite refusals. The soft glow of the lights enveloped her, accentuating the taut line of her jaw and complementing her ethereal aura. When the nurse administered the medication, she anticipated cries of pain or distress from Gu Yi. However, the latter merely furrowed her brow in silence, leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed. Sheng Yuchen was about to engage Gu Yi in conversation when a figure approached down the corridor. Upon closer inspection, he recognized He Pian Ran. She, too, noticed him and walked over, her list in hand. "What brings you to the hospital?" Sheng Yuchen lifted his chin slightly, gesturing towards Gu Yi. "I came to accompany someone." He Pian Ran glanced in Gu Yi's direction, preparing to make a light-hearted comment when suddenly a hand clapped on her shoulder. "Hey, Dr. He, good evening." The voice was sweet and soft, unmistakably feminine, laced with a playful tone. Since the day he became her attending physician, a series of misfortunes had ensued. He Pian Ran was aware of her own attractiveness, given the number of nurses who admired him, yet he remained indifferent to their affections. After 3 decades of solitude, he preserved the memory of his first love. Yi Zimei leaned into him, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she attempted to charm him. A large red gift box clutched in her hands. If not for her ample mask, she would not have dared to be so brazenly forward. She stepped back, leaving He Pian Ran with no path of retreat. Just as she intended to tug at Sheng Yuchen's sleeve, her hand grasped only air. Sheng Yuchen deliberately distanced himself. Observing the expression of desperation on her face, his eyes filled with a silent plea for rescue. A smirk danced at the corners of his mouth as he reveled in mocking He Pian Ran. Only then did he turn to Gu Yi and say, "Nurse, please be gentle. My wife's complexion is quite pale." The nurse glanced at him and softly acknowledged with a yes. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Zimei turned her attention toward them. As Yi Zimei spotted the white bandages encircling her neck, she momentarily froze. She stepped closer, scrutinizing her neck with a hint of concern in her eyes. "What happened to you? Did someone hurt you? Tell me, and I'll make sure to skin them alive." As she spoke, she instinctively reached out to touch her neck. Gu Yi raised a hand to stop her, grasping her slender wrist gently, his gaze softening as he replied, "It's just a small cut from a knife." Yi Zimei, puzzled, inquired, "What kind of knife could cause such an injury to your neck? Aren't you investigating a case? Was it the perpetrator?" Gu Yi remained noncommittal, sensing that Yi Zimei had already discerned the underlying implications without needing further elaboration. Her gaze then shifted to the legs adorned with white shoes. "Is your foot better now?" At the mention of her foot, Yi Zimei's thoughts instinctively drifted to He Pian Ran. She glanced at her, a shy smile gracing her features, her voice taking on a playful lilt. "Oh, it got better yesterday, all thanks to Dr. He. Sister Qiao asked me to come express my gratitude. And then I saw you." Gui nodded slightly. "That's sufficient. Do not wander aimlessly in the coming days. It is unsafe." "Why? Has another dangerous case arisen?" "Listen closely. You must absolutely ensure your own safety. In every situation, there are criminal investigation personnel. Do not recklessly take the lead. Do you understand?" Gui responded with 3 perfunctory affirmations. "I am speaking seriously. Do not dismiss me." Yi Zimei pouted in displeasure, but still nodded in agreement. Sheng Yuchen obediently echoed her approval and, before departing, deliberately paused in front of He Pian Ran to mock him. "He Pian Ran, today is your day." He Pian Ran responded in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 21. What is as they exited the hospital, the stars twinkled in the night sky, creating a captivating scene. Gui leaned at an angle, propping her temple with one hand while gazing out at the scenery. The car glided beneath the streetlights, occasionally allowing beams of light to spill in, casting a weary glow upon her features. Sheng Yuchen stole glances at her, suspecting she had fallen asleep. He subtly reduced the car's speed, driving with a steady calmness. Suddenly, the person beside him spoke. "Do you believe Jin Wanli is the murderer?" Sheng Yuchen paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. "Did you not say that solving a case relies on evidence, and mere speculation is nonsensical?" Gu Yi fell silent. The phrase resonated with her. She had indeed expressed it before. She let out a heavy sigh, her nasal tone distinctly audible. "Perhaps others may doubt me, but you are different." Sheng Yuchen deliberately probed further. "Oh? How am I different?" "You are an expert, and your reasoning is undoubtedly sound. I am eager to hear your thoughts." Sheng Yuchen's delicate lips curled into a smile, Jean Wanli is not the murderer. Why? It is currently established that he indeed possesses violent tendencies, occasionally resorting to domestic abuse against his wife. However, to outsiders, he appears as a kind and generous CEO of a publicly listed company, basking in glory with an illustrious future ahead, universally praised for his virtues. It is precisely this adulation that appeals to his vanity. Gu Yi turned her head slightly to look at him. He married Fong Lulu for this very reason. Fong Lulu is worthy of him, capable of enhancing his stature. Indeed, Sheng Yuchen exchanged a knowing smile with her, affirming that he had no reason to harm Fong Lulu, unless it were an accident. In the afternoon, I also investigated. Apart from Fong Lulu and Xiao Zhang, he did not know the other 4 victims. As for the night of Xiao Zhang's disappearance, I reviewed the surveillance footage from his company, which confirmed that he was indeed present there last night. Gu Yi inquired further. Have you checked the surveillance at Xiao Zhang's residential complex? Sheng Yuchen immediately grasped her implication, responding softly, understood. Once again, silence enveloped the car as Gu Yi gazed out the window, her thoughts in turmoil. He Wei has yet to make an appearance. Today, during daylight, I sent Yin Yin to search for him, but the tattoo parlor was closed, seemingly by design. As of now, they have only 7 days left. Gu Yi harbored a persistent feeling that something was amiss with Yi Wei. At the municipal bureau, Xing Kai noticed the bandage around Gu Yi's neck, and his heart sank. He strode forward, intent on examining her injury. Gu Yi, quick to react, stepped back a couple of paces towards Sheng Yuchen. Xing Kai suspended his hand in midair, momentarily frozen in place. He had yet to pose his inquiry, yet Gu Yi had already provided a forthright answer. A twinge of concern lingered in Xing Kai's heart, prompting him to utter a question of little substance. How did this happen? Does it hurt? Gu Yi was contemplating a response when Sheng Yuchen interjected with a quick retort. Isn't that a pointless question? You used a fruit knife. How could it not hurt? Seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation, Gu Yi inquired about Xiao Zhang. Have there been any updates on Xiao Zhang? Xing Kai pressed his lips together and shook his head, a sigh escaping him, laden with helplessness. I have spent the afternoon searching with the team. We have questioned everyone we could, and all have claimed ignorance. I reviewed the surveillance footage from Xiao Zhang's neighborhood, including all exits, and ultimately discovered that she left alone through the eastern gate. Left alone? Gu Yi's brow furrowed slightly. What time was it? 10:23 in the evening. Sheng Yuchen interjected. What was she wearing when she left, and what did she have with her? Xing Kai glanced at him before responding. She was dressed in the same outfit she wore when she came to the bureau yesterday, and apart from her mobile phone, she carried nothing else. The surveillance footage indicated that she was in a hurry, occasionally glancing around and checking her phone, likely searching for someone. Gu Yi's gaze sharpened. Can we access her call records? Xing Kai replied, the last call was made yesterday morning at 10 to her close friend. I also spoke with her friend, who was working late last night. Thus, it appeared they had circled back, ensnared once more in a fog of uncertainty. Just then, a wail echoed from the other side, the voice of Yin Yin exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. 3 individuals turned towards the sound. Discovering Yin Yin seated at his workstation, his hair tousled from his own grasp, and his eyes exhibiting noticeable redness. Xing Kai inquired, What troubles you, Xiao Yin? Yin Yin, having joined the force alongside Wang, and possessing over a year of experience, having entered before Cui Xiaohua, was assigned to Xing Kai's team, where they had successfully solved numerous cases together. His youthfulness fostered a keen interest in deduction. It was at this moment that Yin Yin realized he had called out too loudly. He quickly retracted his neck, muttering, It's nothing at all, boss. Xing Kai approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Observing Yin Yan's earlier demeanor, he surmised the cause of his distress. It's perfectly fine if you can't deduce anything. Remember, you are not alone in this endeavor. We are all here to support you. The hour is late. Let us take a moment to rest. Without recharging, how can we solve cases and protect our citizens? Gu Yi surveyed the surroundings and asked Yin Yin, Where's Xiaohua? Let us take a break, he added, before striding towards the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, he spotted Cui Xiaohua standing at the edge, her silhouette framed against the evening sky. As she stepped closer, Gu Yi gently called out, Xiaohua? Hearing the familiar voice, Cui Xiaohua turned, seemingly finding her anchor, and rushed into Gu Yi's embrace, her arms tightly encircling her waist. Taken aback by this sudden gesture, Gu Yi initially contemplated pushing her away but soon recognized her unsettling emotional state. With a soft sigh, she patiently inquired, "What's wrong?" Gu Yi did not disengage. Instead, she stood calmly, allowing Cui Xiaohua to cling to her. Suddenly, a breeze swept through, bringing with it a hint of the night's chill. The rooftop was dimly lit, the bulb yet to be replaced, flickering sporadically. "Have you finished crying?" After waiting for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Gu Yi's patience was thoroughly exhausted. At this inquiry, Cui Xiaohua gradually released her grip, retracting a few steps while bowing her head, using the back of her hand to wipe away the traces of tears. Cui Xiaohua's gaze fell to her shoe tips, too timid to meet Gu Yi's eyes directly. Since she had taken Gu Yi as her mentor, she had endured her fair share of scoldings. Gu Yi's expectations were nothing short of perfection in her studies. Even the slightest imperfection would earn her a reprimand. Thus, Cui Xiaohua gradually became accustomed to the harshness of Gu Yi's chastisements, recognizing that her mistakes warranted such responses from her master. Gu Yi brushed off her clothes, casting a fleeting glance at her before softly inquiring, "What happened? Please share with your master." With a resigned sigh, Gu Yi maintained her calm tone. "If it is inconvenient to discuss, would you like me to treat you to a nice meal?" Cui Xiaohua was an unequivocal foodie, often bringing delectable treats to the office. Typically, when Gu Yi scolded her harshly, she would buy some delicacies to console her. Cui Xiaohua's culinary skills were widely acknowledged within their circle. Slowly, she lifted her head, her apricot-colored irises shimmering with the remnants of tears, sparkling like stars in the night sky. "Master, I must admit, I often envy you." For Cui Xiaohua, the reason she was so willing to be Gu Yi's disciple lay primarily in her mentor's remarkable excellence. Gu Yi, a graduate of a prestigious institution, had already gained considerable fame during her student years. Now, after 3 years of working as a forensic expert, she has successfully solved numerous cases. It is said that Gu Yi's mentor is exceptionally skilled, and like her mentor, every case she undertakes culminates in the successful apprehension of the perpetrator. Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind the words. "What?" Before she could grasp it, Cui Xiaohua shook her head and said, "It's nothing. Thank you, master." Pausing for a moment, she felt that her earlier impulsive behavior was rather inappropriate. After hesitating slightly, she added, "I apologize, master, for my earlier." Gu Yi interrupted her, adjusting her sleeve with a tone of indifference. "No matter, just ensure that future autopsy reports are drafted correctly." Upon hearing this, Cui Xiaohua felt a twinge of sadness but managed to muster a smile, declaring, "I will strive to do better, master." In her school days, Cui Xiaohua was a scholarship recipient, consistently ranking first in her exams. However, upon leaving school, she realized the vastness of the world and that there are always greater talents beyond her own. "Let us descend now. It is chilly this evening." It was only then that Cui Xiaohua noticed the bandage wrapped around Gu Yi's neck and inquired with concern, "Master, what happened to your neck?" Gu Yi instinctively raised her hand to touch it and replied, "Just a minor injury." The following day, on Yunnan Road, Sheng Yuchen and Gu Yi arrived at the location by morning, only to find the tattoo parlor still closed at 7 o'clock. Gu Yi took him for a stroll around the vicinity until 9 o'clock, when He finally appeared at the entrance of the tattoo shop. He rode a small electric scooter, parking it beside the tattoo shop, and retrieved the groceries he had purchased from the basket. Thus began his day's work. Sheng Yuchen and Gu Yi, seated in the spicy hot pot restaurant diagonally across from him, observed him throughout the day. As the hours passed, He appeared to exhibit no signs of anything amiss. Sheng Yuchen occasionally glanced at Gu Yi, who was meticulously scrutinizing the scene. He inquired, "Gu Yi, we've been observing for an entire day. Have you noticed anything unusual?" Gu Yi's expression was grave, resting her chin on her hand. Her gaze fixated on the tattoo parlor across the street, her thoughts seemingly wandering. "It appears there is nothing amiss," and she took a deep breath. prompting Sheng Yuchen to ask what, and I noticed he neither slouches nor limps. Whether walking or standing, he appears perfectly normal. Indeed, I noticed that as well. Sheng Yuchen concurred, recognizing it as a focal point of his own observations. What are your thoughts? Gui prompted. Sheng Yuchen bit his lip, deep in contemplation. He Wei, regardless of whom he interacts with, maintains a demeanor brimming with enthusiasm, even when faced with difficult clients. From my observations, he bears a slight resemblance to Jean Wanli, particularly when he smiles. Gui checked the time on her phone, noting it was 6:30. Unhurriedly, she rose to her feet. Let us go and meet him. The two crossed the street, arriving at the tattoo shop, where a cool breeze greeted them, causing the wind chimes at the entrance to jingle melodiously. What is it to hear a commotion, to lift one's head and glance over, immediately putting down what one holds, and smilingly approaching? Are you two here for tattoos? What kind of designs are you interested in? As Sheng Yuchen stepped inside, he was instantly captivated by the myriad of photographs adorning the walls. Those walls displayed numerous images left by previous patrons who had come for tattoos, showcasing designs that could easily number in the dozens. The shop's decor exuded a hip-hop vibe, highlighted by a wind chime at the entrance adorned with delicate seashells, a soft pink hue that seemed incongruous with the interior. Gui, disinterested, expressionless, extracted his police badge and addressed He Wei. We are from the Municipal Criminal Police Unit and would like to ask you a few questions. He Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Sure, please have a seat and let us discuss. What followed was a series of official and meticulous inquiries. Do you know these 5 individuals? Yes, they are all regular customers of mine. Aside from these 5, are there any others who have gotten this particular design? He Wei paused momentarily, stroking his chin in contemplation, then shook his head, replying, There are indeed others. They all admire this design. It is quite beautiful. How many people in total have chosen this design? He Wei was momentarily at a loss, chuckling softly. Officer, I cannot say for certain, as many have opted for this design, and it would be impossible for me to remember them all. He then inquired, Officer, what has happened to these 5 individuals? Standing behind Gui, leaning against the sofa, Sheng Yuchen interjected, They are all deceased. Simultaneously, Gui and Sheng Yuchen's gazes converged upon He Wei, seeking to discern something from his demeanor. However, He Wei's expression transformed with remarkable fluidity. His smile faltered, and a hint of bewilderment lingered in his eyes, accompanied by a tone thick with uncertainty. At this juncture, the oppressive weight that hung in the air made the atmosphere among the 3 suddenly tense. Abruptly, He Wei's mobile phone, an antiquated model designed for seniors, rang out, announcing the caller's number and name. Initially, Gui and Sheng Yuchen paid it no mind until they heard a name, 132-687, Jean Xin calling. Jean Xin. He was the twin brother of Jean Wanli. He leaned forward to retrieve the phone, glancing at the caller ID while attempting to press the buttons. The buttons proved somewhat unresponsive, necessitating several attempts before he succeeded. He rose to exit, signaling to them that he would answer the call. Sheng Yuchen lowered his voice slightly, remarking, This fellow seems suspicious. Gui's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she glanced down, chuckling softly. Why is that? Sheng Yuchen smiled enigmatically, withholding a direct reply. After exchanging a few more words, the two departed the tattoo shop. They walked side by side across the street, oblivious to the unwavering gaze fixated on their retreating figures. Chapter 23. You're taking advantage of me upon returning to the vehicle. Sheng Yuchen declared himself somewhat fatigued and unfit to drive. Gui merely cast him a fleeting glance before taking her seat in the driver's position. Sheng Yuchen settled into the passenger seat, crossing his long legs atop the footmat, readjusting the seat's angle, and languidly stretching his body. As she was about to drift into slumber, Gui inquired, Before you sleep, can you tell me, what is the issue at hand? Sheng Yuchen, turning over, lifted his eyelids to meet her gaze, playfully blinking his alluring eyes, the tear mole at the corner particularly striking. He posed a question to Gui. Consider this. If an individual could completely master micro-expressions, wouldn't they be able to manipulate their expressions at will? Gui paused, fastening her seatbelt as she remarked. That phone call seemed deliberately staged for our viewing. Gui, Were it not for the confined space of the vehicle, she would have undoubtedly delivered an unrestrained kick. However, her long legs constrained her actions. Thus, she directed a substantial eye roll towards Sheng Yuchen's back, muttering, "You are such a fool." The man, with his back to Gu Yi, heard her words clearly. His eyes fluttered shut, long lashes quivering, and a gentle smile graced his lips. She remained unchanged from 9 years ago, even retaining the same temperament. The following morning, Gu Yi awoke, sipping her soybean milk. A commotion at the entrance of the municipal bureau drew her attention. Upon approaching, she discovered a throng of people brandishing signs. The placards bore 4 bold red characters, "Return my justice." A few individuals vociferously echoed those words, their clamor attracting onlookers. Some passers-by even retrieved their phones to record the scene. Gu Yi, her head throbbing from the noise, contemplated intervening when a gust of wind rushed past her. Xing Kai sprinted forward. He raised his hand, signaling the security to let them through, and the gates slowly swung open. A throng of roughly 20 individuals surged in. Among them were middle-aged women in their 50s and 60s, teenagers in their early teens, and young adults in their 20s. Xing Kai was quickly encircled by them, who collectively shouted for justice. He raised his hand and cried out for silence, straining his voice in an attempt to overpower their clamor. Yet, his solitary voice could not compete with the chorus of over 20 people, rendering his throat hoarse and painful. Then, from an unknown source, a commanding shout erupted, "Everyone, stop!" The crowd appeared momentarily stunned, perplexed about the origin of the command. Gui subtly lifted her gaze and spotted Cui Xiao was standing at the entrance of the security room, staring intently in their direction, a large thermal container in her hands. She clenched her fists, her youthful face flushed with a delicate pink hue. Upon meeting her gaze, Xing Kai exchanged a brief smile with her. A middle-aged woman from the crowd stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Xing Kai. "My granddaughter has been dead for so many days. How long have you police been investigating? Why is there still no news?" Xing Kai, recognizing her age, endeavored to respond with patience. He pressed his lips together and inquired, "What is your granddaughter's name?" The woman replied, "My granddaughter is named Lu Wan. Didn't you say you would provide us with updates within a week? It has been a week, and we have heard nothing. I demand to see my granddaughter's body." Xing Kai raised his hand, attempting to soothe the elderly woman's distress. "Please, do not be agitated. I will arrange for you to see your granddaughter shortly. As for the case, it is still under investigation, and I regret that I cannot disclose further details at this time." Beside them stood a young man in his 20s, visibly furious. "What do you mean it's inconvenient to disclose? Clearly, you officers are incompetent, unable to even solve a single case. What use are you?" His words evidently provoked Xing Kai, yet he understood that now was not the moment for anger. The young man, believing he was being ignored, took the Rubik's Cube from his hands and hurled it at Xing Kai's face without hesitation. He shouted, "If it's not possible, then you should at least provide an explanation for my sister. You haven't caught the one who murdered her in an entire week. You're utterly useless." Gu Yi, observing the situation, stepped forward to intercept the flying cube. However, a hand moved quicker than hers. She turned to see it was Sheng Yuchen. "Brother." Throwing the cube at the police could be considered an assault. Sheng Yuchen advanced a step, positioning himself beside Xing Kai. He flashed his signature smile, attempting to negotiate with the crowd, but little did he know that group was utterly unyielding, rushing forward and spewing profanities. Seeing this, Xing Kai quickly retreated. Sheng Yuchen, standing at the forefront, was abruptly shoved by one of the older women. Consequently, as he reached the steps, he tripped over his own feet. Gu Yi was left speechless, reaching out to steady him. The unruly group showed no intention of backing down, threatening to escalate the situation. And soon someone even tossed aside their placard. It wasn't until other officers arrived to assist that the chaos was brought under control, dispersing the troublemakers. When Director Ning finally arrived at the precinct, he was met with a scene of utter disarray, his expression dark and foreboding. He cast a fleeting glance at everyone, finally resting his gaze on Xing Kai, his emotions inscrutable as he said, "Xing Kai, please come to my office." The expressions of the onlookers indicated that Xing Kai's entry was likely to be met with severe reprimand. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuchen approached Gu Yi with an exaggeratedly aggrieved demeanor, as if Gu Yi had just wronged him. Leaning against the chair, Gu Yi shot him a sidelong glance and inquired, "What do you want?" With his hands propped on the table, Sheng Yuchen tilted his head, his eyes sparkling mischievously, and remarked, "Gu Yi, you are taking advantage of me." Gu Yi furrowed her brow in confusion, a hint of irritation flickering in her eyes. "When did I take advantage of you?" she questioned, bewildered. Sheng Yuchen touched his waist, adopting a wounded expression. "Just now, you touched my waist." Gu Yi rolled her eyes at him and turned her head away, dismissively saying, "Get lost." Had it not been for his own clumsiness, she would not have reached out to steady him, nor would she have touched his waist. However, Chapter 24, the delivery. In all honesty, that young master's waist was indeed slender and soft. Despite his towering stature, his waist was surprisingly delicate. Yin Yin and Wang Ku, along with a few others, hid at the door of the director's office, eavesdropping intently. As expected, a loud crash echoed from within, the sound of something striking the desk, resonating strongly enough to make their hearts skip a beat. Yin Yin murmured, "The boss is in for it." Wang Ku glanced at him and sighed silently. What can be done? Someone already posted this incident online. If Ningju were to discover this, it would not only spell trouble for the boss, but we would also be in peril. Cui Xiaohua. Who among you is Cui Xiaohua? A young man clad in a courier uniform entered, holding a parcel. That would be me, Cui Xiaohua replied, setting down her thermal box and approaching him. This is your delivery. Cui Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, her brow furrowing. I haven't ordered anything recently. Could you be mistaken? The courier examined the parcel's label closely and affirmed, No, it bears your name. Please sign for it. Oh, very well. Cui Xiaohua accepted the parcel, glanced at it, and then noticed the absence of a pen. Please wait a moment. I'll find a pen. As she turned to search for one, Gu Yi was just about to head to the dissection room when her phone rang, displaying Yi Zimei's name. She answered, Hello, Mimi, what's the matter? Yi Zimei's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Yi, are you all right? Feeling perplexed, Gu Yi replied, I'm fine. What's going on? Upon hearing that she was unharmed, Yi Zimei sighed in relief. You should check Weibo quickly. Something serious has happened. A video of the disturbance outside your municipal bureau has been uploaded on Weibo, and family members of the victims are posting, claiming that your police are distorting the truth. A significant number of netizens are criticizing you. You need to take a look. Gu Yi opened the trending topics on Weibo, where the incident had risen to the 4th spot. Upon delving into the comments, she found an overwhelming tide of criticism, with netizens questioning the efficiency of their case handling and voicing a myriad of doubts. Some even took the lead to say that the forensic experts from the municipal bureau were utterly inept, incapable of deducing even a single method of murder. Have you seen this? Please, do not let those netizens provoke you. It is not worth jeopardizing your health over such trivialities. Are you listening? Gu Yi gazed at the comments, her eyes shadowed with an inscrutable emotion, her lips pressed into a thin line. As her finger paused from scrolling, she sighed deeply and brought the phone back to her ear. I assure you, I am fine. I will resolve this case promptly. Please refrain from wandering about and take care of yourself. I must hang up now. Just as she ended the call, a piercing scream echoed from the other end. Yin Yin, too, heard the scream and turned towards its source. There, he saw Cui Xiaohua, as pale as a ghost, collapsed on the ground, her wide eyes filled with terror, her lips slightly parted. A few steps away lay a courier box, slightly ajar, its contents unknown. Gu Yi placed her phone on the table and walked toward her, crouching beside the box and opening it. Xiaohua, are you all right? Wang Ku grasped her arm, feeling her body tremble violently, her legs weakening. From her reaction, it was evident what she had just witnessed. Gu Yi glanced into the box, then promptly closed it again, instructing Yin Yin, help Xiaohua over there to sit down. She then stood up to pursue the courier, but the courier had already disappeared without a trace. Yin Yin agreed, supporting Cui Xiaohua alongside Wang Ku as they settled into the adjacent chairs. He poured her a glass of water. Gu Yi, clutching a parcel, strode directly towards the dissection room, followed closely by Sheng Yuchen. After a brief exchange, she pushed the door open and secured it with a lock. Inside the dissection room, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, an oppressive silence rendering it almost suffocating. Gu-yi emptied the contents of the parcel, her gaze cold and unyielding. A blood-stained piece of skin lay before her, revealing lips, a nose, and empty eye sockets. This was a face. If her deductions were correct, it belonged to Fong Lulu. Her peripheral vision caught a string of English letters on the parcel, drawing her attention. Upon closer inspection, the translated message read, "I am watching you from the shadows." A surge of anger welled within Gu-yi, and unable to contain it any longer, she struck the parcel with a fist, causing it to crumple instantly. It was evident that the perpetrator had targeted her with a clear, aggressive intent. Gu-yi could not recall having offended anyone in her career, nor even before that. Who could it be? He-wei? Yet, to her recollection, she had never crossed paths with He-wei, and prior to this case, they were complete strangers. She lifted her gaze to the rows of bodies stored in the refrigeration unit, each once of vibrant life. And then there was Xiao Zhang, still missing, with their fate shrouded in uncertainty. The assailant's repeated provocations had truly ignited her fury. Lowering her head, she focused on regulating her breathing, gradually regaining control over her emotions. Reason reminded her that this was not the moment for anger if she wished to solve the case. If he truly is the murderer, then there must be evidence to substantiate that claim. No crime is without flaw. Every act of wrongdoing inevitably leaves behind traces. Surely, there is something she has overlooked. There must be. All these victims are female, having succumbed to asphyxiation, each bearing a blue rose tattoo upon their shoulders. Ah, and that. The 1 yuan coin found beside Fong Lul's body. Gu-yi, with an urgency in her stride, approached Jiku. "Old Ji, may I see that coin from before?" Jiku responded affirmatively, setting down his cup and rising to retrieve it. "Is this it?" he inquired, holding up an evidence bag containing the coin. Gu-yi nodded. "Yes." She then asked Jiku, "Have the fingerprints on the coin been extracted?" Jiku pursed his lips and shook his head. "There's a partial fingerprint, but it's of little use." Gu-yi slightly squinted, pondering for a moment before asking him again, "Old Ji, there's a bloodstain on this. Is it possible to extract it?" Upon hearing this, Jiku immediately rose from his chair, leaning in to examine it closely. "Where's the bloodstain?" Gu-yi pointed it out. "It's here. Generally, it wouldn't be noticeable unless one looks closely." After she highlighted it, Jiku removed his glasses, cleaned the lenses, and focused intently. "You don't say, there really is," he exclaimed. "Is there a way to extract it?" Gu-yi inquired once more. Chapter 25. You smell wonderful. Jiku studied the coin, his expression reflecting a mix of contemplation and difficulty. "I'll give it a try, though I can't guarantee the extract will be usable." Gu-yi returned the coin to Jiku while gently patting his shoulder, saying, "You've worked hard. Inform me of any results at the first opportunity." Just as the words left her lips, Xing Kai had also finished his reprimand. Ningju's expression remained grave. "Those from the first team, gather for a meeting." Gu-yi raised her gaze and inadvertently locked eyes with Sheng Yuchen. Neither spoke a word as they proceeded towards the conference room. Inside the room, Ningju stood at the forefront, surveying those present. He rapped his fingers on the table. "You all witnessed the earlier incident. The victim's family came here causing a commotion. This matter is not trivial. Furthermore, the public discourse online has incited widespread anxiety in society. Is this how you conduct investigations?" Silence enveloped the room as no one dared to speak, their heads bowed in deference. "I ask you, during the remaining time, can you solve this case for me?" Gu-yi raised her right hand, her gaze resolute. "We can, Ningju. Rest assured, we will apprehend the perpetrator swiftly." Ningju paused for a moment, then unexpectedly smiled. "Very well, I will place my trust in you. Focus on cracking the case. I will handle the other matters." Meeting adjourned. Gu-yi stood and turned to Sheng Yuchen. "Come with me." Leading the way, Gu-yi and Sheng Yuchen proceeded to the autopsy room. "Let me show you the manner in which these 5 individuals met their demise. I also have some photographs from the crime scene." She laid a stack of documents before Sheng Yuchen and, Meeting his gaze with utmost seriousness, declared, "I need your collaboration to deduce the perpetrator's psychology. I wish to understand his motives for these actions." Sheng Yuchen gazed into her eyes, and after a moment, he smiled, the corners of his lips curling up to reveal a charming dimple. "All right." He picked up a stack of photographs from the table, attentively listening as Gui described the cause of death for each corpse, along with various methods employed. Occasionally, he interjected with questions, engaging in thoughtful discussions with her. "I heard from Xiaoyan and the others that you received 2 letters. Is that correct?" Gui handed him the letter that had been pressed beneath others, saying, "I believe the murderer is targeting me." As Sheng Yuchen opened the letter and finished reading, his brow furrowed, his expression growing complex. "Gui, if the murderer is indeed after you, then you are in grave danger." Gui halted in her tracks. "Me, in danger?" Noticing her apparent lack of awareness, he clarified, "What I mean is, you could very well be the next target." Gui countered, "But I don't have any tattoos." Sheng Yuchen bit his lip, his gaze drifting over her. "Gui, have you offended someone?" After a pause, he added, "I mean, have you crossed paths with Hiwei?" Lowering his eyes, he continued his analysis. The absence of fingerprints does not imply the absence of a fingerprinted individual. It's also possible that Hiwei wore gloves while committing the crime. The murderer must have been well prepared and must know these 5 individuals simultaneously. His intent is focused, yet he does not wish to kill you. Supporting his chin with one hand, Sheng Yuchen pondered deeply. He does not wish to kill you. Gui, the cases you have handled must be countless. Do you recall which victim was connected to those cases? Gui stood still, gazing at Sheng Yuchen, unsure of what to say. With so many cases, how could I possibly remember them all? A sudden realization struck Sheng Yuchen. By the way, do you remember the call Hiwei received that day? The hunchbacked, limping individual that evening could very well have been Jean Xian, someone we have never encountered. Why was it that Hiwei just happened to know Jean Xian? This could potentially indicate a partnership in the crime. I remember, Gui relayed a string of numbers to him. Sheng Yuchen was nearly thrown off balance, steadying himself against the nearby cabinet, questioning, with such an excellent memory, how could you forget a single case? Gui merely responded with an incredulous expression, pursing her lips. Is that even comparable? Sheng Yuchen retrieved his phone and inquired about the phone number once more before dialing. The phone rang twice before a voice, neutral yet melodious, answered. Sheng Yuchen gestured for Gui to remain silent as he switched the phone to speaker mode. Jean Xian called out several times, but there was no response. Then, another voice emerged on the line. Xiao Xian, what do you want to eat later? Jean Xian replied, I want to go out to eat today. Shall we dine at a restaurant? The voice was unmistakably familiar. It belonged to Hiwei. The call was abruptly terminated, preventing them from hearing what followed. However, the previous dialogue strongly suggested that Hiwei and Jean Xian resided together. Gui fell into a moment of silence before concluding. Let us pay a visit to Wanqing Community. On West Jiao Road, within the Wanqing residential complex. The 2 individuals acquired the key from the landlord and had scarcely entered the elevator when a throng of people surged in behind them. Hey, young man, could you move aside? I wish to be with my girlfriend. A young man insisted, shoving Sheng Yuchen aside and forcefully pulling his girlfriend closer, wrapping his arm around her waist. Ultimately, a robust woman squeezed in, unceremoniously pushing Sheng Yuchen right into Gui's personal space. With a dull thud, Sheng Yuchen's wrist collided against the elevator wall, inadvertently encircling Gui in his embrace. Just listening to the commotion made Gui wince in pain. Dressed in a black trench coat, Sheng Yuchen, tall and slender, braced himself against the pressure, striving to avoid crashing into Gui. However, the nearby dog barked a few times, startling several timid souls in the elevator and causing another stir. An invisible force seemed to propel Sheng Yuchen forward, causing him to lunge towards Gui. A sudden buzz filled Gui's mind. Before she could comprehend the situation, he was already falling toward her. Fortunately, Sheng Yuchen reacted swiftly, one hand forming a fist to shield himself while the other embraced Gui, burying his face against her. He exhaled a long sigh of relief and murmured softly to himself, I nearly lost my face. Gui was taken aback. Was that truly the focal point? Initially, she presumed that with a few individuals departing, the space would feel considerably less cramped, and Sheng Yuchen would release his hold. Yet, to her surprise, he seemed to relish the embrace. Gui attempted to nudge him away, but her efforts proved futile. He leaned in closer, his lips brushing against her ear, whispering in a tone only audible to her, "You smell delightful." It is a flavor he cannot articulate, yet it is undeniably fragrant, particularly captivating to him. Suddenly, a girl beside him pointed in their direction and chuckled softly. "Darling, look at them." The young man turned to see their intimate embrace and could not help but laugh aloud. Gui maintained an exterior of composure, though internally, she was already crafting a detailed plan of escape within her shoes. Chapter 26. The Locked Cloak. Sheng Yuchen was reveling in the moment when a sudden sharp pain shot through the top of his foot, and his scream echoed throughout the elevator. Gui had just unhesitatingly stepped on him, as if to vent her frustrations, and with considerable force. Rolling her eyes, she muttered, "Serves you right for being so improper." Sheng Yuchen's cry was quite loud, drawing the attention of the other elevator occupants, who couldn't suppress their laughter at his expense. Gui pushed past him, moving to the front, exclaiming, "Please make way. Thank you." Sheng Yuchen's foot still throbbed painfully, causing him to walk with a slight limp. He had endured the ridicule of passers-by due to this incident. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath, "Damn, this woman is truly merciless." As he walked, he silently vowed that such a grievance would not go unpunished. Gui, holding the key, unlocked the door to Yian's home, donning shoe covers and gloves before entering. She meticulously inspected the door, confirming that the lock was intact and showing no signs of tampering. As she ventured further inside, her gaze fell upon the refrigerator, recalling the day she had discovered the knife within. Apart from Yian's bloodstains, no usable fingerprints had yet been extracted. Gui walked towards the bedroom, which was adorned in a simple manner with white walls and pink bed linens. A few dolls rested upon the bed. Beside the bay window stood a filming rig, accompanied by a vanity table brimming with cosmetics. Everything appeared perfectly ordinary. She noticed a partition in the bedroom and approached it, attempting to open the door, but it was locked and inaccessible without a key. Consequently, she began to search through the room. Just then, Sheng Yuchen entered, observing her rummaging about. "What are you looking for?" he inquired. Gui raised her hand, gesturing towards the partition. "That door is locked. I need to find the key." Sheng Yuchen responded with a casual "oh," then moved to the bedside, rummaging through the nightstand and a cup atop the bed, finally lifting the pillow to uncover the key. As the door swung open, a potent and overwhelming scent of blood assailed her senses. The interior was dim and obscured. Gui raised her hand to feel along the wall for the switch. With a sharp click, a blinding white light illuminated the space. It was a walk-in closet, filled with garments that Yian typically wore and an array of shoes and bags. On the smooth floor lay a large patch of dried blood, with droplets scattered throughout, even staining the clothes and shoes, creating a scene of utter chaos. As Gui beheld this grim tableau, her expression grew increasingly grave. It was evident that this was indeed the initial crime scene. She gazed at the garments that had been pulled to the ground, realizing Yian had struggled before her demise, enduring immense pain. During the autopsy, Gui had discovered fabric fibers beneath her nails. She lingered in contemplation for what felt like an eternity, then lowered her gaze and turned to walk toward the living room, eventually stepping out onto the balcony to feel the breeze. She felt somewhat suffocated. The murderer had clearly targeted her, yet 5 had perished and 1 had gone missing. Suddenly, she felt as if she were the cause of their demise. The lives of these individuals seemed to be mere trifles to the killer. The wind blew fiercely, stinging her eyes and causing a dull ache in her nose, as if a heavy weight were pressing against her chest, rendering her breathless. Sheng Yuchen observed her silhouette. Having noticed her distress, after a moment's hesitation, he approached her side and retrieved a tissue from his pocket, his voice instinctively gentle. "This is not your fault. No need to thank me." Gui cast a glance at the tissue, brushing away the tears that had threatened to spill from her eyes. Gui was not one to weep easily. Her eyes merely stung from the wind's harshness. In her entire life, she had only cried once. On the day her grandmother passed away. Hey, Xiao Yan, it was Sheng Yuchen's phone ringing. Yin Yin, Brother Chun, Jean Xian has been found. After spending the past few days together, Sheng Yuchen had successfully forged a bond with Yin Yin and the others, who now affectionately called him Brother Chun. Brother Chun, Xiao Ku and I are right downstairs at his place. Do you and Gui want to come over? Their speech was awkward. They often stumbled over their words, fearing that they might inadvertently complicate matters. To ensure clarity, he opted to call Sheng Yuchen, who was an expert in psychology and adept at conversation. Sheng Yuchen turned to Gui. All right, send me the address, and we will head over now. Just as Sheng Yuchen intended to invite Gui along, he realized that she had inexplicably disappeared. After searching around, we found Gui crouched in the cloakroom. Xiao Yan and the others had located Jean Xian, He-Wei's residence. Should we proceed there? Gui, seemingly having discovered something significant, wore a stern expression and said, Wait a moment. As she spoke, she reached into the gap in the wardrobe, where the light could not penetrate, rendering the contents invisible. Her hand brushed against what felt like a long-handled object, bearing some weight. Subsequently, Sheng Yuchen witnessed Gui extracting an axe from within. Grasping the axe by its handle, she revealed the other end, stained with dark red blood that had already dried. She leaned closer to inspect the blade, then wielded it in the air, tracing arcs. How did you find this? Gui pointed toward the pile of clothes nearby. With so many garments heaped together, it was clearly an attempt to conceal this object. Earlier, she had compared the incisions on the head and neck. If it were a guess, the bone would not have been cut so cleanly, unless by another instrument. Now, the answer was evident. The axe was indeed the murder weapon. Gui extracted the tool, obtaining 2 fingerprints and blood samples from the axe. When Gui and her companion arrived, Yin Yin and Wang Ku were still squatting at the small shop beneath Jean Xian's building. Upon their arrival, Yin Yin, whose legs had grown numb from squatting, stood up to purchase 4 bottles of mineral water, distributing 1 to each of them. Brother Chun, are we really going to approach them so directly? Which floor do they reside on? The 3rd floor. Sheng Yuchen glanced toward the 3rd floor. Where's Xiao Ku? Just as he inquired, Wang Ku emerged from the internet CAF across the street. Morning, Brother Chen and Sister E, you have arrived. I just visited the opposite side, observing Jean Xian and the others through the floor-to-ceiling window, and then Gui, what did you discover? Wang Ku replied, I found that the person living with He-Wei is a woman, not Jean Xian. Not Jean Xian. The atmosphere among the 4 grew tense for a moment, and then Yin Yin suddenly remarked, could it be that Jean Xian is actually female? Chapter 27. Sweet and large roasted chestnuts. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Gui promptly extinguished his suggestion. No. His profile clearly stated that Jean Xian is male, and regarding the latter, has it always been entrusted to Xing Kai? Let us inquire with him. Yin Yin took out his phone and dialed Xing Kai's number. After several rings, it was answered. Hello, Xiao Yan. What is up? Boss. Do you have any information about Jean Xian on your end? Xing Kai tilted his head, propping the phone against his shoulder, surrounded by a plethora of documents. His gaze fixed on the computer screen. Yes, I just obtained some clues and was planning to visit the school he previously attended tomorrow. Boss, have you discovered that Jean Xian is actually a girl? Xing Kai's hand, which gripped the mouse, noticeably paused as he extracted the documents beneath it and glanced at the photograph on top. He is male. Who told you he is a female? Oh, all right then. It's nothing, boss. The other 3, observing Yin Yan's expression, could easily guess the situation. Wonka chuckled. What if she happens to be He-Wei's girlfriend? Coincidentally named Xian? This Xian is not the same as that Xian. Gui wore a frosty expression, her hands tucked into the pockets of her coat. Beneath her half-dropped eyelids, her bright eyes flickered. Perhaps He-Wei truly was Jean Xian? The time left for them was dwindling, and the criminal suspect had been narrowed down through profiling to 2 individuals, either Jean Wanli or He-Wei. It was also possible that it could be the elusive Jean Xian. However, at present, He-Wei bore slightly more suspicion. Gui turned and approached the car's trunk, retrieving the evidence obtained from Yi Yin's residence and handing it to Yin Yin. Upon receiving it, Yin Yin inquired, "Sister Gu Yi, will you and Shingu remain here?" "Yes, we shall wait until tomorrow morning," Gu Yi responded, instinctively glancing towards Sheng Yuchen. "Once He Wei has left, we will pay a visit to that woman." Yin Yin nodded in agreement and departed with Wang Ku in another vehicle. Gu Yi turned to prepare to enter her car, only to find Sheng Yuchen still standing vacantly in place. She hesitated for a moment before urging, "What are you dawdling for? Get in the car." Standing idly beneath his building, they risked drawing attention from passers-by. The autumn-winter night was brisk, with gusts of chilling wind sweeping through, signaling the impending arrival of winter. Gu Yi crossed her long legs and wrapped her arms around her chest, leaning slightly against the vehicle as she closed her eyes to rest. She had instructed Sheng Yuchen to keep watch for 6 hours, after which she would take over. Yet, barely an hour had passed before Sheng Yuchen could no longer remain still. He opened the car door and stepped out. Their vehicle was parked along the roadside, adjacent to a bustling street market. As night falls, numerous vendors emerge to sell their delectable snacks, with an array of culinary delights steaming hot from the pots. The enticing aroma wafting through the street. The scent is irresistible, provoking an involuntary salivation, while the crowd thickens, with groups of people gathered in merriment. However, Gu finds their joy to be rather discordant, leading her to close the windows of her vehicle. She has always cherished tranquility, yet if it were Yi Zimei, she might make an exception. Their friendship transcends the ordinary bond of best friends, delving into a deeper connection akin to that of lifelong companions. With a casual tone, she remarks, "Fried rice cakes, hand-grabbed pancakes, grilled cold noodles, skewered barbecues. These are all high-calorie, greasy junk food. Can you truly indulge in such fare?" Gu Yi remains with her eyes closed, responding, "With the wind so strong and the crowd so dense, do you have any idea how many bacteria linger in the air?" In a huff, Sheng Yuchen bites into a sausage, pushing the grilled cold noodles toward her, and frivolously inquires, "If it's not clean, yet you eat without falling ill. Would you care for a taste?" "Take it away," Gu Yi frowns, instinctively turning her head, the disdain evident on her face. Sheng Yuchen lets out a sound of irritation, finishing her cold noodles before suddenly recalling something. She reaches into the assortment of food and retrieves a paper bag labeled sugar-roasted chestnuts. Once again, she places it before Gu Yi, carelessly tossing it onto her lap while taking a generous bite of her hand-grabbed pancake. "You should eat something," she insists, "or else you'll find yourself hungry in the middle of the night, and there are number 24-hour convenience stores nearby. In the end, you'll have to trouble the delivery guy." Gu Yi felt a wave of warmth radiating from her thigh. Hesitating for a moment, she lifted her eyelids to glance at the paper bag, roasted chestnuts. Suddenly, she was taken aback, feeling the comforting warmth emanating from within the bag as she held it in her hands. Sheng Yuchen, noticing her stillness, assumed she was disinclined to partake and gently encouraged her, "Do have a few. These roasted chestnuts are freshly made and still warm. I sampled them before purchasing, large, sweet, and easy to peel. They are delicious, surely not junk food?" Indeed, they were far from junk. This was a cherished treat from her childhood, something her grandmother would prepare each autumn. Gu Yi unwrapped the package, reaching in to take one, placing it in her palm. As he had described, the chestnut was quite large and round. The shell was charred in places, with a crack splitting it open, allowing her to peel it effortlessly to reveal the intact chestnut within. It was still warm in her mouth, the sweet flavor of the chestnut spreading across her tongue, evoking vivid memories of her grandmother. Unable to resist, she indulged in a few more, her head slightly bowed, hair cascading down to obscure her cheeks, preventing a glimpse of her expression from the side. She struggled to suppress her emotions, her voice slightly husky as she endeavored to maintain her usual tone. "Thank you." Having said that, she pushed the door open and stepped out of the vehicle, adjusting her coat collar as she made her way towards a nearby public restroom. This area's restroom was unattended, seldom visited by anyone. The men's restroom was on the left, while the women's was on the right, and a large mirror adorned the entrance, its surface coated with a layer of dust thick enough to rival a coin. The light in the men's restroom flickered intermittently, unmistakably a sign of a faulty bulb. Occasionally, a gentle breeze stirred the branches, producing a rustling sound that resonated hauntingly in the tranquil, misty night. The vicinity was eerily quiet. If one wished to engage in any activity, the minimal noise would go unnoticed. Approaching the restroom, an unbearable stench assaulted the senses. Yet, human nature compels one to heed the call of urgency. Gui steeled herself mentally and stepped inside. With a courageous demeanor, she resolved her business swiftly and emerged. The women's restroom lights, previously illuminated, extinguished abruptly as she washed her hands. Gui glanced up, shaking her hands dry, intending to leave, when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a note fluttering on the mirror, swaying with the breeze. Chapter 28. If you have the ability. Catch me. The cold wind relentlessly assaulted the city at night. From the rooftop, the expansive view allowed one to observe the bustling market below with clarity. At the edge of the roof sat a wooden chair, occupied by a woman clad in a form-fitting skirt. Her hands were bound with twine, and her mouth was stuffed with a rag, her hair disheveled, and her face soiled. Her fair, elongated legs were exposed to the night, bare feet pressing against the concrete, marked with prominent lash welts from thigh to foot. The other end of the chair was tethered with a rope. Should it snap, the woman would plunge from the 8th floor, falling back into the abyss. The sound of slow yet heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by a faint humming melody, drawing nearer. A slender, ethereal figure appeared at the staircase's entrance, clad in a green jacket with the sleeves rolled up twice, revealing strong, dark-skinned arms. He wore a hat and a black mask, his bangs askew, exposing only a pair of pitch-black eyes. The woman desperately attempted to utter a sound, her gaze wide with a plea that silently implored him to spare her. He approached her at a leisurely pace, gripping her chin to force her to lift her gaze to meet his. In an instant, she comprehended the implications behind his words. Her bloodshot eyes conveyed the terror that engulfed her. The man feigned ignorance, scrutinizing her features with a discerning eye before clicking his tongue in mild disapproval. "You're rather striking, but not to my taste," he remarked. "I've afforded you ample time these past few days. In terms of demise, you shall find this to be the most merciful among them." As he spoke, he released his grip and withdrew a pair of pre-prepared scissors from his pocket. Advancing towards the chair where she was bound, the woman summoned every ounce of strength to scream a protest, yet her voice merely echoed in her throat, failing to escape in full. The scissors hovered over the rope, descending slowly, snipping bit by bit, as despair and dread swiftly filled her heart. Gui tore down a note from the mirror, reading the 2 lines inscribed upon it. One a location, the other inscribed in red ink. "If you're capable, come and catch me." It was undoubtedly a message left by the perpetrator. With long strides, Gui hastened to locate the address, navigating around a street until she arrived in the vicinity of the designated location. In the distance, she spotted a large, unidentified object plummeting from the rooftop of a building, seemingly resembling a person. A surge of anxiety gripped Gui, and she cried out, her voice breaking through the chaos. "Get back. Everyone move aside. Quickly. Something has fallen from above. Disperse now." Gui rushed forward to scatter the crowd, and instinctively, the people began to shift away, gradually clearing a space in the middle of the road. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous crash echoed as the object struck the pavement with force. In an instant, the chair shattered into splinters upon impact, and one of its legs flew directly to Gui's feet. Standing frozen, her pupils widened in shock at the harrowing scene before her, a woman clad in a tailored suit, her hands bound with twine, legs askew, her disheveled hair obscuring much of her face, with a pool of blood oozing from the back of her head. The sidewalks were thronged with onlookers, who, compelled by curiosity, began recording the incident on their phones, murmuring amongst themselves. Gui refrained from intervening to halt the filming. With so many witnesses, it was futile to try to stop them, and the footage would inevitably circulate. She pulled out her phone to call for emergency services, then dialed Sheng Kai's number. "Sheng Kai, bring people here immediately. Something has happened." After speaking, Gui lifted her gaze toward the rooftop. Where a gentle breeze swept past, there was not a soul in sight. Concluding the call, she carefully folded the note, and tucked it into her pocket. Striding forward to inspect the scene, she lifted her hand to brush aside the woman's disarrayed hair, momentarily taken aback. This was the missing Xiao Zhang they had been searching for. She refrained from moving Xiao Zhang's body, noticing that there was still a faint breath emanating from him. She immediately leaned in and asked, "Who pushed you down?" It was evident that her hands had been bound tightly, indicating that someone had indeed thrust her from the rooftop. Xiao Zhang's vision was blurred, rendering him unable to discern Gu Yi's appearance, but he could hear her voice fluctuating, weak and frail. Gu Yi observed the movement of his lips, yet the words remained unintelligible. She chose not to press further and instead comforted Xiao Zhang, saying, "Do not be afraid. The ambulance will arrive shortly. Hold on." Driven by curiosity, he opened the car door and made his way through the crowd. After a brief walk, the sounds of approaching sirens from the ambulance and police vehicles reached his ears. What had transpired? He craned his neck, striving to move a little closer. "Excuse me. I am a police officer. Please make way. Thank you." After considerable effort, he managed to reach the front, where he witnessed Gu Yi assisting the paramedics in lifting the barely conscious Xiao Zhang onto a stretcher. Sheng Yuchen approached, casting a glance at Xiao Zhang being loaded into the ambulance, and inquired of Gu Yi, "What happened? Weren't you just going to the restroom?" Gu Yi regarded him with a complex expression, clapped her hands, and retrieved a piece of paper from her pocket, handing it to him. Xing Kai and his team promptly cordoned off the area, instructing officers to scrutinize suspicious individuals within the crowd. He walked ahead, heading directly to the rooftop of the building from which Xiao Zhang had fallen. However, given the multitude of people, identifying the perpetrator was an arduous task, bordering on impossible. The assailant could have fled long ago. Where could they possibly search? The rooftop offered nothing of particular significance. Upon opening the door, there were no railings. The edges were covered in moss, and a thick pole stood in the center, with a length of rope still attached. Aside from that, there was nothing else to explore. Wang approached to take a photograph. This knot was the most ordinary and commonplace. The severed end appeared to have been cut by a sharp instrument. It was evident that the perpetrator had severed this end of the rope, leading to Xiao Zhang's fall. Xing Kai kicked the ground in frustration, silently cursing, "Damn it. This murderer is becoming increasingly audacious." After glancing at the note provided by Gu Yi, his anger intensified, causing his face to flush. Sheng Yuchen strolled around the vicinity, peering down from the edge. Fortunately, he was not acrophobic. Otherwise, his legs would have turned to jelly. Indeed, there was someone whose legs had given way. Yin Yin was half squatting against the doorframe, refusing to move an inch, as if any slight motion would send him plummeting. His legs trembled incessantly. He admired Sheng Yuchen's courage and, swallowing hard, asked, "Brother Chun, aren't you afraid of falling while standing so close to the edge?" Sheng Yuchen turned around, finding Yin Yin's timid demeanor amusing. He couldn't resist teasing him. "You really can't handle this, can you? Come over and enjoy the view with me. How about that?" Chapter 29. Gu Yi dislikes the smell of smoke. Yin Yin grimaced. "Brother Chun, I'm in this state. Could you please not tease me?" Sheng Yuchen complied, patting his shoulder and handing him his phone. "Help me time how long it takes to run from here to the first floor." Yin Yin took the phone. "Wait. Just a moment, Brother Chun. I'll head down one floor first. My legs aren't quite cooperating." When Yin Yin finally descended to the 7th floor, his legs ceased trembling. Time starts, as Sheng Yu runs ahead, with Yin Yin trailing behind. Sheng Yu possesses exceptional stamina, running like a gust of wind. Yin Yin struggles to match his pace, gradually falling behind. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Yin Yin promptly hits pause, glancing at the time before handing his phone to Sheng Yu. "Brother Chun, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Sheng Yu examines the figure displayed on the screen. If the assailant's physical capabilities are comparable to his own, the descent should have taken approximately 2 minutes. Should the perpetrator possess lesser stamina, it would likely require 3 to 4 minutes. The ambulance took roughly 10 minutes to arrive on the scene. In those fleeting moments, the assailant could easily blend into the crowd and depart without a trace. His gaze scans the storefronts along the street, and he notices a surveillance camera with a bright red light at a furniture store situated 5 or 6 steps away. Sheng Yu pockets his phone and says, "Let us go take a look." The two arrive at the entrance of the furniture store, where the owner is tidying up, preparing to close. After presenting his police credentials, they successfully access the surveillance footage from the shop's entrance. The camera is of a rotating type, allowing them to rewind along the timeline. While such cameras can be exploited, they still capture a faint, indistinct figure in black. Sheng Yu instructs Yan Yan to continue timing as they set off again, running along the street towards He Wei's residence. The ambulance took about 10 minutes to reach the scene, while their journey from there to the base of He Wei's building consumed approximately 8 minutes. Considering the time taken to descend from the rooftop, it was insufficient for the assailant to escape. This time, they avoided the main roads, opting instead for a winding series of alleys. Initially, the two were unfamiliar with this area and nearly found themselves ensnared within it. The numerous twists and turns of the alleys made it all too easy to lose one's way. Suddenly, Yan Yan's phone rang, prompting them to pause. "All right, boss. Brother Chun and I will be there shortly." Sheng Yuchen nodded silently, his expression devoid of unnecessary emotion, exuding a calm demeanor. At the municipal bureau, Cui Xiaowen noticed her troubled mood and refrained from further commentary, assisting her with the dissection of the case. Outside, Sheng Yuchen sat on the steps at the entrance, his expression grave, a lit cigarette delicately held between his long fingers. Another life had been lost, this time a victim who had fallen from the rooftop. To be frank, previously, the cases Sheng Yuchen had taken on rarely extended beyond a fortnight before resolution. Yet now, as the deadline approached, there remained no leads whatsoever. What good was it to identify a suspect if they possessed no tangible evidence for identification? Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly joined by another individual. "What's the matter?" is the esteemed expert Sheng faltering. The words dripped with a hint of mockery. Sheng Yuchen turned to glance at the intruder. It was Xing Kai. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his lips, but he said nothing, merely retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering it. Xing Kai declined with a wave of his hand. No, I don't smoke." Leaning back, he gazed up at the sky. "That's right. Gui dislikes the smell of smoke." Sheng Yuchen's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as he unconsciously held the cigarette, allowing the wind to play with it, not bringing it back to his lips. His head hung low, the fringe casting a shadow over his eyes, obscuring the emotions hidden beneath. "Oh," he replied softly, his tone barely above a whisper. Xing Kai lightly curled his lips. "I am aware that you are married to her. You are her legitimate husband. I trust you have heard them say that I have feelings for Gui. Allow me to inform you that she does not appreciate the scent of smoke. I merely hope you might consider quitting, and as a law enforcement officer, smoking does not reflect well on your image." Sheng Yuchen blinked, his lips pressed together. Before Xing Kai could finish, Sheng Yuchen interjected, "I am her husband. I understand her far better than you do." With that, he casually discarded the cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. Xing Kai discerned the impatience in his tone and chuckled softly, shaking his shoulders as he retorted, "How long have you known her to claim such understanding?" Having some connections in JC City, Xing Kai had taken the initiative to investigate their relationship. "I am aware that your union with Gu Yi is merely a familial alliance. Such a marriage bound by interests cannot foster happiness. Do you comprehend, Sheng Yuchen?" Sheng Yuchen scoffed, "And what of it? How long have you known her anyway? Is it a considerable time?" 3 years, Xing Kai replied. "Oh, that is rather unfortunate. After 3 years, she still does not harbor any affection for you." Xing Kai remained silent. Indeed, Gui did not favor him. He had overheard the inquiries made by Yan Yan and others, and they had subsequently pressed Gu Yi about her ideal type. To this day, Xing Kai vividly recalled her words. "I like someone who can fight, solve cases, manage household chores, possesses wealth and good looks, preferably younger than me, and is also a forensic expert." In terms of age alone, Xing Kai fell entirely short of her criteria. Upon a closer look at Sheng Yuchen, he recalled that he seemed to be slightly older than Gui, and he certainly exuded the air of a privileged young master, one who would never lift a finger to do household chores. He was undeniably handsome, and his affluent background was the only aspect that matched. Xing Kai considered himself not unattractive either. After a moment of silence, Sheng Yuchen broke the stillness and inquired, What is it that you find appealing about Gui? Sheng Kai was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but soon a subtle smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of amusement appeared in his eyes. When I first met her, we were rivals, constantly exchanging barbs during investigations. She had a penchant for dismantling my arguments, which initially irked me. However, I gradually became accustomed to it, and found myself drawn to her, realizing she was unlike anyone else. Unlike anyone else? Sheng Yuchen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, she is quite exceptional. She suffers from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, possesses a foul temper, and is a perfectionist. Upon hearing Sheng Yuchen's assessment of Gui, Sheng Kai couldn't help but chuckle. He patted Sheng Yuchen's shoulder and then stood up. You still don't know her well. Sheng Yuchen, you may choose not to like her. But I implore you, do not bully her. If I find out, even the Sheng family will not shield you. Chapter 30. Discreetness. Sheng Yuchen. Oh, how impressive. Daring to threaten the Sheng family? Sheng Yuchen leaned slightly, his gaze lingering on Sheng Kai's retreating figure, a smile dancing in his eyes. This was indeed intriguing. It was the first time he had ever heard someone claim they would take on his family. The Sheng family was vast and well-established, a legacy built over a century. It was not something one could simply challenge. Who exactly was this fellow? Contemplating this, Sheng Yuchen stroked his chin, lost in thought. It seemed that Sheng Kai genuinely harbored feelings for Gui. Alas, what difference does it make? Gui is his wife. Rising to his feet, Sheng Yuchen ambled slightly to the side, dialing a sequence of numbers. The call was swiftly answered. Hello, young Master San. Yes, assist me in investigating an individual. Since Sheng Kai had taken it upon himself to erase his background, it was only prudent for him to ascertain the true nature of Sheng Kai's origins. After a prolonged period of meticulous examination, Gui promptly organized a dossier, projected onto the large screen. Pointing at the photograph displayed, she stated, the deceased, Zhang Yi, fell from a height and succumbed to excessive blood loss. There are multiple, distinct signs of binding on her ankles and numerous lash marks on her legs and arms, indicating that she was subjected to torment during her days of captivity. Furthermore, the remnants found in her stomach consist of leftover food, shedding light on her dire circumstances prior to her demise. Sheng Yuchen lowered his gaze, clutching a stack of photographs, and was momentarily taken aback by the last image. Xiaozhang has a blue rose tattoo on his shoulder, he remarked. Indeed, Gui responded, switching to the next slide, which prominently displayed a blue rose tattoo. This was a discovery made during the autopsy. Sheng Kai slammed his fist on the table, gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn it, it's that tattoo again. Yin Yin bit his lip and voiced his conjecture. All the victims bear the same tattoo. Could it be the work of Yue? Sheng Yuchen cast a sidelong glance at him, casually toying with his pen. This possibility cannot be dismissed, based on the clues we have gathered thus far. All indications point towards Yue, who emerges as the primary suspect. Gui then proceeded to cut several photographs and turned to Sheng Kai, inquiring, Sheng Kai, how is the investigation into Jean Wanli progressing on your end? Sheng Kai pursed his lips and shook his head, responding, I have meticulously cross-referenced all of Jean Wanli's itineraries and timelines. He possesses both witness and material evidence. Gui approached the vacant whiteboard nearby and inscribed 3 names with a black marker. Yue, Jean Wanli, and Jean Xin. She circled the names of Yue and Jean Xin, marking them as focal points. Jean Xin has yet to make an appearance, and it is highly plausible that Yue is acquainted with him. Alternatively, Yue and Jean Xin may indeed be the same individual. Of course, this is merely a conjecture on my part, and I cannot assert its certainty. Sheng Yuchen rose and walked over, flashing a smile at Gui as he took the marker from her hand and inscribed another name on the board. Sheng Kai furrowed his brow and crossed his arms. Questioning Lin Mu, is there an issue with him? He expressed his confusion regarding the inclusion of Lin Mu's name. Sheng Yuchen tapped the whiteboard with the pen, pointing to Lin Mu's name as he stated, he is acquainted with Yin and can be considered a friend. I believe there may be some underlying issues with him. Sheng Kai, increasingly perplexed, spread his hands in exasperation. However, I previously investigated his background, which is rather straightforward. and found no discrepancies. He was raised in an orphanage, and after failing his college entrance examination, he became a delivery worker, consistently ranking among the top 3 in performance. I have interviewed his colleagues and friends, and even his employer has described him as diligent, honest, capable, and exceptionally hardworking. What kind of individual is a murderer, and what might be their motive? Sheng Yuchen gazed at the photograph displayed on the large screen, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of inscrutable emotion passing through them. Indeed, Linmu, at present, appeared to possess no discernible issues. My thoughts remain mere conjecture. Yin Yin raised an eyebrow and inquired, Brother Chen, what speculation do you have? Would you be so kind as to share? Sheng Yuchen cast a meaningful glance at Xing Kai, the enigmatic smile at the corner of his lips eluding comprehension as he shook his head in refusal. Gu Yi and Cui Xiaowo exchanged glances, sensing a palpable tension in the conference room. She intended to ease the atmosphere. The face of Fong Lulu is that of the murderer, delivered to the bureau in the form of a package. However, she currently lacks one crucial item. Xing Kai asked, what item? At this moment, we must focus on the package that was sent, diligently working to locate the missing eyeball. Moreover, who exactly is Jean Xin? Tomorrow at dawn, Sheng Yuchen and I shall pay a visit to that woman, He Wei's family. This should provide us with some clarity. Wang Ke entered the conference room, holding a USB drive, which he handed to Gu Yi. Sister Gu, this is the video you requested I copy. He pointed at the delivery person in the footage, stating, the sending address yields no further information. Tomorrow, we can question this delivery person and hopefully glean some insights. Sheng Yuchen then presented another USB drive, saying, this contains a video I copied near the crime scene, though it regrettably fails to capture the murderer's face, appearing somewhat blurred. As the video played, the image was dim, rendering even the fleeting silhouette indistinct, shrouded in obscurity. Sheng Yuchen took over the computer, gradually slowing down the playback speed, and began to analyze. A green jacket, black ripped pants, a black hat and mask, standing between 173 to 175 meters tall, with an injury on the leg, exhibiting remarkable physical fitness. Generally speaking, someone who runs this fast could likely be a delivery person or involved in similar errands, or perhaps a retired athlete. Yin Yin nearly lost his balance. Could so much information be discerned from just a single video? He gave a thumbs up to Sheng Yuchen, exclaiming, Brother Chen, you're impressive. Sheng Yuchen raised an eyebrow, responding modestly, let us keep it low-key. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should rest now. Xing Kai glanced at the time. It was already 1:30 a.m. He stood up from his chair, weariness etched on his face. Gu Yi responded with a soft lowering her head to tidy up the documents on the table. She pushed the materials towards Yin Yin, stating, turn off the computer. With that, she turned and walked briskly toward her office, oblivious to the intense gaze following her silhouette. Upon returning to her office, she closed the door securely, retrieved her computer, and turned off the office lights. She clicked on a software icon on her desktop, which promptly displayed recent data from the Shun Group, along with the latest stock returns. Gu Yi's eyes scanned the information rapidly, a smile gradually forming at the corners of her lips, the glow from the computer screen illuminating her face, her eyes deep and contemplative. Chapter 31. Sugar package. With only 2 days remaining until the deadline set by their superiors, the entire team of the Criminal Investigation Unit, other than a brief nap at night, dared not squander a moment of time. The following morning, Xing Kai promptly assigned personnel to investigate the case. Gu Yi and Sheng Yuchen casually procured breakfast from a roadside stall and made their way to He Wei's residence. They parked the vehicle a few meters away. Wary of drawing too close. What on earth did you buy? It's so sweet, Gu Yi remarked with evident disdain, furrowing her brow at the bun in her hand. It's a sugar bun. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by sugar bun? She took a bite, only to have syrup ooze out, accompanied by a clump of dark, sticky sugar, steaming profusely. Sheng Yuchen leaned in for a closer look. What you have there is a sugar bun, made with brown sugar. It's quite delicious. Back in university, whenever I overslept, I'd grab one on my way to class to stave off hunger. The incredulity on Gu Yi's face was unmistakable, her eyelids twitching slightly. "I never would have guessed that a man of your stature enjoys sweets." She still vividly recalled that first bite, an explosion of sweetness that was overwhelming. Gui wasn't particularly fond of such excessively sweet treats. She found them rather cloying. Sheng Yuchen sipped his soy milk, his tone teasingly elevated. What's wrong with a man enjoying sweets?" Gui repackaged the bun, forcing a smile as she shook her head. "Nothing at all. Perfectly fine." Sheng Yuchen took a hearty bite of fried dough sticks and effortlessly handed her a bowl of porridge. "Here, I specifically got you lean meat porridge." As Gui uncovered the lid, the enticing aroma of the lean meat porridge wafted towards her, instantly stimulating her appetite. She instinctively swallowed, intending to turn and express her gratitude, but Sheng Yuchen was a step ahead, as if he could anticipate her thoughts. Holding a half-piece of fried dough stick, he struck a pose, twirling it in his hand before letting it fall along his hair, gazing deeply into Gu Yi's eyes with affection. Gu Yi heard him say, "Let us skip the thanks. If you must, then offer yourself in return, and perhaps bear me a son or daughter as well." "Get lost," she retorted. "All right then." Gu Yi felt a surge of irritation at his tone, a strong urge to strike him. Nevertheless, she had to admit that the congee was indeed delicious, perfectly seasoned with a sprinkle of scallions, and the meat was remarkably tender and chewy. The two had been waiting for nearly 3 hours, from 5 until 8:30. When they finally saw He Wei sauntering down, riding his little electric scooter to the tattoo parlor. Once He Wei had moved out of sight, they opened the car door, exchanged glances, and headed toward He Wei's home. Ding dong. Gu Yi raised her hand to press the doorbell of He Wei's house. "Who is it?" A voice quickly responded from inside. A woman, clad in slippers, placed the half-washed dishes aside and approached the door to inquire. Sheng Yuchen answered, "Excuse me, is this Mr. He Wei's residence?" Without a peephole, the woman could not discern who stood outside. Feeling a rush of anxiety, she replied, Yes, He Wei just stepped out." "Do you need to see him?" "Well, we have a few items to deliver. Would you mind opening the door?" The woman's grip tightened on the hem of her clothes, recalling He Wei's explicit instructions before he left. Regardless of who comes to knock at the door, do not open it. They possessed the key to their own home and would not knock. The woman remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Just leave the items at the door. Thank you. And please go." Sheng Yuchen met Gu Yi's gaze, noting the woman's strong sense of caution. Ultimately, Gu Yi produced his police badge, clarifying their identities. After waiting for approximately 5 to 6 minutes, the blue-painted door creaked open, revealing a head peeking out from behind, who timidly inquired, "Are you really police officers?" The woman was convinced only after inspecting their credentials, and she fully opened the door to let them in. As the door swung wide, they beheld a casually dressed woman. Her oval face was radiant with collagen, adorned with soft, lustrous black hair. Her eyes sparkled with vivacity, yet she seemed hesitant to meet their gaze, appearing somewhat shy. Upon entering, they encountered a shoe cabinet leaning against the entrance, where the shoes were meticulously arranged, distinctly separated by gender. Proceeding further, the left side revealed the living room, while the right led to the kitchen, where a half-cleared dining table displayed the remnants of the woman's meal preparation. Sheng Yuchen glanced at the dishes on the table and could not help but comment, "You seem to have a delightful breakfast." The woman continued tidying the table, smiling gently at him, and gestured towards the sofa, saying, "Please, esteemed police officers, have a seat while I finish with the dishes." While the woman busied herself washing the dishes in the kitchen, Sheng Yuchen began to wander restlessly around the living room, which featured a large bay window, effectively functioning as a balcony. The space had been transformed into a haven for reading, adorned with a plush carpet and flanked by substantial bookshelves brimming with a diverse array of literature. In the center, a small wooden table was scattered with several books. Sheng Yuchen's gaze casually drifted across the titles until it was captivated by one that lay on the floor. He approached, knelt down, and picked up the book. Titled Microexpression Psychology. A sudden stillness gripped the smile on Sheng Yuchen's lips. Microexpression psychology? To his surprise, he never imagined He Wei would delve into such literature. As he pondered this, a woman's voice interrupted from behind. "Officer, what are you doing crouched there? My brother has a penchant for psychology and mystery novels." I apologize for the disturbance, she stated. Gu Yi and Sheng Yuchen's interpretations of her words diverged significantly. Gu Yi noted that the woman referred to He Wei as her brother, while Sheng Yuchen fixated on the fact that He Wei enjoyed reading psychological and suspenseful works. The woman then poured 2 glasses of water for them, settled onto the sofa beside them, and in a softer tone inquired, "Is there something amiss that prompts your visit?" "Officer?" Gu Yi, with her legs crossed and elbows resting on her knees, fingers interlaced, gazed intently at the woman. "We suspect your brother may be involved in a murder case and require your cooperation for our investigation. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing this, the woman lifted her head, her expression shifting to one of alarm and urgency. "Officers, you must be mistaken. My brother is a law-abiding citizen. How could he possibly be implicated in a murder?" Sheng Yuchen surveyed the room, his gaze finally resting upon the woman's face. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "As of now, there is no conclusive evidence that your brother is the perpetrator. The police are still conducting their investigation, and we hope for your cooperation." The woman nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Yes. Yes, officer, my brother is a wonderful person. I firmly believe he could never be the killer." Gu Yi took out her phone to record, asking, "Please tell us your name, age, and your specific relationship with He Wei." Chapter 32. The Half-Sister. I am He Xian, 20 years old, and I am He Wei's half-sister. Half-sister? Sheng Yuchen paused and inquired, "What does Xian mean?" "It means appreciate." The two suddenly realized that the little Xian mentioned during that phone call was not the little Xian they had assumed. However, why did He Wei save He Xian's contact as Jean Xian? Gu Yi scrutinized He Xian, attempting to discern any resemblance to He Wei in her features. "What are your parents' names?" Gu Yi asked. He Xian sat upright, her hands resting on her knees, occasionally clenching her fists. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her smile was rather forced. "My father's name is He Qinghua, and my mother's name is Wang Lan." Wang Lan, the mother of Jean Xian and Jean Wanli. Sheng Yuchen's expression turned serious. "Does your brother have another name?" He Xian, feeling perplexed, shook her head. "My brother has always been called He Wei. There is no other name." "Does this imply that Jean Xian refers to someone else?" Gu Yi continued. "Was your brother at home last night at 11 o'clock? He went to bed shortly after 10, and by 11, an hour had passed, which was ample time for him to commit the crime." Sheng Yuchen inquired, "Would it be convenient for us to see your brother's room?" He Xian appeared momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards He Wei's room. "I don't mind," she replied. "But my brother's room is always locked, and he keeps the key with him, so I can't enter." Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuchen followed her gaze to the door of He Wei's room, his brows slightly raised. Why all the secrecy? He Xian was 9 years younger than He Wei, meaning she was born when he was just 9. A child of that age would likely still be in elementary school, wouldn't they? "Do you know where your brother attended elementary school?" Sheng Yuchen asked. He Xian pressed her lips together and shook her head. "I do not know." She genuinely had no idea. After a few more questions, the two departed from He Wei's home, and it was already noon. The sun, a rare sight, hung brightly in the sky, casting golden rays all around. Sheng Yuchen took out his phone and called Xing Kai directly, asking, "Is it possible to find out which elementary school He Wei attended?" At that moment, Xing Kai happened to be at an elementary school, accompanied by He Wei's former homeroom teacher. He promptly provided Sheng Yuchen with the answer he sought. He Wei's first grade school was called Jean Xian. Later, after his mother remarried, he changed his name to take his stepfather's surname, He. Sheng Yuchen chuckled lightly. "All right, I understand now. At the municipal bureau, the blue rose, with its luxurious hue, is cherished and sought after by many. The blue enchantress serves as its alternative. It is not a true rose in the traditional sense, but a product of artificial cultivation. Cultivating such a plant is not as simple as one might think. Success is not guaranteed. It requires considerable effort and time to cultivate properly." Wang Ku, while agreeing, felt puzzled and asked, "Chen Gu, what is the purpose of this investigation?" "Just do as I say." Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback, then raised her gaze towards Sheng Yuchen, witnessing his unusually serious demeanor for the first time. Her lips parted, but before she could utter a word, A familiar figure entered through the door. Gui paused for a brief moment, then stepped forward to casually link her arm with the woman's, exclaiming, "Master, what brings you here?" The woman had her hair meticulously styled, with a few discernible strands of white amidst her lustrous locks. She wore a simple floral dress and her skin was well cared for, complemented by exquisite makeup. She was Gui's revered mentor, Bai Mei. Gui held great respect for this mentor, with whom she shared a particularly close bond. Although Bai Mei's makeup was beautiful, her expression was clouded with worry. Grasping Gui's hand tightly, she spoke urgently. My daughter quarreled with me the day before yesterday, and since yesterday, I have been unable to contact her. What should I do?" Gui could feel Bai Mei's hand trembling in her grasp. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Master, please remain calm and tell me. What time did Jianing leave home the night before yesterday?" "When Jianing, Bai Mei's daughter. I merely scolded her a few times, and then she retorted. After that, we ended up arguing. I truly did not wish to quarrel with her. The teacher informed me that she has not attended school yesterday or today, nor has she gone to her aunt's house. I am genuinely worried sick." Gui grasped Bai Mei's hand and gently patted the back, reassuring her, "Master, this is not your fault. Jianing is merely in a rebellious phase, which is quite normal. She might have gone to a classmate's house and is simply hiding away." Bai Mei shook her head emphatically. "I have inquired with her close friends. She hasn't gone to any of their places. I have searched everywhere possible, yet she remains elusive." Seeing the anxiety etched on Bai Mei's face, Gui felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Just then, a figure entered the room, a man clad in a brown leather jacket and deep blue jeans, a conspicuous scar stretching from the corner of his left eye downwards, approximately 6 or 7 centimeters long. He was Suong, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Team 2, and a notorious adversary of Xing Kai. Often at odds with their team, Gui regarded him coldly. "What brings you here?" The office for Team 2 was located upstairs. While their own team occupied the ground floor, they traditionally maintained a respectful distance from one another. Suong placed his hands on his hips and tilted his chin slightly. "I am here to see Director Ning." He then turned his attention to Bai Mei, leaning in closer. You must be the renowned Professor Bai Mei, am I correct?" Since her marriage, Bai Mei had left her position at the police station to become a professor at a university. Taken aback by his words, she regarded him closely. "I remember you. You are Suong, right?" Suong smiled, slightly embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. "I didn't expect Professor Bai to remember me." They had crossed paths a few times before, and Bai Mei had always possessed an exceptional memory. Bai Mei then remarked, "It suddenly occurs to me that your team has been investigating that serial murder case recently, hasn't it? Do you think my daughter might have been taken by that murderer?" Upon this thought, Bai Mei felt increasingly anxious, regretting her words about Wen Jianing the previous night. Wen Jianing, still a girl of 17 or 18, was in the throes of youthful rebellion, her emotions likely to be tumultuous. Gui observed her distress and self-reproach, uncertain of how best to offer comfort. Being somewhat inept with words, she had never been one to articulate soothing sentiments. She merely spoke her mind. At that moment, Sheng Yuchen approached, inquiring, "Ms. Bai, are you still able to reach your daughter by phone?" His question implied not whether the call could connect, but rather the status of her daughter's device. Bai Mei replied, "When I called yesterday, it went unanswered. Today, when I tried again, it has since gone to voicemail." Sheng Yuchen lowered his gaze, silently conducting an analysis in his mind. It appeared that Wen Jianing likely did not have her phone on her. If she had, it would not have remained unanswered. In this age of abundant information, it was implausible for her to have ignored her phone entirely. This could only suggest that it had been misplaced. The fact that it had now switched to voicemail indicated that the battery had died and it powered off. Considering her nearly 2 days of absence, having not visited friends, attended school, or gone to relatives, he pondered where a high school student might venture. Noticing Bai Mei's concern for Wen Jianing, he surmised that her allowance was likely not meager. Thus, he inquired, "How much do you typically give your daughter as pocket money?" Bai Mei shook her head. "It's not that much. I give her a maximum of 50 each week, which includes money for breakfast and lunch. She probably isn't able to save much." Sheng Yuchen had a rough idea of the situation, but seeing Bai Mei's expression made him hesitant to speak. As for Wen Jianing, he feared that her prospects were rather grim. Previously, there had been news about a high school student who, overwhelmed by pressure, contemplated ending their own life. From Bai Mei's earlier remarks, it was evident that she was deeply concerned about Wen Jianing's academic performance. Su Wang, having listened to their conversation, grasped the unfolding circumstances. He suggested, "Your team has been exceptionally busy with that case lately. Why don't we take this one on?" Bai Mei looked into his eyes, filled with gratitude. "Thank you. I appreciate your effort." As the two engaged in their exchange, Xing Kai's gaze bore unmistakable hostility. He coldly asked, "What are you doing here?" Su Wang maintained a cheerful demeanor, appearing younger and with fairer skin than Xing Kai, though a scar on his face was somewhat unsightly. Yet for him, that scar stood as a testament to his past achievements. "I just alleviated some of your team's burdens. Can't you treat me a bit better?" The history of rivalry between them was long and complicated. However, Su Wang paused and turned his attention to Cui Xiaohua, adding, "If it weren't for Xiaohua, I wouldn't have bothered to help you." Losing his patience, Xing Kai was about to tell Su Wang to leave when Ning Ju, standing at the office door, called out to him. He gestured for Bai Mei to take a seat while he went to pour her some water. Bai Mei sat restlessly, her heart fluttering with unease. They often say that a mother and child share a profound connection. Could it be that Wen Jianing is truly in peril? After a brief moment, her gaze lifted and fell upon a corner where a faint red beam flickered. It was situated near their collective workspace, beneath one of the desks. "Master, have a sip of water. Su Ang's efficiency is commendable. I'll have him notify you immediately should any news arise." Bai Mei nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you for your hard work. You've been quite busy lately. Do take care of your health." Gui smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Master." Bai Mei then pointed towards the red beam and inquired, "When did your bureau install such a small surveillance device?" Upon hearing her words, Gui paused for a brief moment, then followed her gaze, murmuring, "The bureau hasn't installed any small surveillance devices." She soon spotted the surveillance device Bai Mei had mentioned. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she approached and reached under the desk, pulling out the concealed object. To her astonishment, it was an invisible camera. Wonka happened to glance over, his expression one of shock. "Gui, this? Who placed this here?" Gui held the concealed camera aloft. Her question met with a chorus of head shakes from all present in the bureau. Suddenly, Gui recalled the last courier box, particularly the line of English printed on its exterior. Translated, it read, "I am watching you from the shadows." So, this hidden camera was indeed the embodiment of that ominous message? How had the perpetrator managed to install it here unnoticed, evading all scrutiny? How long had it been in place? And what had the assailant overheard in silence? Gui found herself increasingly perplexed. What was the perpetrator up to? She set aside the covert surveillance and mobilized the remaining personnel at the bureau, instructing them to scour every corner for hidden cameras, leaving no stone unturned. As expected, after a thorough search, they successfully unearthed 3 concealed cameras and 3 listening devices. Gui meticulously compared the 6 items, noting that they bore different brands. A clear indication of the murderer's deliberation. Wonka handed the gathered information to Sheng Yuchen. After a cursory glance, Sheng Yuchen remarked, "Are there only 5 registered entities?" Wonka nodded in affirmation. "These are the only 5 that can be traced at present." Sheng Yuchen promptly returned the documents, rubbing his aching temples. "This is of no use." Wang Ku, perplexed by the contents in his hand, inquired, "Brother Chun, what purpose does this investigation serve?" Sheng Yuchen lifted his gaze to meet Wang Ku's, weariness evident in his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. "The murderer is keen on tattooing blue roses on the victims. These blue roses must hold some significance for him. If he has a fondness for blue roses, he would likely engage in their cultivation and study." "Blue roses?" Bai Mei interjected. Didn't you handle a case related to this before?" Gui seemed to have a sudden revelation, donning her marten boots. She hastened towards the 4th floor, her expression tinged with gravity. Just as she arrived on the 4th floor, Ji Ku emerged from the lab, a hint of elation on his face, walking briskly with a test report in hand. "Gui, the test results are in." She ascended the stairs, and Sheng Yuchen glanced at the test results in his hand. What were the results for? The sound of light footsteps echoed, a rhythmic patter on the wooden corridor, accompanied by a jingling set of keys, and a cheerful tune hummed through his nose. The sky darkened, and a gentle rain fell outside, while a mist enveloped the top of the flower shed as a soft breeze stirred, carrying the delightful fragrance of blossoms. The man paused beneath a flower shed, taking a moment to cautiously survey his surroundings before swiftly locking the door behind him once inside. The shed was adorned with a myriad of colorful flowers, predominantly roses. In the center stood a large table, accompanied by a computer. The man casually opened a bag of pistachios, tossing the shells into his mouth with ease. Leaning back in an esports chair, he reclined comfortably, crossing his legs, his gaze fixed upon the computer screen, the corners of his lips curling upwards. The warm yellow light of the shed illuminated his face, revealing slightly tanned skin, while his hand resting on the mouse appeared dark, rough, and calloused. He murmured softly, "Discovered. I see." Chapter 34. Lon Shinger. In the archives room, rows of cabinets were filled with uniform blue file boxes. The space was vast and desolate, the silence only broken by Gu Yi's footsteps. She opened a file box and retrieved the information on the victim who favored blue roses, complete with a 4-inch photograph. The girl in the picture was in the prime of her youth, her radiant smile enchanting, with a pair of charming dimples. The victim was named Lon Shinger, age 21. A freshman at Lin University, and her cause of death was suicide. Gui recalled that this case had caused quite a stir at the time, with the school attempting fervently to suppress it. Many speculated whether Lin University had been excessively demanding of its freshmen, leading to her tragic suicide in the dormitory. This incident occurred last year. Numerous individuals remarked that Lon Shinger had a strained relationship with her roommates and a tense connection with her family, which compelled her to spend her weekends working part-time jobs. It is essential to recognize that gaining admission to Lin City University is no simple feat. Having worked so hard to secure a place at such a prestigious institution, why would a young woman choose to end her life? This case fell under her jurisdiction, and the manner of the girl's suicide was particularly peculiar, as it was nearly impossible to ascertain the cause of death from the outside. Moreover, her classmates displayed an alarming indifference towards her demise, raising suspicions that this could potentially be a homicide. Thus, with the consent of her family, Gu Yi conducted an autopsy on Lon Shinger's body. Lon Shinger was a chemistry major, well-versed in the subject, which explained her choice of toxic chemical agents for her suicide. Gu Yi remembered that when she presented this finding, she faced skepticism from Lon Shinger's family, who questioned how someone so eager for university life could possibly take such a drastic step. She recalled that during the autopsy, Lon Shinger bore a tattoo of a blue rose. During the investigation, a plethora of photographs showcasing Lon Shinger's profound affection for blue roses was discovered. Ji Ku approached with the test results, and before he could utter a word, Gu Yi interjected, inquiring, "Have the test results been released?" Ji Ku nodded in affirmation. Gu Yi then asked, "Is the DNA on the report that of Lon Shinger?" Ji Ku again nodded. Gu Yi offered him no opportunity to speak. "How do you know it is Lon Shinger's DNA?" Gu Yi raised the documents in her hand. "I just looked it up. It pertains to the suicide case of Lon Shinger from a year ago." Sheng Yuchen stepped forward. "Who is Lon Shinger?" Gu Yi lifted her gaze and explained. Last year, Sheng Yuchen was not in Lin City and was not well acquainted with the specifics of the matter. He only remembered having seen a video about it last year, remarking at the time how beautiful the girl was, lamenting her fate. That was the essence of his thoughts, though he could not recall his exact words. Beside him, Xing Kai appeared bewildered. Wasn't that case a suicide? What relevance does it have to ours? Gu Yi furrowed her brow and shook her head. I am uncertain. But they both bear blue rose tattoos. Sheng Yuchen inquired, "What connection does that have with Lon Shinger?" Gu Yi placed the documents on her desk and turned to Sheng Yuchen. Why not ask and find out? As she turned to inform by way, she realized the figure on the sofa had already vanished. They must have departed. On Yunnan Road, at the tattoo parlor, Sheng Yuchen stood with his hands in his pockets, watching He Wei close the shop's door. Gu Yi stood beside him. "You closed an hour earlier than usual today. I wonder what Mr. He plans to do?" He Wei paused, turned to face them, and a smile graced his lips. Indeed, today is my sister's birthday. Sheng Yuchen got straight to the point. He Wei. Oh no. I should now call you Jean Xian. The smile at the corner of his mouth froze momentarily, and the motion of closing the door faltered. That was a name I had previously used. Excuse me, is there a problem, officer? Gu Ili smiled politely and inquired. Are you aware that you have a twin brother? He Wei's lips curled slightly, the smile now tinged with a hint of sarcasm. I know Jean Wanli, the CEO of a publicly listed group, an illustrious philanthropist. What of it? Sheng Yuchen stepped forward, raising his hand to gently tap the wind chime hanging by the door, which chimed melodiously. What are you doing? He Wei immediately tensed, clearly protective of the wind chime. I merely wish to admire it. I find your wind chime quite beautiful and its sound delightful. Would you be so kind as to share the merchant's address? He Wei's expression became somewhat awkward. This wind chime was made by me. You cannot purchase it elsewhere. Sheng Yuchen's gaze fell upon a shell adorning the wind chime, inscribed with two names, Fong Lulu and He Wei, accompanied by a small heart drawn in pink with a colored pen. While observing He Wei earlier, Sheng Yuchen had noted how He Wei would occasionally glance at the wind chime, guarding it from anyone's touch. However, the realization dawned upon him. Raising his eyes to meet He Wei's, his gaze became piercing. You are Fong Lulu's ex-boyfriend, aren't you? He Wei paused, lowering his gaze to respond. Yes, I am. Sheng Yuchen scrutinized his eyes, discerning a deeper truth. He then remarked, so, despite your breakup, you still harbor feelings for her. You have harbored an overwhelming amount of emotions, with no outlet for release, leading you to immerse yourself in the world of mystery novels. Eventually, you reached a breaking point and committed the unthinkable act of taking Fong Lulu's life, did you not? Upon hearing Sheng Yuchen's words, He Wei nearly erupted into laughter, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Indeed, I cherished her deeply, but not to the extent of murder. Moreover, over the past 6 months, I have gradually let go of those feelings. He Wei truly loved Fong Lulu, for she was his first love, a beautiful experience they shared for 3 years. However, as time passed, Fong Lulu expressed that she had met someone better and wished to end their relationship. Initially, He Wei resisted her decision, yet her resolve was unwavering. Ultimately, he was powerless to change her mind and had to watch helplessly as the woman he adored married his twin brother. Sheng Yuchen lifted his chin slightly and remarked, that wind chime, was it handcrafted by Fong Lulu? He Wei remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With this revelation, Gu Yi produced a photograph of Lan Xing'er and inquired, do you recognize her? Chapter 35. First love. He Wei stepped closer, squinting slightly as he examined the photograph, then shook his head in response, I do not know her. I also yearn to uncover the true culprit behind this crime. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask me, he added. Sheng Yuchen, moistening his parched lips with his tongue, couldn't help but interject. After all that has transpired, why do you still hold her in such high regard? Moreover, given the recent turmoil surrounding this case, it would be prudent to resolve it swiftly for everyone's peace of mind. Upon hearing the term first love, Yui instinctively cast a fleeting glance at the man nearby, only to quickly divert her gaze. Do all men harbor a sentiment for their first love? Surely, Sheng Yuchen must as well. Sheng Yuchen gently patted He Wei's shoulder and said softly, rest assured, we shall dedicate ourselves to solving this case and apprehending the culprit, restoring peace to society. He Wei, moved, replied, I still need to fetch the cake. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Sheng Yuchen called out to him, requesting his phone number. You may go now. There is nothing more to attend to. And by the way, happy birthday to your sister. Thank you. On the return journey to the station, Sheng Yuchen drove with increasing agitation. Gu Yi retrieved 2 unopened bottles of mineral water from the compartment ahead, uncapping one for herself. She opened the second bottle and placed it beside Sheng Yuchen. Do not rush. There is no point in haste. Just 1 day remains. And if we yield no results by tomorrow, we shall face the consequences the day after. Sheng Yuchen noted the lightness in her tone, asking, aren't you at all anxious? Gu Yi inhaled deeply and exhaled with a sigh, resting her hand against her temple. her nasal congestion making it difficult to breathe. I am anxious. However, succumbing to haste easily leads to distraction, which is counterproductive. Sheng Yuchen deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and made a turn to stop. Gu Yi surveyed her surroundings and, with a slight furrow of her brow, inquired, "Do you need to buy something?" Upon closer inspection, she recognized the medication for nasal inflammation. "You should use this now. I just consulted the doctor, and the medication is effective. A few doses should suffice for a full recovery." Gu Yi turned to gaze at Sheng Yuchen, her fox-like eyes beneath her willow-shaped brows flickering with a hint of complexity. She tilted her head back, obediently applying the spray. Her delicate lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of a smile. Playfully, she remarked, "You treat me so well, with fever reducers and nasal medications. It's almost too much. Be careful, or I might take this as a serious proposal." Sheng Yuchen restarted the car, chuckling softly, "If you truly fall for me, I might just consider picking a day to register our marriage." Gu Yi lowered her chair slightly and turned her back on him, thinking it was merely a jest. Yet this fellow seemed to take it to heart. How audacious. At the municipal bureau, upon returning, night had completely descended, the sky adorned with a brilliant tapestry of stars. And the moonlight was enchanting. Gu Yi recounted to Xing Kai and the others the information obtained from He Wei. Yin Yin scratched his head, pondering, "So? Does this mean He Wei has diminished his own suspicion?" "Not entirely," Sheng Yuchen replied, pulling out his phone to open the gallery. "I also saw him examining micro-expression psychology. Is he studying micro-expressions to deceive us, or is he genuinely incapable of understanding emotions?" Yin Yin was taken aback. How could that be? Is there truly someone who is born without the ability to grasp expressions? "Brother Chun, your imagination knows no bounds." Xing Kai, resting his chin on one hand, added, "Such cases do exist. I've heard of them abroad." Just as Sheng Yuchen was about to respond, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He signaled to the group, rose from the meeting room, and stepped outside. "Hello, Grandpa. What is the matter?" His grandfather responded, "I know you all have been quite busy lately, but you must take care of your health. I understand that your feelings are still developing, but emotions can indeed be cultivated. You ought to pay more attention to Yi. Do you understand, Xiaoqin?" Sheng Yuchen, with a smile, replied, "All right, don't worry, Grandpa. If I don't care for my wife, who else would I care for? Do not be so glib with your words. I am speaking earnestly. Do you hear me?" Sheng Yuchen had been raised by Shang Bai since childhood, and he was well aware of his own character. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Shang Bai was the one who understood Sheng Yuchen the best. "Grandpa, I will not trouble you any longer. I will strive to uphold the Sheng family, rest assured." As he was speaking on the phone, a male voice suddenly came through his ear. "Xiaolin, you've finally arrived. I'm starving." Sheng Yuchen turned his gaze to see Suong, who was hurriedly making his way to the entrance. Approaching from the doorway was a figure clad in yellow, the one he referred to as Xiaolin. Sheng Yuchen squinted slightly, recognizing the individual as Lin Mu. The two appeared to be engaged in light-hearted conversation, clearly quite familiar with one another. "Grandpa, I have matters to attend to. I must hang up now." With that, Sheng Yuchen abruptly ended the call and stepped forward to intercept Suong. Suong halted and regarded him. "Is there something you need? Are you quite close with Lin Mu?" "Yes, why? Does he frequently deliver takeout to you?" Suong, losing his patience, retorted with irritation, "Are you bothersome or what? I'm starving." Sheng Yuchen cast a glance at the takeout in Suang's hand. "I am inquiring about you. Lin Mu is involved in our case. I require your cooperation. Do you understand?" Initially, he had merely intended to ask a simple question, yet Suang's impatience, along with his unfriendly attitude and tone, took him by surprise. He would not show any courtesy towards Suong. That was simply his nature, reciprocating the treatment he received. Suong raised an eyebrow. "Finding it somewhat intriguing, most of my deliveries are made by Xiaolin. We share quite a good rapport." "I know you. You are the psychological expert hired by the Bureau, the renowned profiler Sheng Yuchen. Your temperament seems quite similar to mine." "Humph," Sheng Yuchen scoffed dismissively. "Who would envy your temperament? Do you suspect Xiaolin is the murderer?" A flicker of complexity crossed Sheng Yuchen's eyes as he evaded the question. "It's nothing. You may leave." Before Su Wang could articulate a response, Sheng Yuchen had already turned and entered the room. The air inside felt stifling, and Gu Yi intended to open a window for ventilation, just as she had done so for a brief moment. A crumpled piece of paper was suddenly thrown in from somewhere, striking Gu Yi's shoulder and falling to the ground. Startled, Gu Yi swiftly turned around, only to find the night view outside the window. Glancing down, she noticed the paper crumpled at her feet. Curiosity piqued. She crouched to pick it up and peered outside. But the vicinity was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any person. Finding it perplexing, she assumed it was a prank. Just as she was about to toss the paper into the trash, she caught sight of some writing on it. Pausing her actions, Gu Yi carefully unfolded the paper, revealing a wrinkled white surface inscribed with a chilling message. Chapter 36. A strict teacher produces exceptional students. Tomorrow afternoon, everyone at Lin University must die. Everyone. All must perish. Gu Yi, startled, heard Xing Kai call her name. What are you looking at? She handed him the note. The murderer stated that tomorrow afternoon, everyone at Lin University must die. Xing Kai furrowed his brow after perusing the content. What is he plotting now? Gu Yi paused momentarily. What do you need the calendar for? Cui Xiaohua beamed at her with a broad smile. Master, I noticed your interest in the CK team last time. Since they happen to be selling support merchandise, I thought to buy something for you. Unfortunately, I couldn't secure the mug, but I managed to get this instead. CK is a highly popular gaming team. Upon hearing the mention of CK, Gu Yi's long eyelashes fluttered involuntarily. She picked up the calendar, glanced at the first page, and then flipped to the date page. Curling her lips into a smile. Thank you. I really like it. At this point, she felt compelled to add, I hope you will devote more of your thoughts to your studies and achieve mastery soon. Cui Xiaohua, having just heard her express her fondness, felt as if a bucket of cold water had extinguished her enthusiasm with Gu Yi's subsequent remark. She bit her lip and lowered her head slightly. I understand, Master. Xing Kai observed Cui Xiaohua's dejected figure and couldn't help but advise. Gu Yi, don't you think you are being a bit too harsh on her? Harsh. Gu Yi shot him a cold glance. She is my disciple. A strict teacher produces exceptional students. Do you understand? Xing Kai felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, and even Yin Yin, who stood nearby, felt a sense of unease. Yin Yin leaned in and asked, Gu Yi, if you don't want that calendar, why not give it to me? Just in time. As I am a devoted fan of CK. Gu Yi rested her hand on the calendar, gazing at the various Q-version images of CK team members imprinted on it. When did she ever show interest in CK? Even she herself was unaware of how Cui Xiaohua had come to know. Could it be that those past incidents had reached her ears? The thought amused Gu Yi, eliciting a smile from her. How could that be? At that time, she had not even known who Cui Xiaohua was. Yin Yin, noticing her smile, mistakenly assumed she had acquiesced. Just as he was kindling hopes, Gu Yi doused them with a cold splash of reality. It's merely trivial matters, nothing worthy of admiration. Your focus should be on solving the case at hand. With that, Gu Yi was about to put away the calendar when she noticed the date marked with the emblem of Captain CK, which was tomorrow. Today was November 15th. And tomorrow would be the 16th. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck her. November 16th, November 16th. Gu Yi quickly retrieved the dossier on Lan Xinger. Flipping straight to the last page. The day Lan Xinger took her own life was precisely November 16th. Could this be a twist of fate, a mere coincidence? No. It likely was not a coincidence. Just then, Sheng Yuchen walked in, while Xing Kai presented a crumpled piece of paper to him. Gu Yi set the documents down, bracing her hands on the table, and looked at Wang Ku, who was seated across from her. Xiao Ku, please help me investigate Lan Xinger's parents to see if we can still reach them. Wang Ku nodded in agreement. Compared to Yin Yan's cunning nature, Wang Ku approached tasks with greater diligence and obedience. A hurried sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs as Su Wang, holding something, rushed to find them. Xing Kai, seeing him, expressed annoyance. Why are you here again? Su Wang shot him a glance and directly presented the evidence bag in his hand to Gu Yi. In the team, apart from Gu Yi and Cui Xiaohua, who speak to him in a calm and composed manner, the others, led by Xing Kai, avoid him at every turn. Gu Yi raised her gaze and noticed an Apple phone within an evidence bag. It was encased in a blue rose phone cover against a white backdrop, which appeared somewhat soiled, and the screen bore signs of cracking. This was Jianning's phone. Where did you find it? It was discovered by a small creek, 300 meters from her home. Upon finding it, I immediately took it for repairs. Only then could it be powered on. I perused her call logs and social media, uncovering a mysterious individual with whom she frequently communicated on QQ. Furthermore, I found that she had a particular fondness for blue roses, as evidenced by her phone cover, theme, and the content of her chats with this enigmatic figure. Gu Yi comprehended the implication of his words, her gaze settling on his face. So you are suggesting that when Jianning could indeed have been abducted by the perpetrator of the Blue Rose case? At that moment, Gu Yi's heart skipped a beat. When Jianning was the beloved daughter of her mentor, cherished like a precious gem, although she often admonished her for not studying diligently. She never treated her harshly and held deep affection for her. 7 years Jianning's junior, she was like a younger sister to Gu Yi, and their bond had always been strong. When Jianning was younger, she would follow closely behind, exclaiming how beautiful Gu Yi was and expressing her envy. Gu Yi held a great fondness for this sister, often engaging in conversation and advising her to refrain from inciting her mentor's ire. Suwa nodded slowly. Although I would rather not entertain this notion, the clues uncovered are all connected to your case. During our search, we discovered when Jianning's shoe by the creek, alongside scattered lipstick. The lipstick, a cherished possession of when Jianning, represented her greatest aspiration to become a beauty influencer. Gu Yi's hand gradually formed a fist, her nails digging deeply into her flesh, yet she remained indifferent to the pain. Gritting her teeth, she asserted, "All right, I understand." After a brief pause, Gu Yi added, "Then we shall take over this case. Thank you." Suong agreed, ensuring a comprehensive handover of the gathered items and information. Before departing, he discreetly slipped a box of chestnut pastries to Cui Xiaoguo. "Xiaoguo, these are delightful. Be sure to try them." Shen Kai, observing the staircase, rolled his eyes before turning to head to the restroom. Yan Yan's curiosity was once again ignited as he gazed at the box of chestnut pastries in her hands, his eyes crinkling with delight. "Xiaoguo, it seems that team leader Su is genuinely concerned for you, even bringing you those popular chestnut pastries. I wonder how long he waited to procure them. However, Xiaoguo, aren't you fond of our captain? Though he may be a bit darker than team leader Su, it certainly does not diminish his charm. With some effort, if you win his heart, you could become our team's sister-in-law." Yin Yan's words caught Cui Xiaoguo off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. With Gu Yi and the others listening nearby, Yin Yan's candid remarks inadvertently revealed her feelings for Sheng Kai to the world. Yet, Cui Xiaoguo remained unaware that affection possesses a peculiar nature. Even if concealed, it often escapes through one's eyes. They had long perceived her sentiments. Gu Yi approached Wang Ku, inquiring, "Have you found anything?" I had just attempted to speak to Wang Ku when a phone call interrupted me. Gu Yi raised an eyebrow and decided to answer it. She then turned to Sheng Yuchen and said, "Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to Lin University." Sheng Yuchen raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone gentle. "Sounds good." Chapter 37. The bomb. The next day, the sun took a respite, making way for thunder and lightning. The sky was adorned with thick, ominous clouds that enveloped the city, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roaring of thunder, while gusts of wind swept through the streets, yet rain stubbornly withheld itself. Jiku, still half asleep, his hair tousled like a bird's nest, approached the water dispenser, his severe dark circles evident. Cui Xiaoguo turned around and was startled by his appearance, momentarily believing she had encountered a ghost in the early morning hours. She held a cup of water and chuckled, "Old Ji, your skin looks dreadful. You really ought to take better care of it." Jiku sighed deeply. "I would like to, but do you see any opportunity for me to do so? I've been sleeping at the bureau for several days due to this case. I might as well move in there." Cui Xiaoguo patted him on the shoulder. "That's enough. If Ningju finds out, he'll likely kick you out." "Hey, what are you two discussing?" Yan Yan suddenly popped his head in, with Wang Ke following closely behind, both carrying large bags of breakfast. Cui Xiaoguo took a sip of water and, noticing Gu Yi's absence, inquired, "Where's my mentor?" Yin placed the breakfast on the table and replied, "Your mentor left early this morning with Brother Chen." As he meticulously laid out the items one by one, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Marriage truly makes a difference. In the past, I used to address him as boss, but now it's Brother Chen. How intriguing." Wang approached him and whispered, "Keep your voice down. The boss is still asleep inside." At Linqing University, Gui and Sheng Yuchen sought out last year's counselor for Lan Xing'er. The counselor, surnamed Wang, was in her 30s and affectionately known as Sister Wang. Upon seeing them, she beamed with warmth, but when Gui mentioned Lan Xing'er, her smile faltered. With her head slightly bowed, a look of regret flickered in her eyes as she said, "Lan Xing'er was the most intelligent and astute student I have ever encountered. What a wonderful child she was." After a brief pause, she continued, "I recall she committed suicide. Officer, is this case being reopened?" Gui replied, "No. We wish to inquire about Lan Xing'er's former roommates. Where are they now?" Only then did Sheng Yuchen scan the office before fixing his gaze on Sister Wang, asking, "What about the other two?" Sister Wang pulled out her phone, seemingly searching for something. After a moment, she said, "The other two dropped out at the end of last year. One was named Yin, and the other Fong Lu. Yin and Fong Lu were roommates with Lan Xing'er." Gui and Sheng Yuchen exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts. Sheng Yuchen then asked, "Professor Wang, could you kindly inform us where we might locate Li Lin or provide us with her contact information? Li Lin has switched her major and is now a student in the oil painting department. At this hour, there are no classes in that department, so you may find her there." Sister Wang took out a photograph to assist them in recognizing her. Sheng Yuchen nodded, expressing gratitude for her cooperation. The two then made their way to the oil painting department, waiting at the entrance for approximately 20 minutes before spotting Li Lin, who was leisurely approaching with an easel on her back. After confirming her identity and clarifying their intentions, they chose a nearby pavilion to sit down. Once Li Lin had set up her easel, she approached them with small, brisk steps, clearly cherishing her easel. As soon as she sat down, her demeanor was cold and distant. "If you have questions, just ask. I don't have much time to waste with you. Do you harbor a strong dislike for Lan Xing'er?" Sheng Yuchen inquired. Li Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "Not particularly. I would say we are merely indifferent to one another, as we don't have much interaction." Gui added, "Then you must be unaware that Yin and Fong Lu have also perished, and we are currently pursuing the culprit." Sheng Yuchen continued, "Indeed. It's quite alarming that among the three who originally shared a dormitory, all have met their demise, leaving you as the sole survivor. You are in considerable danger." Li Lin, not one to be easily fooled, discerned the implications in their words. "Are you suggesting that I might be the next target of the murderer?" Sheng Yuchen affirmed her suspicion. However, Li Lin merely laughed. "Please, spare me the jest, dear officers. I spend all my time at school, immersed in my studies. With the excellent security at Lin University, how could the murderer possibly reach me?" Li Lin's remarks were not without merit. The security at Linqing University has always been renowned for its exceptional safety. Upon hearing this, Gui gleaned some understanding of why the perpetrator had yet to strike. Thus, the crumpled note from last night must have referred to Li Lin. "Li Lin, could you kindly share some details about your dormitory? We request your cooperation in our investigation." "What matters are you referring to? Those trivial issues concerning Lan Xing'er and her friends?" Li Lin's tone clearly reflected her growing impatience. Sheng Yuchen, having had the same thought, was about to advise Li Lin when a piercing scream echoed from a distance. The sound, sharp and jarring, appeared to come from a female voice. The two hurried towards the source, with Li Lin's curiosity compelling her to follow suit. They soon encountered a girl in a white dress, slumped on the ground, her complexion pale and her eyes filled with terror, repeating the words, "Bomb, bomb." People gathered around, following the girl's gaze, and discovered a timed bomb concealed within the fire extinguisher cabinet. Many recoiled in fear upon sighting the explosive, retreating several steps to maintain a safe distance, too frightened to take any rash actions. Sheng Yuchen approached to assist the girl on the ground, while Gui, casting a glance at the bomb, immediately dialed Xing Kai. "Hello, Xing Kai. Please bring a team to Lin University at once. We have discovered a bomb." Ensure you bring a bomb disposal expert with you. Sheng Kai had already coordinated with them the previous night. They were to investigate the matters concerning Lan Xing while he pursued leads regarding Wen Jianing. Just as he was about to call Gu Yi, she reached out to him. When Sheng Kai and his team arrived at the school, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of curious university students, all drawn by a blend of intrigue and trepidation regarding a bomb scare. The sight of such a crowd caused a palpable tension in Sheng Kai, his temples throbbing with the pressure. He gestured for his fellow officers to assist in dispersing the gathering as much as possible. Meanwhile, the bomb disposal experts had also arrived, preparing their equipment for the impending operation. Sheng Kai led Gu Yi away from the chaos, while Sheng Yuchen supported a faint-hearted girl, guiding her to a nearby flower bed to rest. Li Lin offered Sheng Yuchen a piece of tissue. "Here you go." Upon seeing the tissue, Sheng Yuchen hesitated momentarily before graciously declining. "Thank you, but I don't need it." Li Lin smiled, a playful grin gracing her lips as she remarked, "I must say, you're quite handsome, sharp brows, bright eyes, and a charming smile. How old are you, if I may ask?" Despite the compliment, Sheng Yuchen remained composed, accustomed to such praise regarding his appearance. "Oh, thank you. I'll be turning 29 next month." 29? Li Lin's tone reflected surprise, her gaze wandering over him with a hint of rudeness. She clicked her tongue and shook her head. "You don't look it at all. You come off as a youthful heartthrob, yet you're actually a bit of an older gentleman." Her words struck like an arrow to Sheng Yuchen's heart. "Older gentleman?" He locked eyes with Li Lin, attempting to debate. "We're both in our 20s. How can I be an older gentleman?" Li Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "If you weren't 7 years my senior, surpassing my ideal boyfriend standard, I might have considered it. May I inquire if Lan Xing had any close male friends during her lifetime?" Li Lin pondered momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at him. "She had a boyfriend, though I am unsure of his name." "A boyfriend?" Li Lin exclaimed. "Oh, dear sir, do you have a partner?" Sheng Yuchen lifted his chin, gesturing towards Gu Yi. "Have you seen that female forensic scientist?" Li Lin followed his gaze. "I have. What of it? She is a forensic expert?" Her eyes widened slightly, revealing her astonishment. "I would not have guessed." Li Lin scrutinized Gu Yi from head to toe, then shook her head dismissively. "My wife," Sheng Yuchen declared. "Oh," Li Lin nodded, offering her own commentary. "Her features are quite attractive, yet she appears rather frigid. She must have a terrible temperament, right? A poor temperament is unacceptable. Women should embody gentleness and charm. With such an icy demeanor, what man would be drawn to her?" Cui Xiaoguo had been eavesdropping from a distance, absorbing their exchange. "There are numerous men who admire my mentor. They could line up from the municipal bureau to the neighboring city. I suspect it is you who is lacking in admirers." Thus, the two engaged in a spirited quarrel, drawing Gu Yi's attention, who noticed Cui Xiaoguo's flushed face and wide-eyed expression, furrowing her brow in concern. Gu Yi approached, casting a frosty glance at Li Lin before grasping Cui Xiaoguo's hand and leading her away. Sheng Yuchen, reveling in the spectacle, even stifled a chuckle. Gu Yi released her grip, addressing Cui Xiaoguo. "Is this truly the time for a quarrel?" Cui Xiaoguo shook her head. "Regardless of the reasons behind your quarrel with her, it is imperative to remember that this is not the appropriate moment for discord. Do you understand?" Cui Xiaoguo hung her head despondently and shook it slightly. Observing her contrite demeanor, Gu Yi refrained from further admonitions and retrieved a lollipop from her pocket, extending it to her. Cui Xiaoguo accepted the candy with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master." Gu Yi had always possessed excellent hearing and had gleaned the gist of their earlier dispute. However, Li Lin was not entirely incorrect. She was indeed a cold and unapproachable individual. Sheng Kai approached with a grave expression, stating, "This bomb is challenging to disarm. Even the slightest misstep could trigger an explosion, and it would be instantaneous. I have already instructed them to disperse the crowd to minimize potential casualties." Gu Yi glanced toward the experts and felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. She pulled it out, the caller ID displaying an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, she swiped to reject the call. Barely a moment later, it rang again. Feeling perplexed, she hesitated briefly before answering. "Hello? Who is this?" "Gu Yi. I have a piece of advice for you. It would be wise not to cut the wires of the bomb." The voice was distorted, clearly altered by a voice modulator. Why? Gu Yi scrutinized the number once more. Beep, beep, beep. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Yet, it was not the building beside them that erupted, but rather the nearby girls' dormitory just a few meters away. Gu Yi turned her gaze towards the dormitory. It appeared that the explosion originated from the fourth floor, where thick black smoke began to billow forth. The female residents, startled and disoriented, screamed and rushed down the stairs in a panic. Xing Kai immediately shouted, "Quick, go assist in evacuating the crowd. Xiaohua, call 119. Cui Xiaohua let out a sound of surprise and immediately took out her phone to make a call. The girls' dormitory comprised 12 stories, making it quite a challenge to evacuate the crowd. Gu Yi intended to pull Sheng Yuchen along to assist, but the moment her hand grasped his wrist, her gaze fell upon one of the floors of the dormitory. It was the 7th floor, and on the balcony of one of the rooms. It appeared that someone was bound and unable to move. Gu Yi retrieved her phone, opened the camera, and with 2 fingers, gradually zoomed in to discern the outline of the girl on the balcony. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. This time, it was the 5th floor of the girls' dormitory that had been struck. Gu Yi rushed over to the expert, seizing his hand just as he was about to cut something. "Don't cut it. Every single one of these is a bomb," she exclaimed, then turned to Cui Xiaohua. "How long until the fire department arrives?" Cui Xiaohua clenched her phone tightly, approximately 4 to 5 minutes. Gu Yi's attention returned to the balcony of the 7th floor, and just then, there was another explosion. The 6th floor had detonated. The flames surged ferociously, spreading rapidly into each dormitory, while the playground below was teeming with people, most of whom were groups of girls. It was uncertain how frequently the bombs exploded, but if they waited here for the fire department, the chances of survival for those on the 7th floor would likely dwindle to nothing. There was no time to ponder further. Gu Yi took off running toward the building, ascending the stairs with urgency. She had to save them. "Gu Yi," Sheng Yuchen called out, sensing the impending danger, yet he was powerless to halt her determined stride. As she ascended the staircase, she did her utmost to evade the flames. Upon reaching the 5th floor, a wall of fire loomed before her, blocking her path ahead. The iron railing was severely affected by the fire, its temperature scalding hot, causing blisters to form on Gu Yi's hands. Ignoring the pain of the blisters, she hurriedly ascended to the 7th floor. The corridor on the 7th floor was in disarray, littered with various items, and the dormitory doors stood ajar, save for one that was locked. Gu Yi attempted to open it, but after taking a deep breath, she forcefully kicked it open. Upon entering, she found the room eerily vacant. Dust settled thickly everywhere, indicating it had not been occupied for a considerable time. Striding forward, she spotted a girl on the balcony clad in a blue and white school uniform, the color and style strikingly familiar. Gu Yi recognized it as the uniform of the first high school. The girl's hair was disheveled, her mouth stuffed with a piece of white cloth, and her feet tightly bound with hemp rope. As she approached, she realized this was none other than Wen Jianing, the beloved daughter of Bai Mei, who had been missing. Gu Yi swiftly removed the cloth from her mouth, producing a small knife from her sleeve, and deftly cut through the hemp rope binding Wen Jianing's ankles. "Sister." Upon seeing Gu Yi, Wen Jianing could no longer hold back her tears, her youthful face smeared with dirt. Gu Yi intended to sever the bindings on her hands as well, but discovered they were secured with an iron chain, though not particularly thick. It was tightly bound around Wen Jianing's wrists. "Do not fear," Gu Yi said, crouching before her, gently brushing aside her bangs. "Sister will take you out." Chapter 39. "You scared me to death, sister. I am scared. Do not be afraid. I am here." Gu Yi attempted to wrench the iron chain apart, but it proved futile. The chain's material was of high quality, resisting her efforts. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated. The 6th floor had erupted. Gu Yi glanced at the time on her watch. Approximately 10 minutes had passed, a duration longer than before. The fire brigade had arrived, diligently engaged in extinguishing the flames and rescuing individuals. Gu Yi struggled to free the iron chain, resorting instead to devising a method to separate Wen Jianing's hand from the wooden chair upon which she sat. "Take it slow. Be careful not to cut your hand," she advised. With great fortitude, When Jianing endured the pain, gradually detaching her hand from the chair, her delicate skin reddened from the friction, while the iron chain remained firmly bound around her wrist. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes in a distant corner of Lindu observed the unfolding events. As they prepared to leave, an explosion suddenly erupted from the 8th floor, directly above their adjacent dormitory. Overcome by fear, Wen Jianing instinctively sought refuge in Gu Yi's embrace, who shielded her while scanning the surroundings with vigilance. A faint smile graced her lips. It seemed the perpetrator intended to eliminate them as well. Gu Yi guided Wen Jianing out of the dormitory, where firefighters clad in orange uniforms ascended the stairs. The recent explosion had obstructed their path with fallen doors and debris. They found themselves at the end of the corridor, with a solitary window to their left. The flames above were gradually encroaching upon their position. The two called out for help, drawing the firefighters' attention to their plight. However, the route was blocked, and the effort to clear a path was far too slow to facilitate a timely rescue. The firefighters handed them 2 ropes, assuring them that their colleagues would be prepared with inflatable mats below. Gui expressed her gratitude and promptly assisted Wen Jianing in securing the ropes. As she opened the window, a gust of wind rushed in, heralding an impending storm outside. When Wen Jianing glanced down, her legs gave way, succumbing to fear. She clung to Gu Yi's arm, weeping, "Sister, I am afraid." Gu Yi placed her hand on her shoulder, offering reassurance. "When you are ready, jump down. You will be safe. They are all waiting for you below, so do not worry." She was acutely aware of Wen Jianing's trembling body, but at that moment, this was the only path available to them, as the flames continued to encroach upon their position. Yet, Wen Jianing hesitated, and Gu Yi shouted firmly, "Wen Jianing, I am right here. What are you afraid of? Jump." The force of her command compelled Wen Jianing to comply. Gu Yi steadied the rope from above, ensuring her safe descent. Once the rope was secured, she began to slide down. Just as she descended 1 floor, an explosion erupted from a nearby dormitory. A wave of intense heat surged toward her, causing her to instinctively release her grip and slide down rapidly. She narrowly avoided the flames, but the rope was severed. Gu Yi plummeted straight down. Before landing on the air mattress, she glimpsed a figure in the crowd, a smug expression on his face, even waving at her. Gu Yi recognized him. Suddenly, a man surged from the throng, and Gu Yi's trajectory shifted slightly, landing only at the edge of the inflatable cushion. "You cannot go there." Gu Yi was oblivious to the shouts ringing in her ears, overwhelmed by the cacophony surrounding her, feeling as though she had been jostled by someone. At the second hospital of Lin City, Gu Yi awoke to find herself lying in a hospital bed. Beside her sat Yizime, while Xing Kai stood by the window. Their expressions were grave. As Gu Yi stirred, attempting to sit up, she felt a restriction in her left arm, accompanied by a twinge of pain. She cast her gaze downward, her left hand encased in a thick layer of plaster, clad in a patient-esque garb. Upon noticing her awakening, Yizime approached her with swollen red eyes, exclaiming, "You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Shall I call for a doctor?" Gu Yi shook her head gently, replying, "No need, Mimi. Have I dislocated something?" "Doctor, he mentioned it was a minor dislocation," Yizime exclaimed as she rushed forward to embrace her. "You nearly frightened me to death, Yi." Gu Yi furrowed her brow slightly, reassuring her, "But I'm fine now, please do not cry." Xing Kai, hearing the commotion, turned to look at her, saying, "Everything at school is fine. The fire has been extinguished, and all the injured have been promptly taken to the hospital, with no fatalities." Yizime released her hold and glanced at the adjacent bed. "Yi, look at Sheng Yuchen. What has happened to him?" Gu Yi followed her gaze. On the neighboring hospital bed, Sheng Yuchen's neck was secured with a brace, his eyes firmly shut, still in a state of unconsciousness. Xing Kai sighed as he observed him, stating, "You nearly fell onto an inflatable mattress. It was Sheng Yuchen who caught you, injuring his neck in the process." Gu Yi's heart felt as though it had been scratched by something, a twinge of discomfort. She lingered her gaze on Sheng Yuchen for a few seconds before speaking. "I suspect this incident is closely linked to Lin Mu. I saw him when I fell. He was smiling and waving at me. There is something suspicious about him." Xing Kai pressed his lips together, acknowledging, "I saw him at the scene as well." No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. It was Yan Yan calling. Boss, something terrible has happened. Li Lin has been attacked. After the man stabbed Li Lin, he directly took a car to the police station, claiming it was a confession. All right, I understand. Ending the call, Xing Kai offered a few words of caution to Gu Yi before departing the hospital room. Yi Zimei sat beside Gu Yi, pouring her a glass of warm water to soothe her throat, observing her chapped lips with a frown. Yi, whatever happened to the lip balm I gave you? It's in my bag. Where's the bag? At the station. Yi Zimei was rendered speechless by Gu Yi's response. Your lips are so dry, don't you realize that? Gu Yi retorted, I'm in the midst of a case. When would I have time to worry about this? Noticing Yi Zimei's demeanor, Gu Yi anticipated what she was about to say next. Yi Zimei finally smiled, now that's more like it. I heard today that you rushed in to save someone. And it was your master's daughter. While saving someone is commendable, with such a raging fire, couldn't you have waited for the firefighters? What if something went wrong? What would Sheng Yuchen do then? Live a life of widowhood? You two have only just married, still in your honeymoon phase. Stop. Gu Yi interrupted her. Our marriage is merely a family alliance. We didn't know each other before this, whereas the honeymoon phase in that. Unbeknownst to the two of them, the person in the adjacent bed had woken up at some point, feigning unconsciousness while listening to their conversation. Yi Zimei was momentarily at a loss for words. Tugging at Gu Yi's sleeve, her voice slightly softer, that incident happened so long ago. Why do you still remember it? Chapter 40. A bond of life and death. Gu Yi remembered. It was a memory she would carry for a lifetime. The matter that Yi Zimei spoke of occurred during their university days. On that fateful day, someone in the dormitory had utilized a high-voltage appliance, resulting in a power outage throughout the entire building, which subsequently led to a fire. While everyone else was relieved to have escaped, Gu Yi found herself trapped alone in the bathroom of her dormitory. The door was broken and could not be opened, and the window was too small for anyone to crawl through. Yi Zimei had made plans with her to enjoy hot pot that evening. Upon arriving at the school, she was confronted with the chaotic scene. She searched the crowd for Gu Yi, but could not find her. Ignoring the protests of those around her, she soaked her coat and dashed into the inferno. Fortunately, Yi Zimei arrived just in time, and together they emerged from the flames, supporting one another. However, from that day forward, a scar approximately 5 centimeters long marred the back of Yi Zimei's neck, a testament to her bravery in saving Gu Yi, solidifying their bond as life and death friends. At that moment, Gu Yi had even thought she was destined to perish, bitterly lamenting her inadequacy, lamenting that she had not had the chance to repay her grandmother before meeting her end. Yet, it was precisely during this dire moment that Yi Zimei appeared. Because of that scar, Yi Zimei would always apply a thick layer of foundation to cover her neck whenever she filmed or posed for promotional photos. Gu Yi vowed in her heart that she owed Yi Zimei a life debt, promising to cherish and protect her for all eternity. Gu Yi, what is it? Yi Zimei called to her several times without receiving a response, tugging gently at the hem of her clothes. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Gu Yi gently caressed her empty stomach and cast a sidelong glance at the person beside her. Please bring me a chicken steak and some fried noodles, and get him a serving of sliced meat. I would like the kind you find at street stalls. Is it too much trouble for you, Miss Yi, to make a trip? Sure, Yi Zimei responded, rising to fetch her bag, her eyes reflecting a hint of envy. Alas, you indulge in chicken steak again. If only I could eat like you without gaining weight. You have no idea, Yi Zimei continued. Every time I indulge even a little, Sister Qiao reacts like this. She placed her left hand on her hip and pointed with her right, mimicking Sister Qiao's scolding tone. Yi Zimei, you're eating again. Soon, you'll be on the treadmill for 10 kilometers. She tugged at her hair in frustration. I can hardly afford to eat more if I wish to maintain my figure, not even a morsel. Gu Yi watched her animated gestures, her playful expressions eliciting laughter. All right. Off you go. I'm nearly starving. Yi Zimei donned her mask and sunglasses, nodding in compliance. Okay. I'm on my way. Just before closing the door, she stole another glance at Sheng Yuchen on the bed, who seemed to be smiling. Without further thought, she shut the door and prepared to leave, only to collide with He Pian Ran, who was approaching. Upon seeing him, Yi Mei's eyes lit up, though the sunglasses concealed her excitement. What a coincidence, Dr. He. Have you finished work? He Ran took a small step back upon encountering her, maintaining a safe distance. Yes, but I'm on night duty tonight. So I'm quite busy. Just from her words, He Ran could already surmise her intentions. Previously, she had inquired numerous times, employing various justifications to invite him to dinner, all of which he had categorically declined. It was presumed that such persistence from Yi Mei would eventually subside. Yet to everyone's surprise, her efforts intensified. She persistently offered gifts and meals, coupled with a continuous stream of messages on WeChat, expressing concern for his well-being, greeting him with good morning and good night without fail, punctually and consistently. Lowering her sunglasses slightly, Yi Mei remarked, "Oh well, I am on my way to buy lunch for my sisters. What would Dr. He like? I can bring it for you." He Ran, holding a list in his hand, replied, "No need, I have just eaten." After saying this, he raised his hand to open the ward door. Just as he was about to enter, he heard Yi Mei say, "Dr. He is going to see Sheng Yuchen, right?" Sheng Yuchen is still unconscious. He Ran nodded slightly. "I am indeed Gu Yi's attending physician for Sheng Yuchen." Unbeknownst to him, Yi Mei was elated at this revelation. "Oh, then I shall go buy lunch for them first. Dr. He, see you soon." He Ran remained silent, watching her depart. Upon his entry, he found Sheng Yuchen already awake, engaged in a discussion with Gu Yi regarding the case. Feeling somewhat out of place, he stood awkwardly. Gu Yi noticed him and greeted, "Dr. He." Due to Yi Mei's frequent complaints about her, often extolling the handsomeness of He Ran, Gu Yi had a modicum of familiarity with him. The white light of the ward illuminated his figure, accentuating his fair complexion, well-defined features, and an aura of elegance, all of which exuded a unique maturity and composure. With an appearance reminiscent of a refined gentleman, exuding a gentle charm, he was far more endearing than Sheng Yuchen's jaded demeanor. Gu Yi suddenly grasped the reason behind Yi Mei's affection for He Ran. While he was undeniably handsome, it was not the kind of striking beauty that would capture one's attention at first glance. Otherwise, how could Yi Mei have overlooked him at the wedding banquet? Gu Yi recalled that He Ran had indeed been present that day. Sheng Yuchen stiffly turned his body, wincing as pain shot through his neck. Upon seeing He Ran, he paused in surprise. "Old He, is it really you?" He Ran met his gaze. "What? Can it be me?" He tapped the medical chart in his hand. "I am your attending physician, okay?" Sheng Yuchen frowned. "How long will it take for my neck to heal?" He Ran approached and adjusted the blanket. "If you refrain from moving around, it will heal more quickly. Just don't let my old man know. If he finds out, he will likely come to the hospital to keep me company." He Ran clicked his tongue. "Can't you say something pleasant for once?" He gestured towards Gu Yi and then pointed at himself. "With us like this, if the old man sees, he will scold me for not taking care of his daughter-in-law. I really don't want him to come here and berate me. It's quite embarrassing, you know." He Ran pressed his lips together. All right, I understand." Just as He Ran was about to share a few precautions with Gu Yi, her phone rang. "Hello, Xingkai, what is the matter?" Whatever was said on the other end caused Gu Yi's expression to darken, her brows knitting together. After concluding the call, she threw off the blanket, rose from the bed, found her coat, and draped it over herself before heading to the bathroom to change into her pants. As soon as she changed and was about to leave, Sheng Yuchen called out to her, "Gu Yi, where are you going?" Gu Yi paused briefly, her short hair tousled, obscuring her profile. "The murderer has turned himself in." Sheng Kai interrogated him for a while. "He refuses to say anything and specifically requested to see me." Sheng Yuchen, barefoot and eager, jumped off the bed, grasping her arm. "I'll go with you. Just let me change my clothes first." Chapter 41. And just as Gu Yi remained silent, responding with a faint hum, standing still as she waited for him, He Ran observed the pair, understanding their unique professions. Yet at this moment, they were his patients. "You both need to take it slow. Do not move too much or touch anything, and avoid water. You must change the dressing daily." With that, He Ran followed behind them, assisting in closing the ward door before continuing his rounds. At the police station in the interrogation room, This was Lin Mu's second appearance in the interrogation room. Seated opposite Xing Kai. Last time, he sat there as a suspect, having eliminated his own culpability due to the alignment of chat records and timelines. This time, however, he occupied the chair as the perpetrator. Slouching against the chair, his wrists were shackled, his head hung low, thick bangs obscuring most of his face, rendering his thoughts hidden. He wore simple clothing, identical to what he had on in the recorded footage, with bloodstains visible on his exposed arms, his hands smeared with crimson. Xing Kai felt a dryness in his mouth and stepped outside, just as Gui and the others arrived. Gui glanced at the interrogation room door and inquired, "The one in there, is it Lin Mu?" Xing Kai nodded, stating that he had been present for over an hour, yet the individual in question remained silent about everything. "Insisting on seeing you." Pausing momentarily, he cast a worried glance at Gui, cautioning, "Be careful, he is here for you." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Gui pushed open the interrogation room door and took a seat at the table. Lin Mu, hearing the commotion, lifted his eyelids and offered a faint smile. Gui settled across from him, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Lin Mu, it appears we meet again." Had it not been for the connection between Lan Xing'er and Lin Mu, Gui would have remained oblivious. She had indeed encountered Lin Mu during last year's Lan Xing'er case. However, their interaction had merely been a distant glance, mistaken for a mere bystander in the crowd, thus she had thought little of it. Lin Mu raised his head, his posture slightly hunched yet steady. His dark eyes obscured beneath his bangs, revealing a complexion somewhat dusky. He was slender and stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, consistent with what Sheng Yuchen had described. "You have a remarkable resilience to have survived," Lin Mu remarked. Gui shrugged, replying, "Apologies for disappointing you. Now tell me, why did you choose to murder those 6 individuals and stab Li Lin?" At the mention of them, the amusement vanished from Lin Mu's face, replaced by palpable hatred. "They deserve to die. They do not merit existence in this world, wasting air." Taken aback, Gui inquired, "They bear no enmity towards you. What fuels your disdain? You are indeed the boyfriend of Lan Xing'er during her lifetime, are you not?" Gui stood from her seat, resting her hands on the table. Yin and Fong Lulu were both university roommates of Lan Xing'er. "We have investigated, and their relationship with Lan Xing'er is fraught with discord. I suspect that Lan Xing'er's suicide is inextricably linked to them. Therefore, you have meticulously prepared everything, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate them all. However, Qiyu, Lu Wan, and Zhang Yi have no connection to Lan Xing'er. Why must you take their lives?" Lin Mu raised his head and quietly asked, "Do you consider them innocent?" Gui remained silent, merely gazing at him. Xing'er fell out with her family, leading them to cut off her financial support. It was during her part-time job that she met Qiyu and Lu Wan. Lin Mu paused, locking eyes with Gui, and inquired, "I recall that you conducted the autopsy on Xing'er. You stated it was a suicide, did you not?" Gui replied, "Indeed, according to the autopsy results, she did die by suicide. Xing'er did not commit suicide." This proclamation was nearly a bellow, as Lin Mu exerted all his strength to voice it. He slammed his hands forcefully on the table before him, his emotions surging. Xing'er was not a victim of her own hand. She was murdered by those outside, those who arrogantly presumed to occupy the moral high ground. Fong Lu, Lu Yi, and an oppressed Xing'er in the dormitory, deriding her for her poverty, envious of her beauty, and leading the charge to isolate her from everyone. Lu Wan and Qiyu intoxicated her and delivered her to the bed of a stranger. Subsequently, they colluded with Fong Lu and others to disseminate the incident online. Behind her back, they slandered Xing'er, disparaging her character. On what grounds do they dare to speak so of her? Do they even know the truth? They are utterly ignorant. Upon hearing this, Gui stood frozen, contemplating the revelation. So, this was the reason behind Lan Xing'er's tragic demise? A heavy silence enveloped her. During our video calls, she would only share cheerful anecdotes, claiming that her roommates treated her exceptionally well and that she feasted daily. All of it was a fade, a mere illusion. She was simply too naive, bearing her burdens alone, fearing my concern, and withholding her struggles from me. This left me bereft of the chance to bid her farewell. As Lin Mu spoke, Tears streamed down her cheeks. Gu Yi's eyes reddened as she raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What about Zhang Yi and Wen Jianing?" "Huh." Lin Mu licked her lips. "I have conducted my investigation on Zhang Yi. She was present the day Xing'er was intoxicated. She could have intervened, yet she chose not to. Had that incident not occurred, perhaps Xing'er's fate would have been different." Lin Mu's voice trembled as she continued, "Wen Jianing. She bears an uncanny resemblance to Xing'er." Gu Yi lowered her gaze. "And Fong Lulu's eyes?" "I fed them to the dog," Lin Mu replied, her expression surprisingly nonchalant, even tinged with a hint of pride. With a piercing gaze fixed on Gu Yi, she asked, "So, forensic expert, do you still believe that Lan Xing'er took her own life?" Gu Yi gently sniffed, her nose visibly reddening. Lan Xing'er was a strikingly beautiful young woman, a heart-wrenching figure. From a forensic perspective, it was indeed a case of suicide. However, from a moral standpoint, it is undeniable that Lan Xing'er was indeed a victim of their actions. Had these events not transpired, she would have blossomed at a tender age, cherished by a loving boyfriend and poised for a bright and promising future. Once she was deemed to have taken her own life, the investigation into her case ceased, leaving many truths undiscovered. Lin Mu chuckled bitterly, lamenting the unfairness of fate. While Xing'er had perished, those responsible continued to thrive, and he pondered the reason behind such disparity. Lan Xing'er had a habit of journaling, and it was within the pages of her diary that Lin Mu uncovered the depth of her despair and helplessness. The paper bore creases, as if dampened by tears that had long since dried. He cursed himself for failing to recognize her distress sooner and for not being by her side. Throughout that year, every night, he dreamt of Xing'er, hearing her call out to him, expressing her longing. He too yearned for her, to the brink of madness. Lin Mu meticulously read through her diary, cherishing it and perusing its contents each night before sleep. The solitary 1 yuan coins symbolized their bond, a token of their love. In his heart, he silently vowed that one day he would avenge Lan Xing'er. He understood the significance of Fong Lulu as an ex-girlfriend and the close ties between Jean Wanli and his own family. The tearing away of FA aides served to obscure her identity, directing suspicion towards Jean Wanli, thus granting him more time to execute his plans. He had studied numerous similar cases, and in his quest for time, he resorted to creating panic and chaos. Although the act of sending a face and a head was beyond his original design, renting the second floor of the tattoo parlor was a strategic choice for him to observe the situation with ease, to send parcels discreetly without revealing his address. Lin Mu enlisted the help of a close friend for deliveries while he remained vigilant in the flower shop. The listening device and small surveillance camera were installed covertly during his food delivery shifts, expertly evading the watchful eyes of the cameras. Chapter 42. His reckoning arrives. According to Lin Mu, Xing Kai and his associates located his residence right above the tattoo shop, where they uncovered a significant amount of incriminating evidence. Having avenged Lan Xing'er, Lin Mu felt an absence of regret and chose to confess voluntarily. When asked how he obtained this information, he remained silent for a while before simply expressing his gratitude for their efforts. The criminal investigation team successfully resolved the Blue Rose case within the stipulated time. In the end, Gu Yi posed a poignant question to Lin Mu. "Do you regret it?" He had sacrificed everything for the sake of vengeance over a woman. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mu replied steadfastly, "Never have I regretted it." He believed that failing to act would have left him with an even deeper sense of guilt. At around 4 in the morning, as dawn broke through the mist, Gu Yi stood on the open balcony of Tang Zhuang's third floor, feeling the gentle breeze against his skin. Draped in a delicate, long-knitted cardigan, he gazed at the surrounding tranquility, allowing his thoughts to drift with the wind. It seemed he had not experienced such a serene moment of solitude for quite some time. With this reflection, Gu Yi took out the woven bracelet from his wrist, adorned with a small button of red thread. The small button was a gift from a young man during her high school years, who remarked that the second button was closest to the heart. Reflecting on this, she realized it had been nearly 9 years since she last saw him, the boy who seemed to descend from the heavens, radiant as light itself. The sound of the wind in her ears suddenly softened, prompting Gu Yi to cast a sidelong glance. Sheng Yuchen, clad in a deep gray robe, with tousled short hair, appeared as if just awakened, his face still bearing droplets of water, likely remnants of a recent splash of cold water. "Wife, you rise quite early," he murmured, his voice still laced with sleep. Upon hearing the term wife, Gu furrowed her brow. Each time he uttered that word, it carried a distinct flavor, stirring a prickling sensation in her heart. She subtly shifted a step aside, replying, "There are only the two of us here. You need not address me as such." Gu understood that Sheng Yuchen's use of wife was merely a consequence of the first clause of their agreement, which mandated the appearance of a loving and respectful partnership before their families. Sheng Yuchen seemed to disregard her comment, responding with a lackadaisical mm. His demeanor somewhat careless as he raked his fingers through his unruly hair. As the wind tousled about him, his thoughts began to clear. Leaning his elbows against the railing, the corners of his lips curled into a slight smile. "Gu, what if I told you that we have met before?" Gu paused, instinctively reaching into her pocket, and laughed. That can't be true. In her memories, there was indeed no trace of Sheng Yuchen. However, he merely smiled, shaking his head without further explanation. Suddenly, Gu recalled something important. "Oh, by the way, my master has invited us to dinner tomorrow night to express gratitude for saving Jianing." As Sheng Yuchen gazed at the distant scenery, a smile graced his lips at the mention of Wen Jianing. Had it not been for his guidance to the second team to search near her residential area, they likely would have never located Wen Jianing's phone. Subsequently, Xing Kai traced the mysterious individual with whom Wen Jianing had been communicating, ultimately uncovering the IP address, which led him to Linmu. Sheng Yuchen felt a lump rise in his throat, just as Gu Yi's phone began to ring. Being taller, he caught sight of the caller ID, which bore the name Cheng Fong. This individual was presumably the man who had boldly declared his intentions to disrupt a wedding at the previous banquet. Cheng Fong, a name that resonated with familiarity, yet he could not quite place it. In the second hospital of lynching, at around 4 in the morning, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, with all patients still lost in slumber. A frail figure occupied the corridor, hair twisted atop her head, curled into a ball, exuding an aura of vulnerability. Pian Ran, known for her admirable habit of rising early, found herself awakened by her biological clock precisely at 4. She casually draped a cotton coat over her shoulders and reached for the cup on the table, only to discover that the water dispenser in the duty room was empty. Adjusting her collar, she stepped out of the duty room, shivering as the cold air made her grit her teeth and exhale puffs of mist. The chill of the day was becoming increasingly unbearable. Winter in Jinsheng was capricious, oscillating between autumn's warmth and winter's frigid grasp. As she extended her foot outside, her peripheral vision caught sight of someone squatting by the duty room entrance. Pian Ran paused momentarily, crouched down, and wondered if it could possibly be Yizime. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was Yizime. She pursed her lips in silent exasperation, then gently tapped her shoulder, whispering, "Miss Yi? Miss Yi?" Yizime had always been a deep sleeper, which contributed to her consistently excellent sleep quality. Awakened by the sound of her name, she blinked groggily, casting her gaze towards Pian Ran. "Dr. He." Her voice, laced with the remnants of slumber, was soft and endearing, tugging at the heartstrings. Pian Ran, taken aback by her state, found himself at a loss for words. Was it merely a meal? Yet, he had indeed asked her to wait, and she had complied. His tone bore a hint of reproach, intertwined with an undercurrent of concern he himself was unaware of. After offering a few more admonitions, she cheerfully sought out Pian Ran, eager to seize the opportunity for more interaction during her days off. Despite her repeated entreaties, Pian Ran remained resolute in his refusal. Eventually, his patience worn thin. He declared that if Yizime could keep him company in the duty room for an entire night, he would acquiesce to dining with her. He was convinced that this delicate starlet would be incapable of such a feat, yet, to his surprise, he grasped Yizime's arm, intending to assist her to her feet. Ouch! She winced, her brow furrowed as she clung tightly to Pian Ran. He furrowed his own brow in response. "How long have you been crouching here?" Leaning against the wall, she looked up at him. "Not too long, just from midnight until now. Crouching for nearly 5 hours." He tenderly cradled a cup, meticulously wiping it down with a tissue. As Yizime watched him, the white light reflected in her eyes, seemingly radiating a glow. Dr. He, can we go out for dinner now? He Ran set down his cup, sighed helplessly, and turned to her. Is a meal truly that significant to you? Is it worth spending an entire night outside? To his surprise, Yizime nodded earnestly and replied, it is indeed important, for the company at dinner is you. Prior to this, Yizime had thoroughly inquired about He Ran at the hospital, gathering almost all pertinent information about him. Before their affections had been unveiled, he had decisively severed any potential connection. He treated Yizime in a similar manner. However, she was not one to easily concede. Upholding the adage that a man pursues a woman through barriers, while a woman pursues a man through veils, Yizime resolutely threw herself into the pursuit of He Ran. His heart was stirred by her earnestness, and after locking eyes for a moment, he swallowed hard and turned his head, saying, all right. I have work in the morning and 2 surgeries in the afternoon. Will evening suffice? Just as Yizime was about to nod in agreement, a sharp pain shot through her neck, causing her to gasp. He Ran approached her, saying, lie on your side. Let me take a look. It was from this incident that He Ran unknowingly stepped into his impending fate. Chapter 43. A match made in heaven. The following evening, at the Phoenix Hot Pot City, Gu Yi and Sheng Yuchen had just completed their tasks and arrived, accompanied by Xing Kai and others. Bai Mei and Wen Jianing had arrived early, having reserved a private room on the 2nd floor, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing them, Bai Mei's eyes sparkled with joy, curving into crescent moons as she warmly welcomed them to take their seats. She pulled Gu Yi to sit on her left, while Wen Jianing settled on her right. Sheng Yuchen, displaying his awareness, naturally took a seat beside Gu Yi. Bai Mei turned her bright eyes towards him and said, you must be Sheng Yuchen, right? Sheng Yuchen paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Greetings, Ms. Bai. Bai Mei chuckled lightly. I've heard them say you are Yi's husband. You are quite handsome. Indeed, a real catch. Sheng Yuchen smiled, responding cheerfully, I suppose it's all right. Then, Bai Mei began to admonish Gu Yi. How could you not even mention such a significant event as your marriage to your master? Meanwhile, when Jianing chimed in, exactly, Gu Jia. You got married without informing me. She glanced at Sheng Yuchen, winked playfully, and added, but honestly, my brother-in-law is truly dashing. Gu Jia has excellent taste. With that, she gave a thumbs up to Gu Yi. Xing Kai, seated across from them, felt displeased. Jianing. Does that mean you think your brother Xing Kai isn't handsome? When Jianing quickly responded, oh, come on. You two are different. You're both very handsome. Xing Kai frowned, sensing the insincerity in her words, yet chose to remain silent. As the conversation progressed, she poured herself a glass of red wine. Holding it up towards them, I, Bai Mei, toast to you. Just as she settled down, she resumed her gentle scolding of Gu Yi. You must eat more. You've lost weight from all that casework. She continuously piled food onto Gu Yi's plate, creating a small mountain. Gu Yi struggled to keep pace with the speed at which Bai Mei served her. When Jianing grasped Bai Mei's hand, exclaiming, oh my, look at Gu Jia's plate. She can hardly keep up with her own eating. Let us give her a moment to breathe. Gu Yi revealed a faint smile as she picked up her chopsticks. Thank you, master. Although her master had initially been quite strict with her, imposing high expectations and often scolding her for her mistakes, over time, Bai Mei gradually recognized Gu Yi's remarkable progress. She was advancing swiftly, exhibiting a strong aptitude for learning. Gu Yi, in turn, began to perceive her master's ulterior motives. The profession of forensic science, while seemingly lighthearted in conversation, carried the weighty risk of allowing a perpetrator to evade justice should a misjudgment occur. Though Gu Yi had grown up without a mother's affection, she gradually felt warmth since meeting Bai Mei. To her, Bai Mei and the Wen family had become her kin, devoid of blood ties. At the dining table, everyone engaged in lively conversation, drinking merrily, and the atmosphere was electric. Bai Mei occasionally inquired about matters between Gu Yi and Sheng Yuchen. Gu Yi remained silent, while Sheng Yuchen became animated. His eloquence delighted both Bai Mei and Wen Jianing, who laughed heartily and praised him repeatedly. Gu Yi, feeling somewhat disinterested, shifted her chair back slightly, discreetly making space for their conversation. She found the room stifling, saturated with the scent of hot pot. For someone with a cleanliness obsession, it was nearly unbearable. Suddenly, someone nearby stood up, resting one hand on the table to clink glasses with Baijiu. Sheng Yuchen appeared to have a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, consuming numerous bottles without showing any visible effects. Gu Yi subtly lifted her gaze, her eyes settling on his sparkling, starry peach blossom eyes filled with mirth. Gazing downward, one can behold his signature pair of dimples, particularly pronounced today, rendering his smile both endearing and charming. He addressed by Mei, saying, "Master, rest assured, I shall treat Gu Yi with utmost care. Never will I bully her, nor will I allow others to do so." Gu Yi responded with a perplexed expression, wondering how it was that Sheng Yuchen had already taken to calling her master in such a brief span of time. With a slight tug at the corner of her mouth, she acknowledged his familiarity. As she spoke, she playfully tugged at Gu Yi, patting her shoulder, and remarked, "She can be a bit temperamental. Do bear with her." "I will, master. Gu Yi and I are truly a match made in heaven. I adore her and cherish her dearly." The bloodstains on the lamb were still visible, accompanied by fragments of ice, suggesting they had just begun to melt. However, the hue of the meat appeared somewhat off, a deep shade with a dark tint to the blood, which made Gu Yi feel a wave of nausea. Her stomach churned, prompting her to excuse herself to the restroom, clutching her phone as she left the table. Upon finishing in the restroom, she felt an urge to vomit. Yet nothing came forth. Her appetite today was decidedly poor, and she had no desire to consume anything. After washing her hands, she turned to re-enter the private room, where He Pianran and Yi Zimei were seated. Upon spotting her, Yi Zimei greeted her with a smile and waved. What a delightful coincidence." As Gu Yi glanced at her designated seat, she realized it had been commandeered by Sheng Yuchen, who now occupied her spot, while He Pianran sat at his. Gu Yi approached and settled beside Yi Zimei, lowering her voice to inquire, "What brings you here?" Yi Zimei lifted her chin slightly, gesturing towards He Pianran across the way. "I happened to dine with Dr. He, and since there were no available seats, I noticed Professor Bai here and decided to join you at your table." Gu Yi was rendered speechless. Why not go to another place? Instead of cherishing your time together, you choose to share a table with us? Oh dear. Yi Zimei blushed and lowered her head. "I was merely concerned that it might be too awkward for the two of you. With more people around, it feels more relaxed. Especially since you are here as well." Gu Yi found it challenging to carve out some precious time, and seizing this opportunity, she intended to inquire about Yi Zimei's thoughts. Previously, Yi Zimei had quite a few admirers, always selecting those who were handsome to try her luck, but it always ended with a lack of chemistry. Considering this, Yi Zimei, who had been cherished since childhood and was adored by so many suitors, was now taking the initiative for the first time. Noticing Gu Yi's serious expression, Yi Zimei playfully served her some lamb, grinning as she said, "Doctor, he is truly captivating. I find myself unable to resist." Raising an eyebrow, Yi Zimei encouraged her to observe He Pianran, her voice filled with excitement, yet carefully moderated. "Doctor, he doesn't need to do anything. Just sitting there makes my heart race." Just as Yi Zimei was about to place the lamb into the pot, Gu Yi stopped her. Chapter 44. Lamb. Yi Zimei paused, momentarily bewildered. What's wrong?" Gu Yi replied, "This meat seems off." As she spoke, she brought the plate of lamb closer, and as she did, a strong metallic scent filled the air. Upon closer inspection, the plate of lamb appeared increasingly suspicious. Today, Gu Yi donned her black denim jacket and, after retrieving her gloves from her pocket, she promptly began to rummage through the plate of lamb. The meat appeared substantial, larger than the usual cuts, and felt quite hefty in her grasp. She then took a bit of the congealed blood, rolling it between her fingertips. It had a somewhat viscous texture and a dark crimson hue. Leaning closer, she inhaled its scent, a distinct aroma reminiscent of rusty iron, markedly different from the typical fragrance of lamb's blood, which often carries a strong, gamey odor. Yi Zimei, observing her peculiar behavior, felt a chill run down her spine. What are you doing?" Gu Yi removed her gloves, discarding them into a nearby trash bin, and replied, "That is not lamb." At her words, The private room fell into an abrupt silence, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. Gu Yi approached Xing Kai, giving his shoulder a gentle pat, and said, "Get up. We have work to do." Xing Kai, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the pile of lamb and suddenly felt a wave of nausea. "Wait, I need to go throw up," he exclaimed, covering his mouth as he rushed outside. Yan Yin followed suit, and the two hurried away together. Cui Xiao was slowly set down her chopsticks, patting her chest in relief that she had recently been on a diet, avoiding spicy and meaty foods. Sheng Yuchen also lowered his liquor bottle, casting a glance over. Bai Mei interjected, "Yi, show me that meat." Complying, Gui lifted the piece with her chopsticks, scrutinizing it carefully. She then pulled Wen Jining to her side. Her expression grave. "What a stroke of bad luck. I can't even treat everyone to a decent meal." Gui sighed, having sensed something amiss with the lamb just moments ago. "Who among you consumed this lamb?" she inquired. Sheng Yuchen shook his head, stating that he had mainly been drinking and hardly eaten. The others also shook their heads, concluding that it was likely the two who had gone outside to vomit who had partaken. Cui Xiao's phone vibrated, and upon checking, she discovered a WeChat message from Suong Master. She remarked, "Given the state of the boss, he might need gastric lavage. Perhaps this case should be handed over to Team 2. Just as Gu Yi was about to speak, the door to the private room swung open, and Xing Kai entered with a somber expression, coincidentally catching the tail end of Cui Xiao's remark. Leaning against the wall for support, he weakly protested, "No, I believe I can manage." "Who said anything about giving up on that guy?" Gu Yi glanced at Yan Yin, who followed Xing Kai in, her brow furrowing slightly at the pallor of their faces. "How much did you both eat?" she inquired. Xing Kai, gasping, seemed uncertain whether he was shaking or nodding his head. "I had a few pieces." His voice dwindled to a whisper, and he swayed precariously, disoriented. Cui Xiao was sprang from her seat, hastening to support him, her strength limited as she strained to keep him from collapsing. Gradually losing consciousness, Xing Kai faltered, and Yan Yin followed suit, also collapsing. Gu Yi swiftly pulled out her phone to dial emergency services, while Sheng Yuchen and Bai Mei rushed to assist Yan Yin, lifting him from the floor. At the municipal bureau, Director Ning, upon learning of the incident, hurried to the hospital. Finding that Xing Kai and the others had undergone gastric lavage and were unharmed, he instructed his subordinates to keep a watchful eye on them to prevent any further mishaps. Ning Ju was well aware of Xing Kai's temperament. If he were to discover that this case had been assigned to Suong, a quarrel would likely ensue. However, with the second team occupied and the third team dispatched to the countryside for an investigation, after considerable deliberation, he entrusted the case to Sheng Yuchen, appointing him as the temporary captain of the first team in place of Xing Kai. Gui and Cui Xiao had already gathered their tools and proceeded to the scene ahead of the others. They requested from the owner all the mutton from that day, meticulously examining and categorizing each piece. The owner, a man in his 30s with a rotund belly, adorned with a large gold watch on his wrist and a conspicuous string of silver necklaces around his neck, appeared somewhat familiar. Despite the ostentation, it was merely a display of wealth. Sheng Yuchen, towering over him, had to lower his gaze slightly to address him. "Sir, may I inquire where your mutton is typically sourced from?" "Officer, I have always procured my mutton from that particular market. Everything was perfectly fine until today. How did we suddenly end up in this predicament?" The owner replied anxiously. Sheng Yuchen nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, we will swiftly uncover the truth to facilitate your business operations." He paused, casting a glance at Gui, who was surrounded by the dismembered mutton, with blood splattered on her protective gear. Cui Xiao crouched beside her, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, her furrowed brow revealing her evident discomfort. Gui, however, remained remarkably composed. Despite her own queasiness, she had dealt with similar cases before and had grown accustomed to such scenes. She glanced at Cui Xiao and asked, "Can you handle it?" Cui Xiao, continuing her work, nodded affirmatively. "Master, I am capable." Gu Yi fell silent, engrossed in the pile of mutton, searching for any remnants of meat. Wang Ke stood beside him, masked, yet the pungent odor still permeated his senses. Fortunately, his resilience prevailed, suppressing the urge to retch. He was truly grateful he had abstained from eating earlier. Otherwise, he would be accompanying Xing Kai to the hospital by now. Sheng Yuchen engaged in an extended conversation with the proprietor and, upon turning to notice Wang Ku, extended a hand to support him, gently inquiring, "Are you all right?" Wang Ku's complexion had turned pale, yet he feigned composure, insisting he was fine. In truth, he could endure a bit longer, but moments ago, he had seen Gu Yi holding an unknown part of the animal, examining it with an unsettling curiosity, which made it difficult for him to avert his gaze. He was on the verge of succumbing to his nausea. Sheng Yuchen assisted him outside for some fresh air, where they found the area cordoned off by police tape. Still, passers-by were capturing the scene on their phones, craning their necks in an attempt to glean more information. It was only a matter of time before news of the incident at Phoenix Hot Pot City spread across various social media platforms. Sheng Yuchen removed Wang Ku's mask and patted his back. "Take a deep breath and compose yourself." Wang Ku followed the advice, inhaling the fresh air, feeling revitalized. He glanced at Sheng Yuchen, perplexed. "Chen Gu, don't you find this disgusting?" "Disgusting?" Sheng Yuchen burst into laughter, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he placed a hand on Wang Ku's shoulder. "It's not too bad. I've encountered far worse." Chapter 45. Do you look down on women? Far worse. Wang Ku suddenly felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, akin to a sea creature stirring within him. He pressed his hand against his abdomen, his small face scrunched in discomfort. Sheng Yuchen, observing the pallor on his face, found it somewhat amusing. "You can't bear this, little Ku?" Before he could finish his thought, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted him. Cui Xiaowu dashed out from within, clutching a black plastic bag, into which she began to retch violently. She expelled everything she had consumed earlier, leaning against the wall for support. Wang Ku offered her a tissue and gently inquired, "Xiaowu, are you all right?" Sheng Yuchen approached, asking, "Is there any protective gear left?" Cui Xiaowu nodded and gestured towards a nearby box. There's one set remaining. Sheng Yuchen silently moved to don the protective suit, carefully putting on the gloves and shoes before entering to assist Gu Yi. He squatted opposite her, sifting through the meat in the basket, and neither spoke, merely exchanging furtive glances as they diligently attended to their tasks. After completing one basket, Gu Yi, having crouched for too long, suddenly rose, her vision darkening as her legs weakened, causing her to sway slightly. Instinctively, Sheng Yuchen stood and grasped her arm, pulling her toward himself. Regaining her balance, Gu Yi looked at him, her voice a bit stiff as she said, "Thank you. I'll handle it." As Sheng Yuchen spoke, he set aside the basket he had been working with and brought over the remaining one. Gu Yi stared in astonishment. The basket appeared heavy, and with the meat inside, it was even more burdensome. Yet, Sheng Yuchen effortlessly lifted it without so much as a furrow in his brow. Gu Yi could not help but steal another glance at his slender arms and legs, yet beneath that delicate exterior lay considerable strength. Such laborious tasks ought to be entrusted to men. A woman should refrain from undertaking such burdens. Onlookers discerned the underlying concern in Sheng Yuchen's words. However, Gu Yi, with her obstinate mindset, interpreted them quite differently. Her brows slightly furrowed, a hint of displeasure glimmering in her eyes. "Do you look down upon women?" Sheng Yuchen was momentarily taken aback. "What? I do not." He found himself at a loss. Gu Yi lowered her head, falling silent, her movements pausing. Sheng Yuchen crouched down to peer closer. "What's wrong?" Gu Yi pried apart the chunk of meat in her hands, presenting it before Sheng Yuchen. "Look here." Sheng Yuchen narrowed his eyes slightly. The piece of meat glimmered under the light, revealing distinct bite marks, as if it had been gnawed upon. His brow furrowed in concern as a realization struck him. He instinctively recoiled, his tone tinged with distaste. This wouldn't be a human bite, would it? At the Municipal Bureau's forensic dissection room, Gu Yi and Sheng Yuchen sifted through 2 large baskets of mutton, meticulously isolating the mixed pieces of meat. On the silver dissecting table lay a dismembered corpse, assembled from 13 segments. Gu Yi managed to locate only 3 organs: the stomach, kidneys, and liver. Upon dissecting the stomach, she discovered remnants of partially digested food, including beef, noodles, scallions, and cilantro. Observing the findings, Cui Xiao's expression twisted in agony as she ventured her hypothesis. Master, could this possibly be beef noodles? Gu Yi raised her gaze to look at her. It was indeed beef noodles. Based on the circumstances, it appeared that the meal had been consumed approximately 4 to 6 hours prior to death. Cui Xiao gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. Beef noodles had always been one of her favorites, and she was not feeling well at all. Master, can we determine the time of death from how long this has been frozen? Gu Yi hesitated, her hands suspended in midair, her eyes resting upon the various pieces of flesh on the dissection table. There was no discernible skin to examine, yet a small segment of a finger was present, seemingly a pinky. However, deducing the approximate time of death proved to be quite challenging. The corpse provided scan information. The limbs, epidermis, and cranium were all mutilated. This perpetrator had indeed posed a difficult conundrum for her. Please take this fingerprint to Lao Ji and see if we can identify its owner from the fingerprint database. Understood. Master. Gui then endeavored to extract saliva from the only piece of flesh that bore bite marks. Once the autopsy concluded, Cui Xiao took the fingerprint and saliva sample to find Lao Ji. Gui emerged last, slowly washing her hands. Upon exiting the dissection room, she spotted Sheng Yuchen waiting at the door. What were the results? Sheng Yuchen inquired. Gu Yi diligently wiped her hands with a paper towel, responding, the deceased is female, with an estimated time of death around 4 to 6 hours ago. I extracted saliva from the bite mark and have sent it with Xiaoguo to Lao Ji for analysis. Sheng Yuchen nodded, his demeanor gentle, as he offered her a cup of hot water. Only then did Gui notice that he was holding her own cup. Thank you, she said, accepting the cup. As Sheng Yuchen observed her take a delicate sip, he retrieved his phone to check the time and inquired with concern, Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I can order something for you. Gu Yi raised her hand to glance at her watch, noting that it was already past 2 in the morning. Although her stomach rumbled with hunger, the desire for slumber outweighed her craving for food. After drinking a few more sips of warm water, she replied, No need. I think I'll take a nap. Sheng Yuchen acquiesced, handing her a blanket. Then rest for a while. When you wake up, just let me know what you'd like to eat, and I'll get it for you. Gui nonchalantly murmured her agreement, clutching the blanket as she sought a corner to sit down. Carelessly draping the blanket over herself and covering her face to drift off to sleep. Though her empty stomach made it somewhat difficult to doze off. The weight of fatigue soon enveloped her eyelids, gradually lulling her into slumber. Sheng Yuchen remained nearby, observing her until he confirmed she was asleep. He then removed his cashmere coat and gently placed it over her. With the temperature dropping recently, he had dressed warmly today, and the absence of this coat was of little consequence. However, Gui had caught his attention throughout the day. Her choice of attire seemed dictated by her mood. Despite the temperature plummeting to 7 degrees, she still wore only a turtleneck sweater and a thin denim jacket. The blanket was not particularly thick, and the conditions in the office were far from those at home, making it easy to catch a chill if one wasn't too careful. It was not merely Sheng Yuchen's criticism. Dressed as she was, who wouldn't catch a cold? This gesture did not go unnoticed by the other officers, who stifled laughter and whispered amongst themselves. Upon noticing Sheng Yuchen's gaze, one of them lowered their voice and remarked, Brother Chun, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about forensic Dr. Gu. A group of individuals close to Gu Yi affectionately referred to her as Sister Gui, while those who had limited interaction would courteously address her as forensic Dr. Gu. What are you staring at? Sheng Yuchen lowered his voice, casting a fierce glare at them. Just as he contemplated kicking one of them, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Chapter 46, Yin Shan Shan. The ringtone was rather loud, and fearing it would disturb Gui, who had just fallen asleep, Sheng Yuchen fumbled to retrieve his phone and stepped outside. Hello? Hello, third young master. The second master has already made the full payment. When shall we take action? Sheng Yuchen cast his gaze downward, the cool pink of his lips curling into a slight smile, his emotions enigmatic, his tone casual. Let us wait a bit longer. Once I conclude this case at hand, I will personally deal with him. On the other end was Master Sheng's assistant, Xiao Xia. Just as Xiao Xia was about to respond, another voice broke through the line. Xiao Xia, Who are you on the phone with? Is it Xiaochen? It was Sheng Yuchen's uncle, Sheng Zhe, the elder of the Sheng family. Xiao Xia covered the bottom of the phone and glanced at the elderly Sheng in the wheelchair. Yes, grandfather. Didn't you just go to bed? I went to bed too early. I need to rest in bed all day. Sheng Zhe yawned lazily, extending his hand. Hand me the phone. I want to have a word with Xiaochen. Xiao Xia obediently complied, retrieving a blanket to drape over Sheng Zhe's legs, offering a gentle reminder. Grandfather, be careful not to catch a chill. Hello, Xiaochen. Sheng Yuchen chuckled softly. Uncle. Although it appeared as if Sheng Zhe were chiding Sheng Yuchen, his tone was laced with playful sarcasm. Uncle, you've always despised commotion. That is precisely why I didn't call for you. Recently, I have been preoccupied with work, but in due time, I shall take my wife to visit you for tea. Sheng Zhe smiled gently and replied, that sounds more like it. You have never been one to conform. You once told me that you wished to find someone you truly love to marry. Otherwise, you would remain single for life. So, after searching for so long, have you decided not to pursue that anymore? Is this sudden marriage due to your grandfather's influence? No, Sheng Yuchen quickly interjected, smiling. Rest assured, uncle, I have found her. Found her? Sheng Zhe paused for a moment, then continued. Well then, that is splendid. As long as she is someone you cherish. It can only be a good match. Which family does she come from? Due to his limited mobility, Sheng Zhe seldom ventured out and was largely unaware of the happenings beyond his immediate surroundings. She is the daughter of the Shen family, and her work is similar to mine. So, both of you are in law enforcement? Sheng Zhe's curiosity was piqued. Does that mean you two are practically living at the station, just like in Jiancheng during your time? That simply won't do, Xiaochen. You are no longer a child. And neither your second uncle nor I have children. You are our only hope to carry on the family lineage. Among the sons of the Sheng family, 3 were present. The eldest, Sheng Zhe, who had been disabled since youth and remained unmarried. The second, Sheng De, who was married but had yet to hear of any pregnancy. And the youngest, Sheng Jing, the biological father of Sheng Yuchen, who had married earlier than the others but tragically lost his wife in a car accident, leaving behind a son. Sheng Lao Yi held this only grandson in the highest regard and affection. There is still time, uncle. Wang Ku emerged with the test results in hand. To avoid interrupting his phone call, he stood a short distance away, gesturing to attract attention. Sheng Yuchen glanced at him and remarked, It's getting late, uncle. I still have a case to handle. I promise to visit you when I have time. Goodbye. After concluding the call, he took the test results from Wang Ku. Wang Gu, he began, we just found a highly compatible match in the fingerprint database. Based on the results, I looked up this person's details. Do tell, Sheng Yuchen urged. In Shanshan, she works at a factory in the southern district and is 24 years old. As Sheng Yuchen turned to head back to the bureau, he instructed. Quickly gather all available information on In Shanshan. Tomorrow, take a team to the factory to inquire about what kind of person she is and whether she has any enemies. I plan to visit the market across from the hot pot restaurant tomorrow, so let the brothers rest for a bit. Understood. Suddenly, Sheng Yuchen recalled something and paused, asking, What about the saliva test results? Wang Ku replied, Old Ji mentioned that the database within Lin City has no match for the owner of the saliva sample. He has reached out to databases in other locations, which will broaden the search area. However, this will require time and is quite challenging to investigate. Sheng Yuchen furrowed his brow, feeling a familiar stiffness in his neck. He turned to Wang Ku and instructed, Do your best to investigate. As if struck by another thought, he dialed a number on his phone. Hello, Uncle Li. In the early morning, as the sun rose warmly, Gu Yi awoke from his slumber, realizing it was already past 8 o'clock. As she contemplated lifting her hand to remove the blanket covering her face, a sudden sharp pain surged through her left arm, causing her to furrow her brows. The discomfort was excruciating. Just yesterday morning, she had visited the hospital for a dressing change, where He Pian Ran assured her that her arm was healing swiftly and that she could engage in moderate movement, albeit without excessive strain. Thus, Gui proposed the removal of the cast, deeming it unnecessary and burdensome. However, He Pian Ran declined to assist in its removal. Subsequently, after the incident last night, She felt her arm was sufficiently fine and proceeded to dismantle the cast, immersing herself in work. Yet, upon awakening today, she found her arm in such agony that she could scarcely move. Taking a deep breath, Gui used her right hand to remove the blanket. As she sat up, the cashmere coat draped over her slipped to the floor. She reached down to retrieve it, and, upon standing, noticed the coat appeared quite familiar. Was it not Sheng Yuchen's? Noticing Gui had awoken, he approached with a smile, greeting her. "Good morning. Come, let us have breakfast." Sheng Yuchen then presented a thermos box before her, explaining, "This was sent by my grandfather. Our home chef's culinary skills are quite commendable, you'll see." At that moment, Wonka happened to stroll by to fetch some soy milk. Upon witnessing the scene, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Good morning, brother Chun, sister Gui." Gui looked up, a faint smile breaking through her pale visage as she replied, "Good morning." Sheng Yuchen pulled up a chair and sat beside her, eating while conversing. "I just spoke with the lamb seller on the phone. We'll head to the hospital shortly for another dressing change, and I'll also visit that seller." Gui paused momentarily, then inquired, "Are you going alone?" Sheng Yuchen took a sip of soy milk and replied, "Yes, your arm appears to be fine. I see you've even removed the cast." Gui instinctively concealed her left hand behind her, her gaze becoming more subdued. "Much better," she remarked. Sheng Yuchen noticed her subtle gesture but chose not to confront her. He nodded and reached for the cashmere coat that Gui had placed beside her, retrieving a small box of ointment from his pocket and offering it to her. Gui cast a glance at the ointment and inquired, "What is this?" "It's a scar removal cream," Sheng Yuchen explained. "I noticed that the scar on your neck has healed, yet there remains a small mark. For a girl, having scars is undesirable. It can be inconvenient when wearing skirts or formal attire." Gui hesitated to express her gratitude and instead asked, "Is the scar removal effective?" "Absolutely," he replied confidently. "I obtained it from the first hospital. Apply it consistently for a week, and the scar will vanish." Curious, Gui pressed further. "What about scars from burns?" Sheng Yuchen was taken aback. "Isn't this from a cut? Did you sustain a burn during the last incident at the fire scene?" His demeanor shifted to one of concern. "Where is it? Let me see how severe it is." Gui furrowed her brow slightly. "It's not me. It's a friend of mine." This friend was none other than Yizime. Over the years, Gui had been searching for solutions, purchasing various scar creams for her, but none had proven effective. In contrast, Yizime had ultimately opted to give up. "You're giving it to your friend? Aren't you going to use it for yourself?" Sheng Yuchen asked. Gui raised an eyebrow, her fingers brushing against the faint scar on her neck. This minor blemish was trivial compared to the one on Yizime's nape. "It's nothing to worry about." She carefully stored away the ointment and expressed her gratitude. At the second hospital of Lincheng, the two arrived punctually to change the dressing after their meal. Yizime had arrived early at the hospital entrance, waiting to accompany them inside, holding a box of desserts in her hand. A sweet smile adorned her lips, and a large black sunglasses concealed much of her face. Ostensibly, Yizime was accompanying Gui for the dressing change. However, her true intention was to seize this opportunity to see He Pianran more often. After all, in just a few days, she would be entering a film production, making it difficult for her to visit He Pianran frequently thereafter. Yizime was the type of person who, when not infatuated, was a workaholic like Gui. Yet, upon encountering someone she loved, her priorities shifted to revolve around them. She instinctively reached out to link arms, but was deftly avoided by Gui. "My left hand hurts," Gui explained. Yizime furrowed her brow slightly. "Weren't you feeling much better yesterday?" "Indeed," Gui replied. Upon entering the hospital, He Pianran was fortunate to have no patients awaiting him. Yizime flashed her signature smile, placing the desserts she had brought on the nearby coffee table, and settled into a sofa, embodying a demeanor of obedience and understanding. He Pianran glanced toward her, letting out a resigned sigh before rising to examine Sheng Yuchen. After completing the examination, he expressed satisfaction with Sheng Yuchen's healing progress, although the neck brace would need to remain for another 2 to 3 days. When it was Gui's turn for an examination, He Pianran paused, his gaze falling upon Gui's left hand. "Miss Gu, where is your cast?" he inquired. "I removed it myself," Gui replied nonchalantly, though in truth, she could barely lift her hand. She added, it was necessary for work. The cast was simply too cumbersome. He stretched out his hand and barely touched Gui's hand when he sensed something amiss. Her left hand lacked strength, the bones protruding and pressing against his palm. He cast a fleeting glance at her and inquired, does it hurt? A little, Gui replied, striving to maintain a neutral expression, attempting not to reveal her discomfort. Did you remove the cast yourself? At that moment, Yizime approached with a grave demeanor, exclaiming, didn't Ranran say yesterday that the cast must not be removed? Why did you take it off by yourself? Ranran. Gui raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering the intimacy in the name after just one night. Had they grown so close? Instinctively, she glanced at Ran, her gaze tinged with annoyance. Earlier, at the entrance of the hospital, Yizime had noticed her unusual demeanor. Gui pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yizime's frustration ignited, her voice rising slightly. Gui, why can't you listen? Are all the forensic experts in your criminal investigation team incapacitated? Even when injured, they continue to work. Surely that qualifies as a workplace injury. And you really, with a man by your side now, can't you relax a little? Although Sheng Yuchen may be unreliable, what about Shinkai? I recall he has affections for you. You're driving me mad. What's Ning Ju's phone number? I shall have a word with him. In the face of Yizime's sudden outburst, Ran instinctively took 2 steps back, followed by Sheng Yuchen retreating as well. The two exchanged a glance, and everything was communicated without words. Mei, stop it. Gui furrowed her brows, her arm aching to the point where she felt disinclined to speak, her tone faint. Yet, Yizime insisted on poking her arm. Admonishing, Miss Gui, do you wish to part with this arm? Just look at yourself, Gui. Can you not rein in your workaholic tendencies and that relentless spirit of yours? We've known each other since middle school. Do you think I am unaware of your nature? Yizime clapped her hands and continued, you were so dedicated in school, and now that you're working, you're still the same. When will you allow yourself a moment of respite? Moreover, back in high school, you had a crush on me. Gui could no longer bear to listen and interjected, fearing that if she did not stop her, Yizime would reveal everything about her past. After being shouted at, Yizime stood before Gui. Her imposing demeanor significantly diminished. She pouted in frustration, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, you have never cared for yourself. It's truly infuriating. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Gui felt as though she were the one at fault. It was truly exasperating. This scenario unfolded time and again. She placed a hand on her forehead and sighed. Dr. This is troublesome. The 2 bystanders, who had been silently observing the spectacle, struggled to contain their laughter, their lips curving upwards involuntarily. One moment, there was a fierce reprimand, and the next, a sudden outburst rendered them as quick to change as actors on a stage. Ran, with a sense of resignation, retrieved a new cast to reapply it. Before beginning, he specifically cautioned, Miss Gui, this will hurt much more than before. If it becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to cry out. The last time a plaster cast was applied, it was under the circumstances of Gui fainting. This time, however, the situation is different. From the X-ray, it appears there is still some misalignment. She is no longer the little girl who would cry at the sight of a needle, needing her grandmother to coax her with sweets. Sheng Yuchen stood quietly by, deep in thought, his hands tucked into his pockets as he prepared to leave. Although Yizime was irritated, she still extended her hand to Gui, her tone tinged with reluctance. If it hurts, just grip my arm. If it becomes unbearable, you can bite, but be gentle. We can't have marks. Gui looked at her outstretched hand and suddenly smiled, reaching to grasp it softly as she whispered, Thank you. The process turned out to be far more painful than Gui had anticipated. Yizime could feel the slight tightening of the grip around her arm. Perhaps out of concern for causing her pain, Gui restrained herself and endured. Once it was over, Gui raised her hand to wipe away the tears that were threatening to spill from the corners of her eyes. Sheng Yuchen pushed the door open and walked in. Retrieving a lollipop from his pocket and offering it to Gui, a devil-may-care smile playing at his lips. Would you like a candy? Chapter 48. The best of friends. Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback by the lollipop Sheng Yuchen presented. When she did not reach for it, he assumed she was uninterested and was about to persuade her. When Yizime took the candy and placed it in Gu Yi's palm, with a cheerful smile, Yizime said, "Here, have a candy. Lift your spirits." Gu Yi lowered her gaze to the lollipop in her hand and suddenly smiled brightly, saying softly, "All right." The lightness of her voice carried a hint of tenderness. Sheng Yuchen glanced at the time. "It's about that time. Should we go see Xing Kai and the others?" Yizime's eyes sparkled with excitement. Go, hurry." Her tone conveyed a palpable eagerness, as if she could hardly wait for them to depart. Gu Yi immediately grasped her intent and cast a glance at He Pianran, who, feeling the weight of someone's gaze upon him, experienced a slight chill along his spine. Turning around, he coincidentally locked eyes with Gu Yi. "Miss Gu, is there something you need?" he inquired. "Nothing at all," Gu Yi replied. Then turned her attention back to Yizime. "Come with me for a moment." Yizime, confused yet compliant, followed her into the park outside. Understanding that the two had matters to discuss, Sheng Yuchen discreetly withdrew to the hospital room of Xing Kai and the others. Gu Yi retrieved a tube of ointment from her pocket and presented it to Yizime. This ointment is reputed to be quite effective. Sheng Yuchen obtained it from the first hospital. Before using it, please test it on your wrist to avoid any allergic reactions. Yizime declined. "Let's forget it. We have tried so many remedies already. If this scar remains, so be it." She grasped Gu Yi's hand earnestly, her tone turning serious as she admonished. "Regardless of the circumstances, your health must come first. You truly cannot continue like this, understand?" Gu Yi fell silent for a moment, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she reassured, "I will take better care of myself next time. I apologize for causing you concern." Their relationship had always been characterized by this mutual care. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared that Gu Yi was looking after Yizime, yet in truth, their bond was one of reciprocity. They understood, empathized, and cared for one another. True friendship is not merely one-sided devotion, but a shared endeavor. Love is no different. By the way, are you and He Pianran together now? Yizime had only developed feelings for him for a few days, and in Gu Yi's view, if he were to agree so swiftly, he could hardly be deemed a suitable match. Yizime was momentarily taken aback, sensing her thoughts. "Not yet. All right. Just don't let yourself be deceived. Rest assured." As Gu Yi approached the hospital room, she was suddenly met with anguished wails from within, leading her to believe a fight had erupted. She hastily pushed the door open, only to find Xing Kai and Yin Yin, each clutching a trash bin, retching into it. Sheng Yuchen stood by the window, feeling the breeze with his hands tucked in his pockets. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned to look at her, their gazes locking at just that moment. Their eyes met. Sheng Yuchen's expression was indifferent, the corners of his eyes slightly arched, and his gaze deep and contemplative. He appeared to harbor some unspoken thoughts while maintaining an air of aloofness. Unbeknownst to Gu Yi, Sheng Yuchen had just concluded a phone call with his grandfather's attending physician, who had conveyed that his grandfather, Sheng Bai, had recently experienced a decline in health, and the prognosis was not optimistic. Yet, when Sheng Bai spoke to him, his voice had been vibrant and full of life. Hadn't he mentioned having 3 more years? How could this be? He pointed an accusatory finger at Sheng Yuchen, indignantly questioning, "Did Director Ning appoint you to replace my position?" Sheng Yuchen replied. He had barely uttered a few words upon entering, and now with the mention of the case, Director Ning had tasked him with the investigation. Upon hearing this, Xing Kai, having not caught Sheng Yuchen's subsequent words, mistakenly believed Director Ning had indeed appointed him as his successor, which incited his nausea once more. Influenced by this, Yin Yin followed suit, clutching the trash bin to vomit. The ward was stifling, the remnants of their breakfast expelled from their stomachs, saturating the air with an unpleasant odor. Unable to endure the scent any longer, Sheng Yuchen opened the window for ventilation. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yi entered. Xing Kai, clutching a trash bin in one hand and pointing at Sheng Yuchen with the other, wore a look of indignation, his face slightly pale. Dressed in a blue and white striped patient gown His already sallow complexion appeared even darker, his lips parched and his tousled hair giving him a rather comical appearance. Gui couldn't help but recall the explosive panda emoji that Izime frequently sent during their conversations. Stifling a laugh, she pressed her lips together, striving to conceal her amusement. Sheng Yuchen raised his hands in mock innocence, blinking his eyes as if to convey sincerity. Director Ning meant no harm. He merely suggested I serve as a temporary substitute. However, the latter part of his statement was a deliberate provocation aimed at Xing Kai. If you wish to retire early, I could certainly consider stepping into your position. Not a chance, Xing Kai retorted. The captaincy of the Criminal Investigation Division was a role he had painstakingly ascended to through sheer diligence. He would never relinquish it willingly, even to someone as esteemed as Sheng Yuchen, whom he had once idolized. After all, if the woman he cherished had already been taken from him, how could he bear the thought of losing this position as well? Sheng Yuchen waved his hand in jest, chuckling. Oh, come on, I was just joking with you. He glanced at his phone to check the time and added, I have an appointment with the lamb vendor, so I must take my leave. Yin Yin, momentarily pausing his retching, mustered the strength to sit up and weakly said, Take care, Brother Chen. Gui followed closely behind him as Sheng Yuchen paused. Glancing back at her, What are you doing? He inquired. I'm coming with you, Gui replied. All right, it's about a 20-minute drive from here. It's a bit far. You can take the wheel. Gui deftly caught the car keys he tossed her. Just as she was about to say something, he added, I didn't sleep at all last night. I'm utterly exhausted. With that, he opened the door to the passenger seat, yawned widely, and settled into the car. Gui took her place in the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt while casting a glance at Sheng Yuchen, kindly reminding him, Sheng Yuchen, your seatbelt. The chair was slightly reclined, and Sheng Yuchen lay back, hands clasped over his abdomen, with his long legs sprawled out, exuding an air of nonchalance. It seemed as if he hadn't heard her, for he closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Gui initially thought she would be like those characters in dramas who personally fasten the seatbelt for their companions. Like a dead pig, she refrained from saying, knowing full well that Sheng Yuchen was not truly asleep. Chapter 49. Not here to take advantage of you as the car embarked on its journey. The distance to their destination appeared less daunting than Sheng Yuchen had suggested. It was rush hour, and he had merely calculated the potential traffic delays. While waiting at a red light, a traffic officer approached, pointing at the man in the passenger seat, and said, Hello, please ensure that your passenger wears a seatbelt. Gui's window was down, making her visible to the officer. She tapped Sheng Yuchen's arm and called out to him several times, but he remained unresponsive. The traffic officer, growing impatient, remarked, The young man is sleeping so soundly, completely unbothered. With a sigh of resignation, Gui pursed her lips, unfastened her own seatbelt, and rose to assist Sheng Yuchen in fastening his. As she reached for the seatbelt, Gui found herself in close proximity to him, close enough to hear the faint rhythm of his breath. His breathing was gentle, devoid of any snoring, and his sleeping posture was remarkably serene. His soft, slightly cool lips bore a subtle hint of a smile. As she pulled the seatbelt over to secure it, her gaze lifted, only to meet the sight of his ear, which had inexplicably flushed to deep crimson. Seeing that both were now safely buckled in, the officer nodded in satisfaction and departed with a smile. When the red light turned green, Gui resumed driving, and as she turned the corner, she caught a glimpse of Sheng Yuchen watching her. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unusual about the way he looked at her, turning her head to glance at him a few times. Her voice rose slightly. What are you staring at? I was merely helping you with your seatbelt. I had no intentions of taking advantage. For reasons she could not comprehend. A sense of inexplicable guilt washed over her as she spoke. The more anxious she felt, the louder her voice became. Sheng Yuchen's dimple deepened as he smiled and replied, I haven't said a word yet. Gui's face flushed instantly, her speech becoming slightly awkward, laced with a hint of irritation. I think you did that on purpose. Indeed, Sheng Yuchen had intentionally woken up the moment Gui called out to him. With a light nasal tone, he murmured, but if you were to wish to do something to me, I wouldn't mind at all. For instance, what about a kiss? Gui pondered. At times, She found it truly perplexing to comprehend Sheng Yuchen. In the realm of work, he was diligent and responsible, yet in daily life, he adopted a seemingly indifferent demeanor, as if he were unaffected by anything, devoid of emotions. The interior of the car fell into a brief silence, prompting Gu Yi to shift the conversation. Did you really stay awake all night? Sheng Yuchen massaged his aching temples, his voice hoarse. Indeed. It was to expedite the resolution of this case. He was not merely a criminal psychological profiler. He was also the heir to the Sheng family, the grandson of his grandfather. Gu Yi chose not to respond further. Once silence enveloped them again, Sheng Yuchen succumbed once more to a drowsy slumber. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market opposite the Hot Pot City. The place was bustling with a dense crowd, leaving the car parked outside. Upon entering the market, a pungent odor assailed their senses, emanating from vendors selling fish, meat, and poultry. Early risers jostled each other in their quest for fresh produce. They needed to traverse from this entrance of the market to the adjacent exit, where the lamb vendor was already waiting. Gu Yi led the way, politely urging, "Excuse me." "Thank you." Sheng Yuchen, somewhat lethargic and still groggy from sleep, followed behind. Glancing at Gu Yi ahead of him, an idea sparked in his mind. He approached her, seizing her wrist, and asserted firmly, "Come with me." Sheng Yuchen's face brightened with a triumphant smile as he grasped Gu Yi's hand in return. A flutter surged within Gu Yi. Her steps faltered, and she looked up at him, at a loss for words. Sheng Yuchen grinned, clarifying, "This way, it's more secure, and we won't easily get separated." The hands of the two individuals intertwined. Gu Yi's fingers were slender and elongated, firmly clasped within Sheng Yuchen's warm and ample grasp. A wave of heat surged to Gu Yi's ears, and her heart skipped a beat, her little heart unusually restless today. They maneuvered through the crowd and arrived at the mutton vendor's establishment. The vendor, Mr. Wang, donned casual attire and sported a Mediterranean hairstyle, appearing to be in his 50s. Sheng Yuchen, invigorated, approached Mr. Wang with a handshake, a radiant smile adorning his face. "Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize for the delay due to traffic. I appreciate your patience." Mr. Wang nodded slightly. "No worries at all. I have already arranged everything in the cold storage. Shall we proceed there now?" "Yes," Sheng Yuchen replied, glancing at the person beside him before inquiring, "Mr. Wang, do you have any padded jackets?" Mr. Wang nodded affirmatively and instructed his staff to bring forth 2 large jackets for them. "I want to join you. I have to accompany my wife for lunch. Should you need anything, Officer Sheng, please feel free to contact me." Once the two donned their jackets and entered the cold storage, they remained oblivious to Mr. Wang's unusual demeanor behind them. It was only upon entering the cold storage that Mr. Wang asked his subordinate, "Has everything been taken care of?" The subordinate responded, "Everything was transported before their arrival. Rest assured, boss." The cold storage was quite spacious, capable of accommodating a considerable amount of goods. Lined with rows of shelves filled with various frozen items, a steady stream of cold air circulating within. Despite wearing thick jackets, the chill permeated the air, leaving individuals inside still feeling the bite of the cold. Sheng Yuchen followed Boss Wang's instructions and located the container storing the lamb. The container was filled to the brim with lamb meat, and both Gu Yi and Sheng Yuchen searched through several layers, yet found nothing. To their dismay, upon reaching the entrance of the cold storage, the door, which had been ajar, was now inexplicably shut. Witnessing the tightly sealed entrance, Gu Yi sensed trouble, her expression darkening. She stood before the door, attempting to knock, but the cold storage door was specially designed, with a thick layer of ice encasing it. Striking it felt akin to hitting stone. Sheng Yuchen interjected, "Stop knocking. I observed the door when we entered. It's incredibly thick, and once closed, no sound can penetrate from the outside." He then checked his phone, only to find no signal. The two exchanged glances, their silence speaking volumes. With a resigned sigh, Sheng Yuchen leaned against the door, crossing his arms. "Well, if no one comes, it seems we'll be stuck here indefinitely," he remarked. "Gu Yi, are we destined to freeze to death here today?" He chuckled lightly, adding, "But then again, dying alongside you doesn't seem so bad." Chapter 50. Slippery Feet. Gu Yi scoffed, I certainly do not wish to die alongside you. Resignation was not in her nature. As she spoke, she turned and ventured deeper inside, seizing the opportunity to move while she could, searching for alternatives to avoid freezing solid. Her gaze began to scan the container, and with her gloves donned, she meticulously rummaged through the remaining portions. Yet, her efforts yielded no results. Raising her head, she spotted a ventilation shaft not far above her. The opening before them was quite spacious, ample enough for a person to crawl through. Gu Yi summoned Sheng Yuchen, intending to venture out together through this passage. Must we really crawl through here? What if we get lost? Sheng Yuchen pondered the uncertainties that lay beyond the vent. Gu Yi's expression turned serious as she regarded him, her tone earnest. Do you truly wish to perish from the cold here? Well, it's not necessary to freeze to death. That would be quite unfortunate, he replied with a sheepish grin. I have so much left to accomplish. I cannot simply die here. There is an issue with Boss Wang, Gu Yi remarked. Sheng Yuchen sighed softly, exhaling white vapor as he rubbed his hands together in a futile attempt to warm himself. I am aware he has a problem. I just didn't expect him to be so audacious. He wants us to freeze to death. Gu Yi stepped onto a cargo container, attempting to pry open the vent's door, but it resisted her efforts. Below, Sheng Yuchen anxiously bounced on his feet, trying to stave off the chill. Gu Yi, come here, let me give it a try. I possess greater strength. Gu Yi responded with a soft acknowledgement, preparing to descend from the container. However, a layer of ice coated the surface, making it easy for her to slip if she wasn't careful. Dressed in ordinary high-top sneakers instead of her usual Martin boots, her soles offered no grip. As she stepped onto the icy surface, she lost her footing and fell, reaching out in a desperate attempt to grasp the container for balance. But her hands found only emptiness. Seeing her plummet, Sheng Yuchen instinctively extended his arms to catch her. In a twist of fate, Gu Yi collided with him, her hands seizing his shoulders, causing them both to tumble to the ground. Before Sheng Yuchen could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a soft touch on his lips. It lingered for merely a few seconds before Gu Yi swiftly raised her head, as if jolted by an electric shock, her gaze slightly dazed as she looked at him. A smile graced Sheng Yuchen's lips, his eyes dark and filled with tenderness as he regarded her. Gu Yi placed her hands on his shoulders, captivated by his clear, bright eyes, defined brows, and noble, slightly upturned nose. His fair complexion and every subtle expression tugged at her heartstrings. His smile seemed to cast a spell, quickening her heartbeat and leaving her breathless. Suddenly, Gu Yi distanced herself from him, brushing off her clothes and turning her head away, clearing her throat awkwardly. Just now, I slipped. Sheng Yuchen raised an eyebrow, sitting up slowly on the ground, intrigued. Is that all? Gu Yi paused momentarily. That's it. Really? You want to share your thoughts on whether my lips are soft or how it felt? Her heart, which had just settled, was stirred once more by his words. She took a deep breath, biting her lip to change the subject. If you don't open the vent door soon, we might actually freeze to death here. Unaware of the blush creeping up his ears and onto his cheeks, Sheng Yuchen responded affirmatively, nimbly climbing onto the cargo container to open the vent door after some deliberation. Be careful. It might be slippery, she cautioned, having experienced a slip herself. Gu Yi had already devised a plan. If Sheng Yuchen were to fall, she would be ready to dodge out of the way. Such an incident must not recur. Gu Yi has grown up, and the last time something of this nature occurred was 9 years ago. Gu Yi, Gu Yi, Gu Yi. Sheng Yuchen called her name thrice, nodding in agreement. Sheng Yuchen removed his bulky cotton coat and tossed it onto the container. The coat was exceedingly cumbersome, while the ventilation shaft could accommodate a person. It was rendered inadequate by the presence of the coat. This shaft was devoid of convolutions, featuring only a straight path. The final stretch was slightly inclined. Sheng Yuchen steadied himself with his hands and pushed it open, climbing outside. Gu Yi intended to refuse, but her foot slipped, nearly causing her to fall. Fortunately, Sheng Yuchen caught her just in time. Her left sleeve revealed a slender, pale wrist adorned with a red string, along with a distinctive button. The vibrant red was immediately noticeable to Sheng Yuchen. The pattern on the button. As Sheng Yuchen momentarily lost his thoughts, Gu Yi leveraged his support and successfully emerged from the duct. She adjusted her collar and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." However, Sheng Yuchen grasped her wrist. And before he could articulate his thoughts, Gu Yi caught sight of numerous fragments of ice floating on the nearby lake. She broke free from his grasp and strode over, intending to investigate. Yet, Sheng Yuchen caught up with her, seizing her left wrist and revealing the red string. His tone was fervent, regarding the origin of that red string. Gui had only confided in Yi Zimei about its significance and had strictly prohibited her from mentioning the name of the person who gifted it. She discreetly tucked the red string beneath her sleeve and reached down to retrieve the fragments of ice, only to discover a dismembered limb floating amongst them, prompting her to rise with a more serious demeanor. Taking out his phone, he searched for a signal and, after much effort, managed to connect the call. "Hello, Xiaoku. How is the factory inspection on your end?" "Hello, Gui Jia. I just wrapped up here." "In Shanshan." Gui interrupted. "Let us discuss that later. You need to bring someone over right away. We have found the remaining parts of the body. I will send you the address shortly." "Understood." Ending the call, Sheng Yuchen, although eager to examine the button more closely, noticed Gu Yi's displeased expression and reluctantly set aside his curiosity. However, he did not abandon the thought entirely. He contemplated finding an opportunity in the future to inspect the button in detail. The button he had preserved from that shirt bore a striking resemblance to the pattern on Gu Yi's wrist. At that moment, Sheng Yuchen felt increasingly confident that Gu Yi was indeed the person he had been searching for over the past 9 years. His intuition had proven accurate, much to his delight. Yet, he was taken aback by how, after so many years, that red cord appeared as pristine as ever, having been worn by Gu Yi for such a long time. Chapter 51. A touch of maturity at the Municipal Bureau. Gu Yi, with her left hand injured, had no choice but to delegate the remaining autopsy tasks to Cui Xiaobo. She sat at her workstation, idly perusing the case files. Just as she became engrossed in her reading, her mobile phone, resting on the desk, rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number, prompting Gu Yi to frown slightly. Without further thought, she swiped to decline the call. Moments later, the phone rang again. Glancing at the number, she answered. "Hello, who is this?" An elderly voice emerged from the other end. "Hello, is this Yi?" Recognizing the voice, Gu Yi set aside her documents and replied, "Grandpa, it's me." Sheng Bai's voice sounded somewhat frail. "Yi, is Xiaochen by your side?" Gu Yi cast a glance at the interrogation room's door. "Yes, Grandpa." "Is there something you need from him?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I tried calling him, but his phone has been off. I was worried something had happened, so I had someone inquire about your number." Cough, cough, cough. A fit of intense coughing erupted from the other end. Gu Yi patiently awaited the cessation of the coughs, then heard his voice again. "Yi, don't overexert yourself at work. Health is paramount. Make sure to rest well. The weather has been quite dry lately, so remember to drink plenty of water." Cough, cough. A soft plop sounded, akin to a droplet falling onto a tranquil surface, sending ripples across the water. Reflected in the water was the visage of her grandmother. It felt as though she could see her grandmother once more, holding her hand, expressing the same concern with a similar tone of voice. Suddenly, her eyes grew warm, and her nose tingled with emotion. After a deep sigh, she replied, "All right, thank you, Grandpa. Xiaochen is fine. His phone simply ran out of battery. I will speak with him shortly." Gu Yi pressed her lips into a gentle smile. "I will, Grandpa." As she concluded the call, barely catching her breath, another call came in. The caller ID revealed Ching Fong. Gu Yi rose and stepped outside, answering the phone. "What is the matter?" Cheng Fong's tone sounded rather grave. "Where are you right now?" "In the office." Gu Yi paused, sensing something amiss. "What happened?" She and Cheng Fong typically only reached out to each other when there was something urgent. Otherwise, they maintained their separate lives. "CK is causing trouble again. And this time it's rather significant." "How significant?" Cheng Fong lifted her gaze to the content displayed on the computer screen, arching an eyebrow. "It's about your tumultuous affair with their team captain, Li Xianen. This has already escalated once before, and now it's risen to the top of the trending list. Gu Yi, shall we continue to let this linger? If we don't take action, Li Xian'in's fervent fans might stir up trouble, impacting both your work and your life. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger ignited within Gu Yi. Send me the address of the CK base. Now, immediately. Her emphasis was punctuated with frustration, revealing her current state of ire. Cheng Fang quickly discerned her intention to confront the matter single-handedly and hastily interjected, Hey, wait for me. I will accompany you. Let me draft a contract. Together we shall teach that individual a lesson. Although Cheng Fang was a renowned expert in the field of computer science, his professional life was distinct. As he owned a law firm, his choice of career was influenced by the memory of his late mother, but that is a tale for another time. Quickly, send me the address, he urged. After Gui concluded the call abruptly, she returned to the precinct, casting a glance at the closed interrogation room where Sheng Yuchen remained. Before departing, she exchanged a few words with Wang Ku, then drove away. At the CK team base, 20 minutes later, Gu Yi and Cheng Fang stood at the entrance. Gazing at the prominent orange letters spelling CK team, Gu Yi's lips pressed into a thin line as she held her phone, her emotions akin to a raging inferno. Upon entering, they were intercepted by a young receptionist, seemingly in her early 20s. With her hair tied in a high ponytail, she spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. Do you have an appointment? Who are you here to see? I'm looking for Li Xian'in, Gu Yi replied with a cold expression. The ponytailed girl scrutinized her for a moment, then rolled her eyes dismissively, uttering words that stung. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just that auntie who's been pestering our brother. Hurry up and leave. Auntie? What do you mean by pestering? Gu Yi laughed, recalling how it was Li Xian'in who had pursued her initially. Not long ago, for the sake of publicity, he had even leaked information about himself, claiming to be deeply in love with Gu Yi, while she regarded his sincere feelings as mere rubbish beneath her feet. At that time, she had merely viewed the matter as a joke. Little did she know it would lead to further complications. Li Xian'in truly was relentless. Noticing that they had not yet departed, the ponytailed girl frowned in annoyance and urged, What are you staring at? Hurry up and leave. Don't let our brother get involved with someone like you. Xian'in doesn't like you. Cheng Fang exchanged a glance with Gu Yi, and in that fleeting moment, he comprehended her intent. He stepped forward to confront the ponytailed girl, while Gu Yi strode decisively into the room, locating Li Xian'in, who was engrossed in a training match. Without hesitation, she grasped the collar of his shirt and dragged him toward the nearby refreshment area. With a resounding thud, Gu Yi pinned Li Xian'in against the wall. He frowned, still recovering from the abruptness of her actions, when she delivered a sharp slap across his face. Indeed, it was a slap, executed by Gu Yi herself, swift, decisive, and imbued with considerable force, the sound echoing crisply in the air. A slap delivered to him could be considered a mere trifling gesture. He was well aware that Gu Yi had never been fond of such commotion, yet he insisted on dragging her into this predicament. A blush swiftly spread across Li Xian'in's fair visage, stinging his left eye. Slightly squinted in discomfort. Gu Yi, what brings you here? If I don't come, will you continue to distort the truth? She crossed her arms defiantly. Li Xian'in, I am 5 years your senior. By age, I could be deemed your elder sister. In the realm of esports, I stand as your senior. Did your teachers not instruct you to show respect to your seniors during your school days? Li Xian'in touched the corner of his mouth with his thumb, slightly swollen from her merciless strike. Leaning against the wall, he supported himself on one leg, scoffing with a hint of youthful bravado. What's the rush? Sister, we are both adults now. Can we not behave with a little more maturity? Gu Yi promptly produced the contract prepared by Cheng Fang and pressed it against Li Xian'in's chest. With a smile that barely concealed her disdain, she remarked, Very well. Let us engage in something mature. Before arriving, Gu Yi had contemplated whether it would be unfair to sue him, considering the 5-year age gap. She had anticipated that this would be a publicity stunt orchestrated by their company. However, judging by his earlier demeanor, it seemed the initiative had indeed originated from him. The leaked information had alluded to a certain individual she could not mention. Numerous online bystanders and Li Xian'in's fans vocally expressed their sympathy for the naive young man, lamenting that he had been deceived and was now entangled in this mess. Just as she was about to depart, Li Xianin suddenly called out. Chapter 52. I don't care what you are. Gu Yi suddenly halted her steps, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. She comprehended the implication behind Li Xianin's words. Let it be. I have long ceased to engage. Gu Yi repeatedly declined. No, thank you. Li Xianin, touching his bruised left cheek, chuckled softly. It has been quite some time since you last struck me. It has been 3 years, Gu Yi, he reflected, gazing at her retreating figure. You have changed. Your demeanor has shifted, your hair is cut, and you no longer smile. As Li Xianin spoke, memories of Gu Yi's long, flowing hair surfaced in his mind, her lustrous black locks tied into a high ponytail, clad in simple casual attire, her face always adorned with a smile, exuding an aura of extraordinary charisma. Gu Yi's fingertips trembled. No, it is not him. Li Xianin was only aware that Gu Yi harbored an unyielding affection for another young man, a figure in her heart that none could surpass. Their acquaintance blossomed from the friendship between Gu Yi and CK's coach. It was a tale of Li Xianin's infatuation with Gu Yi, a pursuit initiated by him. Yet, time and again, Gu Yi rebuffed his confessions. Eventually, Gu Yi triumphed in her endeavors while Li Xianin continued to compete, their interactions dwindling to a mere handful throughout the year. Li Xianin endeavored to reconnect with Gu Yi, yet opportunities eluded him. It was only upon hearing of her marriage from others that regret began to creep in, prompting him to stir things up in the hopes of seeing her again. However, his approach was misguided, which ultimately led to Gu Yi striking him. Gu Yi spoke with unwavering determination. I advise you to clarify matters promptly. There should not be a next time. I do not wish to see your name associated with mine again. She paused, clenching her fist. At 21. You are still quite young. You have ample time ahead. Do not squander it on me. The sensation of affection is truly wondrous, and fate holds significant importance. Gu Yi has always valued feelings deeply. Perhaps she may never find that special someone in this lifetime, yet that person shall forever reside in her heart. Although much time has passed, she is on the verge of forgetting the visage of that individual in her memories, or perhaps they have simply changed with time. Li Xianin's eyes gradually dimmed, her expression despondent, her voice hoarse. All right. Upon exiting the CK team base, Cheng Fang scrutinized her closely. They did not treat you poorly, did they? Gu Yi raised an eyebrow, replying, Do you wish for something to have transpired? Or perhaps, it was you who informed Li Xianin about my marriage. Cheng Fang, unable to conceal his emotions, wore his heart on his sleeve, and Gu Yi saw through him effortlessly. He scratched the back of his head and confessed. He inquired. I thought, after 3 years of unrequited love, it was time to let him move on, so I told him. I do not interfere with your friendships, but there must not be a next time, understood? Cheng Fang nodded. I too did not anticipate he would create such a situation. I have already drafted the contract for you. Shall we proceed? Gu Yi placed her hand on the car door, raising her gaze to him. I leave the remaining matters in your hands. I do not wish to witness such incidents again. On her way back to the municipal bureau, Gu Yi drove with a sense of unease, lowering the window to let the wind in. The howling breeze whipped through her hair and disturbed the ornaments inside the car. At a red light, her gaze fell upon one of those ornaments. Memories flooded in like sunlight, illuminating the image of a young Gu Yi at the age of 18. Like her peers, 18-year-old Gu Yi was in a phase of rebellion. During that time, she was passionate about a particular game, excelling in skill and reaction speed, earning admiration from many within the esports community. She had once aspired to enter the esports industry, to commence live streaming and form a team with various professional players to showcase her skills. This endeavor garnered her a significant following, among whom was Li Xianin, who had been inspired to enter the esports realm because of her. However, just as she was finally recognized by a company and on the verge of officially entering the KPL to compete, she could no longer conceal her involvement in esports from her grandmother, despite her grandmother's persistent urging to prioritize her studies, emphasizing that a career as an esports player was merely a fleeting opportunity dependent on youth. Gu Yi was deaf to such advice. Her grandmother, driven to desperation, nearly resorted to kneeling before her, and on several occasions, was left bedridden from distress. Tragically, This situation culminated in her grandmother being diagnosed with late-stage cancer. It is worth noting that for a child from the countryside, transitioning from a junior high school in the town to a prestigious high school in the city is an arduous feat, let alone gaining admission to a key high school. After enduring 3 more years in a key high school, securing a place in a reputable university would promise a bright future ahead. Ultimately, Gui chose to compromise, settling down to study diligently, and opted for a career in forensic medicine. As for the reason behind her choice of forensic medicine, that is indeed a lengthy story, one I shall narrate to you in due course. The atmosphere in the bureau was particularly lively, as if a significant discussion was underway. A woman entered, clad in a form-fitting dress despite the chilly weather, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in black stockings that embraced her slender legs. She wore exquisite makeup that accentuated her beauty, each smile and frown radiating charm. She distributed small cakes and coffee to the officers, her voice sweetly proclaiming, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Subsequently, she handed a strawberry cake to Sheng Yuchen, her cheeks flushed with a light pink hue as she feigned shyness. "Brother Chun, this is for you." Sheng Yuchen glanced at the strawberry cake and softly uttered a thank you as he accepted it. It was apparent to any observant individual that the woman had come specifically for Sheng Yuchen, her gaze betraying a certain infatuation. Even the flavor of the cake she brought was distinctively different. She bit her lip coyly. "Brother Chun, I know you have been quite busy, seeing how hard you work. I made some cakes to bring to you, and thought I would come to check on you." With a gentle smile, she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, adding, "I merely wished to surprise you." Gui chose to ignore her presence, filling her cup with water before approaching Sheng Yuchen directly, inquiring, "What is the outcome of Wang's case?" "Hello, Sister Gui. I am a good friend of Brother Chen. My name is Li Nanan." Upon hearing her words, Gui nearly lost grip on her cup. The girl's voice was strained, reminiscent of a throat caught with phlegm, which irked Gui, who had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. "I care not for your identity. Did your teacher not instruct you that one should not interrupt when others are speaking?" Chapter 53. The Impact of Development. Gui was not a fool. She could discern the intentions of the little green tea, trying to flirt with the man using a coy tone. Nevertheless, it appeared that Sheng Yuchen was quite taken by her antics. Truly, Sheng Yuchen lived up to the rumors, being fickle and indecisive. Gui rolled her eyes internally, preparing to inquire about Boss Wang's assessment, when she was interrupted by Li Nanan's pitiful voice. With her head slightly bowed, she flicked her hair and approached Sheng Yuchen, grasping his arm as she bit her lip and said, "Brother Chun, had I known that Sister Gui disliked me, I would not have come." She then lifted her gaze, casting a lingering glance at Gui, continuing, "Brother Chun, I merely wish to bring you some food. I harbor no other intentions. It seems Sister Gui has misunderstood us. Perhaps I should take my leave." Li Nanan had hoped that her past camaraderie with Sheng Yuchen during their university years abroad would prompt him to speak on her behalf. Little did she know. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuchen turned to Gui, explaining, "Listen to me. My dear wife, Li Nanan and I are merely former classmates. I have not strayed." The surrounding onlookers turned their attention towards Gui, eagerly awaiting her response. At Sheng Yuchen's defense of Gui, Li Nanan's expression soured dramatically. When their gazes met, it was as if sparks had ignited. Gui found her irksome and understood that Li Nanan regarded her as a rival. She had anticipated this ever since her union with Sheng Yuchen was arranged. Naturally, one must confront challenges head-on. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, the generals will lead, and when water arrives, the earth will cover. He, Sheng Yuchen, can indulge in whatever he pleases, as long as he refrains from disrupting her life. Li Nanan interrupted their conversation, effectively encroaching upon their work, or so Gui thought. However, Sheng Yuchen perceived Gui's reaction as jealousy, which delighted him immensely. Gui gazed at Li Nanan for a considerable moment before suddenly speaking. "Xian, you ought to cushion less. It may impede your development. Furthermore, your cushion is slightly askew." At her words, the room fell into an abrupt silence. After a few seconds of stillness, the bystanders erupted in laughter, including Sheng Yuchen, leaving them all in an amusing predicament. Sheng Yuchen laughed so heartily that his shoulders shook, one hand resting on his hip as he bent slightly, his dimples sparkling, his laughter resounding joyfully. Thud! Gu Yi's attention was captivated by Sheng Yuchen. His laughter felt oddly familiar. Unbeknownst to him, he was lost in the merriment sparked by Gu Yi's earlier remarks. Li Nan's face flushed a vibrant red before paling again. She wished fervently to bury herself in a hole. Not only did Sheng Yuchen refuse to defend her, but he also joined the others in ridiculing her publicly. With that, she turned and headed toward the dissection room. Throwing over her shoulder, "Sheng Yuchen, you come here." "Brother Chun," you didn't even wait for her to finish her sentence. Yet, Sheng Yuchen had already turned to pursue Gu Yi. Inside the dissection room, Gu Yi closed the door and turned to face Sheng Yuchen. "Next time, do not bring your wildflowers into the precinct. This is not a place for you to flirt. Please distinguish between work and play during office hours." Sheng Yuchen wore an innocent expression. "First, it was not I who summoned her. Second, my relationship with Li Nan is entirely innocent, merely that of alumni. She is not my type, and I harbor no such intentions towards her." Gu Yi took a deep breath. "I am unconcerned with your preferences. My only concern is whether this will affect my work, understood?" Sheng Yuchen's bright, clear eyes blinked, and he gave an obedient okay gesture, nodding, "Okay." After a brief pause, he gazed at Gu Yi with a hint of mischief, stroking his chin as he inquired, "Gu Yi, could it be that you are feeling jealous?" "Jealous? Jealous of what? Why would I feel jealousy?" Gu Yi found this bewildering, bombarding him with 3 questions in quick succession. Sheng Yuchen chuckled softly, pressing his lips together. "With my charm that captivates all, of course, you must be jealous of me. Otherwise, why do you exhibit such hostility towards Li Nan?" "Jealous of you?" Gu Yi couldn't help but laugh. "How could I possibly feel jealousy, especially over you? You're overthinking it, all right? Then what is it that angers you? Why should you concern yourself with my feelings?" At that moment, Gu Yi remained unaware of the true reason for her irritation, firmly believing it stemmed from concerns about her work. She also failed to notice that a subtle change was occurring in a hidden corner of her heart. Gu Yi shifted the topic. "By the way, is your phone out of battery? Your grandfather called me this afternoon." Sheng Yuchen patted his empty pocket. "Ah, yes. I left it charging over there, and I silenced it." Gu Yi refrained from mentioning that he had nearly forgotten his phone was still charging. What was the outcome of Boss Wang's appraisal? When it comes to the case, Sheng Yuchen suppressed the smile at the corners of his mouth, cleared his throat a couple of times, and replied, "Initially, I questioned Boss Wang numerous times, but he stubbornly refused to admit anything. Subsequently, I employed psychological tactics to gradually dismantle his mental defenses. Boss Wang claimed that he did not commit the murder, and that the body was discovered at the ventilation outlet of his cold storage. Out of fear, he disposed of the corpse." Gu Yi bit her lip and asked, "Is that all? Why was his ID found by the lake?" He explained that he had lost his ID a few days prior, and upon checking with the relevant authorities, I confirmed that he indeed went to apply for a replacement. Gu Yi remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Does the ID contain fingerprints?" "Yes, not only are there fingerprints of Boss Wang, but also those of another individual, which are still under comparison." Gu Yi acknowledged this with a nasal sound, turned to open the door, saying, "I will inquire about the autopsy results for Xiaogua." Sheng Yuchen's voice came from behind. Yin Shanshan died from a ruptured artery, succumbing to excessive blood loss. Gu Yi paused in her action of opening the door, understanding the implication. After acknowledging it, she stepped outside, intending to review the autopsy report written by Cui Xiaogua when Wang Ku approached her. He clutched his phone. Looking anxious, "Sister Gu Yi, the hospital just called, saying that the boss and the others haven't eaten all day and have been on glucose for the entire day." Gu Yi, having anticipated this outcome, raised an eyebrow in nonchalance. "It's fine. Just take them something light from the usual place." "Sister Gu Yi, the hospital staff said they will vomit whatever they eat. Can they still manage?" Wang Ku expressed his skepticism. Gu Yi smiled and said, "Just do as instructed." Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by as Sheng Yuchen strode out, clutching his phone. Gu Yi called after him, "Sheng Yuchen, where are you headed?" Chapter 54. Disobedience. Gu Yi uttered no further words, merely watching Sheng Yuchen depart. Subsequently, She approached Cui Xiaohua, examining the printed autopsy report before her. Noticing the tension etched across Gu Yi's face and the intensity of her scrutiny, Cui Xiaohua felt a tightening in her chest, a cold sweat forming on her palms. After a moment, Gu Yi pointed to a particular line and remarked, "This sentence is excessively lengthy. Have I not told you this before? Despite my numerous reminders, you still fail to remember. Clarity and conciseness are paramount. Verbosity only undermines professionalism. Do you understand?" Gu Yi's tone bore a hint of anger. She had always disliked the need to reiterate previously discussed matters. The reason she had taken Cui Xiaohua under her wing was due to Bai Mei's encouragement, recognizing Cui Xiaohua's commendable academic performance. However, after countless teachings, Cui Xiaohua still struggled to cultivate the habit of concise note-taking. Gu Yi gestured to the autopsy report on the table, tapping the surface. "This is an autopsy report, not mere notes. Do you comprehend?" Cui Xiaohua nodded earnestly, responding obediently. "Understood, master." Gu Yi turned her gaze towards her, awaiting the continuation. Cui Xiaohua added, "During the autopsy, I noticed that the back of the corpse was severely torn, and the scapula was missing. The scapula, located beneath the shoulders, consists of two symmetrical bones situated on either side of the back." A complex expression crossed Gu Yi's eyes as she softly replied, "I understand." She left without taking the charger, carrying only her phone with a dwindling battery as she stepped outside. Cui Xiaohua gazed at Gu Yi's retreating figure, biting her lip in silent determination. She vowed that one day, she too would become an exceptional forensic expert like Gu Yi. At the Sheng family's old residence, he navigated the familiar path to the master bedroom on the third floor, where he found Sheng Bai propped against the headboard, coughing violently while covering his mouth. Standing beside him was a foreign physician with curly blonde hair, known in Chinese as Zhongli, grandfather. Sheng Yuchen rushed to the bedside, grasping Sheng Bai's hand. He looked upon his grandfather's aged visage, feeling a deep pang of concern, and inquired of Zhongli, "Dr. Zhang, how is my grandfather?" Zhongli responded in fluent Chinese, "I have just managed to stabilize Mr. Sheng's condition with medication. I suspect he may have consumed something cold. He must take greater care of his health." Sheng Yuchen scrutinized Sheng Bai, reproaching him, "Grandfather, have you started drinking again recently?" Sheng Bai intended to fabricate an excuse, but Uncle Li, standing nearby, betrayed him without hesitation. "Indeed, young master, the old master has indulged in a few drinks lately." "Li Sheng." Sheng Bai glared at Uncle Li, invoking his full name. Uncle Li nodded slightly, placing his hands at his sides, and respectfully stated, "I will go check if dinner is ready." With that, he hurriedly departed as if escaping. In that moment, Sheng Bai resembled a wayward child caught in wrongdoing, reluctant to admit his fault, which elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Sheng Yuchen. "I thought it was something serious." Sheng Yuchen tucked the blanket for him and said, "Grandpa, how many times must I tell you that you cannot drink? Why is it that you refuse to listen?" A touch of helplessness graced Sheng Yuchen's smile, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he took his grandfather's hand once more, patiently persuading him, "All right, fine. I shall allow you to drink, but only once a week and no more than 200 milliliters each time. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Sheng Bai playfully delivered a light thump to his head, exclaiming, "You cheeky boy, how dare you lecture your grandfather?" Sheng Yuchen feigned pain, covering the spot where he was struck, adopting an innocent expression. "Isn't this for your own good?" "Indeed, indeed. What brings you here?" At the mention of Sheng Da, Sheng Bai's expression darkened, and his tone turned displeased. Before Uncle Li could say anything further, Sheng Da had already arrived at the master bedroom's door, knocking softly to announce his presence. Sheng Bai cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. With his back turned, Sheng Yuchen's gaze gradually turned icy, as if cloaked in frost. When he heard Sheng Da's footsteps drawing near, he showed no inclination to rise and greet him. As Sheng Da approached the bed and looked at his father, a smile graced his features. "Dad, I heard that your health has not been well lately. How are you feeling now? Any better?" Sheng Bai responded with a cold laugh, refusing to meet his gaze. "What do you want?" "Naturally, I came to see you, and to check on Xiaochen as well." As he spoke, Sheng Da's attention shifted to Sheng Yuchen. The hand that Sheng Yuchen had placed beside the blanket slowly clenched into a fist, his teeth gritting as he struggled to contain his anger. He harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Sheng Da, and his reasons are manifold. It is not solely due to the frequent disruptions caused by Sheng Da in the company, particularly aimed at him. Sheng Da is acutely aware of his displeasure, yet he feigns ignorance, maintaining a facade of amiable cheerfulness. Indeed, among Sheng Bai's 3 sons, Sheng Da is the most preoccupied with fame and fortune, perpetually feeling that Sheng Bai has been unjust, favoring the other 2. Consequently, the relationship between him and Sheng Bai remains in a state of perpetual tension. To outsiders, Sheng Da is perceived as a disobedient son, incessantly criticizing his father. However, such discussions are conducted behind closed doors, as few dare to voice their opinions in his presence, given his status as the esteemed second master Sheng. "Ah, father, how can you speak of yourself in such a manner? It is most inauspicious," he remarks. "As for the family fortune, I have long ceased to care about it." Despite his verbal denials, his body betrays him, as the corners of his mouth subtly lift and a glimmer of ambition dances in his eyes. Sheng Bai finds his words laced with irony and coldly replies, "If you have nothing of importance to discuss, you may leave. I have no desire to see you." Sheng Bai feels a wave of nausea wash over him. "Are you so busy that you cannot spare a moment? Can your obligations truly eclipse the significance of Xiao Chen's wedding? On the day of the banquet, as the second uncle, you could not even be bothered to attend. What does that signify?" Sheng Da glances at Sheng Yuchen and explains, "I have indeed been exceedingly occupied." "Very well. What sum do you intend to bestow as a red envelope?" Sheng Yuchen's voice emerges steadily, his gaze fixed on Sheng Da, seemingly imbued with mirth, though beneath the laughter lies an undercurrent of resentment that only he comprehends. The eldest uncle has been exceedingly generous, gifting a red envelope of 36 million and a set of educational district housing, located in the city center, approximately 100 square meters in size. The sum of 36 million symbolizes a harmonious and prosperous relationship between husband and wife, and indeed, uncle has put considerable thought into this gift. As he spoke, Sheng Yuchen's face remained adorned with a disarming smile, exuding an aura of innocence, while Sheng Da stood frozen, apprehensive. Chapter 55. The mysterious man. His words were clearly intended to provoke Sheng Da. He was aware that Sheng Da had recently purchased a lavish residence for his mistress and that his finances were rather limited. Setting aside other matters, his sole intention was to embarrass Sheng Da. The smile on Sheng Da's face appeared somewhat strained, hesitating for a few moments before he managed a forced grin. "Naturally, I cannot allow myself to be outdone by my elder brother. Rest assured, little Chun, I shall certainly prepare a generous envelope for you." Sheng Yuchen nodded thoughtfully. His voice elongated as he responded with a drawn-out "oh," then inquired, "Just how much will that envelope contain, dear uncle?" At this juncture, he produced his phone, displaying the QR code for the payment page. "Why not scan it directly here, uncle?" Sheng Bai observed silently, giving no indication of wanting to intervene. In their family, it was customary for the elders to bestow a monetary gift at weddings, and the amount should consist of auspicious numbers, a tradition in the Sheng household. Of course, Sheng Da was unable to provide such a sum at present, his hands rummaging through his empty pockets. Sheng Yuchen nodded in agreement yet cast a sharp remark. "By the way, uncle, how has it been lately? There hasn't been any news from you two, has there?" The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone present was acutely aware that Sheng Da and his wife had been childless for many years, having sought blessings from numerous deities and experimented with various remedies. All to no avail. This issue was a thorn in Sheng Da's heart. As Sheng Yuchen uttered these words, the piercing pain was almost audible. Sheng Da's smile nearly faltered, but his quick reflexes saved him. "Your second aunt has been quite well lately, enjoying her meals and sleeping soundly. As for the children, we shall strive harder, especially since your second aunt has such an affection for them." Without waiting for Sheng Yuchen to respond, Sheng Da blurted out, "By the way, Dad, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I won't be dining with you. I'm off now." Sheng Yuchen, watching his retreating figure, shouted, "Uncle, don't forget to send me the gift." Sheng Bai chuckled, "You little rascal, are you fixated on money?" After parking the car, she took a small path that led up a slight incline. She traversed through the reeds, donned her gloves, and illuminated her way with the flashlight on her phone, hoping to search the vicinity. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if darkness sought to engulf everything. Only the faint glow from Guyi's phone pierced the gloom, while insects concealed themselves in the corners, emitting their incessant chirps. The moonlight tonight was exquisite. Beneath its hazy glow, only a few stars were visible. The sky was not a solid black, but rather a mysterious deep blue that stretched into the distance. The wind howled chillingly, occasionally rustling the reeds, each sound resonating deeply. This patch of reeds was not extensive. Merely a few steps further would lead her out. Along the way, Guyi noticed traces of blood, which vanished as she exited. This area, still undeveloped, was enclosed by blue metal sheeting. Standing atop it, she looked down at the desolate road below, approximately 10 meters beneath her. A fall from such a height could easily lead to injury if one were not cautious. Moreover, descending from this point, there are no steps or any means to ensure a smooth landing. Thus, a question arises: how did the perpetrator manage to evade all scrutiny and transport the victim to this secluded location? As Guyi caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye, she noticed a slightly lower slope nearby. Approaching it, she cleared away the grass and uncovered a suitcase hidden within. This spot was remarkably remote and inconspicuous. It was entirely reasonable that they had overlooked it at the time. Guyi reached out to drag the suitcase out. It was an old-fashioned black suitcase, ample enough to conceal a person. Gazing at the suitcase, she suddenly recalled a statement made by Cui Xiaogua. "The scapula is missing." She crouched down, intending to open the suitcase and see if the missing scapula was inside. Before she could unlock it, a shadow darted out from an unknown direction and lunged towards her with lightning speed. Guyi, with her keen hearing, swiftly retreated to evade the attack. The assailant, undeterred by the miss, adjusted his trajectory and charged at her once more. "Who are you?" Guyi inquired warily, observing the figure. The man wore a deep green coat adorned with numerous patches and a black knitted hat. Guyi raised her phone's flashlight to illuminate him, but he shielded his face with a gloved hand, the kind typically used for construction work, obscuring his features. However, judging by his build, he appeared to be a man slightly over 1.7 meters tall. Guyi furrowed her brow and, crouching down, executed a sweeping kick. The unfamiliar man, slightly slow to react, was knocked to the ground, and just as Guyi intended to advance and subdue him. However, due to her left hand being encased in a cast, her movements were somewhat restricted. The unfamiliar man seemed to have seized upon this, rising once more to launch himself at her. If she did not flee, the current environment was decidedly unfavorable for her. A moment's carelessness could lead to her downfall at the hands of this stranger. Under the dark night sky and howling winds, he pursued Guyi, shouting, "Little beauty, don't run away. Come here and give me a kiss." His voice carried an unsettling mix of excitement and agitation, relentlessly trailing behind her. Guyi's heart raced. The winds howled, tearing at her senses as she struggled to regulate her breathing, attempting to maintain her composure. Fortunately, she possessed a certain boldness. Had it been Cui Xiaobo in her place, she would likely have collapsed in fear. Switching her phone to her left hand, Guyi reached into her pocket for the car keys. Upon locating them, she quickened her pace. She maneuvered through the narrow path to buy herself as much time as possible. With a press of the button, she unlocked the car door and quickly slipped inside, locking it just as the stranger closed in. Bang! The man lunged at the front of the vehicle, scrambling up and pounding on the glass with increasing fervor. He even pressed his head against it, attempting to catch a glimpse of the occupant within, revealing a disturbing grin aimed at Guyi. In such close proximity, she discerned the stranger's features, unkempt, with wide eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Yet Guyi was no ordinary individual. She remained composed as she started the engine and abruptly accelerated in reverse. The man, thrown off balance, was sent tumbling away by the force. She lowered the car window to discern the situation, only to see the unfamiliar man scramble to his feet and flee into the alley. Could Guyi simply let him go? However, by the time she pursued him into the darkness, he had vanished into the night, as if he had never existed. The surroundings fell silent once more, save for the occasional chill of the wind that brushed past her ears, tousling her hair. Gui tucked a stray lock behind her ear and retrieved her phone to make a call. Chapter 56. Sister-in-law Gui dialed Sheng Yuchen's number, relaying the events that had just transpired along with her new discovery. Halfway through her account, Sheng Yuchen abruptly rose from his seat, his brow furrowed in concentration. He listened intently until she finished, then asked with concern, "Are you unharmed?" "All right, I'm on my way. Ensure your safety until I arrive," he instructed. Gui acknowledged with a soft suddenly recalling something important. "What about Grandpa? How is he?" Sheng Yuchen instinctively glanced at Sheng Bai, pursing his lips before responding. "Grandpa just finished his meal and is feeling much better." "Good. Drive carefully." After ending the call, Gui reached out to Wang Ku, inquiring about Xing Kai's condition. "Hello, Sister Gui. How are Xing Kai and the others?" "Sister Gui, you're incredible. The boss and Xiao Yan. I don't know what happened, but the moment they saw the wontons I brought, they just scooped them up and devoured them without a moment's hesitation." Gui smiled slightly. "That's wonderful. Please check with old G about the results and send me a message on WeChat at your earliest convenience." The proprietress of that establishment is renowned for her culinary skills, making it the preferred choice for takeout in their department. Consuming such substances can undoubtedly lead to psychological challenges akin to anorexia. At such times, it is essential to allow them to gradually acclimate, followed by offering familiar foods, which would be far more beneficial. On another note, Sheng Yuchen gently smiled, saying, "All right, grandfather, I shall take my leave now." After uttering these words, he turned to Uncle Li and earnestly instructed, "Uncle Li, I entrust you with my grandfather's care. Should any issues arise, please do not hesitate to call me." Uncle Li nodded slightly in agreement. Sheng Bai, with food still lingering in his mouth, watched as Sheng Yuchen gradually distanced himself. It was not until Yuchen's figure vanished around the corner and his vehicle departed that he covered his mouth and rushed to the nearby restroom, expelling the remnants of food into the toilet. Uncle Li followed closely behind, patting Sheng Bai's back with a gaze filled with compassion, while his other hand muffled his own sobs. He coughed quietly, his right hand pressed against his mouth, a warmth pooling in his palm as a metallic taste surged in his throat. It was blood. Uncle Li swiftly procured tissues to assist in cleaning him up. Sheng Bai exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Do not inform Xiao Chen." Observing the hollowed cheeks of Sheng Bai, Uncle Li was overwhelmed with unutterable emotions, merely nodding in muted sorrow. Sheng Bai was in the advanced stages of gastric cancer, and his difficulties in eating had rendered him somewhat emaciated. He had reached a point of no return, yet he desperately sought ways to shield Sheng Yuchen from the grim reality. He instructed the doctor to convey to Sheng Yuchen that the condition remained merely at an intermediate stage, and that there was still hope for treatment. Yet, unbeknownst to Sheng Bai, this decision would lead to profound regret when Sheng Yuchen ultimately received news of his demise. The following day, fortunately, Gui possesses an excellent memory, and Sheng Yuchen exhibits remarkable artistic talent. Based on the information provided by Gui, Sheng Yuchen managed to sketch a rough likeness of an unfamiliar man. By closely observing the man's physique and attire, Wang Ku endeavored to recreate a three-dimensional figure as accurately as possible. Ultimately, they identified an individual who perfectly matched all their criteria: Zhang Hai, a fugitive wanted in Jiangxing. Director Ning has established contact with the Jiangxing Criminal Investigation Team, and their personnel are currently en route to Jincheng. Gui, gazing at the sketch in her hand with her chin resting on one hand, found herself lost in thought until the ringing of her phone jolted her back to reality. A quick glance at the caller ID revealed it to be Yizime. Setting aside everything else, Gui stepped outside to answer the call. "Hello, Mei Mei." Yizime's voice carried a hint of despondency. "Hello, Yi." Detecting her friend's discontent, Gui softened her tone. "What's wrong? Who has upset my esteemed Miss Yi?" As if venting her frustration, Yizime kicked the ground before responding gloomily, "Yi Pianran seems to have a fiancée now. I overheard some nurses at the hospital mention that Yi Pianran has a close female friend. They work in the same department, frequently dining and entering and leaving the hospital together. I also heard they graduated from the same university. Her name is Fu Tong. Yes, Fu Tong. Gui was momentarily taken aback but quickly sought to comfort her, only to hear Yi Zime continue. However, I've investigated He Pian Ran. Despite his upbringing in a scholarly family, his relatives have not arranged any betrothal for him. Gui paused for a moment before inquiring. Hadn't you met He Pian Ran before? Is that correct? When did this happen? Yi Zime, rather absent-minded and somewhat face-blind, was prone to forgetting upon their encounter. At the wedding banquet, He Pian Ran arrived with Sheng Yuchen. Do you not recall? Yi, the esteemed young lady, rummaged through her memory and conceded. I seem to have forgotten. Anticipating her response, Gui sighed and said, since he has someone he cherishes, we should let it go. Yet, a hint of reluctance lingered in Yi Zime's voice as she lamented. But I truly have feelings for him. Gui's heart softened at her words. Well, we cannot simply take someone else's beloved, can we? Indeed, Yi Zime replied, her voice quivering as tears threatened to spill anew, the emotion she had tried to suppress surging forth once more. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and confessed, but I genuinely like him so much. Gui lowered her gaze, quietly allowing her to weep for a while. You have a shoot soon. Do try not to ruin your makeup with tears. After soothing Yi Zime, Gui turned around and was met with the sight of a man dressed casually. He sported a choppy fringe and a neatly trimmed short hairstyle. His almond-shaped eyes were strikingly pure, his complexion fair, and his brown irises glimmered with warmth. A charming smile revealed a distinctive small thong, adding to his appeal. He grinned broadly at Gui and cheerfully greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. Chapter 57. Shally Gui stood in astonishment. Sister-in-law? Just as she was about to question the man, she noticed him beckoning to someone behind him, calling out, elder brother. As Sheng Yuchen approached, he raised his hand and exchanged a playful fist bump with Jiang Su, a smile adorning his face. You rascal, got a haircut. Jiang Su, the newly appointed captain of the Jiangqing criminal police team, had been merely a junior officer while Sheng Yuchen was still in Jiangqing. It was only last year, after the former captain's retirement, that he ascended to this position. Jiang Su scratched the back of his head, grinning widely. Well, I've started dating, so I thought it wise to spruce myself up a bit. Looking sharp, right? Sheng Yuchen scrutinized his uneven bangs, suppressing a smile, and replied, with a girlfriend now. You're really stepping up. Looking quite dapper. The uneven bangs, perhaps a result of an inexperienced hairstylist, only added to Jiang Su's charm, making him even more endearing when he laughed. Gui stood nearby, observing Jiang Su before glancing at the individuals accompanying him, who were all there to assist in the investigation. Sheng Yuchen casually draped his arm over Jiang Su's shoulder, introducing Gui. This is your sister-in-law, Gui. Jiang Su smiled and introduced himself to Gui. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Jiang Su, the captain of the Jiangcheng criminal police team, self-proclaimed clever one. Just call me Xiao Jiang. He added, you are even more beautiful in person than in the photos. Jiang Su's words typically fell into two categories, either sharp criticisms or sweet compliments. Sheng Yuchen appreciated his straightforward nature, always candid, unfazed in the face of challenges, ready to roll up his sleeves and get things done efficiently. Hello, I'm Gui, forensic expert from the Linqing Municipal Bureau. Gui's expression was devoid of unnecessary embellishments, yet she did not appear overly stern or unapproachable, maintaining a slight air of distance. Sheng Yuchen glanced at the people behind him, beckoning them to enter the conference room. Standing at the forefront of the meeting table, he bit his lower lip in contemplation, flanked by two whiteboards. Upon these boards were affixed photographs of the perpetrator, Zhang Hai, alongside images of several victims and a rudimentary relational network. Prior to his arrival in Lin City, Zhang Hai had already claimed the lives of two individuals, a man and a woman, both in their 20s. They meticulously reviewed all pertinent details of the case, and Sheng Yuchen produced a map of the Eastern District, gripping a black marker in his hand. The assailant, Zhang Hai, a 34-year-old with no occupation, had lost his parents at an early age and was an only child, shunned by relatives who deemed him an eccentric individual. He harbored a peculiar fascination for those with delicate and youthful appearances, displaying a lecherous excitement akin to that of a predator spotting its prey. Such a bizarre personality naturally left him friendless. Wang Ku, why does Zhang Hai have a penchant for consuming such things? Is it a peculiar obsession? Captain Jiang, we have captured the individual. Why did he manage to escape? Inquired Cui Xiaohua. At this mention, Jiang Su's frustration flared. He instinctively rolled up his sleeves. This Zhang Hai is exceedingly cunning. He took advantage of a moment when there were few people around and attacked the officer stationed at the entrance. I deployed considerable police force to locate him, nearly turning Jiang City upside down. Who would have thought he would flee to Lin City? Gui kept his gaze lowered, his eyes seemingly lost in thought. Sheng Yuchen attentively listened to their discussion, simultaneously marking the map with his black pen, encircling the various alleys within the Eastern District. In Shan Chan's workplace is located a mere 10 kilometers from the vegetable market, easily accessible by a few bus transfers. Jiangsu leaned in, casting a glance, and discerned his intentions. Brother, can you truly narrow down the scope so swiftly? This case had been plaguing him for over a month, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. Sheng Yuchen furrowed his brow, shaking his head as he recounted to Jiangsu the events experienced by Gui the previous night. With so many brands of suitcases, tracing the origin of this particular one was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the suitcase appeared quite dilapidated. Zhang Hai was unemployed. So from where did he acquire the funds to purchase it? It was highly plausible that he had carelessly retrieved it from a refuse pile. Indeed, a refuse pile. Jiangsu, intrigued by his words, was about to inquire further when he noticed Sheng Yuchen's sudden enthusiasm as he took up a pen, sketching circles on the map. He pushed the map forward, tapping the table twice for emphasis, and instructed, Xiao Ku. Shortly you shall lead a team to thoroughly search the areas I have circled on the map, assessing for any suspicious locations. Wang Ke gazed at the numerous circled spots, feeling a bit overwhelmed, yet he could adapt. Sheng Yuchen rubbed his sore neck, instinctively glancing at Gui. Unbeknownst to him, a woman seated behind the conference table was fixating her gaze upon him, her eyes filled with resentment. After exchanging a few more words with Jiangsu, Sheng Yuchen intended to accompany Gui to the second hospital to consult with He Pian Ran regarding his neck. As the meeting room began to empty, and they prepared to exit, a woman's voice called out Sheng Yuchen's name from behind. Gui abruptly halted, turning to glimpse the source of the voice, his expression darkening. A woman dressed in casual attire, with sparse hair tied into a small ponytail that bore a yellowish hue, stood there. Her eyes widened in indignation, biting her lower lip in a display of anger. Upon hearing the voice, Sheng Yuchen turned to look, momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. The woman cast a fleeting glance at Gui and inquired of Sheng Yuchen, "Is this your wife?" Sheng Yuchen pressed his lips together, his tone growing slightly somber as he succinctly replied, "Yes." A cold snort escaped the woman, laced with a hint of derision, locking her gaze onto Sheng Yuchen. She challenged him, "Then where do you place Xiaoli?" Gui furrowed her brow. Who was Xiaoli? She scrutinized the woman from head to toe, then glanced at Sheng Yuchen's demeanor, sensing an underlying tension between them. The look the woman cast at Sheng Yuchen was one of seething animosity, as if she wished to dismantle him piece by piece. It seemed likely that Xiaoli was a woman, and this individual before her was presumably a friend of hers. Rumors had circulated that Sheng Yuchen indulged in all vices, debauchery, gambling, and infidelity. Gui pondered whether Xiaoli might be his former girlfriend. Such a possibility was not out of the question. Thanks to Yizime, she had frequently indulged in romantic novels. Merely contemplating this scenario, Gui found herself concocting a melodramatic narrative in her mind. Yet, as these thoughts swirled, an inexplicable anger began to brew within her. Confounded, she exited the conference room. Jiangsu, noticing that Sheng Yuchen had not yet emerged and failing to find Ningji after a brief search, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Realizing that something was amiss, he cautiously pushed open the conference room door and peered inside, where indeed only Ningji and Sheng Yuchen remained, the atmosphere decidedly tense. Sheng Yuchen cast a glance at him, and Jiangsu spoke first. "Ningji, come here." Ningji shot him a fleeting glance, clenching her fists. Captain Jiang, you may step outside. I have matters to discuss with Captain Sheng. Chapter 58 Explanation. When mentioning Captain Sheng, Ningxi deliberately emphasized the title. Sheng Yuchen raised his hand to massage his temples, his tone slightly lowered. Jiang Su, please leave. Jiang Su sensed the palpable tension between the two, stifling his breath in the suffocating atmosphere. He was somewhat aware of their underlying issues. With a slight retreat of his neck, Jiang Su complied, murmuring an acknowledgement as he closed the door behind him. However, articulating these matters felt overly cumbersome. He detested explanations, particularly with those he deemed insignificant. What does that literally mean to you? Are you truly willing to let her sacrifice herself for you so easily? With a deep sigh, Sheng Yuchen appeared to have reached his breaking point. He pinched the bridge of his nose and began slowly. Ningxi, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear before. Yili sacrificed herself in the line of duty. I honor her as a martyr for her bravery and valor, and I deeply respect her contributions. However, her sacrifice is in no way connected to me. I merely fulfilled the responsibilities of a profiler, and she executed the duties expected of a police officer. Is that understood? Yili was one of the officers in the Jiangxing Police Department, often referred to as the Jiangxing Flower. She had fallen head over heels for Sheng Yuchen at first sight, and her feelings for him intensified, leading her to pursue him fervently. Yet, Sheng Yuchen remained unwavering, maintaining his distance. It was not that he lacked warmth. Rather, he understood that genuine emotions could not simply be cultivated through effort alone. More importantly, it is the initial impression that counts. Moreover, he has already harbored affections for another. Ningxi, a close friend of Yili, was devastated upon learning of her friend's demise, and she directed her anguish towards Sheng Yuchen. She sought to impose a sense of guilt upon him, convinced that he was the cause of Yili's death, believing he was unworthy of happiness. Her journey to Lin City was driven by a desire to discern the character of the woman Sheng Yuchen had chosen to marry. Having just observed her, Ningxi found her utterly incomparable to Yili. Yili embodied a gentle and sunny disposition, while Gu Yi represented an entirely opposing aura. With an air that seemed to repel others, she was taciturn and reserved. Yet, this demeanor was at odds with her beguiling fox-like eyes. I have matters to attend to, Sheng Yuchen remarked, glancing at a message on his phone. Ningxi, this is my final explanation to you. It ends here. Ningxi's persistent confrontations had thoroughly exhausted Sheng Yuchen's patience. With that, he pushed open the door to the conference room and exited, leaving Ningxi seething in silence. As he stepped out, he walked past them and made his way outside. Once in his vehicle, he ensured that all the windows were closed and the doors locked. As his hand delved into his pocket, he retrieved not the expected cigarette, but rather 3 lollipops, still in the original Alpine flavor. He stared at the candies for a moment, then broke into a smile. These sweets were a remnant from the last time he had accompanied Gu Yi to the hospital for a cast. He had specifically ventured to a nearby convenience store to procure them. Sheng Yuchen nearly forgot that since Xingkai informed him of Gu Yi's aversion to the scent of smoke, he had discarded the cigarettes from his pocket. He unwrapped the candy and placed it in his mouth, savoring the sweetness that spread across his tongue, the rich creaminess particularly pronounced. The death of Yili, though unspoken, was a source of blame directed at him from the members of the Jiangxing criminal police team. They insinuated that Yili had willingly become a hostage because of him. Sheng Yuchen was accustomed to maintaining a facade of calm. He often bore his burdens alone, seeking a quiet place to gather himself before re-emerging rejuvenated. A light tapping on the car window interrupted his reverie. Lifting his gaze, he saw Gu Yi standing outside. Let us go to the hospital, Sheng Yuchen said. Gu Yi's lips moved as if she had something to convey, but upon hearing his words, she simply responded with a subdued and took a seat in the back. Noticing that Gu Yi had indeed chosen the front passenger seat, Sheng Yuchen hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at her through the rearview mirror, yet chose to remain silent. At the second hospital of Lin City, the pair exchanged no words during the journey. Only the sound of the wind rushing past filled the air, occasionally interrupted by fleeting glances at one another. Gu Yi stared out the window, her thoughts seemingly distant, with traces of complexity in her gaze. Sheng Yuchen, stealing glances at her, felt a sense of unease. Her tense expression made him wonder if others had spoken to her in his absence. Once the car came to a halt, Gu-yi still had nothing to say, stepping out and walking inside without a word. Sheng Yuchen's only ailment was a sore neck caused by excessive fatigue. Huanran twirled the pin in his hand, gazing into Sheng Yuchen's eyes with a hint of significance. Unable to contain himself, Sheng Yuchen finally asked, "Why do you look at me like that?" "Oh, it's nothing," Huanran replied. "I just thought your neck was healing remarkably quickly." Sheng Yuchen, slightly delayed in his response, finally said, "Don't tell her. Understood?" His neck bore the marks of an urgent situation, had it not been for his quick thinking and using it to brace himself. Gu-yi would likely be incapacitated in bed at this very moment. It was far from a mere minor dislocation. Pian, suppressing her laughter, replied, "Indeed. I am not one to blare like a trumpet, rest assured." She continued, "I simply did not expect that the person who once boasted over trivial matters would now, in a sense, be considered a lifesaver for Gu-yi. Not only do you refrain from sharing this incident with her, but you also seek to conceal it. This is most uncharacteristic of you." Gu-yi stood in the corridor, leaning against the wall, one leg slightly bent, with the door ajar, listening to their conversation. Sheng Yuchen frowned in irritation, exclaiming, "I say, you are particularly talkative today." He then inquired, "By the way, where's your childhood friend? We haven't seen her in a while." Pian's smile faded as she replied, "She has had some family matters to attend to and is on leave." Upon mentioning their childhood friend, Gu-yi remained vigilant. When Sheng Yuchen exited the office, she inquired, "Does Pian have a fiancé now?" Sheng Yuchen hesitated momentarily, asking, "What fiancé?" "Fu Tong," she clarified. "Her? She is not Pian's fiancé. They are childhood friends, neighbors from their youth, and have always shared a close bond." Sheng Yuchen suddenly recalled Gu-yi's friend, Yizime. Given that Gu-yi was not one to meddle, her inquiry must have stemmed from her connection to Yizime. Gu-yi frowned at the thought. A boy and a girl who were childhood friends. Wasn't that akin to being childhood sweethearts? Sheng Yuchen reassured, "Rest assured. I have no childhood friends." As soon as the words left her lips, her phone rang, displaying the name Li Nannan. Chapter 59. Public opinion. Sheng Yuchen held her phone, its screen facing upwards. A fleeting glance from Gu-yi revealed the incoming call. Uncomfortably, she turned her head and perceptively remarked, "I'll go check on Xing Kai and the others." With that, she pivoted and strode towards the elevator. Watching her retreating figure, Sheng Yuchen answered the call. "What do you need?" On the other end, Li Nannan's sweet voice chimed, "Brother Chen, do you have time for lunch? I would like to treat you. I'm unavailable. I've been preoccupied with case investigations, so please refrain from visiting the station." Sheng Yuchen acknowledged that Li Nannan's indignant demeanor, particularly when she confronted Gu-yi, struck him as endearingly charming. Nonetheless, her tone was laden with grievance, devoid of any sense of apology. He rubbed his forehead and replied, "No. You may call me brother, but she is my wife, so you should refer to her as sister-in-law. Moreover, please avoid contacting me unless it's urgent. For matters of significance, you may reach out to Xiao Nan. I have work to attend to. I'll hang up now." Xiao Nan was his university classmate and roommate, a person of mixed heritage. Xing Kai leaned against the headboard, his complexion appearing rather poor, his entire demeanor frail, with an 4 drip attached to his right hand. In contrast, Yin Yan's condition had improved significantly. His face was adorned with a radiant smile, cheerfully imploring Gu-yi to speak with the doctor about his discharge. Gu-yi sat on the stool positioned between the hospital beds, peeling an orange and offering it to Xing Kai. "Please have some." She then divided the orange into 2 halves and extended one to Yin Yan. Yin Yan pressed his lips together, a clear expression of refusal crossing his face as he shook his head. "Gu-yi, is there any further information about the victim or the perpetrator?" Yin Yan inquired. Since Gu-yi had settled in her seat, Yin Yan had already posed several questions to her. Gu-yi responded, "The assailant has been identified, and efforts to apprehend him are currently underway." Her patience was wearing thin due to his incessant questioning. Reluctantly, Yin Yan abandoned his inquiries and took his phone to the restroom. Xing Kai, filled with indignation, clutched the blanket tightly, his eyes wide with frustration as he exclaimed, "This is infuriating. Now I can't even look at red meat without feeling nauseous. Gu Yi turned her head to glance at him, unable to suppress a smile. Rest assured, the culprit will be brought to justice. At the doorway of the hospital room, Sheng Yuchen leaned against the wall, not fully entering, and addressed Gu Yi. Gu Yi, there may be a lead regarding Xiao Ku. I must take my leave. Gu Yi stood up and casually tossed the orange peel into the trash bin. Xing Kai smiled and watched their departing figures, his expression gradually shifting from joy to a fierce intensity. The head of Yin Shan has been discovered. After Boss Wang disposed of the body, he carelessly discarded the head into the waters beneath the bridge. Sheng Yuchen dispatched a team to recover it, and after 2 full days and nights of searching downstream, they finally located Yin Shan's head. Wearing a mask, Sheng Yuchen crouched beside his phone, catching a whiff of the river's scent, mingled with a hint of fishiness. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "At last, everything has been accounted for." Gu Yi, however, punctured his joy, stating, "The corpse is still missing a pair of scapulae." At the mention of scapulae, Sheng Yuchen instinctively touched his own shoulder blades, feeling a slight chill run down his spine. He cast a glance at Gu Yi and stepped aside, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Cui Xiaobo pulled out her phone to show Sheng Yuchen. Sneaking a glance at Gu Yi, as Sheng Yuchen looked at the screen, confusion clouded his thoughts. What has happened? Cui Xiaobo removed her mask, placing her hand over her mouth, whispering, "It seems Master has been slandered online." Sheng Yuchen examined her phone before retrieving his own to locate the same post. It contained considerable disparagement against Gu Yi, a blend of truth and falsehood. It accused Gu Yi of incompetence in her work, claiming she mistreats her disciples, frequently resorting to verbal and physical reprimands. Furthermore, it alleged that Gu Yi was having an affair with the captain of the criminal investigation team, and even suggested she was a clandestine child of the Shen family, not a genuine heiress. The post was a veritable deluge of slander directed at Gu Yi. Notably, the timestamp indicated it had been published at 1 o'clock yesterday morning, meaning it had been circulating for a full day, with the situation continuing to escalate. If not addressed, Gu Yi's career might be at stake. This incident appeared to have gained considerable traction, and it was improbable that Gu Yi was unaware of it. Yet, she maintained her composed demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. They had thought the previous situation was resolved, only for another post to emerge, this time from a newly created account, clearly a secondary one. Cui Xiaowa asked, "Brother Chun, shall we just ignore this issue? Manage it. I have a plan." The sooner they solve the case, the less risk there is for the next victim. He had just perused the comments, and the vitriol from the netizens was rather harsh. Sheng Yuchen cast a glance towards Gu Yi, who was crouched nearby, her short hair tucked behind her ears, revealing her fair and elongated neck, with a distinctly defined jawline and a slightly open collar. The day was overcast, the sun concealed behind thick clouds, casting a soft white light upon her, accentuating the contours of her profile with a delicate glow. Sheng Yuchen was momentarily entranced, his breath slightly catching, as dopamine spurred his heartbeat into a fervent rhythm. The warmth at the base of his ears gradually intensified, a dryness settled in his throat, and his atoms apple-bobbed. Suddenly, memories of their initial encounter 9 years prior flooded back to him. In those days, the girl wore her school uniform jacket tied around her waist, her high ponytail swaying as she walked, a lollipop perched in her mouth, exuding a carefree spirit, her laughter enchanting. She stood against the backdrop of a blazing sunset, her hair dancing in the wind, wielding a baseball bat as she pointed defiantly at a group of bullies, her words bold and reckless. That singular meeting had irrevocably altered the course of his life. "Sheng Yuchen, Sheng Yuchen?" Gu Yi called out to him twice, yet he remained unresponsive, lost in thought, while a smile graced her lips. "What is wrong with him?" Gu Yi inquired of Cui Xiaowa. Cui Xiaowa shook her head, equally perplexed, noting that he had transformed into this state immediately after their previous conversation. A message arrived from Xiao Ku, confirming the location, but Zhang Hairen was no longer there. Chapter 60. I am on the other side. After finishing her scenes for the day, Yi Zimei finally had a moment to indulge in her phone, happily sending a WeChat message to He Pianran. She turned to Weibo and stumbled upon a post regarding He Gui. Just then, Someone seized her hand and snatched her phone away. As Izime looked up, she was met by the sight of an exquisitely made-up woman clad in a tailored suit, her dazzling earrings catching the light. This was her manager, Xiao Jin. Instantly, Izime donned a bright smile, rising to offer her seat and stepping closer to give Xiao Jin a shoulder rub. "Oh, Xiao Jia, what a delightful surprise to see you today." Among the multitude of artists under Xiao Jin's management, Izime was the most troublesome, yet also her favorite source of mischief. Clutching Izime's phone, Xiao Jin inquired, "Are you hoping to speak on behalf of Gui and confront those netizens?" Izime chuckled awkwardly. "Xiao Jia, you've seen the post too. Did you notice how harshly they criticized me?" Xiao Jin regarded her with a wry smile. "Could you perhaps focus on your acting instead of being preoccupied with others' affairs? This is a pivotal moment for your transformation into an actress. Could you not stir up trouble?" As she spoke, Xiao Jin tossed a stack of photographs onto the makeup table, commanding, "Take a look for yourself. See what the paparazzi have captured." Izime picked up the photographs one by one, pouting in indignation. "What is this? Why do I look so unattractive?" Xiao Jin face-bombed. "Is that really the point?" She pointed at Izime in the photographs. "Had I not intervened in time, today's trending topic would have been Izime suspected of being pregnant out of wedlock." Izime let out a sigh of relief, leaping forward to embrace Xiao Jin, playfully pouting. "Oh, Xiao Jia, you're simply the best. I adore you." Xiao Jin frowned in disdain and pushed her away. "Do not thank me. It is I who should express my gratitude to you. This film was a hard-won achievement that I secured for you, so cherish it. Do you hear?" Initially, they had agreed upon a different television series, but Xiao Jin fought for superior resources on her behalf, relinquishing the web drama to another. However, once Xiao Jin departed, Izime locked the door of the RV and began editing on her laptop. Regardless of what others might say, Gui was her bottom line. If something was off-limits, it remained untouched, and anyone who dared to infringe upon it would face her wrath. Gui and Sheng Yuchen drove towards Wang Ke and the others. Descending a nearby path revealed remnants of habitation. There lay only a simple grass mat and a filthy blanket, so stained that its original color was indiscernible, with several dried bloodstains adorning both. Sheng Yuchen crouched to examine the blanket, which emanated a foul mildew odor coupled with a sharp scent of blood. Gui systematically inquired among the nearby homeless individuals, presenting a photo of Zhang Hai to confirm that he had indeed slept here a few days prior. Yet, aside from confirming his identity, no further leads emerged. They were unfamiliar with Zhang Hai, describing him as reclusive and unapproachable. As Gui lifted her gaze, she locked eyes with an individual in the crowd. In that fleeting moment, she froze. The person appeared startled, shoving through the throng before fleeing. Wang Ke called out to Gui from behind, but she paid him no heed, focusing intently on the pursuit. As Sheng Yuchen listened intently, something felt amiss. Upon turning, he caught sight of her silhouette and felt a surge of concern for Gui being alone, fearing a repeat of the previous incident. He hastened his steps to follow her. The figure stumbled erratically towards an old residential building, clearly familiar with its structure. Just as Gui was about to catch up, the person seized a nearby flower pot and hurled it at her. Gui managed to evade the first projectile, but the second crashed down at her feet, splattering dirt onto her shoes. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuchen had brought reinforcements, securing all exits of the building to apprehend any suspicious person at the first opportunity. Once they successfully captured the individual, Jiang Su raised his hand triumphantly, exclaiming, "We've got him." However, in the midst of this, Sheng Yuchen could no longer locate Gui. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, his heart racing with apprehension, uncertain if Gui was in danger. The sky loomed dark without a hint of light. The fierce wind howled, lacerating his cheeks with a chilling sting. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed ominously above, followed by successive roars, as lightning cleaved through the night. To an unknowing observer, it might have seemed like some scoundrel was once again making empty promises. In the midst of the pursuit, Gui was abruptly engulfed in darkness, her legs buckled, and she collapsed, utterly devoid of strength, the ringing in her ears severing her from the world around her. She curled into a ball, clutching her ears in a desperate attempt to silence the cacophony. Countless times, she screamed internally, "Stop. Please stop. Don't. Just stop. Stop." Gu Yi harbored an aversion to thunder. Each time the rumble echoed, she experienced a piercing tinnitus, accompanied by an involuntary tremor that rendered her weak and terrified. The suffocating sensation of being enveloped in layers of dread, teetering on the precipice with no path of retreat, left her feeling utterly helpless and despondent. She endeavored to dispel the cacophony swirling in her mind, reminding herself that she was still amidst the pursuit of a suspect and could not afford to collapse onto the ground. Extending her hand toward the railing, she prepared to rise when a force tugged at her. In the next instant, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, inhaling a faint, delicate fragrance reminiscent of roses. It was the scent of Sheng Yuchen, instantly recognizable to her. Gradually, her emotions stabilized, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as the ringing in her ears began to fade. In a moment of dazed clarity, she tentatively spoke, her voice as gentle as a whisper, "Sheng Yuchen, I'm here." His response served as a balm to her frayed nerves, allowing Gu Yi to regain her composure. With her head bowed, she retrieved her Bluetooth earphones, connecting them and turning the music up to a level that drowned out the external chaos. When she lifted her gaze once more, she returned to her usual demeanor, her eyes resting on Sheng Yuchen's lips. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" he inquired with concern. Gu Yi stood up from the ground, shaking her head as she replied, "I'm fine." Due to her fear of thunder, she had deliberately learned lip reading, enabling her to communicate effortlessly with others whenever she donned her earphones. Chapter 61. Bottom Line Municipal Bureau. The suspicious individual had been apprehended by Jiangsu and was thus handed over to him for interrogation. Jiangsu sat opposite the suspect and began his questioning. Name, age, gender, occupation. "My name is Zhao Yu," with the character Zhao beneath the word for walk, and Yu meaning left and right. "I am 24 years old. A male author of online literature." "Why did you run away?" I inquired. "Do you know Zhonghai?" Zhao Yu appeared lethargic, his voice barely audible, as faint as a whisper, rendering his words nearly indecipherable. Jiangsu slammed his fist onto the table with a resounding thud, startling the nearby clerks. The adjacent Sheng Yuchen and Wang Ku observed the scene, noting the stark contrast between Jiangsu's fierce demeanor and his usual sunny disposition. Even Gu Yi was taken aback by his behavior. Zhao Yu seemed quite bold, sitting on the chair with the steadiness of a mountain, merely lazily lifting his eyelids to glance at Jiangsu. "I am asking you a question. I would appreciate your cooperation. Speak louder, and if you haven't eaten, should I fetch you a bowl of instant noodles?" Zhao Yu grinned and nodded, replying, "Sure, please bring me a bowl of the pepper flavor." Jiangsu licked his parched lips, stepped outside to prepare the noodles, and placed the bowl directly on Zhao Yu's desk. "It's pickled cabbage flavor. Take it or leave it." Zhao Yu slurped the noodles with remarkable speed, finishing a bowl in approximately 6 minutes, exclaiming that he was still hungry. Jiangsu retrieved another bowl of noodles, placed it before himself, and said, "You'd better confess clearly. This bowl is yours if you do." Zhao Yu gazed longingly at the bowl of noodles, instinctively rubbing his nose, and replied, "I don't know anyone named Zhonghai." "Then why did you run?" "Well, if someone is chasing me, my instinctive reaction is, of course, to run." As he spoke, his voice slightly elevated, imbued with a hint of innocence. Jiangsu pressed him with 3 consecutive questions. Yet Zhao Yu's responses remained unchanged. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Sheng Yuchen approached and knocked on the door, signaling his intention to take over. A cryptic smile danced at the corners of Sheng Yuchen's lips as he locked eyes with Zhao Yu and pointedly remarked, "Zhao Yu, you are lying." "I am not lying. I have already said that I do not know anyone named Zhonghai or Zhonghe. It is you who refuse to believe me," Zhao Yu retorted. Sheng Yuchen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharpening as he lowered his voice, analyzing. "When you smiled just now, the corners of your eyes did not crinkle, indicating that your smile was feigned. Your voice has grown progressively louder, underscoring your emphasis. When you claimed not to know Zhonghai, you instinctively touched your nose, a common unconscious gesture when one is deceiving." With both hands propped on the table, Sheng Yuchen adopted a casual yet commanding posture, his voice resonating like thunder. I advise you to be forthright. Speak only the truth. Should it later emerge that you have harbored the murderer, you will bear the consequences. Everything you say is recorded here and will serve as your testimony in court. Choose your words wisely. Zhao Yu fell silent, his hands resting limply on his thighs. His head bowed as he wrestled internally with the decision of whether to confess. After a moment, Sheng Yuchen toyed with a Rubik's Cube in his hands, occasionally casting glances at him before inquiring, "Where were you this afternoon?" "This afternoon?" Zhao Yu hesitated slightly. "I was beneath the overpass." "What were you doing there?" "Looking for Zhang Hai." "How long have you known him? And what is your relationship like? How well do you understand him?" "I have known him for less than a week, and we are not very familiar with each other. I don't know much about him. I only know that he is rather reticent and not easy to approach." The Rubik's Cube spun deftly at Sheng Yuchen's fingertips, his movements fluid and practiced. After solving the cube, he scrambled it once more. He posed 2 questions. "What genre of novels do you write? How did you come to know Zhang Hai?" Zhao Yu paused momentarily, glancing at the glass beside him. "I write mysteries. Gu, the forensic expert, has always been the protagonist in my novels." Implicitly, he revealed himself to be a fan of Gu. Zhao Yu continued, "I know he is a fugitive murderer. While you seek him, I am also in pursuit." Sheng Yuchen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is your purpose in searching for him? Are you seeking inspiration for your novel?" Zhao Yu was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, I am looking for him to gather insights for my writing. I wish to understand the psychology of a perpetrator during the commission of a crime." Sheng Yuchen solved the Rubik's Cube for the second time. Now fixing his gaze upon him, "You are quite bold, I must say. Did Zhang Hai mention what he intended to do this afternoon, or where he was going? Did he provide you with a specific location?" Zhao Yu shook his head. "I only know that it seems to be a villa area. He is very cautious and generally does not share much with me. We have located Zhang Hai's hideout, and when we apprehended you, there were many witnesses, making it difficult to ascertain your personal safety now. I will assign someone to protect you in the coming days." He then provided Zhao Yu with a string of numbers. "Call this number if you need anything." After bidding farewell to Zhao Yu, Sheng Yuchen was once again summoned by Cui Xiaohua. Gui approached the window, and as she neared, a gentle breeze caressed her, bringing a refreshing chill that felt delightful. After a moment of hesitation, Gui decided to open the app, curious to see how the post was faring. However, no matter how many times she refreshed the page, the post from that new account had vanished, along with the account itself. What could have happened? Had it been reported? Or, as she pondered this, she noticed a post from Yizime, accompanied by a video. The post clarified all the slanderous remarks aimed at Gui, while the video showcased images of Gui diligently working, enduring injuries on the job, along with several photographs of the two of them together. Yizime boldly declared that should anyone dare to spread rumors about Gui in the future, she would not hesitate to take legal action that could lead them to financial ruin. The final line of the post read, "Gui, this is my bottom line." Take note, Yizime's decisive actions effectively shifted the tide of public opinion. Although there were a few keyboard warriors in the comments section airing grievances, they were swiftly drowned out by her fans and other netizens. Gui, uncertain of how many times she had replayed the video while holding her phone, felt her eyes begin to glisten with tears. Earlier, when faced with the slander, her claim of indifference had been a facade. She had indeed felt a twinge of sadness. Yet, this trivial verbal assault felt akin to a mirage, incapable of inflicting any real harm. Exiting Weibo, Gui intended to call Yizime, but at that moment, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted her. She paused, staring at the sequence, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Chapter 62. She is not a love child. Chen Ge quickly checked Weibo. Cui Xiaohua gestured at his phone to signal Sheng Yuchen. Just as Sheng Yuchen took out his phone to check, a few individuals from the Jianshan criminal police team approached, among them Ning Ji. A man with a buzz cut raised his phone and said, "Brother Chun, your wife can't really be having an affair with the captain of the criminal investigation team, can she?" Another chimed in, "So, you're just a temporary captain. I thought you had secured the position permanently." Ning Ji refreshed her feed, and in the next moment, the post vanished, causing a slight pause in the smile that graced her lips. However, she quickly regained her composure. dismissing it as mere network issues, and sarcastically remarked, "Sheng Yuchen, I thought you had married a wealthy heiress from a prestigious family. Turns out she is just an illegitimate daughter." Others who had long harbored disdain for Sheng Yuchen seized this opportunity to mock him. "Brother Chun, our beauties from the Jiangxing criminal police team are quite lovely. Why would you choose such an unrefined woman?" Another teased, "Indeed, Brother Chun, just standing next to her, our Li Jia would outshine her by a mile. If your eyesight is failing, perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order." Illegitimate daughter. Despite Yi Zimei's clarification, they chose to believe what suited their narrative. Sheng Yuchen's fists instinctively clenched, producing a sharp cracking sound as he drew in a deep breath. Human endurance has its limits. He lifted his eyelids and scanned the crowd, the frost in his gaze plummeting to freezing point. Suppressing his fury, he stated, "Gu Yi is the legitimate daughter of the Shin family. She is not an illegitimate child. Do you need me to show you a paternity test?" Sheng Yuchen struggled to rein in his anger, for these individuals were once close friends and admirers of Yi Li. He was acutely aware of their desires. They merely wished to witness his downfall, to revel in his unhappiness, believing him unworthy. "Ningji, I advise you to know your limits." Sheng Yuchen's gaze fell upon Ning Ji for a few moments before he averted his eyes and stepped outside. Just as he emerged, he received a call from his uncle's assistant, Xiaoxia. "Hello, third young master. Everything has been taken care of. The post has been retracted, the IP address is untraceable, and they have already destroyed the evidence. Thank you for your efforts. Not only must it be removed, but we must also prevent any recurrence of such incidents." Standing at the edge, Sheng Yuchen extended his hand to catch the raindrops, his eyes darkening. "Has the evidence collection from my second uncle's side been completed?" "Rest assured. Third young master, I have gathered all the evidence. I am merely awaiting your command. When do you intend to take action?" Sheng Yuchen gazed into the night, the rain falling heavily, creating a veil of mist. His tone was steady and low. "Let us wait a little longer." Xiaoxia, somewhat perplexed, could not help but inquire, "Third young master, now is an opportune moment. Why the delay?" "I have my own considerations. You need not know too much. It is raining today, so remember to ensure your uncle stays warm and does not catch a chill." After a brief silence, Xiaoxia replied, "Understood. I will take care of it." Ending the call, Xiaoxia set down his phone, gazing at Sheng Zhe across from him. Noticing the displeased expression on his face, Sheng Zhe could not resist a chuckle. After laughing, he spoke leisurely, "Xiaochen, you've grown." Sheng Zhe then turned his attention to the rain cascading outside the floor-to-ceiling window, as if speaking to himself. Some matters must reach a conclusion. On the other side, Gu Yi held her phone, her gaze fixated on the familiar string of numbers. The sequence was reminiscent, yet she couldn't quite recall where she had encountered it. As she swiped to answer, an eerie silence enveloped the line once the call connected. Not a single sound emerged from the other end. Out of politeness, Gu Yi cleared her throat and ventured, "Hello, is anyone there?" Her words seemed to vanish into the depths of the ocean, creating no ripples, sinking without a trace. The silence persisted, prompting Gu Yi to furrow her brow slightly before terminating the call and dialing Yi Zimei instead. In a dimly lit room, a girl cradled her phone. Watching the call conclude, the screen gradually dimming into darkness, all while remaining utterly mute. "Hello, darling," came Yi Zimei's voice, tinged with a hint of cheerfulness. Glancing at the clock, Gu Yi noted it was around 10 in the evening. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Are you still filming?" "No. I wrapped up my scenes in the afternoon. We finished early today. By the way, did you call to ask about my post?" Yi Zimei placed her phone on the table, removed her facial mask, and closed her eyes to massage her face. "Let's skip the thanks. Our relationship doesn't require such formalities. Once I'm done here, just treat me to a hot pot," she continued. A wry smile tugged at Gu Yi's lips as she prepared to agree, only to hear Yi Zimei amend her request. "Actually, let's forget the hot pot. How about steak instead?" Gu Yi hesitated momentarily, understanding the underlying reason but choosing to remain silent, simply acquiescing with a sure. "By the way, darling, have you managed to inquire about He Pian Ran's fiancé?" Gu Yi lowered her gaze, feeling the gentle breeze brushing past her fingertips outside the window. She spoke softly. Fu Tong is merely the daughter of a neighbor, and we share a childhood bond. She is not a fiancée. Their relationship is indeed amicable, but I have yet to meet Fu Tong as she is on leave. I have seen her photograph and encountered her a few times. She is rather unremarkable in appearance. Yi Zimei's tone carried a hint of nonchalance and a touch of displeasure. Gu Yi smiled slightly. Childhood friends can be akin to childhood sweethearts. Are you not concerned? What of childhood sweethearts? Why should I be worried? Are you suggesting that their close relationship implies they have already pledged themselves to one another? Gu Yi, still smiling, chose not to respond, awaiting her continuation. Furthermore, while it is true they have known each other for many years, Fu Tong knows Ran better than I do. However, Ran is 30 this year, and they have likely been acquainted for over a decade. So, my dear, if they had truly developed feelings for each other, why have they not united long ago? After listening to Yi Zimei's reasoning, Gu Yi found her line of thought somewhat persuasive. Indeed, it is rare for you to encounter someone you like. Even a steadfast tree blooming is no small feat, by the way. Have you been in touch with your father recently? Upon mentioning Yi Zimei's father, her smile abruptly froze, and her tone grew heavy. No, why should I contact him? Her words were laced with resentment. Gu Yi suddenly recalled the WeChat message sent by her father the previous day, which merely inquired about Yi Zimei's recent well-being, what she had been busy with, and if there was anything she particularly liked. Gu Yiming understood that the strained relationship between her and Ye's father stemmed primarily from the fact that Ye's mother had passed away when Yi Zimei was merely 4 years old. Yi Zimei harbored resentment towards her father for considering remarriage. It was not that Yi Zimei lacked understanding. Rather, the woman her father intended to marry happened to be her mother's sister. The notion of an aunt becoming a stepmother was something that anyone would find difficult to accept. With a tone tinged with indifference, Gu Yi advised, "Take care of your skin and rest early," before ending the call. "All right then, good night," came the reply. Chapter 63. What does it have to do with me? The following morning, Sheng Yuchen resumed his interrogation of Boss Wang, pressing him for the whereabouts of the scapulae. He recounted that when he encountered the corpse, it was already devoid of its shoulder blades, covered in blood and barely recognizable. However, a pair of shoulder blades could not simply vanish into thin air. Sheng Yuchen and his team found themselves perplexed, as Jincheng was vast, with a dozen or so villas scattered throughout the district. They could only methodically expand their search from the villa area near the overpass. Gu Yi chose not to accompany them. Instead, she and Cui Xiaohua brought food to the hospital. Cui Xiaohua had recently acquired a new culinary skill and wished to share her creations with Xing Kai and the others. She laid out the food on the table, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at Xing Kai. Today, he appeared considerably calmer, his gaze fixed on the array of dishes before him, his expression markedly more subdued than before. Cui Xiaohua, initially concerned that he might not enjoy it, noticed that he showed no signs of nausea and promptly pushed the steaming pizza towards him. "Boss, this is a pizza I made myself. Please give it a try," she urged gently. Xing Kai seemed utterly drained, his cheeks having lost considerable fullness, and Cui Xiaohua felt a pang of sympathy as she observed him. Gu Yi and Yan exchanged a glance, then encouraged, "You should eat a bit. Xiaohua's culinary skills are quite commendable." She had just sampled a morsel herself, finding it perfectly seasoned and exquisitely crisp and delicious. Very well," came Xing Kai's soft, airy response. Yan was to be discharged today. Initially, they were to wait a few more days to leave together with Xing Kai. However, she could no longer withstand his relentless insistence, which had become quite bothersome to Gu Yi. He had dressed early, radiating vitality from head to toe, with a smile gracing his lips, appearing utterly rejuvenated, an unmistakable contrast to Xing Kai's demeanor. "Xing Kai, do you lack appetite?" Gu Yi inquired. He shook his head in response. Cui Xiaohua pressed her lips together and said, "Well, if you desire anything, just let me know, and I shall prepare it for you tomorrow, or even this afternoon." Xing Kai continued to shake his head. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the hospital room was rapped upon. Gu Yi lifted her gaze towards the entrance, where He Pianran stood, hands tucked into his pockets, subtly gesturing with a tilt of his head. Gui understood his intent and rose to step outside. He Ran produced a tube of ointment from his pocket, which Gui accepted, recognizing the familiar packaging. This is the scar cream that Yuchen asked me to bring from the first hospital. Gui paused momentarily, then expressed her gratitude. Thank you. He Ran offered a slight smile, saying, you should convey that gratitude to Yuchen instead. This ointment is confidential and has not yet been released to the market. It has only recently been developed. It is thanks to Yuchen that we have this connection, as the person behind this formulation is his uncle. Without such a relationship, it would indeed be unattainable. As he Ran finished speaking, he raised his hand to brush the tip of his nose with the back of his hand. Suddenly realizing that he may have spoken too much, he paused for a moment, then recalled something and inquired, I heard from Yuchen that he had given you a tube before, but you gave it to Miss Yi. Does she have scars as well? Gui tucked the ointment into her pocket, lifted her gaze to meet He Ran's, and nodded slightly. Yes. The atmosphere between them fell into a tranquil silence before He Ran broke it. It's nothing. I have patients to attend to shortly, so I shall take my leave. Gui offered a faint smile. All right. Outside, a light drizzle began to fall, the sound of raindrops pattering softly against the window. She sat close to the glass, feeling a gentle breeze sweep past her ear, bringing with it a chill. Dressed simply, she wore a denim jacket over a knitted sweater, paired with fitted pants and Martin boots. For the past few days, she had hesitated to bathe due to her injured hand. After all, she had promised her grandmother and Yi Zimei that she would take good care of herself. Lost in thought as she gazed out the window, a butterfly suddenly flitted in and landed gracefully on the windowsill. It was a butterfly with white wings adorned with black dots. After resting for a moment, it took flight again, heading toward Guyi's shoulder. She turned her gaze toward the butterfly, suddenly recalling her grandmother's words. When a person passes away, their soul transforms into a butterfly, thus making them imbued with spirit. The butterfly lingered for a brief moment before it gradually flew away. Gui, in a voice so soft that only she could hear, murmured, I have been well lately. Having spoken, Gui turned and walked toward the ward. Xiaogua, I'm leaving, she said. Just as Cui Xiaogua stood up to respond, Guyi's phone rang. Uncertain of what was said on the other end of the line, Guyi's expression turned anxious and flustered. Driving swiftly to the first hospital of Lin City, she inquired at the nurse's station and located Bai Mei's ward. Bai Mei was reclining on her hospital bed, her legs encased in plaster, appearing quite disheveled. Wen Jianing sat beside her, engaged in conversation. Gui cast a glance at Wen Jianing, her tone urgent. I heard from Jianing that you fell down the stairs. How are you? Is there any injury besides your legs? She approached to inspect the injured legs, her hands poised to lift the covers and check her head and body. No need for haste. Capturing criminals is not the responsibility of forensic experts. Oh, I merely broke my leg. Everything else is fine, so don't worry. Bai Mei reassured her, though Gui's skepticism was evident as she turned to Wen Jianing. Jianing, how did Master fall down the stairs? Wen Jianing was about to explain when Bai Mei interjected. Oh, I just slipped while cleaning. Didn't he notice the wet floor and accidentally fell? Truly, I'm fine. As she spoke, Bai Mei casually reached for 2 bananas nearby, handing one to Gui. Here, have a banana. At this, Gui began to believe her. Just as she intended to fetch a cup of hot water for Bai Mei, she realized there were no disposable cups nearby. She informed Bai Mei and turned to exit the ward, planning to request some from the nurse's station. However, upon stepping out, she unexpectedly encountered Huang Yu and Shen Qi. The mother and daughter walked arm in arm, exuding an affectionate camaraderie that struck Gui as glaringly ostentatious. Shen Qi, her younger sister by 4 years, stood beside her. At the age of 22, she has recently graduated from university, yet she remains oblivious to her employment status and indifferent to it. Gui inadvertently catches sight of them and wishes to turn away. However, Shen Qi, with keen eyes, calls out to her, Sister. Huang Yu follows her gaze, her smile fading, replaced by an unfriendly expression. Gui halts, directing her gaze towards them, her voice icy as she addresses them. Mother. With a beaming smile. Shang-Chi explains, "Sister, mother has caught a slight cold, so I accompanied her to the hospital to get some medicine." Yet, Gu Yi's eyes reveal no sign of concern. Only indifference as she responds, "Oh, what does that have to do with me?" Chapter 64. Your master is my master. Huang Yu struggles to maintain her composure, letting out a scoff and casting a disdainful glance. "We share the same mother, yet look at Chi and you. How is it that I, Huang Yu, have given birth to such an unfilial daughter?" Yui stands with her arms crossed, her expression devoid of emotion, her eyes cold and silent. Shang-Chi quickly interjects, attempting to smooth things over. "Oh, mother, sister did not grow up by your side, so it's only natural for her to feel a bit distant. It will take time. She is merely adjusting, right, sister?" Anyone with discernment can see that Shang-Chi is trying to provide Gui an escape. Yet, Gui refuses to accept it. With a cold stare directed at Shang-Chi, her emotions flare as she asserts, "No, I simply do not wish to care. Please move aside. Thank you." Gui finds her path deliberately obstructed by them, her patience wearing thin. "Sister, you cannot speak like that. It would deeply sadden our mother. After all, you are a piece of flesh that fell from her body." As she spoke, Shang-Chi deliberately elevated her voice, almost as if to ensure that passers-by could overhear her words. Shang-Chi harbored a profound disdain for her elder sister, who was 4 years her senior. Having grown up hearing tales of her misdeeds, she was regarded as the calamity of the Shin family. Even her name seemed to lack value in their father's eyes, who refused to allow her to carry the Shin surname. Regarding the matter on the day of the wedding banquet, Shang-Chi had sought clarity from their father, only to discover that her sister audaciously demanded 15% of the company's shares. Gui sneered, "What is this? Another attempt to morally manipulate me? Beyond our mere blood relation, we share no genuine affection, do we? You caused a ruckus at the banquet, and I have yet to confront you about that. Moreover, I have made it abundantly clear, I possess no moral obligations. If you wish to coerce me, perhaps you ought to evaluate your own position first. With our father absent, there is no need for you to feign concern, understood?" Gui had always been one who responded better to gentleness than to harshness, and this tactic was ineffective with her. Furthermore, if one were to truly assess the situation, it was uncertain who ought to be condemned. "Sister Gu, what is the matter?" Wen Jianing, unfamiliar with the intricacies of Gu's family affairs, greeted Huang Yu and the others with warmth. "Hello, Auntie," she said, turning to Shang-Chi. "You must be Sister Gu's younger sister, right?" "Hello, sister." Shang-Chi, ungrateful for the greeting, rolled her eyes and retorted, "Sister? Who is your sister?" The expressions on Huang Yu and Shang-Chi's faces soured upon hearing Gu's previous remarks. Wen Jianing, with her kind heart, greeted them despite having done nothing to provoke their ire, yet she was inexplicably met with hostility. Gui shielded her, retorting to Shang-Chi, "If you cannot express yourself with civility, it would be wise to remain silent, for not everyone possesses the gift of intellect." Having spoken, Gui grasped Wen Jianing's wrist and gently nudged Shang-Chi with her shoulder. Together, Gui and Wen Jianing retrieved several disposable cups, filled them with steaming hot water, and handed one to Bai Mei. As Bai Mei cradled the cup, the warmth permeated through the layer of cardboard, reaching deep into her heart. Her eyes glistened as she gazed at Gui, and with a sudden surge of emotion, she exclaimed, "Gui, you are like a second daughter to me." Gui then pulled a chair beside Bai Mei's hospital bed, smiling as she replied, "Once a student, always a daughter. From the moment you became my mentor, you have been my mother." Bai Mei had imparted a wealth of knowledge to her, teaching her invaluable lessons on life and conduct. Bai Mei chuckled, "I married late. Had I a son your age, I certainly would not have let him off so easily with Xiaosheng." Their laughter echoed, a stark contrast to the serious demeanor Bai Mei once held. Perhaps it was the addition of her roles as a wife and mother that bestowed upon her newfound responsibilities. Gui joined in her laughter. "Indeed, what a pity." Bai Mei then focused her gaze on Gui's arm, inquiring, "How is your hand faring? Has it improved lately?" Gui lowered her eyes momentarily. "It's nearly healed. The doctor mentioned that the cast can come off next week." Bai Mei took a sip of water to soothe her throat. "That's wonderful to hear. I've heard that you've recently taken on a challenging case. Any developments?" Gui raised her gaze. only to collide with Bai Mei's pair of light brown eyes. After a brief pause, she remarked, "The perpetrator has been identified, and the manhunt has commenced." In response, Wen Jianning's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Gu Yi. As expected of Sister Gu, there hasn't been a case that you couldn't solve. Gu Yi, seemingly recalling something, smiled to herself, acknowledging that this case owed much to Sheng Yuchen, whose contributions were significant. No sooner had she finished speaking than a knock echoed on the hospital room door. The familiar figure that entered was none other than Sheng Yuchen, holding a basket of fruits and wearing a charming, amiable smile as he greeted Bai Mei. "Master, I've come to see you." Gu Yi looked up, momentarily stunned. "Aren't you supposed to be apprehending suspects? What brings you here?" Sheng Yuchen placed the fruit basket on a nearby cabinet and replied, "I haven't caught anyone yet, but the target is already identified, and I've dispatched personnel to stake out the area. Upon hearing that your master had fallen, I thought I would come and check on her." This raised a question in Gu Yi's mind. How did he know? She glanced at him for a few seconds before shifting her gaze to Wen Jianning. Without waiting for her to inquire, Wen Jianning timidly raised her hand and admitted, "I sent a message to my brother-in-law." Gu Yi regarded her, offering a soft "oh" in acknowledgement. Sheng Yuchen stepped closer, addressing Bai Mei, "Master, your leg seems severely injured. You'll need at least 2 or 3 months to recuperate." Bai Mei nodded with a smile. Indeed, it's so thoughtful of you, Xiao Sheng." Gu Yi observed him with pursed lips, realizing that sometimes Sheng Yuchen could be remarkably brazen and overly familiar, uttering words that others found delightful. TSK. This fellow must have honey spread on his tongue. Her thoughts suddenly drifted back to the cold storage where they had been together. "Sheng Yuchen, he is my master." "Not yours, so refrain from calling him that," Gu Yi remarked. Before Bai Mei could retort, Sheng Yuchen interjected, "Wife, your master is indeed my master." With a playful wink at Bai Mei, he cheerfully added, "What do you think, master?" Bai Mei concurred, "Indeed, as husband and wife are one. I am your master, and naturally also his." Gu Yi was left speechless. Wen Jianning sat quietly beside them, opting to remain silent, watching her mother struggle to suppress her laughter, biting her lip as her elbow nudged outward. Sheng Yuchen, slightly bending forward, met Bai Mei's gaze and stated, "Very well, master. I shall arrange a suitable ward for you right away." Chapter 65. May I embrace you? Upon exiting the ward, Sheng Yuchen made his way directly to his uncle's office. He knocked lightly before entering upon receiving permission. His uncle, Lu Feng, the elder brother of Sheng Yuchen's mother, raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing him. "Well, this is a rare visit. What brings you here?" Sheng Yuchen took a seat across from him. "I have a matter to discuss." Lu Feng set down his pen and adjusted his sleeves, saying, "Sit up straight. You are nearly 30, yet you still lack decorum." All right, Sheng Yuchen complied, straightening his posture. "Uncle, could you please arrange a good ward for me? One with ample ventilation, if possible?" Lu Feng paused for a moment before chuckling. "For such a trivial matter, you needn't come all the way to my office." He did not beat around the bush with Sheng Yuchen and asked directly, "What brings you here?" Sheng Yuchen seemed to have had his thoughts laid bare. He pressed his lips together and replied, "I have a matter to inquire about." "Go on," he prompted. "Is there still a portion of the shares my parents left for me in your possession?" Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Who informed you of this?" "I discovered it myself," Sheng Yuchen said, crossing his long legs and resting one hand on the table. "After my parents passed away, the shares they left me were not merely 20%. I recall they had set aside a separate portion entrusted to you for safekeeping." Lu Feng studied him for a moment, then chuckled. "Indeed, the portion that belongs to you is here with me." As he spoke, he retrieved a small key from the bottom drawer, unlocked it, and extracted a contract, sliding it across the table to Sheng Yuchen. "This is the contract signed by your parents and me years ago." Sheng Yuchen opened the document and immediately saw his parents' names, followed by the contract's contents. He appeared perplexed. "The contract clearly states that it should be returned to me when I turn 20. Why haven't you given it to me?" Lu Feng clasped his hands together, resting his elbows on the table, and explained, "You have yet to read the latter part. The contract explicitly stated that if you did not attend university in the country, The shares would be at my discretion regarding when to return them to you. Sheng Yuchen paused. Indeed, in the year he turned 20, he had gone abroad for his studies, which was precisely why he and Gui had missed each other for 9 years. 9 years ago, one had been admitted to a prestigious domestic university, while the other had chosen to pursue studies overseas, seeking to explore the wider world. Over the course of these 9 years, time has transformed the two individuals from head to toe, both outwardly and inwardly. The youth has matured into a man, and the girl has blossomed into a woman. Everyone has grown, their appearances altered significantly. Nevertheless, when Sheng Yuchen first laid eyes on Gui, he recognized her instantly. It was only at the wedding banquet, 9 years later, that Sheng Yuchen truly came to know her name, Gui. Noticing his momentary daze, Lu Feng lightly tapped on the contract and continued, I had intended to return the shares to you. However, do you understand why your parents wished to transfer the shares they intended as a gift to you into my care? Sheng Yuchen lifted his gaze to meet Lu Feng's, confusion evident in his eyes. He heard his own voice, raspy and uncertain, ask, why? The Sheng family is vast and their social circles intricate, unlike our Lu family, which is rooted in the medical profession and possesses simpler relationships. The waters there run deep. Your parents did not want you entangled in that complexity. Their sole desire was for your happiness and a carefree existence. When your mother initially proposed that we sign this contract, I was reluctant. Yet, your parents implored me, sharing the circumstances of your family, which ultimately led me to acquiesce. I still hold 15% of the shares. Acquiring them would position you as the largest shareholder of the Sheng Group. If I were to transfer the shares to you prematurely, how many eyes would turn green with envy? They would all focus on you, directing their hostility your way. Yuchen, I wish to shield you from that turmoil. Your mother has but one son. It is imperative that you safeguard yourself. As Lu Feng spoke, Sheng Yuchen's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the corners of his eyes gradually flushing with red. He raised his gaze to meet Lu Feng's, his tone tinged with fervor. As he suppressed the volume of his voice, did my parents die in vain? Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, silently lowering his eyelids. Years ago, when Sheng Yuchen's parents welcomed the first grandchild of the Sheng family, Sheng Bai showered this grandson with affection, prompting wariness among all family members. They feared that Sheng Yuchen might threaten their positions within the Sheng Corporation and were even more apprehensive about his parents possibly inheriting the leadership. Thus commenced a tumultuous struggle within the workplace, rife with both overt and covert conflicts, all driven by the pursuit of fame and fortune. Sadly, Sheng Yuchen's parents became the casualties of this fierce rivalry. It was only after their demise that the discord found a semblance of respite. The others believed that Sheng Yuchen, still a child, posed little threat to them, allowing them to live their lives with a sense of unearned security. However, they overlooked a crucial truth: children inevitably grow up. Despite the passage of years and the erosion of evidence by time, Sheng Yuchen would ensure that each of them received their due retribution. Observing Sheng Yuchen's anguish, Lu Feng felt a pang of sympathy, for he had but one sister. The Lu family had a son, the elder brother, whose grace and erudition made him a recognized prodigy. The Lu family also had a daughter, the younger sister, whose elegance and exceptional talent marked her as an acknowledged genius. Sheng Yuchen's mother, Lu Ning, was exceptionally gifted. Though she did not inherit the legacy of a medical dynasty, she excelled in the arts. Having graced the world stage as a pianist, he vowed never to rest until this grievance was avenged. Sheng Yuchen was uncertain how he had exited the office, but he knew that the person he most longed to see at this moment was Gui. Gui had just finished greeting by Mei and the others when Jining arrived at school. Exiting the hospital room, she glanced around but did not see Sheng Yuchen. Just as she contemplated calling him, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. She closed the dialing screen and walked over. Before she could speak, Sheng Yuchen asked, "May I hold you?" Taken aback by his unexpected words, Gui froze momentarily, struggling to comprehend. Lifting her gaze to meet his, she noticed something was amiss with his demeanor. Sheng Yuchen appeared somewhat haggard, his expression uncharacteristically disheveled, with the corners of his eyes slightly reddened, and his voice thick with emotion, as if he had recently wept. After a few seconds of silence, he reached out and enveloped Gui in his arms. Instinctively, she considered pushing him away, but something halted her. Standing at 175 meters, she fit perfectly against Sheng Yuchen's 188 meters. In this embrace, she could easily see the defined line of his jaw, his alluring collarbone, and the prominence of his Adam's apple. Unable to resist, she swallowed hard, her throat feeling dry. Her voice unconsciously softening as she asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 66. Fried noodles. The scent was delightful. Sheng Yuchen remained silent, holding her close as if yearning to meld her into his very being, his grip firm. It was Gui's first experience of being held so tightly. It constricted her breath, and although she wished to push him away, she found herself unable to do so, as his strength surpassed hers. "Don't move. I will hold you for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes." Sheng Yuchen's voice whispered in her ear, husky and intimate, his breath tantalizingly close. "What's wrong with you?" Gui inquired once more. Sheng Yuchen remained silent, and the silence lingered for 5 minutes. Gradually, he released his grip on Gui, swiftly wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, fearful of her noticing. Yet, despite his haste, Gui caught sight of it. However, she refrained from voicing her observation and simply lowered her gaze to her phone. Sheng Yuchen took a deep breath, reorganizing his emotions, and with a smile that exuded nonchalance, he returned to his usual carefree demeanor. Gui gazed at his smiling face, momentarily taken aback, and chose not to inquire further, merely nodding in response. Upon stepping outside, Sheng Yuchen enthusiastically rushed ahead to open the car door for her. "I apologize for my earlier emotional outburst. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall treat you. What would you like to eat?" Gui cast him a sidelong glance as she settled into the passenger's seat, replying, "Let's go to that place we visited last time." "Absolutely." Sheng Yuchen circled to the driver's side and gradually maneuvered the vehicle out of the parking space. Gui shot him a sideways glance, quickly diverting her gaze, appearing as if she had something to say but hesitated. Sheng Yuchen discerned her unspoken thoughts and chuckled. "Rest assured, I spoke with my uncle earlier. He will arrange a hospital room for our master shortly. By the way, did Lao-He give you the ointment?" Gui, with one hand tucked in her pocket, felt the slight discomfort of the ointment tube within. "Yes, he did," she responded, her gaze drifting outside as she awkwardly added, "Thank you for everything you've done." Sheng Yuchen pretended not to hear her, raising his voice. "What did you say? I couldn't quite catch that." Gui could tell he was being playful, mistaking it for Sheng Yuchen's way of teasing her. In truth, Sheng Yuchen did not wish for her to feel burdened, hence his deliberate demeanor. "Thank you," Gui exclaimed. Gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, Gui caught a glimpse of Sheng Yuchen's reflection. His right ear was devoid of an earring, his features strikingly well-defined and handsome, with a jawline that was particularly exquisite, especially when adorned with that charming smile. Suddenly, Gui was reminded of the first time she encountered Sheng Yuchen at the wedding banquet, when he wore that very same smile. She couldn't help but think how he seemed so carefree, embodying a philosophy of individual satisfaction over collective needs, complemented by the various judgments cast upon him from the outside world. The authenticity of such perceptions remained to be validated. Previously, when Ningji conversed with Sheng Yuchen in the conference room, Jiangsu had elucidated the entire backstory of Yi Li's situation to Gui. Jiangsu understood. Yet no matter how many times he reiterated, certain individuals within the team remained obstinate. After all, he was merely a novice who had recently assumed his position, and it was quite natural for him to struggle with control. That day, when Gui observed Sheng Yuchen emerging in a sullen mood, she initially intended to offer him comfort. However, as she approached him, her mind went blank, leaving her momentarily bereft of words. As Sheng Yuchen unbuckled his seatbelt, he replied, "Of course." Upon arriving at the establishment, Gui retrieved a tissue and meticulously wiped down the tables and chairs. The hour was not during peak dining times, rendering the shop rather desolate, with only the proprietress present. The proprietress had grown accustomed to Gui's habits and only approached after finishing her tasks. "Young man, you're back. What would you like to eat?" Before placing their order, Gui leaned in and asked for confirmation. "Are you sure you're treating?" When asked for a second time, Sheng Yuchen felt a twinge of confusion. Of course, he replied, I, Sheng Yuchen, always speak my mind and follow through. Gui. Upon hearing his second assurance, smiled and addressed the proprietress, Madam, 3 portions of fried noodles, please. Sheng Yuchen was taken aback. The proprietress responded affirmatively. Then inquired of Sheng Yuchen, young man, what would you like to eat? Sheng Yuchen replied, I'll have the same as her, a portion of fried noodles. After speaking, he glanced at Gui and, with a hint of skepticism, asked, 3 portions, will you be able to finish that? Gui, having neatly stacked the used napkins, frowned at him and retorted, what, do you not believe I can handle it? Gui indeed had a hearty appetite. Her slender figure was due to her inability to gain weight and her penchant for indulging in an eclectic array of foods. The fried noodles from this establishment were her favorite, a craving she had harbored for quite some time. A single portion was roughly the size of Sheng Yuchen's palm, which was hardly too much for her. The proprietress brought out 3 servings and said to Gui, young lady, start with these 2 portions. Once you finish, I will prepare more for you. It won't taste good if it sits too long. Gui paused momentarily, a rare smile gracing her lips as she replied, all right. Thank you, madam. Sheng Yuchen watched in astonishment as Gui devoured the noodles with remarkable speed, his expression betraying both shock and a desire to avoid being scorned by her. Thus he opted to stare silently. Typically, 1 portion would suffice for him, yet Gui. Noticing his gaze upon her, Gui leisurely swallowed her mouthful and remarked, what are you staring at? Have you never seen a girl eat so much? Sheng Yuchen nodded earnestly in response. The young women he had encountered previously all possessed remarkably small appetites, often declaring themselves full after just a few bites. Meeting someone like Gui was truly a novel experience for him. Gui, disliking the scrutiny of others, felt rather uncomfortable under his gaze. You should eat quickly. Soon your noodles will congeal, she remarked. Sheng Yuchen picked up his chopsticks and inquired, Gui, with such a light meal, can your stomach handle it? Gui dismissed his concern nonchalantly, stating, I have always eaten this way. It's no issue. As she indulged in her 3rd serving of fried noodles, Sheng Yuchen abruptly announced he needed to purchase something, rushing out with his phone in hand. Gui assumed he intended to evade the bill and said nothing, continuing to enjoy her meal as he exited. He returned, placing an item in Gui's hands, ready to settle the bill when the proprietress interjected, saying, that girl paid earlier, no need to pay again. Gui glanced down at the item in her hands, frozen in surprise. It was a digestive aid. So, he hadn't planned to escape the bill. He had gone to procure digestive tablets for her instead. Sheng Yuchen looked at her, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Gui, didn't we agree that I would treat you? Why did you pay? Chapter 67. Concerned, Sheng Yuchen caught up with her, insisting on transferring the money back to her. It was the first time in his life that a girl had paid for their meal. Gui, slightly exasperated, replied, next time, you can treat me. Let us consider this a token of my gratitude, shall we? Sheng Yuchen, perplexed, asked, why would you treat me to a meal? To thank you for the ointment. And also for arranging a new hospital room for my mentor. In the afternoon, after listening to He Pianran's words, it became evident how precious this ointment was, especially considering there were 2 tubes. Sheng Yuchen then relented, saying, all right, fine, let's agree on this. Next time, it's my treat. Please refrain from such gestures. Gui opened the car door and casually settled in, offering a few disinterested hums. As Sheng Yuchen entered the vehicle, he turned to Gui, advising her, you should take that digestive tablet. Don't let indigestion linger, as it isn't good for your stomach. Gui's gaze fell upon the digestive tablet in her hand. Momentarily lost in thought, before responding, understood. She unwrapped the packaging and placed a tablet in her mouth, savoring its gradual dissolution. A hush enveloped the car for a brief moment, yet Gui ultimately broke the silence, saying, Sheng Yuchen. Sheng Yuchen replied with a slight nasal intonation, I heard about your situation with Yili. Before Gui could finish her sentence, Sheng Yuchen immediately interjected with an explanation. My relationship with Yili is entirely innocent. We have never been together. It has always been unrequited affection on her part. I hold no such feelings for her. As for the matter of her sacrifice, Sheng Yuchen paused mid-sentence, as if struck by a thought, choosing to remain silent. After all, the deceased deserved reverence, and that incident had occurred a year prior. It was best not to dwell on it. Gu Yi fluttered her long eyelashes and softly replied, "Indeed, those who sacrifice themselves are worthy of respect. This is not your fault. After all, even without Yi Li, there would be others. It just so happened that she was the one." Having held back her words for days, Gu Yi finally articulated the sentiments she had been harboring, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Sheng Yuchen's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, and after a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Gu Yi, is this your way of showing concern for me?" Gu Yi turned her head away, yet she could still feel Sheng Yuchen's fervent stare and the warmth radiating from her flushed cheeks, which felt rather hot. What was happening to her? It had been a long time since she experienced such feelings. How peculiar. "Interpret it as you wish," she said, slightly moistening her dry lips and feigning calmness. "Very well, I shall take it as concern then." A broader smile spread across Sheng Yuchen's lips, his voice dropping an octave. "Thank you." Gu Yi sensed an oddity within herself today. Her heart raced uncontrollably, restless and uneasy. At the municipal bureau, Sheng Yuchen had spent the entire morning searching, while the dispatch team had scoured for an entire day without any leads on Zhang Hai's whereabouts. After a conversation with Zhang Hai's sister, they finally unraveled the complexities of Zhang Hai's past. His parents' relationship was fraught with discord. His father was often unfaithful, frequently absent from home, leading to constant quarrels between his parents. The mother projected her possessiveness onto her children, instilling in them the notion that if something was unattainable, it should be destroyed. However, by that time, Zhang Hai's sister had reached an age of understanding and rejected her mother's ideology. In contrast, the younger brother absorbed these sentiments, resulting in their mother favoring Zhang Hai more. Zhang Hai's sister also revealed that he had always been drawn to beautiful things, including his female classmates. Previously troubled by these dynamics, she found solace in moving in with their grandmother. Later, Zhang Hai's sister, having been accepted into high school, moved to the city, showing indifference towards her brother and consequently remaining unfamiliar with him. Their final encounter transpired at their parents' funeral. Thus, the root of Zhang Hai's behavior can be traced back to his mental struggles. Yan Yan listened attentively throughout the discussion, alongside Chen Guo and Captain Jiang. He articulated his thoughts. If that is the case, can Zhang Hai still be sentenced? Upon hearing his words, Sheng Yuchen and Jiang Su exchanged glances. The former fell into silence. The latter responded, if Zhang Hai was lucid at the time of the crime, then a sentence is warranted. However, the opposite holds true otherwise. The individuals present understood this implicitly. Sheng Yuchen stated, regardless, let us apprehend Zhang Hai first. The sooner we capture him, the less danger the populace faces. He expressed gratitude to everyone for their efforts, inviting them for a late-night meal. Gu Yi was about to rise to use the restroom when his gaze fell upon the corner where Cui Xiaoguo sat, her expression appearing rather discontented. Cui Xiaoguo vacantly shook her head. Gu Yi furrowed his brow and poured her a cup of warm water, placing it on the table before sitting beside her. What troubles you? Has someone bullied you? Cui Xiaoguo continued to shake her head, lowering her head in silence. Sensing something amiss in her demeanor, Gu Yi gently probed again. Do you not wish to speak? Cui Xiaoguo remained motionless, quietly sitting there. Gu Yi nodded thoughtfully, maintaining a good-natured presence beside her. After all, she was his apprentice. Although her talents were modest, all her achievements were earned through diligent effort. Gu Yi has a particular fondness for those who are resilient and industrious, especially since she only accepts one apprentice. Known for her sharp tongue but tender heart, Gu Yi never resorts to harsh criticism without careful consideration. Such a beloved disciple of hers seems impervious to any bullying within the department. Even Suong, who pursues her, can only act so brazenly with Gu Yi's consent. If there is anyone capable of troubling her, it appears to be just one person. While others may overlook this, Gu Yi is not so easily deceived. Cui Xiaoguo harbors feelings for Xingkai. Master, she hesitates. Gu Yi's tone carries a note of certainty. Am I truly that inadequate? Gu Yi pauses, slightly taken aback. In what regard do you feel inadequate? In every aspect. Gui ponders deeply before responding. You are not lacking at all. In terms of academics, your talent may not be as pronounced as others, yet hard work has always been your strength. Your culinary skills are exceptional, rivaling those of renowned chefs. Cui Xiaohua is momentarily stunned. It is the first time she has heard Gu Yi's assessment of her. As night descends, shadows deepen, and the temperature plummets. A cold wind sweeps through every street and alley. In the Sunlight Villa district, rows of luxurious villas stand elegantly, each adorned with a tree at its front, some illuminated by soft lights. The surroundings are eerily quiet when a tall figure emerges from behind a tree, gripping a dagger with a fierce gaze. He skillfully scales the wall, executing a practiced maneuver to enter the courtyard of one of the villas. The villa was brilliantly illuminated, yet the master remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger that approached silently. Chapter 68. Emotion. Cui Xiaohua's voice was tinged with a hint of hoarseness as she asked, Master, am I truly as remarkable as you say? Indeed, Gui replied, her tone considerably gentler than that of her companion, intending to offer reassurance. Let us have something to eat and take a moment to rest. Cui Xiaohua nodded but inquired further, then why does the boss not seem to like me? Gui paused, momentarily taken aback, her gaze meeting Yan Yan's from across the room. Upon realizing he had been caught looking, he instinctively averted his eyes, a hint of fluster evident in his demeanor. Raising an eyebrow, Gui leaned back against the sofa, feeling a touch weary, and exhaled softly, Suong certainly likes you. But I do not like him, Cui Xiaohua responded. While Gui did not have a comprehensive understanding of Su Ang's character, she had gathered some insights about Xing Kai. He was somewhat enigmatic, having known him for 3 years. She remained unaware of his background and had never heard him mention any relatives. However, she was familiar with his disposition, stubborn and meticulous, traits that seemed to resonate with her own. Cui Xiaohua continued, Master, I heard the boss has liked you for a long time. Is that true? Gui was momentarily at a loss for words. This was something she genuinely did not know. Xing Kai had never expressed such feelings in her presence. The notion that he might be fond of her had always been relayed through others, and as a result, she had maintained a deliberate distance in her interactions with him, striving to uphold a mere professional relationship. After a moment of contemplation, Gui slowly replied, Xiaohua, in matters of love, feelings hold great significance. Unfortunately, I do not harbor such feelings for Xing Kai, and moreover, I have already, well, at this juncture, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Gu Yi's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Sheng Yuchen, with his mischievous and charming smile. Suddenly, the notion of marriage felt rather daunting. Cui Xiaohua understood her sentiment. Yet the persistent rejections from Xing Kai left her feeling quite unsettled, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Observing Cui Xiaohua, who remained dejected with her head down, Gu Yi recalled the embrace they shared earlier that afternoon. She gently offered, if you feel like crying, perhaps I could lend you a shoulder? Cui Xiaohua sniffled, shaking her head in refusal. No need, master. Gu Yi patted her shoulder and stood up to fetch some late-night snacks, placing them before Cui Xiaohua. If you're hungry, have a bit to eat. The blanket is beside you. Once you've finished, do get some rest. As she turned to leave, Gui caught sight of Yan Yan, who was sneaking glances in their direction. She approached him and lowered her voice. Xiaoyan, do you happen to know something? Upon being questioned, Yan Yan instinctively averted his gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. What are you talking about, Sister Gui? What do I know? Gui narrowed her eyes slightly, as if recalling something, and chose not to press further, dismissing it with a casual, it's nothing, before walking away. Yan Yan watched her retreating figure, then shifted his gaze back to Cui Xiaohua, shaking his head with a sigh, silently reflecting. Indeed, as Gui had surmised, Yan Yan was privy to certain information. In the afternoon, Yan Yan finished using the restroom and was about to open the door when he inadvertently overheard a conversation between Xing Kai and Cui Xiaohua. Xing Kai said, Xiaohua, please do not be so kind to me again, nor waste your time on me. I do not have feelings for you. Cui Xiaohua's smile instantly faltered, and her gaze became bewildered. Boss, did I do something wrong? She asked. You have done nothing wrong, Shengwa. You are wonderful. It's just that I have someone I like, and you all are aware of this, aren't you? Yan Yan lingered in the restroom for a while. At such a pivotal moment, his exit would disturb the atmosphere and render Cui Xiaoguo uncomfortable. After all, experiencing rejection from someone one cherishes is a painful sentiment he understands all too well. Around 3 in the morning the following day, the city bureau received a distress call. Sheng Yuchen and his team struggled to keep their eyes open as they drove towards the Sunshine Villa district. Upon their arrival, the scene had already been cordoned off by several officers who had been stationed nearby. The previously quiet surroundings were shattered by the wailing of police sirens, prompting nearby residents to turn on their lights and peek out of their windows, eager to discern the unfolding events. Jiang Su, accompanied by his team, went around soothing the anxious residents. Sheng Yuchen and Gu Yi donned their gloves and approached the caller. She was a striking woman clad in a white, fluffy nightgown, revealing a glimpse of her fair legs, appearing to be in her 20s, with curly chestnut hair cascading around her. The woman covered her face, her sobs unceasing. Seeing her in distress, Cui Xiaoguo stepped forward to offer her comfort. It is of no concern, dear ladies, we are accompanied by so many. Originally lost in a sorrowful slumber, Cui Xiaoguo awoke at the sound of commotion nearby and joined the gathering. Sheng Yuchen and Gu Yi, along with a few others, stood aside, their gazes sweeping the vicinity with meticulous scrutiny. Wang Ko accessed the surveillance footage for the area, confirming that the individual the woman had encountered was none other than Zhang Hai, whom they had been diligently searching for. Gu Yi found the woman's cries somewhat disruptive, causing her temples to throb incessantly. Thus, she discreetly retreated to the rear of the villa, arriving at the quaint little garden. From the rows of verdant foliage, Gu Yi discerned that the owner of this residence must possess an appreciation for aesthetics and a gentle, attentive nature. What then had the woman recently experienced or witnessed that reduced her to such a state of distress? Gu Yi pondered deeply, reaching out to touch the leaves of the plants. They were those of a gardenia. She ventured further inward, arriving at the base of the surrounding walls, and gazed upward. The height appeared to be approximately 1.80 meters. Indeed, the garden's walls were rather formidable. Given Zhang Hai's stature and agility, it seemed improbable that he could scale them without some means of leverage. Moreover, as Gu Yi turned, she spotted several gardenia leaves that had been trampled and slightly askew. Crouching down for a closer inspection, she deduced that, based on their tilted orientation, Zhang Hai must have fled in this direction. But how had he managed to climb over? Her gaze roamed the area, landing on the most inconspicuous corner. She approached, cautiously placing her foot upon it to test its stability. This area is devoid of any vegetation, merely a paint bucket adorned with fallen leaves. Due to the lighting conditions, this corner remains rather inconspicuous. Gu Yi inadvertently steps onto the paint bucket, one hand gripping the wall as she intends to climb up for a closer inspection. The view beyond is dimmer and significantly quieter than the front. The sky is not a pure black night, but rather a profound shade of blue, with only a scant few stars to be counted. After exerting considerable effort, she finally glimpses the scenery on the other side of the wall. It is a dark expanse, resembling the same architectural style as the villa, with a street lamp illuminating a spot just a few meters away. Suddenly, an acute sound pierces the air. Meow? Caught off guard, Gu Yi is genuinely startled. Chapter 69. Male virtue. Turning her head to locate the source of the shrill cry, Gu Yi fails to spot the cat. Only encountering an expanse of darkness, she furrows her brow slightly, then rises onto her tiptoes, eager to discover what lies below the wall. However, in her single-minded pursuit of the outside view, Gu Yi neglects to pay attention to the paint bucket beneath her. This bucket has long been in use, appearing somewhat dilapidated and unstable on the ground, let alone capable of supporting her weight. The paint bucket promptly tips over, causing Gu Yi to lose her balance and lean sideways. Instinctively, she extends her leg to leap towards the ground. Before she can even land, a figure rushes over, grasping her waist and gently placing her safely back on the ground. Sheng Yuchen, convinced he has just performed a gallant rescue, waits expectantly for Gu Yi's praise. only to be met with her disdainful glare. Sheng Yuchen paused momentarily, perplexed, and inquired, "Why are you scolding me? If it weren't for my timely intervention just now, you would have fallen." Gui responded with a silent pout, "I wouldn't have fallen without you." After that, she couldn't help but tease him. "Have you watched too many idol dramas?" Honestly, turning towards the villa, Gui asked, "Have you inquired about the owner of the house?" Sheng Yuchen followed beside her, replying, "I wanted to ask, but they seemed to look down on me." Confusion washed over Gui until she reached the foyer and witnessed a woman tugging on Jiang Shui's arm. In that instant, realization struck her. To her surprise, this woman was indeed one who valued appearances. Subconsciously, Gui glanced sideways at Sheng Yuchen, thoughtfully remarking, "It appears your charm pales in comparison to that of young Jiang. Are you questioning me?" Sheng Yuchen's voice carried a hint of astonishment and bewilderment. He had been handsome since childhood, and this was the first time someone had openly doubted his allure. "I feel quite ridiculed," he added. A faint smile graced Gui's lips as she chose not to respond, shifting her gaze elsewhere. Desperation overtook Sheng Yuchen. He pointed at Jiang Shui and then at himself, attempting to argue, "I am 28, while Jiang is merely 23. My maturity outshines his youthfulness. Moreover, this is called adhering to male decorum. What if I were the one being pulled? Wouldn't you be jealous?" He continued. "And how can my charm possibly be inferior to his? There are plenty of women pursuing me outside. Gui, please, enough already. We must focus on the case at hand." As Sheng Yuchen finally calmed down, he exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Su. With the homeowner's consent, Sheng Yuchen and Gui ascended to the second floor. The decor on this level exuded opulence. Lavish lighting cast a warm, golden glow, while the deep crimson hue served as the dominant tone, radiating romance and elegance. Imbued with an air of mystery, a renowned painting adorned the wall, and the crimson curtains were drawn back, allowing a steady stream of wind to flood the room. The black marble floor reflected the brilliance of the crystal chandelier, a stark contrast to Gui's earlier assessment of character. Perhaps this residence was shared by more than one occupant, or perhaps the woman downstairs was not the true owner of the villa. Gui approached the window, noticing a slight scattering of sand on the sill as she peered down into the small garden behind. "Gui, come take a look at this." Sheng Yuchen's voice rang out, piquing her curiosity. She paused at the doorway, hesitant to enter. Sheng Yuchen produced several items for her inspection, instantly shattering Gui's initial judgments regarding the woman below. At the second hospital of Lin City, he Ran exited the meeting room, intending to retrieve his phone from the table, only to discover it was missing. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he began to rummage through the cluttered surface. Fu Tong retrieved his phone, tapping it lightly against the table to draw attention, clearing his throat as he announced, "Your phone is with me." Fu Tong added, "You really must be more careful. Your phone must have fallen into the hands of a patient during your rounds." Ran lowered her head, absorbed in her phone, her fingers gliding across the screen as she perused messages, softly murmuring, "Thank you." She examined the myriad of messages sent by Yizime, which were either links to humorous videos or updates on her meals, or complaints about the director's behavior. In essence, it was a stream of grievances, with Zime inundating her with numerous messages. Ever since adding Zime on WeChat, she had entered this incessant chatter mode. To Ran's surprise, rather than feeling irritated by the barrage of messages, he found them somewhat endearing. Fu Tong observed this peculiar behavior, sensing something unusual. Typically, Ran seldom checked his phone, as he had few people to converse with. His communication was primarily through phone calls concerning work or from family. Moreover, Fu Tong noticed a slight smile gracing his lips, suggesting he had stumbled upon something delightful. She approached him, standing on her tiptoes to catch a glimpse of what was causing his apparent joy. "What are you so happy about? Let me see too." Instinctively, Ran turned the phone away, clearly unwilling for her to peek. Fu Tong's smile faded slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her gaze, though she chose not to voice it. "What is it that you won't let me see?" Ran glanced down at his phone, restoring his usual calm demeanor, his tone even. "It's nothing." Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing this, the smile on Fu Tong's face gradually vanished, unable to be maintained. Once, They shared everything with each other, possessing an intimate understanding of one another. Pian Ran, with a serious demeanor, fixed her gaze upon him and inquired earnestly, "Have you fallen in love?" Observing his reaction, the alarm bells in Fudong's mind subsided, and she exhaled in relief. Pian Ran and Fudong were neighbors, having grown up together. She regarded it as a childhood romance, while Pian Ran perceived their bond as merely that of childhood friends. Pian Ran had often expressed that he did not consider himself female, viewing their relationship as that of close brothers. Fudong believed that, aside from the He family, no one could understand Pian Ran better than she did. Therefore, she was determined to devise a plan to drive away the little temptress who coveted Pian Ran. Chapter 70. The bait Guyi's gaze lingered on the items for a few seconds before swiftly averting it, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Sheng Yuchen gathered the items into a bundle and covered them with a towel, furrowing his brow. It seems that woman downstairs is not as simple as she appears. Among the items were various belts and ropes. Through a series of inquiries, they learned that the woman, named Chi-Chi, resided in a villa purchased by her partner. Her partner had not come that evening, leaving her vulnerable, which allowed Zhang Hai to take advantage of the situation. Fortunately, Chi-Chi reacted quickly, dialing the police in a panic. And in her frenzied state, she wielded a fruit knife to stab Zhang Hai, with the bloodstains on her coming from him. Just as they were preparing to leave, Chi-Chi's partner finally arrived at the scene. Gu-Yi subtly lifted her gaze and, with a fleeting glance, noticed the ring adorning the man's ring finger. The light cascaded upon it, illuminating the gem with an alluring brilliance that was hard to ignore. She made a mental note of that ring. Before departing, she addressed Chi-Chi, saying, "Miss Chi, Zhang Hai's attempted assault has likely failed, and he may return. Therefore, we will assign someone for your protection. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact us." Chi-Chi nestled in the man's embrace, gently wiping her tears away with her hand, and nodded in agreement, replying, "Thank you for your efforts." While speaking, she instinctively shielded her eyes, her gaze continuously drawn towards Jiangsu, who instinctively stepped back a few paces in apprehension. Gu-Yi and Sheng Yuchen exchanged knowing glances before entering the vehicle. Sheng Yuchen did not drive off immediately. Instead, he retrieved his phone and called Jiangsu, instructing him to join them in their car. Gu-Yi reached for a nearby bottle of mineral water, only to have her hand stopped by Sheng Yuchen's gentle grip on her wrist. She paused, asking, "What's the matter?" Sheng Yuchen then produced a thermos from a bag behind him and handed it to her, his tone casual yet caring. "Drink something warm. This chill isn't good for your stomach." Gu-Yi hesitated for a moment before accepting the thermos, softly murmuring her thanks. The instant her fingers brushed against Sheng Yuchen's warm hand, it felt as if an electric current had passed between them, prompting her heart to race and her breath to quicken. After taking a few sips of the warm water, she finally calmed her fluttering heart. Jiangsu opened the car door and settled in, rubbing his frostbitten hands together as he inquired, "Brother Chun, what do you need from me?" Upon casting a glance at Jiang Shui in the rearview mirror, Sheng Yuchen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Jiang Shui, there is a task I must entrust to you." Observing the grin on his brother's face, Jiang Shui felt a twinge of unease, his right eyelid twitching incessantly. "Brother, what is it that you wish to say?" "To act as bait." Jiang Shui was taken aback. "Bait? What do you mean by that?" Unable to suppress his laughter, Sheng Yuchen raised his hand to rub his nose. "Precisely, I need you to inquire about that Chi-Chi, to don an identical makeup and borrow her attire. By doing so, you shall lure Zhang Hai out." Since their extensive search had yielded no results in locating Zhang Hai, they resolved to devise a strategy to draw him from his hiding place. Jiang Shui was momentarily stunned. "Brother, are you suggesting that I disguise myself as a woman?" Yui sat quietly nearby, chuckling softly without uttering a word. Indeed, given Zhang Hai's nature, after this failure, he will undoubtedly not relent. Therefore, Sheng Yuchen tilted his head to glance at Jiang Shui through the rearview mirror. "It falls upon you." The very thought of cross-dressing unsettled Jiang Shui. He furrowed his brow, adopting a reluctant demeanor. "Brother, if I dress as a woman, and someone captures a photo to share with the team, What will I do when my girlfriend sees it? Where shall I hide my face? Sheng Yuchen suppressed his smile, refraining from further jest. Fear not. I shall ensure that the photos remain confidential and do not circulate. You need not worry. Municipal Bureau. At first, Sheng Yuchen was resistant, as Yin Shanshan's body was still incomplete, with the missing pair of scapulae remaining elusive, until Zhang Hai was located. There were no leads to pursue regarding the scapulae. Their only recourse was the aforementioned method, capturing Zhang Hai first to inquire about the whereabouts of the scapulae. However, Yin Shanshan's family seemed indifferent, insisting on the customs of their hometown, which mandated immediate cremation and burial following death. Otherwise, the soul would be restless on the earth. It appeared that her family showed little concern for Yin Shanshan, with her brother instead inquiring about the distribution of her inheritance. Gu Yi inadvertently overheard Yin Shanshan's mother declare that the entire inheritance would be given to her brother to facilitate his marriage. The eager smile on her brother's face resembled that of a man who had just encountered a fortune. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi instinctively clenched her fists, repressing the surge of discomfort within her. This showed that Yin Shanshan's family's apparent indifference towards her was rooted in a deeply ingrained patriarchal mindset. Their haste to claim her remains suggested ulterior motives. After all, it was their affair, and as an outsider, Gu Yi felt it inappropriate to interject. Furthermore, she was not one to meddle in others' business. Yet, unexpectedly, Sheng Yuchen surged forward. He approached with the intent to strike, but upon reflecting on his status, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he placed a hand on Yin Shanshan's brother's shoulder and, with a smile that belied his true feelings, remarked, "Comrade, how long has it been since your sister passed away? You so easily squander your sister's hard-earned money. Does your conscience not ache?" Upon hearing Sheng Yuchen's words, Yin Shanshan's brother felt a surge of anger, furrowing his brow as he reprimanded, "What business is it of yours? She is my sister, and I shall do as I please. You truly talk too much." Their parents, overhearing the exchange, were equally displeased. "Oh, dear officer, is it your place to meddle in our family affairs? Are today's policemen so fond of prying into others' business? What bad luck." Sheng Yuchen was met with disdainful glares from all three, a sense of indignity weighing upon him. Yan Yan, observing from the side, was also irked, standing beside Sheng Yuchen. He remarked, "Once the formalities are completed, you may collect the body." As Yin Shanshan's family prepared to depart, Yan Yan raised his voice, calling out to their retreating figures, "Be cautious on your way. Do not rise from the dead. Travel safely." His words carried an unsettling chill, causing Yin Shanshan's brother to shiver involuntarily. Chapter 71. The bracelet. Yet he dismissed it, attributing it to the overcast weather. The sky was gloomy, with a few clouds drifting lazily, birds occasionally soaring low, and a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Gu Yi stood in front of her car, saying, "You could borrow Xiao Zhang's vehicle." "I still need to go to the hospital." "I will go to the hospital as well." "What business do you have at the hospital?" Sheng Yuchen asked, absent-mindedly touching his earlobe, feeling his earring, and smiling as he replied, "I have some matters to discuss with old he." Gu Yi regarded him intently before softly urging, "Get in the car." They were headed to the second hospital of Lin City. Sheng Yuchen mentioned that he had matters to discuss with He Pian Ran, and Gu Yi, sensing his intent, nodded and planned to step outside the office to wait. However, He Pian Ran called out to him, causing Gu Yi to pause and look at him with a hint of confusion. He Pian Ran said, In a few days, my family will be hosting a banquet. Could I trouble you to invite Miss Yi?" Gu Yi pressed her lips together and replied, "Don't you have her WeChat? Why not ask her yourself?" Before He Pian Ran could continue, Gu Yi interrupted, "What is it? Are you too shy to lower your guard? Or do you wish for her to meet your childhood friend?" Gu Yi understood Yi Zi Mei all too well. She merely feigned indifference while still harboring feelings for He Pian Ran. Any claims of not minding the childhood friend living nearby were mere fabrications. If it were Gu Yi in her position, she would undoubtedly feel jealous, unable to tolerate the presence of such a girl around the one she loved. Gu Yi had always been forthright regarding Yi Zi Mei, wishing to shield her from any grievances. Yi Zi Mei was the daughter of a real estate magnate, possessing properties that could hardly be counted on fingers. She was the cherished daughter of her father and a treasure to Gu Yi. Pian Ren appeared slightly taken aback, surprised by Gu Yi's retort. He stood up and clarified, "That's not what I meant. It's just that my family is planning an event and will be inviting many guests." Miss Yi had previously mentioned her idol, and her idol will also be present that day. I thought it would be nice for her to meet her idol. Pian Ren's statement was not inaccurate. The He family, being a cultured lineage, hosted a plum appreciation banquet annually, inviting numerous literature enthusiasts for exchange and dialogue. Gui lowered her gaze and inquired, "When exactly?" "Next Saturday," came the reply. Gui hesitated for a moment, pondering why Pian Ren had chosen not to speak directly with Yi Zimei. "All right, I understand." At Tangshuang. Just as she emerged from the cloakroom, she spotted Sheng Yuchen standing at the entrance of her room. "Is there something you need?" Gui asked. Sheng Yuchen's gaze fell upon the garment draped over her arm, and with an air of disdain, he remarked, "Can't you wear a sweatshirt? Why do you always opt for such a monotonous array of sweaters and outerwear? Can't you choose something a bit more vibrant?" His tirade continued unabated. "Moreover, today is 5 degrees colder than yesterday. Why aren't you donning a winter coat?" This barrage of comments irked Gui, who felt as though Sheng Yuchen were her mother, incessantly nagging her. With a furrowed brow, she regarded him, her words laced with provocation. "I shall wear as I please. What concern is it of yours?" Sheng Yuchen, invigorated by her defiance, placed a hand on his hip. "Then I shall take it upon myself to intervene. I will fetch you a winter coat shortly. You needn't dress so shabbily as if my Sheng family has mistreated you." Gu Yi rolled her eyes and, bypassing him, made her way to the bathroom, dismissively muttering boring over her shoulder. As she locked the bathroom door behind her, Sheng Yuchen strode into her cloakroom. Her cloakroom was impeccably organized, with all garments neatly categorized. Upon a cursory glance, one could scarcely find a single piece of brightly colored clothing. He wrinkled his nose and murmured to himself, "So monotonous." Compared to Gu Yi's selection of attire, Sheng Yuchen's collection is remarkably ostentatious, rivaling the size of her wardrobe, yet still insufficient for his needs. Surprisingly, Gu Yi's side still possesses some vacant space. Sheng Yuchen approached the section designated for cotton garments, only to discover that this assortment consisted solely of black and white options, with no others available and only a few pieces at that. He retrieved a white short-down jacket and was about to exit when his peripheral vision caught sight of the red thread bracelet on the vanity, which Gu Yi had removed. Sheng Yuchen halted, reaching out to grasp the bracelet, examining it closely in the palm of his hand. He hadn't had the opportunity to scrutinize it last time. This time, he intended to observe it thoroughly. The clasp was a pale blue, with 4 small holes intricately threaded with fine red string, beautifully woven. Indeed, the clasp belonged to the school uniform shirt he still possessed. However, the string of the bracelet was not the same red thread he had gifted Gu Yi. This vibrant hue suggested it had been replaced. A wave of melancholy washed over Sheng Yuchen. He recalled the countless days and nights spent mastering that intricate weaving, struggling to stay awake during lectures. His dark circles a testament to his efforts, only for it to be so swiftly replaced by Gu Yi. He remembered attaching a note when he presented her with the bracelet, though he wondered if she still retained that note. It was not yet the time for him and Gu Yi to reconnect, especially since he still faced a daunting battle ahead. The fact that Gu Yi was his vulnerability must remain a closely guarded secret, as he did not wish for the predatory wolves of the Sheng family to direct their attention toward her. He merely sought a tranquil peace. After indulging in a comforting hot bath, Gu Yi felt considerably lighter. As the bathroom door swung open, a billow of white steam escaped, and Gu Yi emerged with her hair still damp. Sheng Yuchen stood at the threshold, holding a white down jacket, and upon seeing her, he promptly stepped forward to present it to her, gently advising, "Put this on quickly, lest you catch a chill." Although it wasn't particularly cold right after her bath, a sudden draft made Gu Yi's nose tingle, prompting her to sneeze. Noticing her reluctance to dress, Sheng Yuchen, in a flurry of urgency, helped her into the jacket. Once enveloped in its warmth, a comforting sensation enveloped Gu Yi, reaching deep into her heart. With that, she strode towards her room to retrieve the bracelet resting on her vanity. Chapter 72. This seems a bit odd. Sheng Yuchen observed her flustered retreating figure. a faint smile blossoming on his cool lips, rich with sweetness. He called out to the closed door, "I'll be waiting for you downstairs." Seated at the vanity, Gu-yi held a towel and a comb, tending to her dripping short hair. Gazing into the mirror, she beheld her disheveled, slightly curled black locks. Her face devoid of makeup and expression, rendering her enchanting fox-like eyes devoid of their allure. After a prolonged contemplation, Gu-yi managed a slight smile. The emotion behind it elusive, even to herself. Once, she had reveled in laughter and cherished her long hair. Truth be told, Gu-yi harbored a certain disdain for her fox-like eyes, as they had subjected her to much scrutiny since childhood. Many had branded her a reincarnation of a seductress, a natural source of calamity. Thus, Gu-yi found herself labeled as a vixen, a harbinger of misfortune and a calamity. Though many years have passed, the voices of those who once judged her have gradually faded with time. Yet, each time she gazes into the mirror and beholds her own eyes, she cannot help but recall. Subsequently, an event transpired that led to her diminished laughter. Gu-yi's eyelids fluttered slightly, her gaze fixating on the red string, her thumb brushing against the button atop it, causing her eyes to redden uncontrollably. As she lifted her gaze again to scrutinize her reflection, she endeavored to muster a radiant smile. Indeed, she almost forgot. That young man once told her, "You look truly beautiful when you smile." Gu-yi carefully readjusted her bracelet, instinctively concealing it beneath her sleeve. Once she had dried her hair and descended the stairs, she lifted her eyes to find Sheng Yuchen leaning against the car, arms crossed over his chest, his tall figure accentuated by a tailored black wool coat that rendered him particularly imposing. He was already the tallest among those she knew. Gu-yi approached him step by step, feeling somewhat cumbersome in the puffy down jacket she wore. She had never been fond of such attire, finding it made her appear somewhat foolish. However, as Gu-yi drew nearer, Sheng Yuchen spoke first. "You look a bit odd." Confused, Gu-yi lowered her head to inspect herself and inquired, "What seems odd?" Sheng Yuchen broke into a broad, silly grin, oddly adorable. Gu-yi was at a loss for words. She tossed the keys from her pocket to Sheng Yuchen, irritably commanding him with 2 words, "Drive." The car keys arced gracefully through the air, landing securely in Sheng Yuchen's outstretched palm. 5 days later, in the Sunlight Villa district. This marked the 4th day that Jiang-su had bravely overcome his psychological barriers by disguising himself as a woman. He recounted their plan to Chi-Chi, borrowed a set of clothing and a wig, and learned some habits from her. With his naturally fair skin and a touch of cosmetic transformation, he stood beside Chi-Chi, resembling twin sisters. They had Chi-Chi change into casual attire, and together they made their departure, leaving Jiang-su alone in the vast villa, waiting patiently. 3 days passed in this tranquil manner, yet Zhang Hai remained elusive, offering no sign of his presence. On the evening of the 4th day, Jiang-su extinguished all the lights and lay in bed, drifting in and out of sleep. Trained as he was, he could sense the slightest disturbance. Zhang Hai, adeptly climbing the trees, approached the 2nd floor along the wall, stealthily pushing open the slightly ajar door. Silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that the ticking of the wall clock was distinctly audible, alongside the heartbeat that only Jiang-su could perceive. He felt his heart racing, almost leaping to his throat, while his breath quickened, and he struggled to steady himself. Just as Zhang Hai's hand grazed his blanket, Jiang-su seized the opportunity to spring up. This unexpected movement startled Zhang Hai, who had evidently not anticipated that he was still awake. He stumbled back 2 steps, turning to flee. To Zhang Hai's astonishment, the figure who had been lying in bed was not the enchanting beauty he had longed for, but rather a robust man clad in men's shorts, complete with leg hair. Jiang-su mistakenly believed that Zhang Hai could be easily subdued, only to find Zhang Hai drawing a short knife from his pocket and swiftly stabbing his calf. Caught off guard and wincing in pain, Jiang-su glanced down at his wound. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hai forcefully pushed him aside, scrambled to his feet, and fled towards the outside. He intended to retrace his steps and leap from the 2nd floor windowsill, then navigate along the wall to escape. However, as he descended from the wall, he collided head-on with a group of people. Sheng Yuchen, wielding a flashlight, swung it towards Zhang Hai, blinding him and obscuring his path. Yan stepped forward, successfully intercepting Zhang Hai and securing handcuffs around his wrist. Along with others, they subdued him. At the city bureau, Zhang Hai bore a shifty appearance, with disheveled clothing that appeared to have not been washed in ages, emanating a foul odor. Sheng Yuchen and Jiang Su jointly interrogated Zhang Hai, discovering that he was not as clever as they had anticipated. Zhang Hai openly confessed to murdering Yin Shanshan and expressed an intent to kill Qi as well. From his account, they learned the entire sequence of events surrounding Yin Shanshan's demise. As he recounted the details, Zhang Hai's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, as if, to him, it was not a life lost but merely a plaything. The perpetrator had been successfully captured, yet the whereabouts of the scapula remained a mystery. Strangely, the victim's family exhibited a nonchalant indifference, dismissing the loss of the scapula as inconsequential. An inexplicable heaviness settled in the chest, leaving one somewhat breathless. She stood alone outside, feeling the evening breeze and gazing at the pitch-black night sky. Gui tilted her head back and let out a long sigh. Yin Shanshan, born into a family that favored sons over daughters, had barely completed high school before she was compelled by her family to enter the workforce upon reaching adulthood. Her parents favored her older brother, who was selfish and self-serving, while the family exploited her wages and restricted her freedom under the guise of familial affection. Her brother squandered his days idly while she toiled tirelessly to earn a living. In the end, before her untimely demise, she had only a bowl of beef noodles, and the manner of her death was equally tragic. Sheng Yuchen and Yin were engaged in conversation when he remembered he had something to say to Gui. Yet he could not find her. Suspecting she might be outside alone, he stepped out, a smile forming on his lips, and indeed found her there. Gui. Sheng Yuchen approached her and inquired, "You appear to be upset. What troubles you?" In the ebb and flow of joy and sorrow, it is often difficult for others to comprehend. Who, after all, can be anyone's savior? Chapter 73, The Bone Cutting. The case has finally been solved. Are you not pleased? Gui's eyes were dim, and she shook her head, her voice slightly hoarse. No. Is your discontent related to Yin Shanshan? Gui remained silent, observing her quietude. Sheng Yuchen felt he had his answer. Indeed, Yin Shanshan was a rather pitiful individual, unloved by her parents and neglected by her brother. Though her life was fraught with hardship in this existence, perhaps she would find peace in the next. When Sheng Yuchen expressed this thought, Gui understood his implication. Then, she heard him add, "Besides, your parents treat you quite well, and your sister is both beautiful and sensible." At this remark, Gui could only find it somewhat amusing. However, she refrained from directing her emotions towards Sheng Yuchen, for he could not comprehend the intricacies of the matter, and it was quite natural for him to express such sentiments. As for her father, Shen Jiping, he was particularly concerned about appearances, and he executed the facade with remarkable precision. Sheng Yuchen then inquired, "By the way, there's a banquet tomorrow. Would you accompany me?" Gui initially intended to ask which banquet it was, but quickly recalled the plum appreciation banquet mentioned earlier by Pian Ran. "No, it hasn't rained or snowed recently. What is so captivating about the plum blossoms?" Sheng Yuchen seemed to anticipate her response, as he was already checking the weather forecast on his phone. The forecast predicted snow for tomorrow. Weather forecasts can be inaccurate. It won't snow tomorrow. This echoed what Yi Mei had previously remarked, that the wedding day was supposed to be sunny, yet it turned out to be overcast and chilly. Moreover, it had been quite some time since Jean City had experienced snowfall. The last time it snowed was during her senior year of high school. "If it does snow tomorrow, will you join me?" he asked hopefully. Gui furrowed her brow. "No, I have work tomorrow. But tomorrow is the weekend. I've checked. You can take a break." Gui. Was Sheng Yuchen resolute in this regard? She pondered for a moment, glancing at the sky above, considering that it might not even snow tomorrow. Agreeing wouldn't be detrimental. "All right then, let us see if it snows tomorrow." Sheng Yuchen shook his phone playfully, grinning at her. "It's a deal then. I've recorded your words, so no backing out." Gui widened her eyes at the recording screen, silently pursing her lips in exasperation. The following morning, Snow had indeed begun to fall. Gui, accustomed to rising early due to her biological clock, awoke at 5:30 and drew back the curtains, only to be greeted by a chilling gust of wind. She turned around to don a thick coat and approached the window to gaze outside. The sky was tinged with blue, and delicate snowflakes floated gracefully down, blanketing the ground in a layer of pristine white. Even the nearby flower beds were dusted with snow. A flurry of snowflakes drifted into the room, prompting Gui to instinctively adjust her collar. Elated, she quietly admired the wintry scene. It was astonishing that it had indeed started to snow, just as Sheng Yuchen had predicted. Gui had always cherished snowy days, for she held a deep affection for snow. After lingering for a moment, she closed the window and turned to freshen up, selecting a refined outfit to wear. True to her word, this was quintessential Gui. Sheng Yuchen, rising an hour later, descended the stairs, fully prepared. Gui had already enjoyed her breakfast and was seated peacefully on the living room sofa, engrossed in a book. Sheng Yuchen approached with curiosity, his voice gentle. "Good morning. What book holds your attention so intently?" Gui replied succinctly, "Forensic Injury Science." Sheng Yuchen smiled slightly, understanding the cue not to intrude further, and inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" "Yes. Yours has cooled. The aunt just left, so you can heat it up in the microwave." After warming his breakfast, Sheng Yuchen sat down at the dining table to savor his meal. The plum appreciation banquet was set to commence at 5 in the afternoon, leaving ample time until then. Gui, having not had a moment of tranquility to read in a long while, intended to make the most of this rare opportunity. "Gui, I am about to head somewhere. Would you care to join me?" Gui paused in her reading, lazily lifting her eyelids to glance at him. "Where are you going?" "I intend to purchase some items to comfort the family of Shan. Gui turned the page of her book, marked it with a bookmark, and casually set it on the coffee table. The two of them together bought a bouquet of chrysanthemums and, following the address previously left by Shan's family, arrived at their home. However, upon seeing them, the smiles on Shan's parents' faces noticeably faltered, even revealing a hint of displeasure. Under Sheng Yuchen's persistent inquiries, the words of Shan's parents betrayed a trace of panic, as if they had engaged in something unspeakable. At the doorstep, she inquired, "Mom and Dad, has the dowry for my sister's marriage arrived? I am still waiting to buy a house." This statement was clearly heard by both Sheng Yuchen and Gui, who immediately understood the implication of the word marriage uttered by Shan's brother. The smile on Sheng Yuchen's face vanished instantly, and he asked her parents, "Uncle, Auntie, are you arranging a marriage for Shan with a good family, a posthumous marriage?" Shan's mother was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Ah, yes, we were just worried that Shan would be lonely underground. So we thought to find her a good family. This way, it could be a form of consolation." "Consolation?" Sheng Yuchen smiled. Was it really Shan herself who claimed she was lonely below, or was it merely for the sake of that money? Shan's brother became displeased. "Hey, why are you here again? Why do you keep haunting us? Surely you cannot harbor feelings for my sister, or perhaps you are someone significant to her, meddling so intrusively?" As Sheng Yuchen uttered these words, he was on the verge of clashing with Shan's family. Gui tugged at his sleeve, but to no avail. She seized his wrist forcefully, guiding him away. With a smile directed at Shan's mother, she remarked, "My apologies. We shall leave the flowers here, and the culprit will face justice. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." Sheng Yuchen had always detested such antiquated customs. As Gui held back the family, a fire of indignation simmered within him, seeking an outlet. "Gui, do you even comprehend what you are doing?" he questioned, astonishment lacing his tone. "They are preparing to assign bones to someone who has already passed, without even obtaining Shan's consent. They are driven by a mere pittance, which I fail to understand. How can such actions persist in this day and age?" Standing at the intersection, Sheng Yuchen's voice grew increasingly louder. How can they reconcile their actions with their conscience? When she was alive, they treated her with indifference, leveraging familial ties to bully her. Now that she has departed, they purport it is for her own good. Such claims are utterly absurd. Gui, taken aback by his fervor, felt her own temper rising. taking a deep breath. She was about to interject when Sheng Yuchen continued, "And why did you remain silent just now? Do you not perceive how disgraceful this situation is?" Disgraceful? Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was her first encounter with such an event as bone assignment, having only heard of it through online discussions previously. However, that is their affair. Ultimately, we should refrain from meddling. This is Gu Yi's perspective. Although the practice of matching bones is an antiquated tradition, it is, after all, unrelated to us. Why am I intruding on matters that do not concern me? In today's society, the act of matching bones is least advocated. Chapter 74. Meddling in others' affairs. Sheng Yuchen, to you, that betrothal gift may seem trifling, but for families like theirs, it constitutes a significant sum. Does her brother not have the means to earn money himself? Why must it be done in such a manner? Gu Yi could not comprehend. But that is someone else's affair. What relevance does it have to you? Why must you interfere? Interfere? Sheng Yuchen also struggled to grasp her viewpoint. Gu Yi, can you not exhibit a modicum of kindness? Gu Yi's patience had reached its limit. So what? Her gaze gradually turned icy. Thus, we ought to intervene. Gu Yi raised her hand to signal him to halt, pointing at him as she said, "It is you, not us." As if a realization dawned upon her, she paused, extending her hand to hail a taxi by the roadside, opening the door and preparing to enter. A hand reached out, pressing against the doorframe. Gu Yi looked up, and Sheng Yuchen turned his face away, speaking in a subdued tone. "The car is for you. I will take a taxi." Gu Yi remained silent, her expression taut as she walked toward the car, driving it away directly. When Yin Shanshan's brother saw him, his tone was exceedingly fierce. "Why are you here again? What do you want?" "Sheng Yuchen, how much is your sister's betrothal gift?" 200,000. Very well. He withdrew a check from his pocket, inscribing the amount of 200,000 with a swift stroke of his pen, pinching it between his fingers. "This is a check for 200,000. Take it. You are to cancel the bone-sharing arrangement for your sister immediately." Yin Shanshan's brother, a man whose eyes sparkled at the sight of such considerable wealth, nodded enthusiastically and turned to converse with his parents. They acquiesced to Sheng Yuchen's demands and promptly made a call to annul the arrangement. When receiving the check, Yin Shanshan's brother cradled it with both hands. Sheng Yuchen coldly remarked, "Do not overthink this. I share no connection with your sister. I merely detest your archaic customs. Do not approach me again, if you dare. I will ensure you comprehend the meaning of unbearable suffering. I abhor troubles and despise individuals like you." With that, Sheng Yuchen turned on his heel and departed. He Jiyuan, having heard of the quarrel between him and Gu Yi, found it somewhat amusing. Sheng Yuchen glared at him in irritation. "What are you laughing at?" He Pianran stirred his drink, shaking his head with a smile. "It's nothing. I simply find it rather absurd that you two are arguing over someone else's affairs." Sheng Yuchen was taken aback. "How is that absurd? This bone sharing is fundamentally wrong. It is a relic of outdated customs. Where is the absurdity?" However, He Pianran countered, "You are indeed meddling in matters that do not concern you this time." Sheng Yuchen frowned, turning away. "TSK, even you think I'm meddling." He Pianran poured out a drink he had just mixed and pushed it towards him. "Try this. It's a new concoction I've recently created." Sheng Yuchen took a sip and remarked, "It's acceptable. Has it been named?" He Pianran shrugged, "Not yet. I don't plan to name it for now. I'll do so when inspiration strikes." "Why do you harbor such disdain for the victims' families? Could it be because of your aunt?" Sheng Yuchen's hand paused momentarily as he swirled his glass, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps. His aunt, the wife of his second uncle, graduated from a prestigious university, well-mannered and erudite. However, her parents treated her poorly, adhering to a severe preference for sons. Her brother resembled a leech, frequently seeking financial favors from the Sheng family. Rather than borrowing, it was more akin to extracting money. He took advantage of his sister's marriage into the Sheng family, arrogantly asserting that their wealth justified his demands. Whenever his aunt refused him, her brother would seize the opportunity to physically assault her, claiming it was his duty as her elder brother to discipline her. Sheng Yuchen held a deep contempt for idle, inept men who resorted to violence against women, their tempers as explosive as their characters were lacking. The mere sight of such individuals ignited his fury. This was the root of his disdain for Yin Shanshan's brother. What do you intend to do? I recall you once held a fondness for Gu Yi. Has your affection waned? At He Pianran's words, he suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with Gu Yi. Sheng Yuchen downed the contents of his glass in one go, slamming it onto the table in frustration. With a heavy sigh, he rose and reclined on the nearby sofa, his entire being sinking into its embrace. Enough of this nonsense. I need to sleep, so please don't bother me. He Pianran merely smiled and took out her phone as she walked outside. Meanwhile, she curled up in a corner, draped in a large blanket instead of wearing a coat. The warmth of the indoor heating clashing with the chill outside. Gu Yi gazed out at the snowy landscape, a bittersweet smile of helplessness tugging at her lips. She vividly recalled that fateful day when the girl had died, also on a snowy day. The girl's demise was indirectly caused by Gu Yi's interference. It was her meddling that led to tragedy. Gu Yi could never forget the phone call she received from the girl before she took her life. The girl had said, "You really love to meddle. My choices are none of your concern. I don't need your care. You are truly insufferable. Goodbye." Later, she learned that the girl had ended her life. Since that day, Gu Yi had refrained from interfering in the lives of others. Even when situations unfolded right before her eyes, she chose to turn away. Sheng Yuchen was right. She found it impossible to be a little kinder. Gu Yi was, after all, a cold-hearted person. As Gu Yi was lost in thought, she received a call from Yizime. "Hello, Mei Mei." The cheerful voice on the other end chirped. "Hey babe, are you going to the Plum Blossom Appreciation Party today? What kind of outfit do you think I should wear to look good? Wait a minute. Your tone seems off. Has someone upset you?" Gu Yi raised an eyebrow, adjusting her demeanor. "No, it's snowing today, so you'd better not wear a skirt. You finally managed to get 2 days off from Sister Chiao. Don't catch a cold." Gu Yi sought to understand Yizime. Her preferred attire consisted of dresses paired with high heels. Each time she donned such an ensemble, she felt ethereal, exuding an overwhelming charm. "Oh my, how did you know I longed to wear a dress?" Yizime said, playfully touching her cheek, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Today, I am attending the He family's Plum Blossom banquet, and naturally, Ranran's parents will be present as well. Assistance embodies goodwill. Yet it is imperative that one safeguards oneself prior to aiding others. Helping is an expression of kindness, while refraining from assistance is a matter of principle. Your benevolence must possess an edge." Chapter 75. Diminished value. This is akin to meeting the parents, is it not? One must dress to impress. Gu Yi sighed, affirming, "Indeed. Our little princess speaks the truth." Yizime smiled contentedly. "Which outfit do you think I should wear today? I have sent you the pictures on WeChat. Do take a look, darling." Gu Yi switched to WeChat and perused the images she had sent. The first and third ensembles were quite appealing. "Mimi, it would be wise for you to bring 2 outfits." Yizime inquired with curiosity. "Why?" "The young Plum Blossom from the He family will be there in the afternoon. You should prepare an extra outfit, one for meeting the parents and another for encountering rivals. Furthermore, what if that young Plum Blossom deliberately stains your dress? As a public figure, you cannot afford to be ridiculed." A warmth spread through Yizime's heart as she chuckled. "You are so considerate, darling. How would I manage without you? I adore you." Gu Yi, charmed by her words, couldn't help but laugh. "All right, go ahead and choose your outfit. By the way, are you going this afternoon? You must dress elegantly, as there will be many people watching. It is essential to present yourself well, do you understand? I've heard that the He and Sheng families have long-standing ties. You cannot afford to dress too casually, especially since you are now the granddaughter-in-law of the Sheng family." I understand. At this moment, Gu Yi recalled the earlier argument with Sheng Yuchen. "All right then, I shall go change into a dress and do my makeup." Moi? Gu Yi smiled as she observed the call-ending interface. After all these years, Yizime remained unchanged, never saying goodbye at the end of a call, always sending a kiss instead. He Family Garden. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The He Family Garden is quite expansive, with a section dedicated to the cultivation of plum blossoms, tended by 2 skilled masters. Thus, as guests began to arrive, their attention was immediately captured by the profusion of plum blossoms against the snowy backdrop. The snow danced in the wind, bringing a gentle chill as it brushed against the skin. A tall and slender figure approached, clad in an oatmeal-colored wool coat, with a white lace dress underneath. Upon her arrival, Yizime swiftly drew the gaze of those around her, wearing deep brown sunglasses as she searched for someone in the crowd. Today, she appeared delicate, her brows and eyes curving like the crescent moon, her makeup vibrant and captivating, akin to an intoxicating vintage wine. She soon spotted Hepian Ran engaged in conversation and laughter, but she did not approach him immediately. Instead, she scanned the crowd for a glimpse of Gui. Could it be that she had not yet arrived? Yizime then walked toward Hepian Ran, greeting him with a smile. Ran. Upon hearing someone call his name, Hepian Ran turned gracefully, only to be met with the sight of Yizime, momentarily taken aback, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his eyes. It seemed to be the first time he had encountered Yizime dressed in such a gentle and amiable manner. Compared to her usual demeanor, she appeared to possess an added sweetness. Her typically cascading curls had been neatly arranged into an elegant updo. Upon seeing her, Hepian Ran couldn't help but smile, greeting her with a soft, "Miss Yi, you have arrived." "Yes, indeed. So many people have come today, yet I still managed to find you at a glance." Hepian Ran chuckled. "Miss Yi, your eyesight is truly remarkable. By the way, Miss Yi, have you mentioned that matter we discussed to Miss Gu?" Yizime hesitated for a moment, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and replied earnestly. "She has always preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs. I believe that is quite accurate. As for the matter you confided in me, it is best left for Sheng Yuchen to address. After all, it concerns the two of them, and it would be inappropriate for outsiders to intervene." Hepian Ran nodded in agreement. "It seems you know her well, Miss Yi." With a hint of pride, Yizime responded, "Of course, aside from her grandmother. I am the one who knows her best." She glanced around once more, inquiring. "She mentioned she would be coming. Have you seen her, Ran?" "Yes. I just saw her a moment ago," he replied. Yizime then asked, "What about Sheng Yuchen? Has he arrived?" "He has been here for quite some time," he answered. As they exchanged laughter, they remained blissfully unaware of a pair of eyes nearby, fixated upon them. Fu Tong, unable to contain herself any longer, approached their direction, softly calling out, "Pian Ran." Yizime discerned from the voice that it was a woman, and soon her gaze fell upon a figure clad in a knitted dress. A shawl draped over her shoulders. As she approached Hepian Ran, Yizime could surmise the identity of the woman before her. It was evidently Fu Tong, Hepian Ran's childhood friend, who could address him so intimately while casting a look imbued with hostility. "Pian Ran, my parents are coming today as well. They should be arriving shortly. Would you accompany me to greet them? My mother has been incessantly mentioning you, lamenting that it has been several days since she last saw you." As she spoke, Fu Tong effortlessly linked her arm with Hepian Ran's. Hepian Ran furrowed his brow slightly, responding, "All right, I will have Xiao Yang drive us to pick up your parents." Witnessing their arm-in-arm camaraderie, Yizime's indignation simmered to the surface, especially as Hepian Ran readily acquiesced to Fu Tong's request. At that moment, Fu Tong's gaze shifted towards Yizime, brimming with provocation and disdain, an action that seemed to assert her claim. Yizime's eyes widened in disbelief, a fiery rage igniting within her. Instinctively, she clenched her fists, forcing a smile as she playfully inquired, Ran, did you see the picture I sent you yesterday? That strawberry cake from that shop is absolutely delightful. Shall we go together next time?" In uttering these words, Yizime deliberately stepped forward, tugging at the hem of Hepian Ran's garment with a playful shake, utilizing a tone that exuded affection. With some effort, Hepian Ran extricated his arm from Fu Tong's grasp, his gaze settling upon Yizime, a smile tinged with fondness. "Very well. When I find the time, I shall treat you." At this moment, Yizime's emotions resembled a tumultuous roller coaster. Although Fu Tong had wrapped her arm around Hepian Ran, he managed to break free. Yet, he did not shake off the hand that clutched his sleeve. Nearby, someone called out to Hepian Ran, prompting him to respond and greet the person. Once Hepian Ran departed, Fu Tong's smile diminished somewhat as she scrutinized Yizime from head to toe. "You must be Yizime, right? I've heard you've been pursuing our Pian Ran recently." Yizime boldly acknowledged, "Yes, and what of it?" Do I require your approval to pursue him? Fu Tong smirked slightly, stepping closer and lowering her voice. Yizime, do you not feel that your actions diminish your worth? Chapter 76. Loku, Kalu, the age-old adage that a man pursues a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. Does this simple truth truly require my elucidation? Fu Tong, undeterred, retorted with a raised brow. Does Miss Yu not realize that one who dwells by the water's edge is first to receive the moonlight? Yizime, wishing to avoid further verbal sparring, felt discomfort merely in the presence of Fu Tong. Suddenly, Fu Tong's phone rang. It was a call from her parents. Intentionally elevating her voice, she exclaimed, "Ah, Mom and Dad, you're here. Wonderful. I'll go greet you with Pian Ran right away." After ending the call, she moved beside Pian Ran, exchanged a few words, and prepared to depart. Yizime discerned Fu Tong's intent to provoke her, inciting a wave of irritation within. In a moment of recklessness, she quickened her pace into a jog, only to slip and fall directly at Pian Ran's feet. The ground was somewhat rough, causing Yizime's palm to scrape and her clothes to accumulate a fair amount of snow. Fu Tong paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback, before crouching down to assist her. "Are you all right?" he asked. Pian Ran's reaction was slightly delayed, resulting in Yizime not receiving the help she had hoped for. Instead, it was Fu Tong who lent her a hand, much to Yizime's irritation. "It's just a minor scrape," Fu Tong said as he examined her hand. "She is fine." Pian Ran, after glancing at her injury, Pian Ran suggested, "Miss Yi, you should go inside and find Kale. Let him help you tend to that wound." "Who is Kale?" "Here. I only know you, Ran. Why don't you take me instead?" Yizime bit her lip, adopting a pitiful expression as she blinked at Pian Ran. However, Pian Ran was clearly not swayed by her act, providing an explanation. "Kale is my cousin. He's inside playing video games. The boy with silver hair is him." Fu Tong seamlessly added, "Indeed, Miss Yi, it's important to take care of that injury. I'll go with Pian Ran to meet my parents now." Yizime gritted her teeth. Her skirt had also collected some snow, making it slightly damp as she walked. She lifted her skirt and headed inside. And before she had stepped fully in, she caught sight of the silver-haired boy Pian Ran had mentioned through the floor-to-ceiling windows. From the side profile, Kale appeared rather handsome. Upon entering, she was met with a rush of warmth. Approaching the silver-haired boy, she hesitated for a moment upon seeing his face. Gather up, gather up. Are you not listening? Marksman, for heaven's sake, stop being reckless." "Hello, are you Kale?" Kale did not immediately look up. Instead, he snapped at her, "Get lost. Don't disturb me. I'm in a ranked match." The visage of Luku was etched with impatience, as though the mere utterance of another word by Yizime would provoke him to unleash a torrent of invective. Yizime pressed her lips together, contemplating the warmth of the room. Surely, after a while, her skirt would be sufficiently dry. Thus, she chose to settle into the adjacent sofa and quietly engage with her mobile device. Silence enveloped the two, punctuated only by the sounds emanating from Luku's phone. It was not until the screen illuminated the word victory that Luku, with a sense of satisfaction, set his phone aside, freeing his attention to gaze at Yizime, a remark teetering on the edge of his lips. He promptly dimmed his screen, fixing his gaze upon her, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and inquired, "You are Yizime?" Yizime was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, responding with a warm nod. "Yes, hello." Being recognized was hardly surprising, as she was quite prominent on screen. However, she had heard from Gu Yi that the attendees of this gathering were here for the purpose of exchange and learning, a congregation of literary enthusiasts. Considering the likely attendees, she assumed that they would not be particularly attuned to the entertainment industry, which prompted her to remove her mask. Luku struggled to contain his exhilaration, recalling his earlier demeanor, and promptly offered an apology. "I must apologize for my earlier behavior. When I am engrossed in a game, I prefer not to be disturbed." His words, somewhat brusque, were not intended to be taken to heart. As he spoke, he scratched the back of his head, displaying a hint of shyness and embarrassment. Yizime was his idol, and he was a devoted fan. He had purchased every album she released, and followed her dramas and films with unwavering enthusiasm. He placed his hands on his knees, rubbing them together as the skin behind his ears gradually warmed and visibly reddened. Lu Ku never imagined he would encounter his idol in this place today. Yi Zimei offered a gentle smile and said, "It's nothing. Your cousin asked me to find you. Do you have a medical kit here?" Lu Ku nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grain, and inquired as he retrieved the medical kit, "Sister, are you injured?" By age, Lu Ku was 3 years younger than Yi Zimei. She revealed her injury to him, saying, "It's just a minor wound. A little treatment will suffice." Lu Ku immediately stood to fetch the medical kit, eager to apply the medicine himself, but hesitated, feeling it inappropriate due to their different genders. He bit his lip, seated himself quietly beside her, casting his eyes downward. After Yi Zimei tended to her wound, she asked, "By the way, Kalu, could you tell me your name?" Lu Ku was somewhat taken aback, his nervousness causing his fingers to intertwine. He introduced himself. "Hello, sister, my name is Lu Ku, and I am 21 years old. You may also call me Kalu." "Hello, Lu Ku." On the other side, Gui lingered in the bathroom for quite some time before emerging. As she washed her hands with cold water, she could distinctly feel a dull ache in her lower abdomen, furrowing her brow slightly. She took a tissue to dry her hands. The discomfort in her abdomen intensified, forcing her to take a few steps before she had to kneel down, one hand cradling her belly while the other pressed against her forehead. "What is wrong with you?" Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, and a familiar voice resonated from above. It was Sheng Yuchen. Gui was not inclined to speak or acknowledge him at that moment. Sheng Yuchen crouched down to observe her, noticing the pallor of her face, which instantly filled him with concern. Without seeking her consent, he gently lifted her from the ground and cradled her in a princess carry. Gui, in pain and lacking strength, feebly pushed against his shoulder, murmuring, "Put me down." Sheng Yuchen pretended not to hear, striding towards the sofa where he had been resting, and carefully set her down. He retrieved a nearby blanket and draped it over her, enveloping her snugly. Unable to discern the cause of her discomfort, he squatted beside the sofa and inquired, "Gui, is this a recurrence of your stomach issue, or is it that time of the month?" The question caused Gui's brows to furrow even tighter as she turned away from him, replying, "It's not a stomach issue." "All right, I understand. Wait here for a moment. I will go downstairs to fetch you some medicine." Chapter 77. The future daughter-in-law Gui consumed the medicine that Sheng Yuchen had brought and sipped some warm water, gradually regaining her composure. Sheng Yuchen sat beside her, appearing as if he had much to say yet held back. "I thought you wouldn't come," Gui remarked as she slowly sat up on the sofa, the blanket sliding down to her thighs. She pulled out her phone to check the time and casually added, "Thank you." Raising her gaze to the window, she noted that the sky was darkening, and the snowfall outside had significantly lessened compared to earlier. She tucked away her phone and neatly folded the blanket, placing it at one end of the sofa. After a moment of hesitation, Gui took the initiative to break the silence. "A promise is a promise. Since I have vowed to come, I shall indeed do so." Meng Yuchen bit his lower lip. "About In Shanshan, I apologize. I should not have spoken harshly and taken my frustrations out on you." In truth, Meng Yuchen was not directing his anger at Gui. Rather, he was simply displeased with In Shanshan's brother, which left him feeling unsettled. However, he understood that from another perspective, it was entirely reasonable for Gui to perceive his irritation as directed towards her. "My second aunt's brother is much like that." He recounted the matters concerning his second aunt's brother to Gui. Pausing briefly, he continued, "You remember Yili, right? After her sacrifice, her family coerced me into burying her alongside her. Thus, I harbor a deep disdain for such archaic customs. I admit my words were harsh, and I have resolved the matter myself. I'm truly sorry, Gui." Gui remained silent for a moment before responding, "I apologize as well. I am not as kind-hearted as you might think." She trailed off, as if grappling with some internal struggle. "In the past, my meddling indirectly harmed a girl, and since then, I have refrained from interfering in others' affairs." This was a matter unknown even to Yi Zimei. It was Gui's first instance of summoning the courage to confide in someone about it. Meng Yuchen lifted his eyelids slightly, their eyes meeting at just the right moment. After a few seconds, both erupted into laughter. It was only now that they realized the underlying reasons for their previous actions and words. The discontent they harbored towards each other was swiftly dispelled. Sheng Yuchen proposed, "Gu-yi, their plum blossoms are exceptionally beautiful this year. Shall we go and take a look together?" Gu-yi readily agreed, "Certainly." The two ventured outside, fortuitously encountering Yi Zimei and Luku. Yi Zimei remarked to Gu-yi that she had shared an extensive conversation with Luku downstairs, discovering that they both had a penchant for gaming, which provided them with ample common ground. Gu-yi listened intently, noting that Luku's gaze had been persistently wandering towards Yi Zimei. Suddenly, she reflected on the undeniable allure that Yi Zimei possessed, which seemed to have been unwavering since childhood. With a smile, Gu-yi remarked, "As long as you're happy." However, despite her words, Gu-yi discerned that Yi Zimei's outward joy did not fully mask an underlying melancholy. Additionally, Gu-yi, having arrived early, noticed that among the attendees, Yi Zimei's idol was notably absent. Doubts began to creep into her mind regarding He Pian Ran's credibility. Following Yi Zimei's gaze, Gu-yi spotted He Pian Ran standing a short distance away, accompanied by a woman. If Gu-yi's intuition served her right, that woman must be He Pian Ran's childhood sweetheart. Redirecting her attention back to Yi Zimei, a troubling thought emerged. Had Yi Zimei been overshadowed by the childhood sweetheart? Logically, given Yi Zimei's character, it seemed improbable that she would concede to someone like the childhood sweetheart. Suddenly, lights illuminated the crowd, and a spotlight focused on a particular spot where two middle-aged men donned in designer suits stood, each accompanied by an elegant and poised lady. The man in the deep blue suit addressed the gathering, saying, "We are grateful for your presence at our annual plum blossom banquet. In a moment, I have prepared a feast for everyone in the banquet hall, hoping that all may depart today with joy." The noblewoman took the microphone, her smile radiant. "Indeed, on this splendid occasion, I have something to share with you all." Curiosity blossomed among the crowd regarding the revelation she was about to make. The noblewoman beckoned to Fu Tong and her companion, gesturing for them to come forward. Fu Tong approached with a cheerful demeanor, while He Pian Ran remained steadfast, rooted in place, declining to move. The noblewoman grasped Fu Tong's hand, her smile bright and her tone imbued with delight, announcing, "My son He Pian Ran is no longer a child. Today, I declare the engagement between our family and the Fu family. Fu Tong, my future daughter-in-law, has grown up alongside our He Pian Ran, and we know her well. Our family shall recognize her as our sole daughter-in-law." Standing beside the noblewoman, Fu Tong blushed with a shy smile. The moment the words were uttered, Yi Zimei felt as if struck by thunder, her entire being transformed into a statue, her gaze somewhat vacant. Even Luku nearby clapped, exclaiming, "Wonderful. They should have been together long ago. I was anxious for them. Did I just imagine that?" Yi Zimei's voice trembled as she spoke. Luku noticed her distress and inquired with concern, "Sister, what is wrong?" When Yi Zimei lifted her gaze, her eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. Her hands, clenched at her sides, tightened around the hem of her dress, growing increasingly forceful, as if she might tear the fabric apart. Yi Zimei was not so foolish. Had it been in the past, she would have undoubtedly rushed forward to confront He Pian Ran. However, today she exudes an unusual calmness. If she truly proceeds with her intentions, tomorrow's trending headlines will undoubtedly feature her, Yi Zimei. At that juncture, she will inevitably face a reprimand from Sister Qiao. Yi Zimei's voice is barely a whisper. Gu-yi helps her don her sunglasses and takes her hand, guiding her outside. Sheng Yuchen observes their departing figures, casting a glance towards He Pian Ran, his expression somewhat intricate. He Pian Ran, too, is gazing in their direction, his gaze following Yi Zimei and her companions until they gradually fade from his sight. Sheng Yuchen suddenly feels a surge of amusement. This fellow had once mocked him, yet here he is, no better than a fool himself. It is true that he harbors a disinclination towards Fu Tong, but with so many witnesses present, he cannot afford to undermine the dignity of his parents and the Fu family, as it would jeopardize the relationship between the two families and lead to an awkward situation. More importantly, it is to encourage Yi Zimei to relinquish her affections for him. Over the past 2 months, Yi Zimei's proactive gestures have not escaped He Pianran's notice. To claim that he remains unmoved would be disingenuous. However, He Pianran has already reached the age of 30, while Yi Zimei is merely 24. With a vast expanse of time ahead of her, there is no need for her to squander it on an older man like him. He deliberately arranged for Yi Zimei to meet Le Queux, fully aware that her fall was orchestrated for his benefit, intending to compel him to choose between her and Fu Tong. Yet, Yi Zimei forgets that He Pianran will never consider her as a viable option in any choice he must make. Observing He Pianran's demeanor, Sheng Yuchen feels a sense of relief, believing himself to be in a far better position. With a slight weight on his shoulder, Sheng Yuchen drapes his arm over He Pianran, jesting, "Shall we share a drink?" Chapter 78. There are countless men. If this one won't do, we shall find another. Tangzhuang. Mei, why don't you go take a shower first? Your clothes are quite soiled. Is that all right? Yi Zimei reached out to accept the suggestion, her expression still somewhat dazed. Gu Yi stepped forward to embrace her, gently patting her back. If you feel like crying, let it out after your shower. I will take you out for dinner. Yi Zimei paused for a moment, her voice slightly hoarse. I do not wish to dine out. She met Gu Yi's gaze, her expression tinged with a sense of grievance. I long for the steak you prepare with your own hands. May I have that? Gu Yi hesitated for a moment, then replied softly, Very well, you go take a shower first, and I shall prepare it for you. Yi Zimei nodded and walked into the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, she stood beneath the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade from her head to her feet, her eyes tightly shut, tears flowing down her skin along with the water. Gu Yi understood that she did not like to be seen crying, even by him. Hence, he suggested she take a shower, for the bathroom was soundproof. No matter how loudly she cried inside, not a whisper would reach the outside. Gu Yi deftly took out several steaks to prepare. Once the pan was heated, he added butter, and through a series of skillful maneuvers, the kitchen soon filled with a delightful aroma. The housekeeper, drawn by the enticing scent, approached and saw Gu Yi cooking. She promptly said, Madam, perhaps it would be better if I handle this? Gu Yi cast a sidelong glance at her. No need, Auntie. Please rest. I can manage this myself. The Tang residence was quite expansive, usually maintained solely by the housekeeper, who tended to the flowers and plants, while Uncle Li occasionally came to procure any necessary provisions. After a series of cases had arisen, both Gu Yi and Sheng Yuchen had been largely absent from home, leaving the vast house feeling rather desolate. The aunt felt a twinge of anxiety. Oh dear, young mistress, these chores should rightly be mine to undertake. Allow me to handle them, for managing such a vast residence is indeed no small feat. As Yi Zimei emerged from her bath, Gu Yi just completed the final task and set it on the table. Noticing her arrival, Gu Yi greeted her with a smile, urging her to join the meal. Yi Zimei glanced at the lavish spread before her, slightly taken aback. You've prepared so much. What if we cannot finish it all? Gu Yi paused beside the dining table, responding, Who said it is just the two of us? Yi Zimei, furrowing her brows in confusion, moved toward the door. Did you invite others? Gu Yi approached her, wrapping an arm around her waist while holding her phone in the other hand. I called a few. A few? How many exactly? 4 or 5. All my senior classmates from university, each one handsome and charming, fitting your standards perfectly. Gu Yi offered her the phone. Here are their photos. Take a look and let me know which one you fancy. I can call him right away. Yi Zimei stared at the pictures, momentarily stunned, then chuckled. What on earth are you doing? Gu Yi patted her shoulder, speaking earnestly. My dear Mei, there are countless men in this world. If one doesn't work out, we simply move on. Though this may be your first infatuation, your life is long ahead of you. We cannot hang our hopes on a single tree, can we? Yi Zimei burst into laughter, studying her for a while before replying. You certainly have a way of comforting me, but what about you? What about me? Gu Yi pondered. Has it truly been 9 years? In these 9 years, have you not found that person? Have you let go? Gu Yi remained silent as Yi Zimei bit her lip, embracing her tightly, suppressing the sting in her nose. I'm sorry, I know you mean well in comforting me, yet I inadvertently pried into your feelings. I apologize, truly. Gui found it hard to breathe under her embrace and gently pushed away. Her gaze met Izume's, glistening with unshed tears, though she fought valiantly to keep them at bay. "It's all right. I hold no resentment towards you." Just as her words faded, the doorbell rang. Gui released her and stepped towards the entrance to see who had arrived. Standing at the door was a silver-haired youth, one hand tucked into his pocket, peering inside. Recognizing him, Gui approached and opened the door, asking, "Look who, is there something you need?" Upon seeing her, Luku averted his gaze. "Hello, Sister Gu. I have brought something for Sister Yi." He continued, "I saw you taking her away earlier. It was Brother Chen who informed me of this address." Only then did Gui notice that Luku was holding a bag in his left hand. Her expression hardened. "What is it? Is it from He Pian Ran?" Luku handed over the bag, explaining, "Not exactly. I am one of Sister Ye's ardent fans, having admired her for many years since her debut. This is something that Teacher Song asked me to give to Sister Yi. All of us fans are aware that Sister Ye's idol is the renowned author Song Yuchen. Inside are Teacher Song's recently published books, along with autographed copies and merchandise. Song Yuchen is a renowned contemporary writer with numerous published works, many of which have been adapted into dramas or films. She is undoubtedly Yi Zime's favorite author." Gui furrowed her brows slightly, "But I did not see Song Yuchen today. Teacher Song arrived a bit late, so it's perfectly normal that you missed her." "Sister Gu," replied a voice. Gui made a gesture to dismiss the formality. "All right, you need not call me Sister Gu. Just address me by my name." Luku paused for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and apologized to Gui. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I completely forgot that you and Sheng Gu are already married." Gui pressed her lips together. "It's fine. She is inside. Just hand me the items." Luku, however, did not wish to leave so soon. He understood that Yi Zime was feeling down and wanted to offer comfort, yet he felt it would be too abrupt to do so. The sky began to snow again, with gusts of wind sending delicate flakes swirling from the branches. Inside a dimly lit room at a renowned hotel, a woman lay on the soft carpet. She was clad in a burgundy camisole nightgown, the room's heating set to a sweltering 36 degrees, with a pool of blood surrounding her. Chapter 79. I Can Manage Alone. Yizime perused the photographs of several men that Gui had introduced, expressing disinterest in each and every one, dismissing them all. Finally, two individuals were seen holding wine glasses, engaging in conversation about recent events while savoring steak. They tidied up the leftover food and stored it in the refrigerator, organized the wine bottles, and placed the dishes into the dishwasher. After wiping the dining table clean, she stood by the window, gazing blankly at the snowy landscape outside. At the entrance of Tongzhuang, the scene unfolds. Sheng Yuchen sat in the driver's seat of the car, pausing instead of immediately driving in. He leisurely took out his phone and dialed the number of his uncle's assistant, Xiaoxia. After a couple of rings, the call was answered. "Hello, third young master." Sheng Yuchen leaned back slightly, lowering the window a tad, his tone tinged with fatigue. "The case on my end has concluded. We can prepare for action." Xiaoxia rejoiced. "At last, it's over, third young master. I thought we would have to wait until after the new year." Sheng Yuchen glanced at the snow-laden scenery outside, smiling as he replied, "There's still at least a month until the new year. We have ample time." Just then, Xiaoxia began to speak again, but Sheng Zhe, sitting beside him, gestured for the phone, indicating he had something to discuss with Sheng Yuchen. "Hello, Xiaochen," he said. "Uncle, how have you been?" "It snowed today," Sheng Zhe remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Indeed, it snowed. Make sure to dress warmly. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold." Sheng Yuchen smiled gently. "Uncle, I am 28 now. I can take care of myself. You, on the other hand, should prioritize your health. Rest assured, I have a caretaker looking after me," came the reply. After a moment's pause, Sheng Zhe carefully chose his words, slowly continuing. "By the way, Xiaochen, there are some things that have weighed heavily on my heart, which I haven't had the chance to share with you. I can no longer keep it to myself. I wish to speak with you." Sheng Yuchen nodded. "Please, go ahead, uncle. Sheng De is, after all, related to you by blood. We should avoid being too ruthless in our dealings, as some individuals are innocent. Uncle is aware of your intentions and is well cognizant of how you have endured these past years. Nevertheless, your second uncle remains your second uncle, Xiaochen. Do you grasp the essence of uncle's words? Sheng Yuchen pressed his lips together, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. His voice was as cold as ice. Rest assured. Uncle, I can distinguish between priorities and will not act against second aunt. I will exercise discretion regarding second uncle. Though he verbally assented, it did not signify his intention to comply. The enmity between parents is irreconcilable. He could never forget nor easily forgive Sheng Di, observing the peculiarity in his tone. Sheng Zhe surmised the underlying sentiment. He sighed heavily, expressing his concern. It would be best to delay informing your grandfather about this matter. We both know the state of his health. It would be detrimental if he were to become agitated. Understood. I will do so. After concluding the call, Sheng Yuchen opened the car door and alighted. As he entered the interior of Tang Zhuang, his arms swayed slightly, his head drooping in a manner that betrayed a hint of despondency, his gait listless. Gu Yi was in the kitchen. After a brief moment of distraction, the light suddenly faded into darkness. She patted her pockets, realizing her phone was on the coffee table, not with her. The darkness obscured her path, and she extended her hands to navigate, fearful of colliding with furniture. In response to the unexpected power outage, Sheng Yuchen was also puzzled and intended to check the circuit breaker to ascertain whether it had tripped. However, before he could move, a hand suddenly grasped his arm, startling him into retreating several paces. Gui released her grip, her heart gripped by an inexplicable sensation as she warily turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. With a slight elevation in her voice, she questioned, "Who are you?" Upon recognizing her voice, Sheng Yuchen unlocked his phone and activated the flashlight, deliberately angling it downward as he illuminated Gui. He sniffed and clarified, "It's nothing. I merely accompanied Oldie for a few drinks. I didn't indulge. It was all him." To assuage any misconceptions regarding his inebriation, he added, "The alcohol I consumed earlier has long since worn off. Rest assured, I am sober." He attempted to restore power by flipping the circuit breaker, but to no avail. Gui held the flashlight in one hand while inspecting the wiring with the other. It turned out that the fuse had blown. Gui instructed Sheng Yuchen to keep the light steady as she retrieved tools to undertake the repair. Sheng Yuchen, in a flurry of concern, interjected, "You just hold the light. Such tasks are meant for men." Gui evaded his hand, her expression tinged with irritation. "Do you look down upon women?" she retorted, her annoyance palpable. Ah, there it was again, the same refrain. Sheng Yuchen felt a headache rising. Gui harbored a strong aversion to the notion that certain tasks should be reserved for men. To her, there was no distinction between genders. She firmly believed that aside from makeup, there was nothing she could not accomplish. As a forensic expert, she spent the majority of her time immersed in work, rendering makeup trivial in her eyes. Gui was convinced that she could resolve any issue independently, without the need for a man. "I do not belittle women. I merely believe that such tasks are inherently suited for men. It is impossible for me to look down upon you, understand?" Sheng Yuchen reiterated emphatically. Gui lifted her gaze slightly. "Oh, I can manage it myself." Subsequently, Sheng Yuchen opted to mute his microphone, using his phone to illuminate her as she worked. He watched her, the embodiment of a capable woman, successfully restoring power to the entire Tang manor. Sheng Yuchen applauded her. "Indeed, you are my wife. Simply remarkable." Gui maintained a composed expression, her demeanor as tranquil as ever. Such tasks were not foreign to her from her university days. She tossed the toolbox to Sheng Yuchen, clapped her hands, and said, "Enough with the flattery. I'm off to sleep now, and you should rest early too." However, Sheng Yuchen called out to her. Gui paused a few steps away, turning to face him. "There's no need to discuss such trivial matters with me. Just ensure you communicate well with Director Ning." Furthermore, Sheng Yuchen was merely a specially appointed criminal psychological profiler for their municipal bureau, not indispensable for every case. After all, their team was not comprised of idle hands. Sheng Yuchen raised an eyebrow, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I'm merely reporting to my esteemed wife." He added, "Don't overexert yourself at work. Take care of your health, and be cautious of your stomach issues. Fried noodles are delicious, but frequent indulgence can be harsh on your stomach." Gu Yi couldn't help but smile, a feeling she couldn't quite articulate, a desire to laugh. All right, you're rather verbose, rivaling Yizime. Enough already. Sheng Yuchen smiled gently at her. Good night. Good night. Gu Yi felt a warmth from his gaze. Chapter 80, The Violinist. The following morning. As Gu Yi emerged from her room, she noticed that Sheng Yuchen's door stood wide open. She approached the entrance and peered inside, discovering that the bed was unoccupied. Gu Yi then ascended to the second floor to check on Yizime, who was still fast asleep. Descending to the ground floor, she encountered the diligent housekeeper. But Sheng Yuchen was nowhere to be seen. Had he left so early? She made her way to the kitchen and greeted the housekeeper. Good morning. Could you please prepare some youtiao for me? Thank you. The housekeeper hesitated and replied, Young madam, you're up. However, master instructed me to avoid serving you overly greasy food in the morning, particularly fried items. Thus, I've prepared sandwiches and milk for you. Is that acceptable? Gu Yi paused momentarily before responding. That will do. Also, could you please warm up a portion over there for me? Thank you. Of course, young madam. After finishing her breakfast, Gu Yi glanced at the time and, finding it still early, decided against waking Yizime. Instead, she drove directly to the city bureau. Upon her arrival, she spotted Xing Kai, who appeared vibrant and full of energy, humming a cheerful tune while enjoying a steamed bun with soy milk. Gu Yi looked at him, her lips curling into a playful smile as she greeted, Good morning. Good morning, Gu Yi. You're here so early again, Xing Kai replied. She cast a glance at the purple bun in his hand and teased, What's this? Normally, you would have a meat bun for breakfast. Have you decided to change your palate today? Xing Kai frowned in annoyance. Don't mention it. I've sworn off red meat. I simply can't stomach it any longer. He stuffed the last piece of steamed bun into his mouth and mumbled, I originally intended to buy a vegetable bun. But I arrived too late and they were sold out, so I had no choice but to eat a steamed bun. Gu Yi smiled lightly, unlocked the cabinet beneath her workstation, and procured 2 bread rolls, tossing them to him. With your appetite, that little one be enough? I have 2 more rolls here. Take them. Xing Kai felt touched, placing his hands together in gratitude. Oh, thank you so much. Our Gu de Fae truly is considerate. Gu Yi, glancing at her phone, playfully retorted, Go on, it's not from your family. Around 10 in the morning, the bureau received a call reporting the discovery of a female corpse. Upon receiving the homicide call, Xing Kai immediately led a team to the scene, heading to the Green Hotel. At the Green Hotel, Yin was the first to enter the scene and the first to exit with a furrowed brow. When Shui Xiaowo observed his reaction, she couldn't help but tease. What did you see to have such a strong reaction? Yin, covering his mouth in search of a restroom, pointed inside, indicating that they would understand if they went in to see for themselves. Gu Yi merely cast a calm glance at him, donned her gloves and shoe covers, and entered alongside Shui Xiaobo with their toolbox. Before them lay a plush large bed, with a corner of the blanket lifted, revealing numerous creases, clearly indicating that someone had rested there. A little further in, they could see the body sprawled beside the bed. It was a female corpse, her golden waves of hair cascading down, her complexion a rosy hue. Lying face up, the expression on her face somewhat indescribable. She wore a slight frown, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, her expression somewhat grotesque, with her lips slightly parted, revealing a purplish hue. The lifeless body was surrounded by a pool of crimson blood, the figure devoid of hands from head to toe. Gu Yi approached the corpse, examining its mouth and pupils, then raised an arm to observe the livor mortis that had begun to manifest. She cradled the body, inspecting the back of the head, where she discovered a pool of blood, confirming it had been struck by a blunt object. Xing Kai stepped forward and inquired, Gu Yi, can you ascertain the cause of death? Gu Yi's countenance grew somber as she rose to respond. The deceased has a contusion on the back of the head, but the wound alone does not account for death. Shui Xiao's gaze lingered on the corpse, a pang of sorrow washing over her. What kind of enmity must one harbor to resort to both poisoning and severing hands? Gu Yi's attention shifted to the violin resting beside the floor-to-ceiling window, and she spoke softly. The deceased was likely a violinist. Her name was Qin Qing. I just checked Baidu, and she matches the person I remember, a talented violinist. Yin Yin cast another glance at Qin Qing's lifeless form, unable to bear the sight, and turned away. It's no surprise I didn't recognize her at first. How do you know she's a violinist? Wonka asked. My cousin studies the violin, and Qin Qing is her idol, she replied. Wonka interjected, the boss probably won't arrive that soon. I just called and heard that the personnel from the second team have all been dispatched to their location. Xing Kai clicked his tongue, exclaiming a curse. Damn it, is Suong being reckless again? Wonka shrank his neck and shifted slightly to the side. I heard that Team 2 took on a rather challenging case yesterday. Xing Kai, perplexed, inquired, how challenging can it be? I gleaned a bit of information from Team 2. They discovered a body just yesterday and have since unearthed 6 or 7 more today. Consequently, they are currently short-staffed, as all personnel have been reassigned by Team Su. Boss, let us wait a while longer. 6 or 7. Xing Kai pressed his lips together, falling silent as he made his way to the restroom. Gu Yi noticed the small balcony nearby and, upon opening the door, was met with a gust of cold wind that rushed beneath her collar. Situated on the 15th floor, she looked down, and for the acrophobic Cui Xiaohua, her legs began to tremble as she clung tightly to the doorframe. Gu Yi surveyed her surroundings. The adjacent balconies were separated by roughly a meter on the far right. Xing Kai, check the corridor's surveillance footage. As Xing Kai stepped out, his brow remained furrowed. I just inquired. The staff informed me that the surveillance here has been malfunctioning for several days. How coincidental. Gu Yi raised an eyebrow and proceeded to question the hotel staff regarding the occupancy of the adjacent rooms. The staff replied, the room on the left checked out this morning, while the guest in the right room has also left today. To enter, we would need prior consent from the guests. Gu Yi requested access to the left room first, but it had already been cleaned by housekeeping before their arrival, leaving no traces behind. She approached the balcony to investigate, yet found no shoe prints above. If there are no footprints here, it indicates that the suspect must have entered through the door rather than scaling the wall. However, this situation can still be addressed. Gu Yi took out the tools from the box to examine the area, employing ultraviolet light, yet no footprints were discovered. Xing Kai walked around inside, finding nothing of significance. It has all been cleaned. What more can we possibly find? Gu Yi slightly raised his gaze towards the balcony on the right. If Qin Qing had indeed been harmed last night, she undoubtedly would have made some noise, and the neighbors could not have failed to hear anything at all. Chapter 81. Liberation in a certain villa. Sheng Yuchen arose early to secure a reservation at an exceedingly difficult-to-book Japanese restaurant, intending to procure a meal for his beloved second aunt. After much effort, he successfully obtained a portion and intentionally timed his visit for when his second uncle, Shengda, had left for work, before pressing the doorbell. Upon seeing him, the aunt appeared somewhat surprised and remarked while opening the door, "What brings you here, young Master San?" "I came to see my second aunt." "Has she risen yet?" "Yes. She's up and having breakfast." "Have you eaten, young Master San? Would you like some?" Sheng Yuchen raised his hand in front of him, smiling politely. "No, thank you, Auntie." He placed the purchased Japanese meal on the dining table, sliding it towards his second aunt. Ruan Tingwen glanced up and casually inquired, "What is this?" "I specifically queued at your favorite Japanese restaurant to get this." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tingwen set down her cup and began to unwrap the packaging, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. "You should try it. It's still warm," Sheng Yuchen urged. "Thank you, Xiaochen. I've been craving this lately." Uncle Shengza remains unmarried, while Uncle Shenda's wife, Ruan Tingwen, shares a closer bond with him, providing him with considerable care and concern. However, she did not stay long at the Sheng residence, as he soon departed abroad for his studies. While overseas, he took on part-time work to support himself, a fact that Ruan Tingwen learned from afar, leading her to scold him sternly. She insisted that he should focus on his studies and not let part-time work interfere with his academic performance. It was later revealed to Ruan Tingwen that Shengda had intentionally withheld his living expenses. Consequently, she decided to send her own savings to Sheng Yuchen, urging him to ensure he was well-fed and warmly clothed, and to inform her should he require more assistance. It is often said that even a small favor should be repaid with immense gratitude. Although Sheng Yuchen harbors grudges, he understands the importance of being grateful. However, the smile on his lips faltered upon noticing the injury on Ruan Tingwen's wrist. He seized her arm and inquired with concern, "Auntie, has that brute struck you again?" The brute he referred to was none other than Xingdao, who had just left for work. Xingdao exhibited a propensity for violence, often resorting to verbal abuse or physical aggression towards Ruan Tingwen. He reproached her for being a clumsy hen incapable of placing orders, which he claimed caused him to lose face in public. Ruan Tingwen had undergone a comprehensive medical examination at the hospital, where the doctor confirmed that her health was perfectly normal. She had repeatedly urged Xingdao to get checked as well, but he not only refused to heed her advice, but also subjected her to further physical abuse. Eventually, Ruan Tingwen chose to remain silent about her suffering. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuchen, fearing that he might inadvertently hurt her again, paced angrily nearby. He observed Ruan Tingwen's frail form, her cheeks gaunt and skeletal, and her wrists alarmingly thin. Her complexion was far from radiant, her skin possessing an almost sickly pallor, and her eyes were clouded, reflecting a vague despondency. Ruan Tingwen shook her head slightly, instinctively lying. "No, I just accidentally bumped into something yesterday." Sheng Yuchen had seen photographs of Ruan Tingwen from her youth. In her younger days, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding an ethereal grace as she walked with poise. The Ruan Tingwen who once needed no makeup to emanate elegance. Her every smile infused with charm had long since been subdued by the passage of time. The woman before him now seemed but a hollow vessel, merely existing, living a lifeless routine. Several times she had contemplated ending it all, but Sheng Yuchen had always intervened. Otherwise, the person sitting here would not have been Ruan Tingwen. Upon hearing her fib, Sheng Yuchen couldn't help but chuckle, the laughter tinged with resignation and sorrow. "Aunt," he softened his tone, "have you perhaps forgotten that I majored in psychology during college?" Ruan Tingwen looked up at him, smiling as she replied, "I remember, criminal psychology." Sheng Yuchen lowered his gaze, producing a stack of photographs and placing them before her. "Take a look. What is this?" Ruan Tingwen inquired, a hint of curiosity surfacing as she unfolded the images. Upon discerning the content of the photographs, her smile gradually faded. Sheng Yuchen averted his gaze, responding calmly, "Your husband's mistress." After a pause, he added, "If you wish to divorce, I will assist you. I will ensure he leaves with nothing." In a frenzy, she scrutinized every photo laid out on the table. In nearly every image, the mistress wore a smile. Her smile resembled a sharp blade, piercing into Ruan Tingwen's heart, inflicting pain so profound that she dared not breathe deeply. Subsequently, she cast all the photographs to the ground, bowing her head low, as a wave of acidity surged through her nose, compelling tears to fall drop by drop, like pearls cascading onto her hand and clothing. Sheng Yuchen stepped aside, recognizing that silence was the most prudent choice at that moment. After all, no one relishes the notion of their spouse's infidelity while being incessantly probed with questions like, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" After a while, Ruan Tingwen's emotions began to stabilize, and she walked over to gather the scattered photographs one by one. She returned the pictures to Sheng Yuchen and bowed deeply before him. With her eyes closed, suppressing her tears, she exclaimed, "I am so sorry." Sheng Yuchen intended to reach out to support her, but upon hearing her words, he hesitated. Ruan Tingwen continued, "In truth, I know it was your second uncle who caused your parents' demise. At that time, I loved your second uncle far too much. Thus, I was unable to expose him. I truly apologize. Xiaoqing, I am sorry." During that period, Ruan Tingwen harbored an immense love for Shengda. Yet, over the years, her affection gradually withered. Guilt and love became her shackles, with the remorse compelling her to bestow upon Sheng Yuchen the finest of everything. Desperately seeking to atone for her past, Sheng Yuchen remained silent for an extended time, his voice slightly hoarse and somber as he remarked, "I once held you accountable, but now I no longer do." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tingwen dared to slowly lift her head and meet Sheng Yuchen's gaze. She smiled, a genuine smile that had eluded her for many years, a manifestation of heartfelt joy that brought her a profound sense of liberation. It felt as though the shackles binding her had suddenly vanished, allowing a beam of light to penetrate the pitch blackness of her world. "I want a divorce," she declared, but added, however. In Chapter 82, Flattening, Ruan Tingwen had previously dismissed the notion of her husband's infidelity until today, when she finally accepted the truth. The fragmented remnants of joy she had desperately clung to had ultimately shattered. After a brief pause, she continued, "But I wish to handle this matter on my own." Sheng Yuchen lowered his gaze towards Ruan Tingwen, sensing something amiss in her emotional state. "And, please don't despair. This beast isn't worth it," he urged. Ruan Tingwen forced a bitter smile and shook her head. "No, where is your mind wandering? Come on, aren't you always busy? Go on and attend to your tasks." Sheng Yuchen felt a twinge of anxiety. "If you need anything, just call me. I will assist you." Ruan Tingwen gently pushed him towards the exit, responding, "I understand. I understand. You should get back to work." Stumbling a few steps, Sheng Yuchen reached the door and turned back to say, "I will take my leave now. If you require anything, contact me immediately. I am available 24 hours a day, guaranteed to respond." Ruan Tingwen waved him off with a smile in her eyes. "Go on now." As Sheng Yuchen drove away, Ruan Tingwen watched the vehicle fade into the distance, the warmth of her smile gradually dissipating, transforming into indifference. Ruan Tingwen, having been steeped in the essence of literature, upon discovering her husband's infidelity, refrained from creating a scene or confronting him. Instead, she retreated to the kitchen and instructed the maid to prepare a bento box. It was the wedding gift from Shengda, amounting to 44 million. This somehow felt utterly unpalatable. He parked the car in a nearby space, holding his phone, his hand rhythmically tapping on the side, counting down in his mind. 1, 2, 3. Before he could reach 5, the ringtone echoed within the car, displaying Shengda as the caller. Sheng Yuchen allowed the phone to ring for a moment, before leisurely answering. As soon as he picked up, his tone shifted dramatically. "Ah, dear second uncle, what a surprise to receive your call. Is there something you need?" Shengda, interpreting his tone as one who had yet to receive the transfer notification, replied, "I just sent over that wedding gift you were owed." Reflecting on something, he continued, "I've been quite occupied with a project lately, and funds are somewhat tight. This is all I can manage for now. I hope you won't think it insufficient." A faint, enigmatic smile graced Sheng Yuchen's lips, his eyes betraying a grim intensity that contrasted sharply with his words. "Oh, it's no trouble at all, dear second uncle. Truly, you are as generous as ever. I knew you cared for me." Fortunately, the car's tinted windows concealed his expression. Otherwise, an onlooker might have deemed him quite mad. The sweetness of his words belied the darkness of his demeanor. Shengda, evidently pleased, chuckled heartily. "Aha, I'm glad you received it. Well then, I have a meeting to attend, so I'll take my leave." "All right, uncle." After hanging up the phone, he redirected the call to Xiaoxia, his voice returning to a calm and normal tone. "I will transfer 5 million to you shortly to purchase the villa where that mistress resides." Xiaoxia gestured 5 with her hand, astonished. 5 million? "Young master, I have inquired about that villa. It is worth no more than 200,000 at most." Sheng Yuchen activated the speakerphone as he restarted the car, saying, "I am aware. What I mean is, you should send someone to negotiate the price, and then hire a demolition crew to level the area for me." "Level it?" Xiaoxia exclaimed, then realizing her outburst, lowered her voice. "Young master, have you lost your mind? That plot is something many would covet. To simply level it seems rather." Xiaoxia trailed off mid-sentence. In the end, she only offered him a firm command. "Do as I say." City Bureau. Forensic Examination Room. Gu Yi held the arm of the corpse, examining the incision under the light. Beside her, Cui Xiaogu observed, feeling somewhat incredulous. "Such a neat incision?" Gu Yi scrutinized both arms before casting a complex glance her way. The murderer must have employed specialized tools for the cutting. Cui Xiaogu continued to marvel. "Master, what kind of instrument could achieve such a smooth incision?" Gu Yi pressed her lips together, inspecting the cut once more, pondering that it might not necessarily be a blade. She resumed her dissection of the internal organs, and as she made the first incision, an odor immediately wafted into her nostrils. She bent down to sniff closer, asking Cui Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, do you detect anything unusual?" Cui Xiaohua took a delicate sniff, affirmatively nodding her head. Gu Yi remarked, "It is the scent of almonds." Cui Xiaohua had the same thought but was a second late to voice it. Indeed, as they suspected, a chemical substance, potassium cyanide, was extracted from the corpse. Potassium cyanide possesses an almond-like aroma and is utilized in organic synthesis and the production of hypnotics and anesthetics. Qin Qing had consumed hypnotics in her lifetime, and a bottle containing merely 2 remaining pills was found at the scene. Following the autopsy, Gu Yi and her companions deduced that Qin Qing succumbed to potassium cyanide poisoning, with the time of death estimated between 10 and 11 o'clock the previous night. However, the quantity ingested was insufficient to be fatal, indicating that someone had administered it to her while she slept. The dismemberment of her hands occurred post-mortem. Yan Yan furrowed his brow, pointing at a photograph. This suspect. Do they possess any peculiar inclinations? Perhaps a hand fetish? Cui Xiaohua concurred with his assessment. I believe Xiaoyan's observation holds merit. Otherwise, why would the murderer sever the victim's hands? Xing Kai examined the bottle of hypnotics for a prolonged moment, recalling something before inquiring. Xiao Ku, can we currently reach Qin Qing's agent? Wang Ke shook her head while holding her phone. Boss, I just called several times, but none were answered. Then continue calling. Is it possible to ascertain which agency Qin Qing belongs to? At that moment, Qin Qing's agent's voice resonated on the other end, robust in tone and distinctly male. Who keeps calling me? Is it that bothersome? His tone was laced with impatience. Wang Ke shrank back slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Hello. May I speak with Qin Qing's agent? The room fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a rustling sound, reminiscent of someone dressing. Yan Yan signaled for him to switch to speakerphone, and the conference room was devoid of any noise, all ears attuned to the sounds emanating from the phone. Gu Yi also perked up, listening intently, her brows slightly furrowed. After a considerable pause, the man spoke again. I am her agent. May I inquire about the matter? Hello. This is the JC City Police Department. We received a report this morning that Qin Qing was murdered at the Green Hotel. Could you kindly come to the station? Murdered? The man turned to glance at the woman on the bed, responding nonchalantly, understood. Chapter 83. Sweet and sour ribs accompanied by beauty before the meeting adjourned. Gu Yi paused momentarily beside Xing Kai, cup in hand, and said, make sure to interrogate that agent thoroughly. He seems somewhat dubious. Xing Kai met her gaze. You noticed too? Indeed. Gu Yi smiled faintly, taking out her phone and walking to a secluded spot. The time was now just past 11 in the morning. Yi Mei should have awakened by now. She dialed. Hello, Mei Mei, are you up? Yi Mei sat before her vanity. Of course. I woke up an hour ago. Yi Mei had always had a penchant for sleeping in. During these rare 2 days of rest, she wouldn't rise before noon. Gui had strategically chosen this moment to call her. Have you had breakfast? Yi Mei, applying setting powder, replied, yes. I saw your WeChat message as soon as I got up. Prior to leaving, Gui had sent her a message, knowing she would set her phone to vibrate before sleeping. Awakening, she first freshens up, descends to have her meal, and only after dining does she engage in other activities. Yi Mei, due to this unfortunate habit, often reaches for her phone upon rising, engrossed in videos until the afternoon before finally getting up. She does not leave any messages, and at this moment, she is likely still in bed. Once Yi Mei applies her lipstick, she exclaims in delight. Gu Yi furrows her brow and inquires, Yi Mei, what is this sudden whim of yours? May I have that lipstick? The color is simply stunning. Gu Yi, with a resigned smile, replies, that was actually intended as a gift for you. Though she may not be adept at makeup, she is well versed in lipstick shades, particularly those favored by Yi Mei. Oh my goodness, I adore you, darling. I am absolutely in love with this color. It complements my skin tone perfectly, Yi Mei exclaims excitedly, stamping her feet in glee as she applies her beloved shade, feeling invigorated and ready to embrace the day. As long as you like it, Gui replies. watching as Yizime carefully puts away the lipstick. She glances at her other phone and opens QQ to find a message from Luku, who inquires if she is free to play games together. I won't chat any longer, darling. I'm off to play. Gui chuckles and, after acknowledging her, ends the call. Xiaogu. Xiaogu. She halts her steps, noticing the security guard approaching briskly with something in hand. The ground, still slick from recent snowfall, poses a risk for running. Gui strides confidently forward and, as the guard slips, she instinctively steadies his arm. Take care. The ground was slippery, and the security guard, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, seemed to face considerable trouble should he fall. He handed her an item he had been holding, explaining that it had been left in the security office by another person who requested his assistance in delivering it. Gui accepted it, feeling the warmth emanating from within the packaging. The security guard then remarked, "Look at my memory. Had I not just seen you, I might have forgotten again." Gui weighed the lunchbox in her hands, recognizing it from a previous encounter. "Thank you, sir. Please be careful on the slippery road," she replied. The guard nodded, saying, "Ah, yes, yes. Enjoy it while it's hot, Xiaogu." Upon returning to her workstation, Gui opened the lunchbox to find a layer of greens, followed by sweet and sour pork ribs, a layer of white rice, and at the very bottom, black bone chicken soup. Just as she lifted a piece of rib, her phone chimed with a WeChat message. Sheng Yuchen, sweet and sour pork ribs with a beauty, and a beauty with a handsome man. Sheng Yuchen, what does the beautiful Gu think of the sweet and sour ribs? Are they delicious? Just from this opening line, Gu knew that Sheng Yuchen was once again engaging in his playful banter. Gu, the beauty finds the handsome man less delectable than the ribs. The sweet and sour pork is quite good. Sheng Yuchen immediately called her, exclaiming, "How can I be less appealing than the ribs?" Gu couldn't help but chuckle at his childishness and asked, "Why did you call?" Sheng Yuchen retorted, "What? Can't I just call for no reason?" Gu paused. "Have you finished dealing with matters at the company?" At that moment, footsteps echoed in the background, followed by the voice of her grandfather, Sheng Bai. Sheng Yuchen remarked, "My dear wife, you have no idea how challenging it is to deal with these antiquated relics at the company. I have been speaking all morning, my lips nearly chafed." Aware that Sheng Yuchen was on the phone, Sheng Bai sat patiently on the nearby sofa. Gu, overhearing the commotion, responded, "Drink more hot water, hurry to eat. I'm about to have my meal too, goodbye." All right dear, bye-bye." Gu did not reply. The words sounded rather sentimental to her. Setting down her phone, she gazed at the bowl of white rice and vegetables, unable to suppress a smile. Meanwhile, Sheng Bai rested his hands on his cane, observing the smile adorning Sheng Yuchen's face. Sheng Yuchen approached him, casually pouring a cup of steaming tea, cheerfully saying, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Sheng Bai, looking at the fragrant tea, chuckled, "I heard you have taken over the company, so I came to see how you were doing. I just overheard your phone conversation about those old relics. Were you referring to the board members? What seems to be the issue?" Those old relics were all longtime friends of Sheng Bai, each one intimately known to him. Sheng Yuchen playfully nudged Sheng Bai's arm. "It's nothing much, really. I simply wish to develop a few plots of land, but they dismissed my ideas." Sheng Bai immediately cautioned, "Young Chun, you mustn't quarrel with them. They were once great allies of your grandfather and father, old friends. There is much you can discuss with them, after all. You are new to the workplace and still have much to learn." Sheng Yuchen merely smiled. Unbeknownst to Sheng Bai, even before joining the company, Sheng Yuchen had already gained an intricate understanding of its inner workings. "Rest assured, grandfather, I spoke with them this morning." Sheng Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. Holding Sheng Yuchen's hand, he felt it tremble slightly. Good. Our little Chen has grown up. Grandfather is delighted, truly delighted. However, it seems that I have been overly concerned." Sheng Yuchen was touched by his words, and a pang of emotion welled up in her heart. "Grandfather, I apologize. In the past, I was immature and always caused you worry. I will change gradually and help you and my father safeguard the Sheng family." Sheng Bai nodded with approval. "Excellent. Splendid. Gu is a good child as well. Her life has not been easy, so you must pay her more attention. If anyone from the Shun family bullies her, you must protect her Do you understand? Sheng Yuchen smiled and assured, "Rest easy, grandfather. I will." And also Chapter 84. The scoundrel Sheng Bai sighed deeply, his expression laden with complexity. A nuance that Sheng Yuchen failed to perceive. Moreover, both you and Gu Yi have had your struggles. You must treat her well. Since you hold affection for her, cherish and protect her, and do not remain obstinate as you once were. Sheng Bai was unaware that the unfavorable comments about Sheng Yuchen stemmed from two motives. One was to obscure the truth, and the other was to evade his marriage pressure. The latter was of utmost significance, as it arose from a sense of dissatisfaction in not having found that special someone. Yet now, he had finally discovered her, and his restless heart could at last find solace. "Certainly, grandfather." Sheng Bai gazed into his eyes, a bright smile illuminating his face. "As long as our little Chin is well and Gu Yi is thriving, you can rest assured, grandfather, that everything will be well accounted for with your parents in the afterlife." TSK. Sheng Yuchen frowned in displeasure. "Grandfather, why do you speak of yourself in such a manner? You are to live for 100 years and hold your great-grandchildren. Your mission is far from complete. I will not permit you to depart just yet." Sheng Bai chuckled, his shoulders shaking slightly as he steadied himself with his cane, suppressing the pain in his abdomen while forcing a smile. "Since you are so busy, hasten to your meal and attend to your work. I shall not intrude upon you any longer." Just before leaving, Sheng Bai recalled something and inquired, "By the way, has your second uncle given you the wedding gift?" It is a rule in our Sheng family that we cannot set a precedent for such matters. Sheng Yuchen paused in his actions, recalling the figure 444, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He replied, "Yes, my second uncle has already given it to me." City Bureau. Interrogation room. Xing Kai sat in his familiar position, facing Qin Qing's manager, Fang Zhi. Fang Zhi was a 33-year-old man with an elegant hairstyle, the ends curling slightly upwards with a hint of golden hue. Xing Kai asked, "Where were you and what were you doing between 9 and 11 last night?" Fang Zhi replied, "I was at home sleeping." Such an early bedtime indicates Mr. Fang's commitment to wellness. Fang Zhi smiled gracefully, nodding slightly, and said, "I have always maintained the habit of an early bedtime." Xing Kai inquired further, "So, apart from your professional relationship with Qin Qing, is there a deeper connection between you two?" Fang Zhi, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation, replied with an expression of regret, "I have always admired Qing Qing's talent. She is also remarkably beautiful. However, she is already in a relationship, and I cannot harbor any illusions about a woman who is committed to another." After posing several more questions, Fang Zhi cited his impending work obligations as a reason to depart. Although they harbored suspicions regarding Fang Zhi's earlier statements, the lack of substantial evidence compelled them to let him go. Upon exiting the interrogation room, Xing Kai's first words upon seeing Gu Yi were, "He is lying." Gu Yi shrugged nonchalantly. His psychological defenses are formidable. Standard lie detection methods are ineffective on him. From the moment Fang Zhi received the call to his arrival at the station, through the interrogation, and ultimately to his departure, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. His speech was articulate, yet tinged with a cool detachment that betrayed no hint of panic. Such excessive calmness raises concerns. Yan Yan approached, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation, hoping to glean insights. Gu Yi shifted in her chair, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "You should examine Fang Zhi's call and expenditure records. That should provide a clearer understanding of his activities at the time of the incident." Xing Kai nodded in agreement. "I was just about to request those." Yin Yin, feeling somewhat disheartened by the lack of revelations, interjected, "Boss, Sister Gu Yi, do you think Fang Zhi is the culprit?" Gu Yi cast him a sidelong glance. "Do you possess any evidence implicating Fang Zhi as the murderer?" Yin Yin shook his head. Xing Kai raised his hand and delivered a resounding smack to his own head, his tone laced with frustration. "How many times must I tell you? Without evidence, refrain from making baseless assertions. The police rely on evidence. Evidence." Yin Yin let out a yelp, cradling his throbbing head, his face contorted in pain. "Boss, could you not be so harsh? I merely wish to engage in a discussion and perhaps deduce a few points." Xing Kai reached out again, tousling Yin Yan's hair. "Then enlighten me. What do you believe is Fang Zhi's motive?" Yan Yan dragged a nearby chair for Xing Kai and took one for himself. He shared his reasoning. I suspect Fang Zhi's motive stems from unrequited love. Observing Qin Qing in a blissful relationship with her boyfriend has surely bred resentment. Do you recall that Jin Wanli? He was a duplicitous beast. I believe Fang Zhi is cut from the same cloth. Gu Yi, intrigued by his words, inquired. And how did he execute the crime? Yin Yin stroked his chin and continued. The injection of potassium cyanide necessitates prior preparation, indicating Fang Zhi must have premeditated this act. Consider this. The murderer entered the hotel room without breaking a window or a door, and there were no signs of a struggle. Yin Yin clapped his hands, growing increasingly animated. What does this imply? It suggests the killer is likely someone known to Qin Qing, which explains how they gained entry. Fang Zhi is highly suspicious. My instincts tell me he is indeed the culprit. Gu Yi, upon finishing her remarks, merely raised her brows slightly and stated, the corpse exhibited spasms and convulsions, yet showed no signs of resistance. As for the perpetrator, I place my trust solely in the evidence. Xing Kai displayed no reaction, indifferent as he tossed her an O before rising to review the records. Upon witnessing his departure, Cui Xiaohua approached them to engage in conversation. Gu Yi recognized that Cui Xiaohua was attempting to distance herself, not wishing to become too entangled in the matter. The master felt a sense of relief upon perceiving her awareness. Master, I made some cream puffs yesterday. Please give them a try. Gu Yi glanced at the puffs she offered, not particularly fond of the cream within, yet she accepted one and placed it in her mouth. She curved her lips into a smile, saying, Xiaohua, they are delightful. Yin Yin devoured several, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable joy, even pulling Wang Ku over to share in the treat. He lavished praise upon Cui Xiaohua, exclaiming, Xiaohua, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Whoever marries you will be fortunate indeed. Wang Ku sampled one as well, echoing Yin Yan's sentiments. Just as Yin Yin was about to reach for another, he spotted someone approaching from a distance. Gu Yi followed his gaze and smiled faintly. It was Suong Yin. Yin turned to Wang Ku, and they exchanged knowing glances, both grinning foolishly. Due to Xing Kai's strained relationship with Suong, the latter seldom ventured toward their group, usually coming to seek out Cui Xiaohua. Chapter 85. The Cadman Tu Suong halted beside Cui Xiaohua, offering a brief greeting to Gu Yi and the others, his expression betraying a hint of fatigue. Gu Yi, however, remained unconcerned, for having taken on such a hot potato, resolving it would undoubtedly require some time. When Cui Xiaohua saw him arrive, she was somewhat taken aback. Captain Su, what brings you here? Suong cast a glance at Xing Kai, his eyes narrowing slightly, and turned to Cui Xiaohua, saying, May I speak with you privately? As the two departed, Yin Yin and the others could hardly contain themselves. Yin Yin remarked, Honestly, I feel that compared to our leader, Captain Su has the upper hand. Wang Ke frowned. I think our leader is quite handsome. Just look at that scar on Captain Su's face. We both know the origin of that scar. Captain Su has always taken pride in it. Have you forgotten? Gu Yi glanced over at the two of them, her expression reminiscent of a meme depicting two love-struck singletons reveling in their ship. She then turned her gaze towards the duo at the entrance, squinting slightly. To be fair, they did seem quite well-matched standing together. Cui Xiaohua pursed her lips and, after careful consideration, spoke up. Master, Captain Su wishes to borrow someone from us. Borrow someone? Gu Yi lifted her gaze, casting a nonchalant look at Suong. If he wishes to borrow someone, wouldn't he approach Xing Kai directly? No, master. He wants to borrow a forensic expert. Gu Yi paused, momentarily perplexed, knitting her brows. Doesn't his team already have 2 forensic experts? Not enough. Cui Xiaohua bit her lip. Master, perhaps we should lend a hand. They truly are overwhelmed over there. Yin Yin, puzzled, inquired, overwhelmed? Just how many corpses have they received? His voice had grown somewhat louder, drawing the attention of Xing Kai. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted the individual by the door, and an unwelcome surge of irritation welled up within him. Just as he was about to approach, he received a phone call. Gu Yi glanced at Xing Kai's figure and then at Cui Xiaohua, hesitating momentarily before stating, All right, I shall speak with Xing Kai. Once Xing Kai concluded his call, Gu Yi walked over and informed him of Su Ang's situation. Xing Kai's immediate reaction was one of refusal, his face betraying an unmistakable fury as he prepared to confront Su Ang. However, Gu Yi grasped his arm, her cold gaze meeting his, and said in a restrained tone, "Xing Kai, differentiate between public and private matters. The case is of utmost importance." Xing Kai stood still for a moment before replying hoarsely, "Then go ahead. Help if you can." Gu Yi released her grip. "No, I will head over to see what is happening with Su Ang and the others right now." Very well. Generally speaking, Su Ang was a person who valued his pride, especially considering the unpleasantness between him and Xing Kai. He would not have lowered himself to request assistance from Unit 1 unless absolutely necessary. Upon seeing Gu Yi and Xing Kai standing together, and noticing the latter's fierce glare directed at him, Su Ang feared the worst. To his surprise, Gu Yi approached him, suggesting they go examine the body. Su Ang was taken aback, not expecting Xing Kai to acquiesce so readily. At the Green Hotel, Xing Kai drove alone to the establishment, proceeding directly to room 1509, where he rang the doorbell. Through the door, he could faintly hear the pulsating beats of DJ music, a recent chart-topping song echoing from within. Occasionally, bursts of laughter would echo from within, creating an atmosphere of merriment. Xing Kai pressed the doorbell several times, yet there was no response. Ultimately, he resorted to knocking with his fist. The music inside softened, and a man approached to open the door, using his hand to block the entrance. The man's face was etched with impatience. A fresh stubble adorned his jawline, and he sported a crew cut, his features relatively handsome. He wore a black shirt with 2 buttons undone, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone beneath, paired with black dress trousers. Xing Kai's gaze ventured into the room, where 2 provocatively dressed women, adorned with heavy makeup, lingered. Habitually, he produced his police badge for the man to see, introducing himself. "Good day, officer." The man's smile froze upon sighting the badge, his demeanor shifting instantly as he inquired, "Hello, may I ask what brings you here? Do you know the person who lives next door?" Xing Kai replied, "It is concerning. The individual residing next to you was found deceased last night. We need to enter your premises to examine your balcony and require your cooperation in our investigation." As he stepped towards the balcony, he cast a significant glance at the 2 women. Seizing the opportunity while Xing Kai was momentarily distracted, the man ushered the women out, lowering his voice to suggest they reconnect another time. He then engaged in a dialogue with Xing Kai. "Your name, age, and occupation, please. Did you hear any disturbances from next door between 9 and 11 last night?" He shook his head and replied, "I went to bed quite early last night and didn't hear any commotion from next door." Xing Kai raised an eyebrow, seemingly pondering. "Could you tell me the exact time you fell asleep?" Su Tianxing, upon being asked, took out his phone and rummaged through it, eventually handing it to Xing Kai. "I received a call from one of my employees around 20 minutes past 9 last night. After the call, I went to sleep." "Officer, you may confront my employee for confirmation." Xing Kai dialed the number right in front of him, and after a brief conversation, the employee confirmed that he had indeed called Su Tianxing the previous evening. Typically, those who own KTV establishments are quite affluent. Why would Mr. Su be staying in a hotel? "I am currently residing in a hotel due to renovations at my home, which render it uninhabitable," Su Tianxing explained. As the time seemed appropriate, Xing Kai decided not to prolong the conversation with Su Tianxing and stood up to leave. Just as he exited the hotel, he received a call from Gu Yi. Gu Yi inquired, "So, did you find any shoe prints on the balcony?" Xing Kai paused for a moment, a memory flickering in his mind, and replied with a slight smirk, "Yes." Chapter 86. A different expertise. Gu Yi accompanied Su Ang to the temporary morgue prepared by the second team. Rows of bodies lay in the morgue, and Gu Yi glanced around, silently counting. With a gap in the middle, there should be a total of 7 corpses, judging by the white sheets covering them. Each body appeared to be of similar physique. Gu Yi furrowed her brow and instinctively looked at Su Ang. "What is the situation here?" Su Ang approached the 2 bodies at the far end and said to Gu Yi, "These 2 were just dissected. Their identities remain indiscernible, for now. We can only ascertain the cause of death, the time of demise, and their genders. With a heavy sigh, Suar added, "The time of death was 2 years ago." Cui Xiaohua instinctively covered her mouth, exclaiming, 2 years ago? Gu Yi raised her chin, pointing at the remaining bodies, and inquired, "So you want me to assist in examining the others?" Suong bit her lip, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "Yes. Our team's forensic expert has been tirelessly occupied since the arrival of the bodies, and we simply cannot spare anyone." With her hands clasped together, Suong blinked her eyes and pleaded, "I implore you, please lend us your assistance." "Very well, you can transfer the bodies downstairs, and I shall assist with the autopsy." Suong, along with another person, helped to move the bodies downstairs, glancing around habitually to find Xing Kai was absent. Gu Yi donned a blue isolation suit and, alongside Cui Xiaohua, commenced the dissection. Observing the bodies, numerous white maggots wriggled, and a foul odor permeated the air. The stench of decay was overwhelmingly pungent. Many areas were severely necrotic and deformed, and the faces were exceedingly difficult to recognize. Suong expressed a desire to accompany them and observe the autopsy. Upon seeing such a corpse, Cui Xiaohua felt a wave of nausea wash over her, causing her to sway unsteadily. Suong instinctively reached out to steady her. In a gentle voice, Suong inquired, "What is the matter?" Gu Yi glanced at her, instantly recognizing that Cui Xiaohua was succumbing to her old affliction once again. Occasionally, she could forgive a transgression or two, but when it became a recurring issue, Gu Yi found herself increasingly exasperated. Cui Xiaohua, upon hearing the sound, lifted her gaze. Gu Yi coldly remarked, "The corpse beside you is your responsibility." Cui Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to process the statement, when Gu Yi urged her again. "What are you dawdling for? Get to work." As a forensic pathologist, encountering a disfigured body was enough to induce nausea. One had to wonder why she continued in this profession. "Have you discovered any shoe prints on the balcony?" she inquired. After a brief silence, the reply came, "Yes." Gu Yi set down her cup. "Aside from that, have you gathered any additional information?" Xing Kai exited the vehicle and closed the door. Glancing at the name of the establishment before responding, I did inquire. The individual in question is Su Tianqing, also known as Su Wuwu, Tian for sky and Cheng for success. He is 25 years old and owns a KTV establishment. I am currently at the entrance of his KTV, considering speaking with his staff. I suspect there is more to Su Tianqing than meets the eye. Be cautious, Gu Yi advised before ending the call. She surveyed her surroundings. Suong had ascended the stairs, while Cui Xiaohua was busy drafting a report. Most of the officers around had also departed on assignments. Gu Yi retrieved her silver laptop from the locked cabinet, examining the data displayed on the screen, a smile forming on her lips. However, within 5 minutes, the computer presented a blue screen of death. Gu Yi let out a soft, disdainful huff, positioning the laptop on her lap, turning her back to the wall, and expressionlessly resumed typing. It seemed that Shun Jiping was not as foolish as she had initially presumed. The interior was somewhat tranquil, causing the sound of Gu Yi's keystrokes to resonate loudly. Cui Xiaohua perked up her ears, nearly toppling from her seat. She craned her neck to catch a glimpse, curious about Gu Yi's endeavors. However, Gu Yi's computer screen faced only her and the wall behind, from which angle all she could discern was Gu Yi's strikingly cold and expressionless visage. Though intrigued, Cui Xiaohua recognized that this pertained to her master's private affairs, and thus refrained from prying. She quietly vacated her seat and ascended the stairs, contemplating whether she might assist Suong, who was evidently preoccupied. 10 minutes later, Gu Yi ceased her rapid typing, and the computer screen returned to normalcy. It appeared that her father had enlisted a computer expert to eliminate the virus she had introduced in a Shun Jiping system and had erected a firewall. He even harbored the audacious intention of surveilling and controlling her computer. Naturally, Gu Yi thwarted his efforts. The hacker likely recognized the futility of his attempts and chose to withdraw gracefully. Gu Yi stared at the computer for a moment, then retrieved her phone to call Cheng Fong, only to be interrupted by an incoming call from Shun Jiping. She regarded the caller ID with an unflinching gaze, her expression as frigid as ice. Meanwhile, at the Shun group, Shun Jiping was as agitated as if his rear were ablaze, unable to find his footing. Beside him, A hacker sat at his computer, engaged in a fierce battle against the unseen adversary. Sheng Yuchen was on the verge of losing his mind, utterly perplexed as to how the meticulously prepared contract information had leaked. Now, all the other partners are aware that a certain company has independently signed a contract with another collaborator that is even more advantageous than their own, prompting them to rise in protest and demand an explanation. Recently, the Shun family has coincidentally been negotiating a project with the Sheng family. Should the discussion succeed, it would yield considerable profit and greatly benefit the future of the Shen clan. A few minutes later, the hacker shook his head, conceding defeat. Yet his expression bore no signs of displeasure. Instead, there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. With a somewhat fervent tone, he said, "Mr. Shun, I fear I can no longer accept this order." Sheng Yuchen stood frozen in shock, asking why. The hacker, visibly intimidated, confessed, "The individual behind this is quite formidable, Mr. Shun. I truly cannot afford to provoke him. Perhaps you ought to seek someone more capable." A surge of anger ignited within Sheng Yuchen as he grasped the hacker and pressed on. "Do you know who that person is? Just reveal the identity of the mastermind, and you may name your price. If I can unearth the identity of that individual, I can deflect blame and maintain our collaboration with the Sheng family." In the past, this hacker would have gone to great lengths to fulfill such a request. However, this time was different. The tactics employed by the opponent were beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. The hacker shook his head, quickly gesturing in refusal. No, I cannot take this order. You should seek someone else." With that, he turned to leave. In that moment, he realized he had forgotten about the daughter who was already wed to the Sheng family. Thus, Sheng Yuchen retrieved Gu Yi's number and dialed.